Recorded Books presents Speedrunning the Multiverse Book 4, a lit RPG cultivation adventure by Adastra339. Narrated by Graham Halstead. 249. The God Hunter 1. 2 days later. "I'm not an invalid," grumbled Dorian. Sure, he might have been halfway mummified and hog-tied to a sickbed, but Fate's healing elixirs had worked wonders. At first, after Yama's God King Chi ran roughshod over his insides, he would have put his odds of survival at a coin flip. But now, after chugging Fate's most potent healing elixirs day and night, and letting his Torch Dragon bloodline do its work, he was nearly feeling like himself. All the gold chi in him had been rounded up, neutralized, and expelled, leaving a few patchy holes in the tarp roof as they went. His insides felt strangely itchy, and his spleen somewhat tender, but besides that, he had no complaints. He couldn't seem to get that across to Gerard, who stood at his side wielding a giant glass instrument purportedly used as a medical device to measure vitality, but which could easily double as a torture device for prisoners of war. Hell, strapped in and tied up as he was, Dorian even looked the part. "Please, stop protesting, my liege," said Gerard, holding it aloft. "This will only take a second." "Must you shove it up my nose?" "It is for your own good," explained Gerard. Gerard Jr. burped smugly on his shoulder. That toad went wherever Gerard went these days, to Dorian's great chagrin. "Other orifices are possible, but you would find them even less comfortable. Unless... nose is fine." "Very good, sir. Hold still. You should feel a small pinch." Dorian sighed, laid back, and submitted to his fate. He watched the instrument approach with not a small amount of trepidation. "Hello!" A head poked through the tent flaps. It was Fate, or rather the top half of him on a flying carpet. For a man missing half his body, he seemed in good spirits. "Hey," said Dorian, his voice made nasal by all the glass in his nose. "Oh, what's this?" said Fate. "Gerard's doing a checkup?" Then it felt like a hot nail was being driven into the center of his skull. He howled, fists clenching. "And done," said Gerard. He checked the readings on the instrument as Dorian keeled over, gasping. Gerard Jr. gurgled in satisfaction, the mean little turd. "Oh, is that necessary?" Dorian croaked. "I've been hit with torture devices less painful." "No, not strictly," said Gerard, wiping down his instrument. "We could have done a simple nasal swab, but it would have been slightly less precise. In matters of health, we should always seek the best evaluations." "Ah, as expected. Your levels are perfectly normal." "Thanks," hissed Dorian. "Of course. It's my pleasure to help, sir," said Gerard without a hint of irony. He even gave a little bow. Said Fate, unsure. "May I come in? Is now a good time?" "Go on," sighed Dorian. The flying carpet scooted astride inside. Fate wore a conflicted look, which put Dorian instantly on guard. Fate's default expression was beaming. Fate's confliction was anyone else's distraught. "I come bearing news. News good and bad. First, the good. I've just had a very pleasant chat with your brother, Dorian. He seems to be in good spirits." "Shame." "Eh?" "Apologies. Go on." Yes. The bad news is what he said. Namely, that we appear to be in a bit of a pickle. Jez has found new strength. He's resorted to torturing the God Kings under his possession." Fate swallowed. "Including your brother. I'm sorry." Dorian was silent for a few seconds. "On the one hand," he said at last, "it's my brother. Let's be honest, he sort of deserves it. I mean, the man has no sense of humor. On the other," his voice grew tight. "Jez, What a fucking ass, eh? Most uncouth of him, said Gerard with a frown. Hu Yi suspects he'll soon resort to killing his prisoners outright. Fate shuddered. That, and he also suspects Jez will launch a ruthless counterattack on Salieris imminently. Friends, we have entered a new stage of this war. Before our enemy had some civility. Now we must take extra care and move extra fast. He tapped his interspatial ring and produced a scroll out of thin air. Which also means your mission will need to operate on a tighter timeline than we had first agreed on. 8 bodies you must retrieve. I shall portal you within 10,000 li of each body. In the meantime, the rest of us shall be making a fervent push to reach the labyrinth, Jez's stronghold here in hell. We would be most obliged if you could portal back to meet us there for the final shove. At full strength, that is. So, how long do we have? At the latest, 3 moons, said Fate. We'll have arrived at Jez's stronghold by then. We have driven him back, demolished much of his presence on this plane. We must not give him adequate time to regroup. 3 moons, huh? Dorian scratched his head. For 8 bodies? Not a lot of time. I know, and I'm sorry to put it on you, but we truly have no choice. And, well, Fate smiled weakly. If anyone can manage it, it's you. Here are your weapons for the journey. This scroll has a map of the bodies. This interspatial ring contains all the fate strings, labeled properly. They shall shuttle you between the planes and back here once you're all done. And he handed the treasures over, a little tearful. If it means anything, I believe in you. Oh, it means the world, said Dorian. What he said, but in a non-sarcastic manner, said Gerard. Lovely, said Fate. I knew I could count on you. Fate turned to leave, but he stopped in the doorway. Ah, I nearly forgot. Your brother insisted I ask you a question. What? He told me to ask you, what is the purpose of footwork? Seriously, he's literally in prison 1,000,000 li away, and he's still on my ass about my training. He was rather insistent you answer, said Fate, looking embarrassed for him. Dorian rolled his eyes. Well, Gerard, what do you think? Gerard frowned. The textbook answer, I believe, would have something to do with controlling space, keeping balance, creating momentum, and controlling distance. Almost, but your answer is incomplete. The point of footwork is to fulfill the first condition of those so-called Hu Yi's principles of combat. The purpose of footwork, and all movement techniques, is about positioning, of course. It is about putting yourself in the optimal place to attack or defend relative to your opponent. Excellent, beamed Fate. That is nearly word for word what he said. He instructed I give you a gift if you got it right. Namely... Fate drifted over and patted him on the head. Dorian's cheek twitched a little. He says to imagine it's from him, and he says he's glad all that drilling was not for naught. And to come visit him already, he grows bored of waiting for you. The most annoying part was, Dorian could vividly imagine the bastard's smirking face as he said it. 1 day later. Dorian was released from the wards the next morning. Gerard had done all the necessary preparations, naturally. All the resources they'd need were on an interspatial ring on his finger. There was another ring he gave to Dorian, which contained the exact same materials, just in case. Always best to be certain. Then they set off to pick up the last member of their party, who'd been missing all this time. Neither of them had heard from her in a week. Where is she? Said Dorian. I'm not sure, but I can hazard a guess, said Gerard. They shared a glance, and then, as one, started marching toward a thin streak of smoke in the distance. The kitchens. Sure enough, there was a figure on the floor of the mess tent. Oh. They found Sun collapsed on her side, twitching lightly. She'd taken on a vaguely spherical shape. Her stomach had bloated to thrice its normal size, and there were so many sauces smeared on her face, a cluster of orcs were using it to dip their chips. Sun didn't seem to mind. By the look in her eyes, her body was there, but her brain was on some other plane. But she lit up when she saw Dorian and Gerard draw near. "Oh, hey," she waved. "What happened to you?" said Gerard. "Are you quite all right?" "I don't remember," mumbled Sun. She burped. "Let me think." She scrunched her face in. There was a brief silence. "Ah," she grinned. 3 days ago I started eating, and then I didn't stop. I was trying to test my limits, I think. I'm still digesting." "It was very impressive," commented one of the orcs. "She ate a small civilization's worth of food." "We orcs have a tradition of giving nicknames to creatures worthy of great respect," said another. "We have bestowed upon her the title Creator of Famines." "Huzzah!" roared the bunch, toasting her. "Huzzah!" cheered Sun. "Sorry to bother, O Creator, but duty awaits." Dorian dragged her unceremoniously to her feet. Gerard offered her a handkerchief, which she wiped her face off with, to the orc's loud displeasure. "Thanks," said Sun. "I think a day or two and I'll be normal. Where to?" "The Dragon Realm, where all the great dragon bloodlines originated, including my own, and where the great dragon clans still situate their ancestral homes, and where I made a fairly significant mess a few thousand years ago." He winced, recalling the state he'd left the place in. "Last I was there, I was told in no uncertain terms never to return. Well, told is a gentle way of putting it. I made, how should I put it, significant impact, I think. It was in my life as Salus Godhunter, and, well, let's just say I lived up to the name." "Oh, no," said Sun, wide-eyed. "You were naughty." "Very. In any case, it's been, 6, 7 millennia since then? Surely they've put it all behind them, rebuilt, and moved on." "The residents of Dragon Realm mark their time in 2 eras," supplied Gerard. "Before Salus and after Salus. This year is 6413 AS, I believe." "Ah." "Each year children make sugar sculptures of Salus, which they burn and eat." He paused. "There are crueler holidays of a similar ilk, but I will spare you the details, sire. I would not want to hurt you." Dorian nailed him with a long stare. "Anyway," a tap of the interspatial ring, and 3 glowing threads of fate appeared in his palm. Emerald strings, frayed at one end. The other end vanished in thin air. It led to a realm far, far away. Let's definitely not mention we are in any way searching for, or related to, the body of Salus Godhunter. Each of them gave their string a tug, and they were off. 250. The Godhunter, 2. It had been a while since he'd last visited the Dragon Realm, but despite the sour terms on which he'd left, he found himself eager to visit again. No one did grand like the dragons. Their plane was the most mountainous in all the multiverse, and they made the most of it. If you saw a peak, you could bet a dragon had made it its home. Carved deep tunnels into it, tunnels spilling with gold and silver and crystals and elixirs, technique manuals galore. If a dragon valued it, or knew it was valuable to anyone else, it stole it. A greedy yet straightforward folk dragons were, and proud as all hells, too. No one preened over their multiversal rankings more. Their whole society was stratified by power. Literally, the stronger the dragon, the higher on the mountain they made their nest, and the strongest on the mountain was made the mountain lord. Only they got to carve into the mountain itself, and they made the dragons who lived on their peaks pay tribute. Even the peaks were stratified, lesser lords ruled lower peaks, and on and on. Some peaks got so big they rivaled continents on lesser realms, peaks with tens of millennia of mostly bloody history. Their sculptures, Dorian recalled, were astonishing, sometimes so large you could mistake them for mountains themselves. Made sense since dragons were so handy with those big, curved claws, as good at carving up flesh as they were stone. There was no sensation when Dorian yanked on his fate thread. He was one place, and then he was another, as if he hadn't moved, as if he'd been there all along. The dragon realm. He grinned, and the more he looked, the more his grin frayed at the edges. It was not quite as he remembered it. The most obvious difference was the sky, not that proud orange-red, but all gold, slightly pulsing. It marked a realm Jez had fully conquered. And then there were the peaks. Fate had spat them out mid-air, giving them a broad view of the mountains all about them. But they weren't mountains. They were 9/10ths of a mountain. Then they abruptly cut off, giving way to flat plateaus, like someone had cut off the peak. Ah, that someone, Dorian remembered with a wince, had been him. "Huh, what's up with those mountains?" said Sun, perched on Gerard's shoulder. "Back when I was Salus, I executed a slash," said Dorian. "It was meant to chop the Dragon King's head off. And it did, only it chopped a lot of other stuff off, too. I may have slightly underestimated my strength." They drifted over a peak. No smoke coming off it. Another oddity. Was its lord not home? Fate said his threads would deposit us on the right plane. Dorian consulted his map. It worked like a blood probe. It drew a radius where it felt his body's aura strongest, and his dot was certainly within that radius. We should be within 10,000 li of the right place. "Shall we ask the locals if they've noticed anything irregular of late? Perhaps they will know the precise location," said Gerard. "I imagine a God King body dropping from the sky is rather difficult to miss." As they neared the peak, Dorian sensed no aura drifting off it, not within the mountain nor atop it. "It appears this peak is empty," said Gerard. "If there was a Dragon Lord, they would have come charging out to challenge us by now, I expect. They never did like trespassers." "What about that one?" Sun pointed to its neighbor. That one was empty too. "Weird," said Dorian. "Last I recall, these peaks were teeming with dragons." "Sir," said Gerard, "you left the realm in rather a shambles, as you recall. After the year of your rampage, their population dropped by nearly 30%, mostly males." "Well, yes, but it's been millennia. Surely they've recovered by now." "On the contrary, the dragon population has only declined since then." "How?" "You waged war against the Dragon King, sir, who made his home atop Mount Tai. That was tantamount to waging war on the realm itself. For 2 decades you burned their spirit crop, set a vicious plague amongst livestock, and sent a scourge of pests to make certain their best land could no longer support spirit herbs. You then scalded and salted the land and trashed the great library of Tai, which held all draconic knowledge of artificing and alchemy until then on their great stone pictographic tablets, incidentally a lost marvel of engineering. This has, I believe, had the equivalent of sending dragonkind back to the Bronze Age. And then you set about massacring all who stood in your path," said Gerard. "Among them the Dragon Realm's best and brightest." "I did?" It sounded rather excessive now he heard it laid out before him. "I must confess it's been a while. It's rather hazy in my memory. Probably because he hadn't thought much about it at all for thousands of years. It is all recorded in great detail in Thaddeus's scintillating volume, The Complete History of the Dragon Realm, Volume 9, The Salus Calamity, which stretches to modern day, incidentally. Ah, yes, those tablets. It was coming back to him in vague chunks. Those were valuable? I broke them because I liked how it sounded. In my defense, they had this satisfying crunch to them, and I was quite drunk. It was in the post-war festivities, you see. Gerard did not look particularly impressed. A great number of dragons declared their realm too ruined, or simply fled the realm to avoid your wrath. This begun the great draconic diaspora. All right, we get it, sighed Dorian. Long story short, there's a lot fewer dragons here. You were very naughty, commented Sun. She waggled a carrot she was munching at him. They soon happened upon a mountain with smoke curling out the top. A god's aura curled out with it, not even a particularly strong one at that. Why's it so weak? Muttered Dorian. In my day, a peak lord was at least at the top of God, usually Empyrean. According to Thaddeus, you plundered most of the dragon's hoards quite thoroughly in your time here, sir, said Gerard. The rest, the most valuable cultivation techniques and treasures and so forth, left with the great draconic diaspora. I should just stop asking questions, shouldn't I? Grumbled Dorian. I have a bone to pick with this Thaddeus fellow. He makes it sound like everything wrong with the dragon realm is my fault. Is it? Said Sun, looking genuinely curious. Well, yes, but it's rather rude of him to point it out. Trespassers! Who goes there? The voice rasped, but it still had that dragon's throaty boom. A great craggy head poked out from between two stones, smoke spurting from its nostrils, its yellow eyes narrowed. They promptly widened as they took in Gerard's Empyrean aura and Dorian and Sun's peak god auras besides. That is to say, what can this one do for you? We're looking for a giant object that landed here recently, said Dorian. Also, where you keep your tastiest treats? Sun piped in. Shush, child. We'll get to you later. First, giant object. Probably fell out of the sky, has a god king's aura. Have you heard of it? Ah, yes. This one has. It dipped its head. There was quite some scuffling over who claimed possession of it, as this one recalls. But it was above this one's stratum. This one hears on the wind that it was taken by those loyal to Jez. Shit. And where have they taken it? Said Gerard. The dragon jerked its head east. As far as Dorian could tell, there was nothing there save for 1,000 other peaks jutting over a fluffy floor of cloud cover. Which peak? Not those. It jerked its head in the same direction. Now that Dorian squinted, he could make out the blurry outline of a peak rising over them all, so far away he wasn't sure if it was real. He had a sinking feeling he knew exactly which peak this dragon referred to. You have eyes, but you cannot see Mount Tai, the dragon snorted. Mount goddamned Tai. That great hunk Dorian remembered vividly. If memory serves, said Gerard slowly, Mount Tai is the home of the serving Dragon King. That would be him and his legions. Would you kindly give us an estimation of their strengths? How many Empyreans they've got? God Kings, perhaps? How many more questions must I answer before you leave? Said the dragon crossly. Gerard blinked. Sun reached over to give Dorian a poke. Do dragons taste good? Can we eat it? They have at their disposal the Dragon King, who is a God King, and a few dozen warriors of Empyrean strength at my best estimation, the dragon said quickly. It tried to show what it must have thought was a winning smile, but it only managed to look hungry. A fair effort, but its biology let it down. There were just too many bared, sharp teeth. A God King and a dozen Empyreans. The Dragon King was ranked in the top 30 among God Kings too, and they were holed up in a stronghold of a peak that was one of the few things here Dorian could clearly recall, mostly because it had been such a pain in the ass to breach. How were they to manage this? 251. The God Hunter. 3. Sun chewed thoughtfully on her carrot. So, heist? Again? Not this time. I signed a pact with fate, unfortunately, Dorian sighed. In return for his help, we're not only retrieving my bodies, we also have to destroy Jez's infinity hearts on the plains along the way, and if his forces are headquartered at Mount Tai, you can bet the heart's there too. There's a very slim chance we can steal an object with a God King's aura out from under their noses, but we're certainly not destroying the source of their power on this plane without them noticing. So we actually need to beat them? Like, in a fight? Unless you've got a better idea, it's looking like it. Sun wrinkled her nose like she'd just smelled something rotten. How will we do that? Not a clue, said Dorian. Why don't you come up with something? Isn't planning your thing? Well, yeah, but I need information, and resources, and time, and that's a God King and a dozen Empyreans. That's a lot. She scratched her head. But I guess I can give it a shot. Be right back. She squeezed shut her eyes, scrunched up her face, and went perfectly still. You! Intruders! Beneath, the dragon let out a spark-filled snort. Dorian had forgotten it was still there. What? You mean to take on those bastards on Mount Tai? Wait! Sun's eyes snapped open. You're not a fan of this Dragon King? A fan? Ha! That so-called Dragon King dipped his head to an outsider, without an ounce of dragon's blood in him. Not regal blood, no common blood, not even Drake. Nothing! The dragon spat out a puff of fiery disgust. No, he's turned his back on the old ways. Not a mote of dragon's pride left in him. He's no king of mine. Imagine that, Dorian whistled. I remember old Snarltooth. That stubborn bastard wouldn't yield to me when I had him dead to rights. Now he grovels to Jez. Guess time really has dulled him. Snarltooth, said the dragon. You've not been around these parts lately, have you? He's not been the Dragon King for years. Then who is? Scraggletooth, that feckless brother of his. Sold out Snarltooth to Jez the first chance he got. Now he's king like he always wanted, only he spends every waking breath kowtowing to an outsider. It isn't done. No, it isn't. Not at all, said Sun agreeably. He sounds awful. She was cooking something up. Dorian could tell by that cheeky grin slowly spreading across her face. He knew since he wore it all too often. I never did like that Scraggletooth, the dragon declared. He seemed like he had a lot to get off its chest and was happy ranting at pretty much anyone. Always seemed the slimy type, and now he's forcing the rest of us to join that cabal of Jez's and give up our powers to them. And if we refuse, like most any self-respecting dragon has, why, we've got to pay tribute. 1/10 of our hordes. It's intolerable. It's tyrannical. He gnashed his teeth. You can't even spread your wings these days without Jez's say-so. What a buffoon, a scoundrel, a mean man, agreed Sun, pounding her fist. Someone should really do something about that guy, and his goons. Say, he's only got a God King and few dozen Empyreans, you said? That's my guess. What's it to you? How many other dragons are there about, do you think? Ones who might feel the same way you do?
What do I look like to you? A fortune-teller? The dragon snorted.
Quite the snorter, this one, and Dorian could hardly blame it. If Dorian's snorts brought out giant clouds of sparks, he'd snort all the time, too.
Do you see a scrying glass lying about?
That was the thing with dragons. Their egos not only huge, but also made of rubber. Squash them down for a few minutes, and they'd bounce right back. Just give me a guess. Pretty please, said Sun. The dragon eyed her, then Dorian and Gerard. Gerard quirked a brow, then flared his Empyrean aura. The dragon made the sensible choice.
There are a few hundred gods, maybe, out and about, and a dozen or two Empyreans. I hear the folks up in the glassy mountains.
Here he jerked his head at an icy range beneath a clump of sleeting clouds.
Are snorting up a cloud over it.
Muttered Sun. Interesting. She exchanged a glance, and Dorian caught her meaning instantly. So, what do you think? She asked. Not bad, he said. Could work. His wings blew out to either side of him, stretching to their full size like masts in the wind. At the same time, Dorian flared his torch dragon aura, let it out in full, his fourth form torch dragon aura. The dragon gasped.
Ah!
His eyes were instantly reverent.
It's a torch dragon, regal bloodline.
That was the dragon's term for a legendary bloodline. Only a handful qualified, and Dorian's was among the rarest. Only with a regal bloodline could one qualify to become a dragon king.
And of such maturity, such purity.
He swallowed.
This one suspected you were of kindred blood, but this one did not think. This one has eyes but cannot see Mount Tai.
Then it beat its head madly against the ground, showering gravel everywhere.
Please, forgive this one. This one was foolish. This one was blind.
No need for that, laughed Dorian. Please rise. I'm not here to punish anyone, or lord myself over anyone for that matter. I'm not Jez. On the contrary, actually. He winked at Sun, and she threw him a thumbs up. I'm here to save you.
What?
My name is Dorian, and as you have felt, I am your kin. It's so saddened me to hear of the many oppressions Jez has inflicted upon you of the dragon realm, he sighed. In truth, the realm from which I come, Hell, has suffered his attacks too. It's horrible.
Horrible,
wailed the dragon. But in my realm, we've managed to rout his forces, beat them back, and we are even now marching on his capital. Dorian spread his arms. Now I've come with my companions to liberate this realm too.
You have?
And he thrust out Fate's map. This was given to me by old man Fate himself, the leader of the multiversal resistance. He shook it out and held it up for all to see. Motes of Fate's laws, green and soft, swirled gently above it like drifting snowflakes.
Ah,
croaked the dragon. It was on his mandate that I came here. Now he had this dragon hooked. His mouth hung wide open, leaking trickles of smoke out the edges. It was time to reel him in. Like a god descending to grace mortal soil, Dorian flew down. Gently did it. He gave the dragon ample time to soak in the majestic sight, his majestic aura, his majestic smile, even. And then he reached out a finger and pointed it straight at the dragon's head like it was being specially chosen. The awestruck dragon ate it up. It was dribbling a little slobber as he drew near. "What is your name?" boomed Dorian.
This one is called Greenscale, cried the dragon.
Greenscale, Greenscale, said Dorian, like he was some judge weighing the syllables. He nodded as though he found them worthy. He flared his bloodline, and the dragon nearly keeled over. This close, it must have felt overwhelming. "Will you join us on our quest to liberate this realm from Jez's tyrannical rule?" "And also find a delicious treat for Sun," Sun added, her voice a little squeak in the wind. "That part's important too."
"Yes,"
cried Greenscale. His eyes were watery. "Then welcome, Brother Greenscale, to the Resistance," said Dorian. He swept his arm out in one grand gesture. "We shall sweep across to the glassy mountains." Where were the darn things again? Gerard gently moved his arm to point at the correct mountain range. Ah, yes. Icy peaks, sleety clouds. "To the glassy mountains," Dorian continued unperturbed. "And then to its neighbors, and their neighbors, gathering strength along the way, gathering all those true dragons who would never bow their heads. And then, our warriors in tow, we shall march on Mount Tai itself and liberate this realm for good. We shall show that Jez bastard that he can never keep down a dragon's fighting spirit." It had been a while since Dorian had played the maniacal cult leader. That speech was pretty rusty. Still, it was only a first draft, and he figured he'd have many a chance to revise it as they went about drumming up a force. Rough as it was, it still seemed to move Greenscale. The dragon trembled. "To the Resistance!" whooped Sun. She gave a little fist pump.
"To the Resistance!"
cried Greenscale, and burst into tears.
"I also support this movement," said Gerard. "I will distribute pamphlets if necessary."
"Excellent." Dorian pointed at the glassy mountains, the correct ones this time. "Off, then, to gather more kindred spirits." And so their party got a fourth member. "And so those dragons who refuse to surrender, who snort at tyranny, and who kowtow to no one, shall show those bastards on Mount Tai who truly rules the dragon realm." Revision 2 was a little more soul-stirring, but too wordy still. Refuse to surrender and kowtow to no one were basically the same thing. Still, 3 white-scaled dragons of the glassy range seemed practically ready to go into battle for him then and there. A fourth, an Empyrean dragon with a shaggy mane shot through with ice, was not so easily convinced.
I don't know you," he grunted. "And you are but a god. How are you meant to defeat Scraggletooth?"
"Ah, but I am not just any god." Dorian whipped out his Spirit Pavilion ranking crystal. "I am the #1 ranked god in the multiverse. Ignore the username. And this—" He tossed the crystal to Gerard, who caught it with one hand. The other held up a parasol that neatly repelled all the sleet. Now a new number flashed above the crystal. "Is the 7th ranked Empyrean in the multiverse. Both of us have fought and won against God Kings before."
Said Shaggymane. "I don't know."
"And the numbers will be on our side. A God King is formidable alone, but he is but one God King with but a handful of Empyreans. How many gods will we storm him with? How many Empyreans? But even if the battle may be fraught and the enemy strong, is that any excuse to bow your head? To flee with your tail between your legs like some beaten dog?" "No!" cried Sun.
"No!"
cried Greenscale.
"No!"
cried the 3 ice dragons.
"I should hardly think so,"
said Gerard mildly. Which was how they got the dragons of the glassy mountains on board, too. Dorian was pleasantly surprised how smooth it was going. His words and Sun's well-timed cheerleading made for a nice 1-2 punch. Dorian the Liberator. Dorian the Savior. Imagine that. Of course, fate being the heinous bitch it was, their next encounter turned quite violent. 252. The God Hunter 4. Dorian stood atop the glassy mountains and squinted into the distance. The sun peeked over the horizon, pinking a sea of fluffy clouds. Mountain peaks poked through them. There was a nub of a mountain peppered with tiny sakura trees. There was a mountain right out of a classical painting, dotted with bonsai trees, with a pretty blue stream winding from top to bottom. There were mountains spurting fire, mountains belching smog, mountains pimpled with crystals and riddled with greenery. You could bet the dragon living in each of them had a law that matched. "Where to next?" said Sun. Dorian carefully considered the lot. "What about that one?" One mountain that towered over the rest of them. It looked like a mound of giant thorns glued together with tar, and slivers of smoke slithered around it. "I don't know," said Sun with a frown. "Looks villainous." "It is the tallest mountain around, and we're raising an army, aren't we? We'll need strong fighters."
"Excuse me," said Greenscale.
Ever since Dorian recruited him, the dragon had gone from brash to fawning.
"But that's Mount Death, home to the notorious Slick Claw. This one humbly suggests we pass."
The glassy mountain dragons nodded their agreement.
"He's a bully, that Slick Claw. Worse than 1,000 Li, always spoiling for a fight," said one. "Plus, he's ranked in the top 100 among Empyreans. He can be very nasty."
"Top 100 among Empyreans, you say?" Dorian said, grinning. "We'll need a lot of Empyreans if we're to storm Mount Tai, as many as we can get. Let's pay this Slick Claw a visit, eh? Can't hurt." The worried looks the dragons shot each other told him what they thought of that sentiment. Still, Dorian forged on ahead, and the rest of them scrambled to follow. This time there was no need for any prodding. Slick Claw came out to get him. There was a crash and a shower of stone as its head broke through its mountain peak. Then it bellowed, glaring, and hauled the rest of its body through. Slick Claw might have been the biggest dragon Dorian had seen in this life. His head alone dwarfed his whole body. The dragon steamed laws of death. He had a great black body, blackened further by swaths of scar tissue, and 2 great white wings spread like giant cobwebs. He was missing an eye and a leg and half of his teeth, but Dorian had no doubt that if those gnashing jaws snapped shut around him, they'd get the job done just the same. Slick Claw took in their strange procession, his expression curdling from disgruntled to downright nightmarish.
"What the fuck is this?"
he boomed. "Greetings, Slick Claw," said Dorian. Up went the torch dragon aura. Up went his smile, warm and wide like they were old friends. "My name is Dorian of Torch Dragon blood, and I'm here to help the wronged dragons of the Dragon Realm strike back at that horrible slaver Jez. I and my compatriots are currently gathering recruits, and I've heard your name brought up as a great candidate."
"Me?"
"My friends here say you're among the fiercest of the dragons, the proudest, never one to give up that Slick Claw, never one to bow down, not to Jez or anyone else. We could use your fighting spirit." It was his best speech so far, but Slick Claw did not seem very taken with it. Nor was he much impressed by Dorian's bloodline, nor with his aura, or even his winning smile.
"Huh!"
It was like a thunderclap from Slick Claw's throat, so loud Dorian saw a few heads poke out from neighboring peaks to see what the fuss was about.
"Is this meant to be a joke?"
Slick Claw issued a snort to rival Greenscale's best.
"You 4 pipsqueaks and this god whelp want to bring down Jez?"
"We may not look like much now," said Sun, "but you just wait. Once we're done recruiting—"
"Ha! Ha! Ha! Ha!"
Slick Claw laughed,
and laughed and wouldn't stop laughing. Lots of heads poked out now. "Funny, funny little monkey." Slickclaw licked his lips. "Let me tell you what is going to happen. You will run around this realm with your parade of fools. You will pick up more fools as you go, and you will run up against Mount Tai and its 100-cannon fleet, and its walls of black steel, and its arrays, which no dragon has broken for 10,000 years, and you shall break like wind against the mountainside." Their troop was still bubbling with honeymoon optimism. It was rather rude of Slickclaw to sprinkle in that other, much more likely possibility. And now Greenscale and the others shuffled uncomfortably behind him. That was the trouble with crowds. They were easily swayed one way, but the same went for the other way, too. Dorian got the sudden strong urge to beat the shit out of this Slickclaw fellow. Not out of anger, mind you. But the neat thing about arguments between cultivators was the winner was not really the one who made more sense. Slickclaw could produce an ironclad treatise listing 10,000 ways this resistance was a stupid idea, and as long as Dorian beat him up, then laughed at him, then humiliated him, then violated his corpse in amusing ways, his followers would cheer him on more than if he'd produced the most magnificent argument the multiverse had ever seen. It was the first rule of debate. Your argument is invalid if I can beat you up. Also, it would be quite fun, and the easy thing to do. They might even get a few recruits from the onlookers that way. But, then again, he wasn't alone. This wasn't a solo run. There were actual consequences to his actions this time, and it was sadly not simply about him and his whims anymore. Fate had saddled the burden of a movement on him, and if he was to give this resistance the best shot of success, there were probably better, more diplomatic ways. It hardly did his whole "I'm here to help the little guy" thing any favors if he went around beating up any little guys who disagreed with him. So, stifling a sigh, Dorian plastered on that winning smile again. Or a smile, at any rate. It appeared to be winning very little from Slickclaw. "I understand your scorn, Slickclaw," he said. "Frankly, if I saw some ragtag bunch of dragons dreaming of challenging the rulers of the realm, I'd laugh them off too. Our cause may be just, but what's the point if none of us can make it a reality?" Slickclaw considered him with a lazy eye. "If you know this," he breathed, "why the fuck are you still here?" "Because we may be more than meets the eye," said Dorian simply. He said it as much to the dragon before him as the dozen dragons that were drawing closer and closer, curious who this impetuous little fellow was who dared to challenge Slickclaw. Step 1, establish credibility. For instance, he tossed his ranking crystal to Gerard, who caught it with a flick of the wrist, and with the same hand displayed his Empyrean ranking. A few gasps from those nearby. It wasn't every day, or every year, or even every century you came face to face with a top-ranking Empyrean. "This is Gerard," said Dorian. Slickclaw pulled back, hissing and narrowing his eye like it had just been struck by a light that was a little too bright. "Ranked 7th among Empyreans in this multiverse, and he is my servant." "Greetings," said Gerard, waving. You may be wondering, why is it that Gerard, a creature of such a caliber, is a servant to me, a mere god? Gerard tossed back the crystal, and Dorian caught it with an open palm, let its number 1 ranking show for all to see. "Because I am Dorian, the first-ranked god in this multiverse. We alone can challenge that coward of a dragon king. But we will not be alone. We will have at our sides all those brave dragons, true of heart, who are sick of bowing their heads to that tyrant up in Tai." "Hear, hear," said Sun. A few murmurs echoed her. who are sick of being forced to give up 1/10 of their hoards, a full 1/10 to that scoundrel. More murmurs of agreement. Who are sick of living under a golden sky. An outsider has already come to the Dragon Realm once. His name was Salus Godhunter, and it was due to him that you live in mountains with no peak. Angry murmurs. Now a second outsider has come, thinking the Dragon Realm is easy pickings. Will you let Jez do the same once more? Friends, I can tell you the Torch Dragon ancestor would have never put up with such a thing, nor the venerable ancestors of any of your bloodlines. He was riffing now, not really sure what he was saying, but he could tell the crowd was into it. "And where are they now?" asked Slickclaw, shaken but still defiant. "Dead, slain by Salus. Dead, fighting for what they believed in, fighting with the true spirit of the dragon. You can wound our flesh, but you can never put out the fires in our hearts." "That's right," cried Sun. He even got a few shouts at that. "You're one to talk. Aren't you an outsider too?" spluttered Slickclaw. "I'm a descendant of those true dragons, just as you. In fact, of purer blood than you, friend Slickclaw. And you are right. I am a product of the great draconic diaspora, just as so many of us dragons in the multiverse are." A diaspora he'd learned about 10 minutes ago, incidentally, but he spoke teary-eyed and wobbly-voiced like it was something as dear to his heart as family. "Do you know what they say out there in the multiverse? They say that the great age of the dragon is past. They say that the dragon realm is but a husk, doomed to be a plaything for foreigners' whims." Snorts, cries, gnashing of teeth. "But I have returned, because I do not believe that. I believe that the dragon realm can rise again, that the spirit of our proud ancestors yet remains in our blood, that all it takes is for those who still believe in the might of the dragon to rise again, as one, and seize back what was once ours." "To the dragon realm!" cried Sun, shaking a tiny fist. "To the dragon realm!" went the roars. Dorian wagered they'd just gotten at least a half-dozen sign-ups in one fell swoop. He gave himself a mental pat on the back. With how he was speaking, he nearly convinced himself he was out to do some good for the realm. Slickclaw could only gape, leaking smoke like a chimney whose fire had almost gone out. You, he swallowed. "You've got pretty words, little dragonoid. I shall give you that. But words are all they are. I have yet to see any evidence you can back them up. You may have tricked all these fools with that crystal tossing of yours, but for all we know, that crystal was a counterfeit." "Perhaps. But a fourth-form regal bloodline is harder to counterfeit, wouldn't you say?" said Dorian. "But I take your meaning. You wish to see evidence. Shall we make a bet, then, friend Slickclaw?" "Name it." "I hear you are an Empyrean ranked in the top 100 in the multiverse. Are you not?" said Dorian. "I am but a god, as you say. Give me your strongest strike. I will put up no defense to it. Not a shield, not a technique, nothing. If I can receive it, you'll join our cause. If not, well, naturally, I'll be forced to stop bothering you on account of my being dead. What do you say?" And Dorian knew he had him. 253. The God Hunter, 5. "What is this?" snapped Slickclaw. "You would mock me, little dragonoid?" "Not at all." Dorian smiled like the Buddha himself. He spread his arms. "Go on. Have at it." Slickclaw stared at him for a few heartbeats, and Dorian got the sense the dragon was trying to decide whether Dorian had something up his sleeve, or if he was simply an idiot. Then Slickclaw breathed out a cloud of smoke, lips curling to a nasty grin, and it was evident which of the two he landed on. "Very well. said Slickclaw, voice soft as a snake's hiss. "I will play this little game of yours." He raised that cobweb wing of his, and its bony white edges boiled over with black laws of death. Dorian politely let it rise to a frothing peak. He even stuck out his neck as the wing screamed down like an executioner's blade. There was a savage gleam in Slickclaw's eyes. The dragon wouldn't be satisfied with half measures, a head left hanging by its gristles. No, he was swinging to shoot Dorian's head into the sun. "Heavenly annihilation! Wing of frenzied death!" screamed Slickclaw. There was a clang, shocking crackling, a wash of hot air, and air electric with charged chi. The spectators shielded their eyes, coughed, and turned away. Someone cried out. But then it was done, and everyone's eyes turned back, wide and shocked, to find Dorian's neck without a blemish. It was Slickclaw who cradled his wing, tears prickling at his massive eye. "Fuck!" he roared. Dorian got the sense it was either that or whimpering. "Well, that's that, everyone." Dorian held out a hand. "Welcome to the Resistance, Brother Slickclaw." Slickclaw's face twisted. "This, that, No, I do not accept this. You've tricked me." "How so?" "You made it appear as if, no, I was not ready. That is all. One more, again." He must have thought Dorian would protest. Surely this would have given him a way out. But of course, Dorian didn't. He tapped at his lip, pretended to think, and shrugged. "Please, be my guest." It was hard for a tar-black dragon to look pale, but Slickclaw managed it. He licked his teeth, flexed his wing, shuffled his weight on either leg, did a whole lot of squinting, working himself up to the task, trying to fan up some courage, maybe. He took so long he attracted a few boos from the dragons gathered about. Then his teeth gritted, and that was that. Another wing clanged down on Dorian's neck. This time Slickclaw couldn't suppress a howl, then a most undragon-like whimper. Again, here was a crossroads. It would be so easy to stomp this Slickclaw into the dirt. So natural, and the dragon was in position for it, too, head bent over, neck curved in perfect stomping position. Dorian's foot got an itch just thinking about it. But that was no way to make friends. And friends, Dorian begrudgingly admitted, were valuable. "Actually, Brother Slickclaw, I must commend you." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sun give him a thumbs up. "Truthfully, those were some formidable strikes. Very few Empyreans, and certainly no gods, could have taken them as I have. But I have taken the blows of god-kings on these wings." It would have seemed an outlandish claim before that little demonstration. Now the crowd nodded along. "Rest assured, friends, I can take the blows of that fake King Scraggletooth, too. Now, Brother Slickclaw, what do you say? We could use those wings of yours." Slickclaw tongued his teeth, hesitant. "You are strong, Dragonoid," he admitted. "That I will give you." He looked like he needed just a little pushing. "That dragon guy made you pay 10% of your hoard, didn't he?" shouted Sun. "Think of all the gold he's got stuffed up there, all the treasures, and also all the delicious treats. Go with us. Think about it. If we take Mount Tai, all that's ours." It took a few breaths of gnashing and sucking and squinting for Slickclaw to come around to it. But when he did, a slow, rather evil-looking smile crept across his face. "Very well, then, Dragonoid Dorian," he said. "I will play this little game of yours." "To the Resistance!" cried Sun. "To the Resistance!" roared everyone else. Sun cackled. She slapped one of the glassy dragons on the leg.
They had a little back and forth, and the dragon snorted and slapped her back, which promptly sent her flying head over heels into a faceplant. She bounced up, grinning through a faceful of mud, and struck a pose, drawing a circle of laughs. Everywhere she went, she had a way with creatures. She got them, somehow, knew just what to say to tickle them, to rouse them, to cheer them up, to get them on her side. And most seemed to like her back. Dorian suspected it had something to do with her being genuine and friendly and kind and overall a rather decent person, which, now that he thought about it, went a long way to explaining why he'd never managed to pick up the trait. Still, his rabble-rousing and her people skills made for a winning combo. At this rate, they'd be storming Mount Tai in a week. 2 days later. The fortress atop Mount Tai was so high up you had to breach not one, but 2 cloud layers to get there. It was the peak above all peaks, which was symbolically resonant, but practically annoying, Scraggletooth always felt. It made looking down at the rest of the realm nigh impossible. You could only see the little folk on unusually clear days. But who needed them when he had all he could ever wish for up here? Scraggletooth's sleek form was curled up on a gel sack in his garden. The garden was magnificent enough on its own, impeccably manicured, bursting with pretty spirit herbs. Vines crawled over the awnings, the trees slithered all over the floors, heavy with fat spirit grapes. You couldn't make it from one end of the garden to another without bursting a few. But the real attraction was the giggling harem of ladies lounging on either side of him, thick of tail and arm, just how he liked them, with waists so small you'd think they had no organs. Red Fang, his favorite, batted her eyes at him as she fed him a grape. Servants, eunuch drakes, milled about with bottles of wine, eyes carefully downcast. Ah! Scraggletooth let his half-lidded eyes drift shut with a satisfied groan. When he'd sold out his brother to get all this, he'd expected to feel some guilt. Thus far, not much, really. He thought he'd felt a prickling of it at one point, but it had turned out to be a mild case of indigestion.
Red Fang, would you be a dear and feed me one of those delightful ginsengs?
He ate it out of her palm, and she giggled. Why should Scraggletooth feel guilty? Guilt was a self-imposed emotion. Only idiots chose pointless self-flagellation. Scraggletooth had found the key to happiness. Anyone could be happy. Negative emotions were products of the mind, which meant they were entirely optional. Best to ignore them altogether, he felt, as he scoured the gaps in his teeth with a tiny diamond pick. Just look at him. There wasn't a thing about his life he'd change. He could float in this blissful comfort forever. One eye cracked open and glared at the sky.
Oh, bother.
What is it? Said Red Fang.
Trouble,
sighed Scraggletooth. One of his lieutenant's shadows fell across his face, the sole blemish in his perfect blue sky. Empyrean Spiketail landed in his garden in a disheveled heap, squashing 4 grapes as he did, splattering juice everywhere. He was a wiry figure, this Spiketail, with sunken eyes and wings too big for his body. Disturbing to look at. At least he had the good manners to stay out of sight most of the time. Spiketail, of course, knew Scraggletooth's opinion of his looks, as Scraggletooth brought it up to him nearly every time they spoke. It was how Spiketail knew never to present himself unless the situation was— how had Scraggletooth worded it last they spoke?
Unless the world is on fire and I am the only dragon with a bucket of water.
What is it? Drawled Scraggletooth.
Revolution!
Cried Spiketail.
Calm down, please. You're disturbing my women. Nothing is so dire that it merits a raised voice.
My lord, but, choked Spiketail, there is a dragonoid in the valleys, stirring up great trouble.
Those valley maggots, I swear. Stirring up trouble is their favorite pastime. Hardly noteworthy. But this time is serious. He's gathered 9 Empyreans to his cause, and no less than 60 gods. And my sources tell me he's only recruited from 1/3 of the realm so far. My lord, this is very, very bad." There was this desperate cracking in Spiketail's voice, which everyone had when they tried to convince Scraggletooth to do pretty much anything. Scraggletooth sighed again. It was growing readily apparent Spiketail was not going to go away on his own.
"It's 9 Empyreans. What are they going to do? Tickle me?"
Titters of polite laughter from his harem. None of them meant it, of course, but it was the appearance that mattered to Scraggletooth. "Please, my lord," said Spiketail, "I beg of you, take this seriously. This dragonoid is unusually—"
"Dragonoid?"
"Yes." Spiketail drew himself up.
"Describe him."
"He's a torch dragon who claims to be the first-ranked god in the multiverse, has a monkey and a rock companion, both in humanoid form."
"Fascinating."
It seemed Scraggletooth would need to do something about this infestation after all. How incredibly annoying.
"Send a message to our dear friend Jez. Tell him his man is here. He'll know which one. In the meantime, arm our cannons with high-grade stones. Restock the Imperial shields. Summon the rest of the guard and put them on high alert."
"Yes, sir."
"You may go." Then, as an afterthought, "And please, do consider wearing a mask next time. Your face, as you well know, is hideous. Please do not subject me to it further. It's rude."
Spiketail looked rather dejected at that. He flew off with slumped shoulders. Sighing, Scraggletooth closed his eyes and drooped his head, trying for that same posture of total repose. He couldn't quite find the right configuration for his limbs. He couldn't for the hell of him snatch back that feeling of blissful comfort. There was a strange feeling in his stomach now. He grunted. It had better be indigestion.
"The little folk, I swear, Red Fang," he grumbled. "My brother was ranked in the top 5 in the multiverse, but it is like they forget I am a top-ranking God King too. A more temperamental God King might take offense."
"It's so unfair," agreed Red Fang, feeding him yet another grape.
"With Jez's gift of power, I'm as strong as he ever was, aren't I?"
"Without a doubt."
"Yet I don't get 1/10 the respect."
"Mm-hmm." They smiled lovingly at each other. Ah, Red Fang, Red Fang. He'd stolen her from her husband. Well, executed the dragon first, so was it really stealing if it was from the dead? Then he made her play this charade. 3 of her children lay rotting in his dungeon. There used to be 4, but she'd cracked once on the act, broken into tears, screamed, "I hate you," pounded ineffectually at his chest, and so forth, which was so disturbing to the rest of his women, and indeed ruined the morning's good mood. So he'd been forced to execute one of those children, a girl of 12 years. Now Red Fang's act never cracked.
"I like to think of myself as a liberal sovereign, one who gives his subjects free rein. Yet some, it seems, mistake my laid-back temperament as weakness."
In his eyes there was a flash of coldness. Then, in a blink, back to half-lidded slothfulness.
"Another grape, my dear?"
254. The God Hunter, 6. "Who are we?" squeaked Sun at the top of her lungs. "The Resistance!" shouted Dorian. The 2 dragons flanking him did too. Then the dragons behind them in the V formation, then those farther back, until the words rippled down their whole fleet, all the way to the clumps of gods in the rear. "What do we do?" "Fly fast!" shouted Dorian. "Fight hard!" shouted the dragons in the middle. "And never surrender!" shouted the dragons at the rear. "Hurrah!" cried Sun. "Hurrah!" cried everyone else. It was a marching song Sun had spun up, and silly as it was, it helped keep up their army's good cheer these last few days. And they were starting to gain the shape of a real army. Greenscale had been made a squadron commander in charge of 8 dragons, and was overjoyed to get a hand-knitted cap from Gerard to mark it, too. Slick Claw was one of Dorian's captains. He'd taken to being the army's resident hard-ass with gusto. Sun didn't have a title, but folks seemed to listen to her anyway. Maybe she was the official mascot. She kept the troops suitably fired up, chomping for battle at a moment's notice. So far they'd snagged some 70-odd deities, and the more they got, the easier it was to snag more. A few more days and they'd finish sweeping the realm for recruits. And then it was on to Mount Tai. Gerard flew up to him. "Sir, I've discovered a possible opportunity. You'll want to listen to this." "Do tell." "You recall the dragon ancestor?" Gerard dropped his voice. "The god king Coldheart, mightiest of the elder dragons, the one you battled for 40 days and nights as Salus, and at last dealt a fatal blow." Of course. Coldheart hadn't been an endless fount of chi as some dragons were, nor was he a miracle of nature physically, but he did have a deep understanding of the Tao of ice, so deep that fighting him felt like wading 1,000 li through thick mud. Sometimes it felt like Coldheart could freeze time itself. Coldheart was particularly memorable because dragons did not usually have strong Taos. Even their god kings lacked something in comprehension when put next to peers of other species. They usually leaned on their physicality and brute chi to win fights. Gerard held up a thin volume. "It is said in the history of the Dragon Realm that Coldheart was one of the few dragons in the multiverse to be gifted a chamber of infinite time by the master artificer Rithius himself, which is a miraculous artifact, a great training tool for Tao and Chi, purportedly, but it is so much more. Time within passes differently than for those outside, and all one needs to power it is a ready supply of spirit stones. At its maximum setting, 10,000 days can equal 1 outside." That explained Coldheart's weirdly advanced Tao. "Fascinating. Fate has gifted you with the Divinity Lotus, which already enhances your Tao comprehension speed 16-fold. If paired with this chamber of infinite time and an infusion of Tao elixirs, I can probably hit Empyrean, maybe even before we assault Mount Tai. I like your thinking, and I assume you're about to tell me you know just where to get this thing. The dragon ancestor left an inheritance before he passed. It is recorded in Chapter 46, The Reconstruction, 16. According to Thaddeus, it is a matter of public knowledge in the Dragon Realm. The ancestor's inheritance is situated in an impressive temple, you see. It is said to draw dozens of visitors daily. Some even pray to Coldheart. A minor religion of some note has cropped up around it, actually. Hold on. It's been, over 7,000 years now since Coldheart left this thing? And it's public knowledge. It appears so, my liege. So we're out of luck? Dorian raised a brow. Or are you telling me that in all this time, no one has taken the inheritance? That is exactly what I am telling you. Gerard slipped out a monocle from his suit pocket, put it on, and thumbed his book open. The requirements to receive the dragon ancestor's inheritance are quite stringent, and are enforced by God King level array formations that no one has managed to crack. First, you must be of a pure, regal dragon's bloodline, and second, you must enter the ancestor's tomb and complete the trials that await you. Gerard snapped the book shut. Thus far, no one who has gone into the tomb has come back out. Dorian massaged his chin. If that chamber of infinite time is as you say, it's too good to pass up.
It can't be helped. I do feel bad killing the old coot and taking his inheritance."
"No, you don't," said Sun.
"Okay, fine. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm sure old Coldheart won't mind. It'll be for the good of the realm. But mostly myself. Usually the two are mutually exclusive, but this seems to be a happy exception. Say, how do you feel about holding things down here while I'm gone?" Sun blinked.
"Me?"
"The troops seem to like you well enough. Surely you can handle, let's say 3 days without imploding the rebellion. Just go around doing what I've been doing. We've got enough of a force here that I don't really need to be here for us to get recruits."
"But I'm me."
"And that, runt," said Dorian, nuzzling her head with his knuckles, "is precisely why you're the one who will lead. Have some faith in yourself, will you? I know I do." He was surprised to find he meant it. Underneath all that cheesy rah-rah stuff, he knew worked on her for some reason. Sun blinked again. Then her eyes shone, a little teary. She grinned.
"Yeah, actually. What am I saying? I'm Sun Wukong the Ninth. I'm awesome. I've got this. Hell yeah."
That was new.
"You won't regret this. By the time you get back, we'll have half the realm on our side."
The tomb of the dragon ancestor was half a day's flight away, going at top speed. Gerard led the way, alternating between his history tome and a book stuffed with maps. Dorian was content to follow, whistling cheerfully as they went. "What are we looking for?" asked Dorian.
"A pure white gravestone, engraved with light blue, stretching from the earth to the sky," said Gerard.
Gerard saw it first, a tower of marble the clouds seemed scared to touch. Dorian felt it next, a resonance in his spirit, like a plucked string in his heart, quivering. It wasn't that pure harmony a torch dragon artifact might elicit, but it still drew out a pleasing note in his soul, a note that stirred up that hot eagerness in Dorian's soul, that familiar desire. This was a cousin of his, also possessed of pure dragon blood, and by the feeling of it, a great deal of that blood. The gravestone was still wreathed in its proud aura. The stone had that grand aura only truly ancient things do. It seemed to say that it had been here since the dawn of time, and would be here at its twilight, too. So old that its oldness was too big for puny, godly minds to wrap around. So old their minds could only fall back on a sense of awe, of cosmic smallness as a way to make sense of it. Dorian was pretty sure it was a cosmetic effect, maybe some glamour array. Neat trick. He could see why the little folk, who were always in need of something to worship, chose it as their object. As they descended, Dorian noticed a dotting of gods prostrate at the tomb's base. There were even a few Empyreans. All were humming a low, bassy tune. The religious folk Gerard had spoken of, no doubt.
"Praise be to his august majesty, first of his name, the great ancestor,"
croaked an old dragon, who looked so withered his body seemed one long stretch of jerky, spotted in parts with cracked scales. His Empyrean aura flickered like a candle on the verge of going out. He seemed to be held upright by the sheer strength of his faith. A priest of sorts.
"Praise be,"
said the congregation. It looked a lot like what the rebellion had going on. Maybe Dorian ought to pull this priest aside after this inheritance business. Exchange notes, one cult leader to another. Dorian dropped straight into their midst.
"Praise be," he said.
Gasps, cries. Folk rippled away from him like he was a pebble tossed in a still pond. "Nice to meet you. I'm Dorian of the regal torch dragon bloodline, and I'm here to try for the dragon ancestor's inheritance. Might any of you fine fellows point me to the entrance?" He got some growls from the crowd. A few spat, which was fair. He had been rather rude, barging into their worship unannounced. The priest didn't seem fazed in the slightest by Dorian's sudden entrance.
"Young one," croaked the priest with a sigh, "do not fall prey to such whims. This request bespeaks your ignorance."
which was a little rich considering he was only of third form, meaning Dorian was at least 10 times as old as him. But he let it slide. You couldn't take things personally with these youths. They probably didn't know any better. The priest went on.
Every moon, an impetuous youth comes along, brashly requesting to challenge for the inheritance, and every moon they leave, never to return. Young one, this gravestone is our Lord Coldheart's final lesson to us all. His true inheritance is the wisdom that we creatures of the multiverse must rein in our desires, lest they lead us down dark paths.
That's certainly one interpretation, agreed Dorian. But isn't there a chamber of infinite time buried under that hunk of rock? That seems the likelier inheritance to me.
You have missed the point, growled a burly Empyrean.
Probably. I was never very good at internalizing these morsels of wisdom. But if I wish to challenge for the inheritance, that's my choice, isn't it? The dragon ancestor didn't go through the trouble of constructing it for no one to try for it.
It has been prophesied that one day the savior of the realm shall descend from the heavens and claim the ancestors' inheritance, said the priest. Until then, all who try are doomed to fail.
Oh, I never put much stock in prophecies.
You,
the priest sighed.
I can see you shall not be persuaded. Very well. Follow.
Wait. The burly Empyrean stalked up to Dorian, teeth bared.
If you wish to challenge for the inheritance, you must first get through me. If you cannot even defeat me, what hope do you— Oh!
Before he'd finished the sentence, he found himself off the ground. Dorian had picked him up before he could react, and now held the dragon overhead. Then, Dorian closed one eye, licked his thumb to test the wind, aimed, and tossed him into the sun. The dragon left a trail of screams, then a trail of vapors in the sky. He was soon a tiny dot. Don't worry, he'll come back down, Dorian promised the gaping priest. 255. The God Hunter, 7. So, said Dorian brightly, about that inheritance?
Stammered the priest. Yes, this way.
No young one this time, Dorian noted. Before they set off, a shadow stretched across them. Gerard, in rock form, bore the dragon Dorian had just chucked. He gently dumped the creature at their feet.
Are you all right? Asked Gerard to the dragon.
It nodded slowly, looking somewhat traumatized.
You seem slightly nauseous. I have an elixir that may be of use, if you'd like.
Thanks, said the dragon in a far-off voice, accepting a bubbling blue concoction with a shaking claw. Gerard nodded.
Of course, it was no trouble at all.
He turned to Dorian.
I shall wait for you here, my liege. May I expect your return in 3 days?
Sounds reasonable.
I think I shall busy myself digging in the meantime, mused Gerard. The dragon realm is highly mountainous. The terrain is uniquely suited to archaeology. I'd like to see what species I can unearth. Perhaps I shall make a few contributions to the literature. Dragon bones are deeply fascinating, you know. The oldest go back some 50,000 years.
Right, said Dorian, since if he didn't cut in, Gerard might go on for the next half hour.
Off you go, then. Have fun. I shall, sir. Good day.
Gerard bowed. Gerard Jr. burped on his shoulder. The toad had on a small tweed hat, was swaddled in a small tweed coat, and wore a tiny glass monocle, through which it regarded Dorian with a haughty eye at double its usual size as they flew off. Prick. The priest led Dorian up a set of wide stone stairs, past a familiar-looking statue. It was Salus Godhunter, with his nose blown up, a screwed-up face, and an ill-proportioned bone structure that made him seem deeply inbred. Dragons passing by took turns spitting at it, some ashy flakes, some flakes of frost.
The dragon ancestor commissioned a number of statues and automata from the master artificer Ripheus, said the priest. This one depicts the heinous Salus god hunter, bane of dragons, perhaps the worst mass murderer in the history of the realm. It is customary for all who pass to spit on him. He hawked up a mouthful of embers and spat them in a sparking shower. Yeah, fuck that guy, agreed Dorian, and spat heartily, too. What an ass. They came up to the front of the gravestone, where the priest spoke an incantation. The ground ahead burst with white light, outlining a square previously invisible. The soil in the square dropped out, leaving only a yawning blackness, and stairs to seemingly nowhere. At your leisure, said the priest. What, not going to wish me luck? The priest thought about it. I don't think so, he said at last. I don't like you very much. Fair, honestly, said Dorian. Whistling a tune, he strolled in. When he reached the chamber, it felt like waking from a deep, dreamless sleep. There was a lot of nothing at first, so much nothing he lost track of time. And then, all at once, the world appeared. He took a step and blinked, and he was somewhere else. It was like he'd gone colorblind. There was only one color here, and it was gold. He stood in a chamber lined with statues of gold dragons, mouths open in silent eternal roars. Each clutched a lit gold torch in their claws. Gold plated the walls, gold plastered the domed ceiling with its coffered roof. Golden murals lined the walls, each carefully engraved with portraits of the only non-gold thing in the room. Coldheart in icy blue. One depicted him beating down a dragon horde in battle, another of him coiled on a comically giant horde. He was depicted as a bluish dot for scale atop a mountain of treasures. A third of him roaring triumphant atop Mount Tai. On and on they went, one giant exercise in autofellatio. The centerpiece of the room were the 4 massive doors set deep into the walls. One was engraved with a drop of blood, a second a symbol of chains, a third a heart, a fourth a fist. "Challenger, I am God King Coldheart," boomed a voice. A ghostly image flickered to life before Dorian, a faintly translucent bluish dragon, which looked like an ice sculpture moving. Its eyes burned cold white. "You think you're worthy of my inheritance, do you? My life's work, my greatest treasures, and my ultimate legacy." If the God King knew who Dorian really was, he probably would have been considered the least worthy person in the multiverse. "That's the idea," said Dorian. The God King squinted at him. "That aura, I know you." "No, you don't," said Dorian quickly. "Really?" "We've never met, I'm sure of it." Said the spirit, looking troubled. But then it moved on, thank heavens, because things could have gotten very awkward just then. "You speak now to an echo of my soul I have left behind to administer my legacy and to make certain it falls in the hands of whoever I deem worthy." It snorted a cloud of frost. "Your worth shall be determined in a trial of 4 parts. Succeed, and you gain my greatest treasures. Fail, and only death awaits you. 4 trials in 4 doors. Challenger, enter the first." The door farthest to the right, the one marked with a drop of blood, glowed gold. It was sort of hard to tell at first, given the goldness of everything else. For some reason, the stronger you got, the shittier your sense of design. This monument to Coldheart's ego was the sort of thing that seemed neat in an idle fantasy, but was hideous and ridiculously impractical in execution. Or maybe it wasn't only the strong that had these silly inclinations, it was just that they had the resources to make them real. Still, Coldheart made his point. He was rich as all hells. If this was only the lobby, what did he consider his true treasures? Dorian waltzed through the first door. "The door of blood,"
intoned Coldheart's spirit. Inside was a simple chamber. Gold walls, of course, with a pedestal in the middle bearing a simple basin and a knife.
Only those of true regal blood can inherit my legacy. Prove yourself, challenger.
It was plain what he was expected to do. He grabbed the knife, leather handle, silver blade laden with runes, and stabbed at his hand. The knife clattered off with a flurry of sparks. He tried nicking at it again, scraping around the scaliest bits at just the skin, but the knife didn't leave so much as a scratch.
Stop stalling,
snapped Coldheart.
If you have not the will—
Dorian stabbed hard. There was a sharp crack. Oops, said Dorian, now holding a shaft, half a blade, and a severed blade tip. Sorry about that. Is the knife important? Can I use my own claw for this? Coldheart goggled at him.
That knife was specially made by the master artificer, shrieked Coldheart. It was forged of Sylvan steel, an artifact with a 10-millennium history.
I suppose I can have a go at gluing it together after this.
You may use your claw,
growled Coldheart. This time it took about 10 seconds of hard digging to draw out a drop from the base of his palm. He dropped it in the clear water of the basin. A flash of light, sudden and bright as lightning, and the liquid turned the color of blood. A mask of black floated over the top of it, depicting a torch dragon's visage.
Perfectly pure,
breathed Coldheart, peering over Dorian's shoulder.
Lineage of the torch dragon, rare indeed among the regal lines, and of the fourth form, too.
He sniffed.
Adequate, I suppose.
Dorian suspected it was far better than adequate. Dorian suspected that it was among the best that had ever graced this chamber, perhaps the best. Yet Coldheart seemed the type of old ass who was determined not to be impressed by anyone except himself. Dorian couldn't recall how he'd gotten into a feud with Coldheart. It was possible he'd offed the dragon out of sheer annoyance.
On to the second door, the door of chains.
The door of chains led to a room much like the first, same gold walls, same pedestal. Only this time, the object atop it was a disturbingly familiar scroll.
You are to swear an oath.
By the tone and volume of Coldheart's voice, you'd think he was preaching at a congregation of 10 million in a giant stadium, rather than shrieking directly into Dorian's ear less than a foot away.
A soul contract. You must swear to wield my inheritance, to kill that fucker Salus Godhunter.
His eyes bulged.
Avenge me!
Naturally, this presented a bit of a conundrum. Dorian scratched his chin. It seemed a bit late to back out now, and he wasn't keen on seeing what nasty surprises Coldheart had ready if he tried, which left him only the option of finding a loophole, which suited Dorian just fine. It felt like most of what he did in life anyway.
Well,
said Coldheart. Define kill?
Are you stupid?
Snapped Coldheart.
Destroy, ruin, annihilate.
You'd think being stuck haunting a tomb for millennia would mellow a spirit out, but Coldheart's anger had only fermented in that time, apparently. So I can only inhabit one body at a time, per Bartemius's law of the singular soul, and I'm trying to maximize the power of one body right now. The best course of action would be to merge all my bodies, and he was pretty sure he knew exactly how to do it. He'd been thinking along these lines for a while. His core was a supergiant with frightening absorptive capacities. At the god level, he was already capable of absorbing Empyrean cores. What happened when he leveled it up? At Empyrean, could he absorb God King cores? Could he perhaps absorb the essence of his past body and convert it into his own? On the one hand, its chi would be aspected differently. It wouldn't merge easily with his own. On the other, it would be bound to him by soul already. He wouldn't be trying to force merge with foreign chi, which would be orders of magnitude harder. and his star system had shown some resilience before when dealing with unruly, conflicting energies. Its two halves, fire and darkness, had violently merged already, after all. It was a gamble. Best Dorian could tell, it would probably work, which was a lot better of a chance than he was used to. So he gnashed his teeth and shook his fist and said, "Rest assured, O dragon ancestor, I shall end that bastard Salus for good." He signed the contract and felt that hot twinge in his soul that marked the point of no return. "Good, good," said Coldheart. "What is your name?" "Dorian. Why ask now?" 8 in 10 contenders don't make it past the first 2 trials. There is no point in asking prior. He turned a narrowed eye on Dorian. But 98 out of 100 don't make it past trial 3, and the difference in difficulty is heaven and earth. And beyond that there is challenge 4, which is the most challenging by far. Dorian, enter door 3, the door of the heart. The true trials begin now. 256. The God Hunter, 8. The door of the heart led to a room much like the other two, all gold with another pedestal at its center. But this time 10 vials sat atop it, arranged in a circle. They were filled with an elixir of murky white, like if forgetfulness was a color. "Drink," ordered Coldheart. "What are they?" "Draughts of infinite remembrances," said Coldheart. "Each vial contains the memory of a life. That is all you need to know. Drink!" Dorian picked up the first vial, sniffed at it, shrugged, and downed it in a gulp. His eyes went cloudy. He was born anew. He was Dorian no longer. Had he ever been Dorian? Who was he? He forgot. Thoughts leaked out of his head, and none bubbled up to replace them. His mind went blank. And then his eyes were struck with light, a wild jumble of sensation, foreign feelings, smells, sounds. He couldn't make sense of any of it. He was crying. He was a baby named Fern, born to a loving family. His father was a blacksmith, his mother a fisherwoman, in a quaint seaside village named Padua, a day's ride from the big city. He lived a childhood soaked in laughter and sunlight. He spent long afternoons playing in the streams with the other children, spent long days working steels with his father, his young hands calloused by a hammer's leathered grip. He was to take up the family trade. He shared secret joys in seaside coves with one of his playmates, a girl named Mia, and everything about her, the way she bit her lip as she blushed, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief, the cinnamon smell of her hair, melted him utterly. They spoke in whispers of running away together to the big city. He was to marry her, and he was to brave his father's disapproval to do it. All was well. And then, one day, cultivators, led by the young master of the Rising Phoenix sect, passed by their village. The young master took a liking to Mia. He snatched her away, bound her in chains, then slaughtered her family when they resisted. Fern fought for her. He saw Mia in tears. He recalled that little spark of hope in her eyes, then dimming as he was beaten, driven into the mud by a boot on his head by a laughing young master. The last thing he recalled was the disappointment in her eyes as she turned away from him, wiping at her face with a torn sleeve. She could bear to watch no longer. On his knees, he felt an absurd urge to apologize, to beg for her to turn back. But why would she? That disappointment stung worse than any of the young master's blows. It was like a realization had dawned on her. She'd chosen the wrong man. Fern's true nature, his true weakness, was revealed to her blow by humiliating blow. How could she marry this pathetic, mud-scuttling creature? Was he even a man? On his knees he looked no better than a dog. A dog on the leash of the young master, the handsome, powerful young master, every bit the man he was not. He staggered up to a knee, tears in his eyes. Then the young master knocked him out with a careless kick. The cold light of dawn woke him. He found his village burned. He vowed vengeance. He joined the local sect. His spiritual roots were weak, but his will was strong, and he outworked every other outer sect member to be among the chosen few promoted to the inner sect. His striving caught the eye of the sect's ancestor. He was taken under the ancestor's wing, remade in flesh, nurtured with the sect's best treasures and technique manuals. Soon he too became a young master. And he waged war on the Rising Phoenix sect, the sect of the young master who'd stolen Mia from him all those years ago, the Rising Phoenix young master who was now the Rising Phoenix sect leader. Thousands died on both sides, but at last he slaughtered his way to the sect leader's door. But where was that arrogant young master of his memories? This was a somber, gray-bearded man, regal of bearing, soft of voice. Him and his wife, Mia. Mia, a woman now, and every bit as beautiful, staring at the sect leader with the same love she had once reserved for Fern. No, there was more. She loved the sect leader, loved him so much looking at it made Fern feel like a knife was slowly driven into his chest. When she looked at Fern now, it was as though she saw someone else, an evil man. It enraged him. He drove the sect leader to his knees. What enraged him more was the quiet dignity with which the sect leader took it, not whimpering as Fern had done all those years ago. It was a man beaten but not defeated. He kicked the sect leader to the mud, whipped him, cut body parts from him, sliced off the things that made him a man at all. And when Fern asked if the sect leader had any last words, the man simply whispered, "I know I wronged you. For that there is no excuse. I was young and foolish, and no apology I give now can be sufficient. I'm sorry. All I ask is that you please spare Mia and our children." Fern kicked the sect leader's head so hard the man's skull caved in. Mia had slumped to the ground. Her hand covered her mouth, but she did not look away as he advanced on her. She did not turn a loving gaze on him as he'd so dreamed for so many years. Now he'd proved himself the bigger man. Instead, she stood shakily and stretched out her fists and said if he wanted her kids, he would need to kill her too. He was stunned. He let her free. He returned to his sect, listless, confused. Why was he so empty? Things had played out exactly as he'd wished, and then gone so wrong at the very end, somehow. For years he wandered like this, until at last he found another, the head alchemist of the sect, whip-smart and classically gorgeous Therese, who consoled him and taught him what it meant to love again. Soon it was she who melted him utterly. They married and began a family, a daughter named for Therese's favorite flower, a son named for Fern's father. Years upon years passed. Fern grew old. He left his sect to his son. He breathed his last surrounded by a loving family. After a life of such intense hatred and strife, Fern died satisfied, happy. Dorian's eyes unclouded. All this passed in the space of a heartbeat in real time, but it felt viscerally real to him. He lived in that illusion the span of centuries. Every creature Fern had loved, every feeling Fern had felt like his own. The time he lived there dwarfed the time he lived in this life, but it was all false. "Painful, isn't it?" said Coldheart. "To gain my inheritance, you must have a heart of ice. This test places upon you the burden of time. How much cognitive stress can you endure? For how many centuries? That was but an appetizer. The life of Fern was short. Its traumas are the lightest of the 10 vials. It even has a happy ending. None of the other lives here are so kind. Each successive vial only increases in suffering. The 6th vial is an unbroken millennium full of the most brutal traumas. The 7th is a torture in reverse.
It presents you a dream so sweet, long, and laden with meaningful relationships that many gods, upon waking, commit suicide on the spot, for their real lives feel empty in comparison. The eighth is a millennia-long torture device that has driven god kings insane. You are permitted but an hour of recovery before you must drink vial 2. What are you doing? Dorian had picked up the second vial. He grinned at Coldheart, then downed it in a gulp. He shuddered. His eyes went murky, and then cleared a breath later. "I have to clear all 10, you said?" he said. Coldheart just blinked at him, mouth slightly ajar. Before he could answer, Dorian had picked up the third vial. Down it went. Centuries passed through him in a blink. "You!" shouted Coldheart. "Dorian! Speak!" "Yes? You are fine?" "I think so. Why?" Coldheart looked baffled, likely because by now most gods would be sobbing in the fetal position. It must have placed an immense emotional burden on the untrained mind. Several identities forged over centuries, clamoring for space in one brain, should have been crippling on its own. Alas, Coldheart didn't know who he was dealing with. Dorian's first Tao was time. You want to break the mind of Time's God King with these little tricks? Ha! Coldheart was testing one's heart at a basic level. Sure, in these vials were some horrid traumas. But at a deeper level, what Coldheart was trying to do was to make life feel empty, weightless, a meaningless rise and fall, give you heartfelt memories, horrible traumas, and then wake you up, invalidate it all, and in so doing, imprint on one's soul the sobering insight that life was void of meaning. So why bother if nothing you treasured mattered? It was an easy thing to understand conceptually, but knowing it was nothing like knowing it, feeling it, living it. The thing was, to ascend to God King that very first time, Dorian was forced to internalize this millennia ago, and none of this silliness could match what he'd gone through then. He downed the fourth, then licked his lips. "Spicy. I think I felt that one. A little twinge, maybe?" Coldheart just stared as he went through the fifth vial. "What is wrong with you?" cried the dragon, face twisted in incredulity. "Why aren't you feeling, reacting?" "Didn't you say the point was to have a heart of ice?" "Yes, but—" He drank the sixth. "Ah," said Dorian, smacking his lips. "I like that one. The life of the master painter Yveltan. For his enemies to pluck out such a sensitive artist's very eyes, cripple his fingers, then shatter his magnum opus he'd been sculpting for 1,000 years, tarnish his reputation, and leave him in solitary confinement for millennia, only to set him free, just to have him realize his wife's suicide was his fault all along? I can see why a lot of folk quit on that vial." The seventh, the eighth, the ninth all went down smoothly, one after another, like shots at a bar. "You," whispered Coldheart. "Heavens, you have no soul. There is something wrong with you." "I know," said Dorian. Then he downed the 10th and gave a little burp. "So, what's the fourth trial?" 257. The God Hunter, 9. "The trial of the fist," said Coldheart. "That is next, and of the 462 who have made it past the third trial, all met their ends at the fourth. Dorian the Heartless, pass through the fourth door." As he stepped through, the door vanished behind him. A pocket dimension. Dorian found himself in a wasteland. The ground was all ash and soot. Anything that had once lived on it had been cooked into a bleak sameness. It was as though some giant meteor had struck here, and he now stood at the lowest point of the aftermath. Above, the sky was a bruised purple. Something about this scene itched at Dorian's mind. Strangely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it.
Before him was a statue of himself, well, of Salis Godhunter, on a pedestal, much like in the other rooms, but orders of magnitude larger. This statue was wrought out of star steel, a kind of steel shinier than any that could be found in nature. It was one of the most durable alloys in the multiverse. Locks of thick, shaggy hair ran down to a shaggy beard, which framed a mouth twisted in a snarl. There was a bow slung across Salis's back big as his whole body, a menace of gold with a string like liquid crystal. After the nasty work it did in this realm, the poets and the bards coined it Bane of Dragons. Then there were daggers of the finest Stygian obsidian strapped to Salis's thighs. It was a strangely good replica. So good it had Dorian feeling a pang of nostalgia. "This is a test of might," said Coldheart. "Do you remember your oath?" "Kill Salis Godhunter, yeah?" said Dorian absently. "Indeed," said Coldheart. "But any fool can make empty boasts. I need a successor who has the might to follow through." He swept out his wings, gesturing at the valley. "This is the place of my ultimate demise, the place where Salis Godhunter and I dueled for the last time. We traded blows to the bitter end, but it was he who won an extremely close battle of attrition. Bah! Had I been but a century younger, things would have turned out different, I tell you. I had sustained an injury 2 centuries prior besides, hurt my wing in a duel. And Salis, bastard as he was, caught me off guard, as he knew he had to, if he wished to have any chance of success. But I shall make no excuses for the matter. What is done is done. He emerged the victor over a hobbled, weakened, unready version of myself, and promptly made his name off it, too. Couldn't stop boasting of it, the bastard." Coldheart spat. That rendering wasn't at all how Dorian remembered it, but it seemed polite to nod along. "Yeah, fuck that guy," he agreed. Inwardly, he was thinking that this was yet another instance of a sad truth. Maturity and moral character seemed to have no relationship at all to one's power level. It often ran in reverse, actually. Dorian was a prime example, of course, but Coldheart was too. This old fart trapped in a god king's body. Sometimes age simply gives one's personality time to calcify, grow crusty. Bitterness becomes obstinate. Grudges become like scars, eternally etched into one's identity. Which was how you got this sad tyrant of a spirit, reliving his past for all time. Perhaps creatures simply weren't meant to live this long. At a certain age you harden. Then you calcify. At some point, you start seeming like a cartoonish version of what you once were, unable to change even if you wished. That's time for you. Dorian stared at that statue of Salis and sighed. He supposed he was old now, wasn't he? When had that happened? He could point to no discrete moment. But at some point, he hardened and calcified and was cast in something harder than flesh. Staring at this statue, he could have been staring at his reflection. He nearly was. "For your 4th trial, I have commissioned from the Master Artificer Rhythius this replica," blathered Coldheart. "After he finished, he called it his greatest work. He studied thousands of hours of scrying glass footage of the man to make it. It cost most of my remaining savings, in fact. A modern marvel. Star steel for the body, and weapons of legendary caliber. My only gripe is that this Salis is not alive, and so lacks laws, but you'll find it'll serve its purpose just fine regardless." Its purpose? A tingling went up Dorian's spine. Perhaps right now was not the best time for reminiscence. Coldheart's words caught up to him. A test of might? He realized what was about to happen just before it happened. Oh no. Don't you say it. Don't you say it, you crusty old fucker. "Your task is to defeat Salis Godhunter," crowed Coldheart. Fuck! The statue's eyes burned gold.
"Let the battle commence!"
The automaton leapt off its pedestal. There was no groaning, no grinding of joints. This was a well-oiled machine made by a god-king of incredible talents. At first glance you'd think it moved indistinguishably from a human. But look again, and you'd see the error of your judgment. It moved better than any living creature ever could, all its limbs flexing in inhuman coordination. It was the platonic ideal of movement. There was not an inch wasted as it reached back and flipped its bow to a hand, the other grasping for its quiver. Dorian leapt away with a curse. He folded his wings over himself, praying he'd been quick enough. Then there was a crack, a burning in his calf, and he looked down. It had been run clean through with a silver arrow. As his wings folded, they went top to bottom, naturally. The first point they covered was the head, the next the chest, until the two wings fully overlapped. That arrow, drawn and shot at the speed of thought, beat his wings closing to the punch. The speed, the precision, exactly as he remembered it. Dorian landed, hissing in pain at the flare-up in his leg, ripped out the shaft, and threw up his wing in the same motion. There was a clang, a flash of silver ricocheting off. That arrow had come precisely in his blind spot. He knew it'd be there, because he only now recalled just who it was he was facing. Salus God-Hunter stared down at him with pitiless gold eyes. Calculating gold eyes. This was phase 1 of the hunter's attack. Probe the opponent, get a gauge for their habits and weaknesses and talents. Phase 2 took that information, internalized it, and grew considerably more violent. But just this was enough to punch a hole in Dorian's calf. Quickly mending, but still. This early, a very bad sign. Salus hadn't even gotten warmed up yet. Dorian kept running. Luckily, he had a good sense of Salus's timing. At first, it had all been a bit hazy and out of reach. It was all flooding back to him now, maybe because the urgency had kicked his mind into getting its shit together. He could hazard a good guess at where each arrow would land. It was where Salus would think he was most weak. He batted 2 more aside, limping a little, then took a meaty arrow right through his other leg. Fuck! You'd think, having been Salus, it would be easy fighting him. It was quickly becoming apparent to Dorian this was far from the case. Coldheart's voice floated over. "Wounded so soon? Your trial may come to a quick end, young dragon. Show some heart. Take the fight to him." But Dorian knew how Salus thought. That was the easy thing to do, the instinctual thing. Wounded, on the defensive, your first thought is, to change my fortunes, I must change my tactics. Charge him, catch him off guard. Only then would the victim find out those knives strapped to Salus were not for decoration. Only then would they realize Salus was not a long-range sniper, in truth, but a demon of close combat. Dorian could recall slicing dragons 6 different ways head to toe the instant they stepped into range. They didn't even have time to register their surprise. Just burst apart, chunks of evenly sliced meat toppling over each other. It was a devil's choice. Stay at long range and you were not out shooting the man with Dragon's Bane. But get close, and it was like stepping into a meat grinder. Even the best Empyrean dragons would probably try both before they realized they could not win at either. And by then they'd be carved up nicely, perhaps crippled, and phase 2 of Salus's strategy would begin, shifting from passive to aggressive, and it was all over. But if there was one thing he had that this hunk of metal did not, it was his own mind. Try as that Rithius might, Dorian refused to believe he'd taught a robot to ass-pull. He had to think. He couldn't fight this thing at close range. His fists of falling star rising moon would need to be retired for this fight. He couldn't effectively punch while also shielding himself with his wings, and he had a suspicion only his wings could stand up to those wicked knives. The rest of him would be bleeding all over. If he was lucky. He might just be made an impromptu fillet. Either way, he wasn't keen to test it. Long-range options would have to go too. That bow would pick him apart with devastating ease, and Rythius had taught it well. It knew just what weak points to target and went after them like a damned hound. Which left only the mid-range, somewhere close enough that Salus's bow felt awkward to use, yet not close enough to justify the drawing of daggers. Could he force the fight there? What weapons did he even have at mid-range? Maybe his javelin, but that thing was a relic. He hadn't worked on it in ages. He had zero confidence he could punch through star steel with it. Same went for Yama's chains. Maybe his dragon's breath, now breath of the ashen sky? But all it'd do was smite the star steel at the cost of a huge chunk of Dorian's chi. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did I have to be so damned good? There was facing the consequences of his actions, and then there was whatever this mad nonsense was. 258. The God Hunter, 10. Salus was not polite enough to wait for Dorian to come up with a plan. The machine kept piling on shots, which was tremendously annoying, not only because it kept breaking up his thoughts, but also because each shot was aimed exactly where it'd be most uncomfortable for him to defend. Dorian was constantly making of his body a pretzel, crossing his legs, bending backward to thrust the tip of a wing at an arrow aimed at his exposed heel. He had no chance to find his footing, no chance to counterattack. What was he supposed to do? He had nothing. He still had nothing seconds later when a third arrow carved a bloody gash across his back. Dorian groaned. In his younger years, he'd often fallen prey to the misconception that if you had no plan, you should keep thinking until you find it. But often in these circumstances, the perfect answer fails to materialize. By then, it's too late. Sometimes a bad plan is better than no plan. So, feeling like an idiot, he did exactly what Coldheart told him to do, what Salus wanted him to do. He rushed in. He had to try something, if only just to probe. Fist of the Rising Sun. He regretted it instantly. As he dashed in, Salus hunched in. His bow flipped to his back, and blades leapt to his hands as if by magic, fast as blinking. But there was a nastier surprise yet. From Salus's back sprung two more arms bearing their own crescent daggers, black and sleek as a crow's feathers, its edges seething with smoky chi. Dorian was ready for it, and they still caught him off guard, somehow. They moved just like him, yet he was used to them from the other direction. He was used to holding the knives. Facing them meant he saw their mirror image. Meant that on instinct he slipped back and left, and the arm cut front and right, or at least that was what he surmised from the fact that a sharp pain erupted from the top of his head, and two of his three horns were cleaved from his head. He hadn't even seen the move, it went so fast. Then his own fist connected. It felt less like him punching Salus's ribs than Salus's ribs slamming his fist. The eclipse chi rippled across the surface of the star steel, scoring the lightest of burn marks, a slight roasting, the only evidence it had done anything at all. It was sickening. Dorian pulled back, harried, had the wherewithal to contort his body out of the way of the blades, mirrored now in his head, and with a fervent sunshine step, he was back out of range, panting heavily. Blood ran down his arms. Two thick gashes on his arms, fissures through his scales, ripping flesh, exposing muscle. He blinked. He was sure he'd dodged the other knives. When had those nicked him? He hadn't even felt them, nor seen them. "What is the matter, Challenger?" crowed Coldheart. "Is that fear I sense in you? Trepidation, perhaps? But a coward cannot gain my inheritance. Charge him! Again! Again!" What had Dorian gained from that dumb rush, other than a score of wounds? He racked his mind, dodging arrows, struggling for something, a fragment of a plan, anything. There was one thing. When his fist struck star steel, he'd expected to hear an echo, but there wasn't the slightest give to it, no reverberations. It was solid. He'd expected a hollow automaton. How heavy must this thing be? There was the vaguest hint of an idea prodding at the back of his mind, but he couldn't think. There was no time. For Salas had entered Phase 2. The machine was suddenly a supernova in gold, an ongoing explosion of chi. There was a high-pitched whirring of gears, of joints springing to action. Its forearms held knives whose edges burned molten red, and it hunched in like a loaded spring. Dorian ran. There was some good news. His regeneration was fierce as ever. His calf had healed. His leg was mostly fine, too, so there was some much-needed lift to his frantic leap. A meteor blazed past him and crashed into the gold wall. Dorian chanced to glance back, saw Salas righting itself. The wall before it bore a smoking set of scars that ran so deep he couldn't see where they ended. The metal there was struck black. The chunks of wall around it sagged, dribbling trails of melted metal.
"That wall was imperial gold of the highest grade, specially imported," said Coldheart. "How do your scales compare? Not well, I imagine."
Dorian would have put his scales on par, but the old spirit had a point, as much as he hated to admit it. He could not afford to be struck by a rampaging Salas even once. This time he took a bullfighter's stance. All defense, legs spread, arms wide, eyes locked on Salas, putting all his mental efforts into sussing out just when and where the thing would charge him. But Salas did not charge, because Salas fought like Dorian fought, and so Salas did not make the same mistake twice. It adjusted. This time it moved to cut Dorian off. No sudden movements. It just marched at him, and its footwork was painfully familiar. It moved like him. Dorian feinted left, ran right. It took a step right, then a step left. Dorian dashed faster. It turned, tracking him with ease, and stepped in closer. It crept in with methodical efficiency, step by patient step. It felt like the jaws of a trap slowly closing over Dorian's head. The point was to make its victim feel claustrophobic. The point was to make its victim lash out in a blind panic. Sadly, it was working. Damn Hu Yi and his damned footwork. Which reminded him, in a weird way, that there was only one trick left to play, a technique with a very long name apparently belonging to his brother. Salas was so close Dorian could feel its chi singeing his skin, waves of it rolling off like heat from a furnace. This thing was no sleek skiff. This was a warship, and it boasted the machinery to back it up. It drew closer. Close enough, Dorian saw his own scrawny-looking reflection warped in the plates of its body. It crouched. Dorian seized his chance. Supernova fist! He leapt one way, then sprang the other, heard a crash, and saw the walls shudder, and for the first time in his life, thanked his brother for drilling the footwork for that escape into him. To exert pressure, the offensive fighter would creep closer and closer, systematically eating up space. The incompetent fighter might chase in circles, but a master hunter knew how to stalk prey down. In a confined space such as this, it was inevitable they'd achieve their aim. If left alone, that was. It was up to the defensive fighter, Dorian, to harass, to disrupt, to create openings, and then slip through those openings to freedom. Dorian hadn't expected that crude flash to work, but why wouldn't it, actually? It blinded on 3 levels at once. A big flash, a loud bang, a wide burst of chi. What other detection mechanism could the machine have? Salas marched on him again, and this time Dorian liked to think he saw a quirk of a frown on that robotic lip. It came at him slower, even, more methodical, exactly as Dorian would have done, which was also how Dorian knew exactly what moment to pick to flash it, then sneak out as it crashed past him.
Level up. Sunshine step, level 6 to 7. Dorian let out a snort of breathless laughter. He'd found a way to hang on. A tiny win, almost pathetic in how small it was, given the circumstances, but a win nonetheless. This time he was ready for Sallis as it charged him. He flashed it, let it dash past, but there was no crash behind him as he skirted away, only a thud, the sound of metal feet planting on metal wall. Dorian watched, horrified, as it rushed him again. Sheer instinct saved him. His gut picked a direction for him, and he followed it like his life depended on it, which was easy to do when it did. A meteor scorched past him, and then that same thud. You're kidding. Dorian could only pull up his wings in helpless desperation as Sallis sprang at him a third time, full force. And all he could think was that this was fucking unfair. Now the thing decided it needed no time to recharge. It could just pull out one continuous direction-changing bull rush. A solid hunk of star steel stuffed with unreasonably powerful machinery, fueled by what must be a truly obscenely large power supply to sustain all this fuckery. How was one supposed to beat this thing? The challenge was so absurd he couldn't even bring himself to feel despair at it, just a grim mix of amusement and resignation. The feeling grew all the more poignant as he felt a hot point bite deep into his wing. A point brimming with so much chi, it made Yama's best efforts look childish. He did his best, leapt back, shielding himself as best he could. And, to his credit, he sustained no more than a scratch on the other wing as a parting shot. He was pretty pleased with that, if you discounted the fact that one of his wings just got sliced clean in two. He almost got out of that one unscathed. Alas, any try at shielding now would be incomplete. That long slab of wing now lying charred on the ground was integral to his defense. It was all coming apart. Just a few more good runs at him and Dorian would be finished. Why isn't it charging me? Sallis was steaming with chi. Smoke trickled off it. Its body glowed brighter than it ever had. Was it overheated? Its movement slowed. It no longer stalked at him. Instead, it sheathed its knives, slung out its longbow once more. It seemed to be taking it easy all of a sudden, a reversion from phase 2 to 1. Ah, it isn't charging me because it can't afford to. That idea, tickling the back of Dorian's mind, started to gain definition. It was easy to forget, when facing down an emotionless, precise killing machine brimming with seemingly endless chi, that it had physical limits to consider too, and that mad charge just then must have taken a lot out of it. Then it hit Dorian. An idea, thankfully, not an arrow. Why was he fighting this thing like it was a fleshy enemy? He ought to be using its nature against it. This was an automaton. It did not regenerate chi like him. It did not cycle chi like him. Its anatomy was not like a living creature's. It almost certainly ran off a battery of spirit stones. So it was limited in two ways. First, how much sheer power it could throw out in a go before it started to overheat. And second, the supply of its battery. And Dorian had his plan. He licked his cracked lips. I don't need to beat you, do I? 259. The God Hunter, 11. Dorian's plan came to him as a vision. He was like a gull flying amid a great storm, and thus far he'd been battered about. But if he could just find the eye and ride it for all he was worth, there was a path, or at least he dearly hoped there was. He leapt like he was about to rush in, but stopped just short of making Sallis draw his knives. Then he began an awkward dance. He bounced left and right, sunshine stepping in random zigzags, forcing the automaton to pivot as it tracked him. It was harder to hit a moving target up close than it was from afar. Harder still, since even Dorian didn't know which way he'd bounce.
and even harder still since he made sure to chuck in offbeat supernova fists to throw the thing off. But Salus drew its bow with a hunter's patience, its aim inching inexorably closer. These antics bought a little time. That was all. They wouldn't save Dorian. Both of them knew it. Shield of the Blood Moon. The arrow flashed at him like a shaft of harsh sunlight, but it clanged off Dorian's wing since he'd moved to block the instant Salus moved to fire. He had a unique advantage. He knew exactly where Salus would think his weak points were. But it would only buy him a little more time. He blocked another shot with his good wing. It ruptured the skin and felt like a fire poker jabbing at his bare flesh, but at least this way he kept the tendons in his knee. He dodged another shot, and a third, blocked a fourth, dodged a fifth, and just when he was starting to feel himself, felt a searing point of pain rake across his chest.
"What is this foolishness?" snapped Coldheart.
"I'm taking my time. What's the rush?" said Dorian with a grin. He then hissed as a line of pain carved up his back. "Could it be that your precious automaton runs on a finite amount of spirit stones? Could it be it's starting to run out?"
"Is that your hope? How laughable! The God Hunter machine has barely used 20% of its stock."
20%, eh? Dorian's eyes brightened. It was far less than he'd hoped, but at least he had a figure. Now he could plan around it. He couldn't beat Salus up close. He couldn't beat Salus at a distance either. The only way was to drag things out in this uncomfortable middle range, make things as annoying as possible, take his licks, regenerate all he could, and bet that Salus would run out of fuel before he fell apart. Thus began a fraught game of cat and mouse. Salus was a thinking machine. It noticed his habits, especially his subconscious ones, and targeted them mercilessly. Over time, it ought to find the mark more and more. But it was pitting a version of his mind against himself, and Salus was not the only one capable of adjusting. Any new weakness Salus found, Dorian covered in seconds. He switched up styles. He leapt on offbeats, played with tempo, made a chaotic mess of his movements. And so they settled into this uneasy equilibrium. An equilibrium Dorian handled with deceptive ease. One misstep, and an arrow would pierce his heart, stab through his eye, cripple his leg. But he simply refused to make a fatal mistake. His mind was locked on the task at hand. Every muscle was forced into an agile, supple relaxation. But inside, he was strung up with incredible tension, alert, ready to explode in any direction at a moment's notice. Dodge, 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 block. An arrow ripped up his shoulder. Another glanced his leg. Dorian took them in stride, kept moving. The light wounds of a breath ago were now healed. The deeper wounds of 4 breaths were nearly gone too.
"Fight!"
screeched Coldheart.
"Fight, damn you!"
"Oh, but I am. How did you say Salus beat you originally? He outlasted you in a battle of attrition, didn't he?" Dorian twisted out of the way of a pair of arrows. "Aren't I beating Salus at his own game? Isn't it poetic vengeance in a way? You should be proud." Coldheart was momentarily speechless. Thank heavens. Dodge, dodge, dodge. An arrow found the wall 2 strides behind him, erupted in fire. Heat licked Dorian's back.
"What do you plan on doing?"
said Coldheart, exasperated.
"I shall admit your plan is cute, amusing even. I have come around to it some. But at this rate, it will take hours to empty Salus's supply. You can't simply dodge for hours straight."
Dorian smirked. "Can't I?" Dorian didn't need to not be hit. It was impossible to be perfect against this thing. Rather, it was a simple, cold calculation. His total health plus his regeneration minus Salus's damage was greater than Salus's power supply. The hard part was keeping it up. staying in the eye of this firestorm. There could not be a second's lapse, but he took the challenge second by second, minute by minute. He did not think of the vast expanse of time yawning before him, vast enough that considering it in its whole would sink him in despair. No, there was only the moment, this perfect, unitary moment. The whole made this sliver of time feel utterly weightless, pointless, but the moment considered on its own, it mattered. He could make it matter. And then it passed. There was the next moment. String enough together, you get a minute. Then several. They started to flow together, to flow with the moves of his limbs, to flow with the state of his mind. Then considerations of time left his mind. There was only the act. 10 minutes, 20, then 30. Even Coldheart's interjections tapered off. The dragon had taken to staring. There was contempt in his eyes at first. Then, after 10 minutes, bafflement. And now, something nearing awe. It was realizing this figure dancing clownishly before it was not so simple. It was witnessing something extraordinary. It almost seemed afraid to speak, as though speaking might shatter this flow. Level up, Shield of the Blood Moon, level 2 to level 3. Level up, Supernova Fist, level 6 to level 7. But it had to end. Dorian couldn't dodge forever, whatever his boasts. He had no clue how long this had gone on for. An hour? 2? His mind felt like a frayed string. Still, he clung on. He had more time in him. It would be at least another hour before he broke. Before he could, though, Salus shifted gears. Chi roared out from every inch of its body. The bow was discarded. Out came the daggers. Kill mode. Just as Dorian had expected. He was honestly surprised it hadn't tried this earlier. When Salus was in bow mode, phase 1, it expended less energy. It spent most of its time here. If it could rush Dorian endlessly, of course it would. But it had tried that and it had failed. It was left steaming. That was meant to be a finishing blow. It stretched Salus past its physical limits. It had to recover. And now it had. This time when it rushed him, Dorian was literally one step ahead. He fled for the far wall first. Salus pounced after, angling to corner him. He flashed the thing, skirted away, but it remembered from last time that one rush wasn't enough. It put together 2. And when Dorian tried sunshine stepping around it, it summoned up a 3rd charge, just like last time. But unlike last time, Dorian started a step ahead. Rather than slice off half his wing, Salus's daggers shrieked through air, and Dorian let out a breath of relief. Salus was smoking like a bonfire now, just like before. Overheated. Its joints screeched faintly, and there was a rattling and a sloshing within it, like some of its inner workings were coming undone. It had probably burned through another big chunk of its chi, too. After this, how much could it possibly have left? Which meant all he had to do now was survive a few more arrows. Wait. That wasn't right at all. How would Dorian fight if he were Salus? His body pushed to the brink of failure, energies nearly depleted? After this, he couldn't afford any more mad charges. Would he bank his last, 20-30% of his chi on finding a fatal kill shot in phase 1? A kill shot that this tricky, slippery dragonoid seemed to be able to avoid, as though it could read Salus's mind? Of course not. Dorian's breath of relief froze in his throat. His instincts screamed at him to turn. He ignored them. Turning would have cost him a precious fraction of a second. Instead, he kicked off with as much force as he could muster. Lucky, too, since Salus's knives took off his legs beneath the knees the next instant. All Dorian felt was relief, because those knives hadn't gone through his neck, because those knives still took slivers of time to scythe through his flesh and bone and tendons, slivers he took desperate advantage of. His wings closed over his vital points, head, neck, heart. For Salus had gone on a suicidal blitz, all out. Suddenly, its face was in front of Dorian's, and its features were blurred, like a wax sculpture left out on the hottest day of summer. Drooping, dead eyes locked on wide, living ones. It had charged at him for the 5th time, one shining knife aloft. It descended for the very last time. Dorian knew exactly what was going to happen. The trouble was, he still couldn't stop it. All he could do was shove every last drop of chi into his wings, throw up a shield of the blood moon, and hope. The knife met the sum total of his chi and incinerated it utterly. There was a great sound like a thunderclap, a blast of energy, but it scarcely slowed the blade. Just as Dorian had put all he had left into the defense, that knife held all Salus's might, and it would not be denied. It went through his first wing. It did not carve through it, nor punch through it, for those words implied some kind of resistance. It carved through his second wing, for it had slowed, Dorian felt, just a little. Wishful thinking, probably. It came to him in a vision. There was no stopping it. It would gut him. Dorian knew exactly what was going to happen. He couldn't stop it, but he could roll with it. He saw the arc of the knife. It drove for his heart. Then he flopped up with all his might. His chest rose, and the knife went through it, but not through his heart. This way he chose where it struck. It passed under his heart and kept going, through his body, just like it had gone through his wings. It was a victim of its own power. If it had stopped there, all that pent-up chi could have gone straight into Dorian, obliterating his insides in an instant. It would have stopped there, pinning Dorian to the ground, had he not done that sudden flop. Instead, it passed through him entirely and buried itself in the floor underneath him, dispersed like grounded lightning. Which was how he found himself, at the end of things, with a replica of his past self arm deep in his torso, its face an inch from his own, fast melting. A heartbeat passed.
"Humph!" snorted Coldheart. "I don't believe it. This is my successor. Bah! I suppose I can consider you adequate of my legacy. If barely. You alive under there?"
"Barely," croaked Dorian.
"Good."
Salus vanished. His knife did too, leaving only holes and a great deal of pain behind.
"I suppose you'll be wanting the treasures now. Very well."
The scene shifted. 260. Black Hole 1. At first Dorian thought he'd been shunted into yet another cavern, albeit a strange, misshapen one that had suffered a few cave-ins, and whose walls were this sparkling, translucent color, cold as ice. But then he saw a fish trapped in the wall, a hefty one riddled with fins, frozen with staring, blank eyes, its mouth mid-gulp, and realized it was cold as ice and looked like ice because it was ice. Everywhere he looked, he saw fish trapped, fish of all shapes and sizes, their only commonality the shocked bulging of their eyes. Around them, natural pillars of stone rose from the depths, and Dorian saw eyes poking out of their crevices. He stood in an air pocket in the midst of a great glacier. But this glacier was not a natural one. Plainly, it wasn't made gradually. It was like someone had taken a snapshot of the ocean, clipped out this moment from the three-dimensional album of linear time, frozen it still, then pasted Dorian in the middle of it. Curiously, all those eyes were pointed in one direction, up. Dorian followed their sightlines and saw what had caused all this. It was Coldheart. The dragon's body sprawled out for miles, a spiky monstrosity. Muddy sunlight filtered through its translucent body like it was some giant prism, spraying them all below with strange geometric patterns.
"This was the place of my birth," said Coldheart with uncharacteristic softness. "My sickly mother bore me here and died of the effort. It is only fitting that this is my final resting place, too.
Was the dragon going sentimental now that they were at the end? Old folk were prone to it, but Dorian would have never pegged Coldheart for the type.
Now I bequeath my life's work to you.
Yep, there was a certain wistfulness in the dragon's eyes. It gestured, and for the first time, Dorian noticed 3 pedestals sharing this air pocket with him. They seemed inconsequential amid this vast splendor. 1 ring, 1 toy, and 1 manual sat atop them.
This interspatial ring contains all I ever had, said Coldheart. My hoard in full. Treasure it, youngling. Within is a mountain of gold, and within lie technique manuals, elixirs, herbs, rare treasures, the bones of my enemies. Even I know but a fraction of what lies within. I have slaughtered many a god king and simply dumped my winnings on the pile. But there are some lifeblood elixirs, that I do know.
He eyed Dorian's stumpy form.
You should find them of use. Unto this, my most prized treasure of all, the Chamber of Infinite Time.
The chamber lay on the 2nd pedestal. It was a colorful little pagoda shrouded in a faint purple haze, an intricate children's toy.
1 day outside equals 10,000 within. Priceless.
He was right. Even Dorian, as the God King of Time, could only achieve a 1 to 1,000 dilation. Perhaps he could forge an artifact that got near 1 to 5,000. Whatever Rithius had done with this made it 1 of 1.
And on the 3rd, my cultivation method, the culmination of my life's work, the frostbite path. I had long wished to starting my own school and establishing it as one of the premier techniques in the multiverse, but alas.
A notebook, the least interesting of the bunch to Dorian. Maybe he could pawn it off at one of those shops in Ur if he got a chance.
Is that all? Said Dorian.
Indeed, sniffed Coldheart. Coldheart stared wordlessly at him. Dorian stared right back, one brow quirked. The old dragon seemed to wish to say something. He opened his mouth, coughed, grunted, closed it.
Yes, said Dorian.
This moment probably meant a lot to Coldheart, passing on his legacy at last, at the place of his burial, the same place where his mother had given life to him. It was like he was trying to muster up words from the cold depths of his heart. Something moving, maybe? But even in death, even as a spirit, even with Dorian as his sole audience, the geezer couldn't find the courage to do it. It was like his emotions had frozen inside him.
Bah!
Snapped Coldheart.
Congratulations!
The dragon turned away and vanished. Dorian blinked. Coldheart probably wasn't just a hard-ass. There was likely more to the legendary God King that he simply couldn't bring himself to express, in life or in death. There were probably depths of emotion hidden beneath that rough facade. But what did it matter? If you never let those feelings out, did they ever really exist?
Ah, well.
Eagerly, Dorian dragged himself over by the knuckles. First, he snatched the ring with Coldheart's hoard. Then he stashed the technique manual, just in case. And last of all was the Chamber of Infinite Time. He grabbed it. Nothing happened. He shook it, drummed it against the pedestal, blew on it, and it did nothing but glow amiably. Coldheart had left without giving instructions. How was he supposed to work this thing? Could he just wish to enter? He blinked. He sat on a floor segmented in squares of tatami. The walls were bamboo. You could be fooled into thinking it was an ordinary temple, but look at the windows and you'd see the endless nothingness that yawned outside, muffled by coils of purple mist. There was the giant hourglass on the wall filled with glowing sand. A panel was fixed to its side. It displayed its battery, full at the moment, alongside an array of knobs and dials. With it, you could set the rate of time flow. You could set a timer for how long you wanted the dilation to last. Dorian wound it to its maximum. 1 day inside, 10,000 outside. He had 2.5 days, nearly 70 years? With a few winds of a knob, he set that on the timer too. Time starts now. He addressed his most pressing issue first, his impressive collection of wounds. His body's healing powers could work miracles, but it had nothing to work with. After that fight, his chi reserves were nearly empty. So he tapped the interspatial ring, rummaged around until he stumbled upon a high-grade chi elixir and a high-grade healing elixir, chugged them both, and dove back in the ring for more. A week later, he was fully healed. Now for the fun part. He started with the Tao potions. It was here that his cultivation met its bottleneck after all. He had chi to spare. His supergiant was so full it couldn't accept any more chi. It was at 100%. But his laws weren't robust enough to advance to the next stage. He spent a day sifting through Coldheart's ring. As a species, dragons were insanely gifted, but a few things kept them from conquering the multiverse. Their greed, jealousy, and territorial tendencies certainly played a part. But there was also their preference for lumping all their treasures, from legendary relics to common elixirs, in one big pile, with no labels whatsoever. They had no sense of organization whatsoever. Which meant that even after Dorian's painstaking digging and his unearthing some 4 high-grade Tao elixirs of varying sizes and colors, it looked like a bar's liquor stocks, only more colorful. He couldn't be sure he'd got it all. One of the best elixirs here had been scrounged by an innocuous-looking interspatial ring buried deep in the mound that Dorian had checked on a whim. But for his purposes, this ought to be enough. For now. He uncorked them one by one and got to chugging. The first notification came when he was half an hour in and a half-dozen bottles down. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 2% to 3%. He was sure at least one of those bottles had been a venom, but with his body's fierce vitality, all it managed was a mild bout of heartburn. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 3% to 4%. You weren't supposed to drink different elixirs at the same time. Something about certain ingredients not playing nice with one another. But the neat thing about having a torch dragon's regeneration was Dorian didn't need to care about any of that. And with Coldheart's hoard, Tao elixirs were cheap, easily disposable. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 4% to 5%. It took him 3 days to run through the first batch. By then, his levels looked something like: Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 9% to 10%. No wonder he hadn't heard of anyone who'd pulled off this star system cultivation method. It was a monster that kept on eating. Its appetite for elixirs was endless. Each percentage point of Tao was harder to grasp than the last. Luckily, for the first time in this run, Dorian had both time and resources in abundance. There was also the divinity lotus fate had given him, way back in Ur. It sped his comprehension up 16-fold, and its effect was subtle. It made his mind feel like the surface of a clear lake, the kind where you can see all the way to the bottom with no distortions, no ripples, a nearly perfect vessel for Tao comprehension. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 18% to 19%. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 19% to 20%. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 45% to 46%. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 77% to 78%. By now, he was on his 4th batch of scavenged elixirs. At first, he'd thought he'd run out. He then realized the interspatial ring was a palace full of rooms, and he'd only explored the first one. He wandered into the next, and lo and behold, a pile of treasure almost twice as big as the first. No species hoarded quite like a dragon, and no dragons hoarded quite like those ancient god kings who'd been fattening their stocks for millennia on end. 3 months in, and countless Tao elixirs later, truly the Alchemists' Guild of a minor state in the Middle Realms wouldn't have been able to keep up with Dorian's rate of consumption. He finally got his wish. Level up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 99% to 100%. Rank up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium to high. To achieve God King, he'd need a heavenly Tao, which meant leveling up this great law one last time. For now, all it meant was his laws were now on par with an Empyrean's, which meant all his techniques just got a serious boost. More pressing, though, the gates to Empyrean were open, and what lay beyond frightened and excited him in equal measure. Sure, that rank up in law would put him among the most powerful Empyreans to tread the multiverse, but it paled in comparison to what was coming. With a swig of the most potent chi potion Dorian could find, he stepped right through. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 100% to 101%. But this was a false state. It couldn't last. It was too much for his supergiant core to take. It started to sag under its own weight. It couldn't hold. Eclipse laws spasmed over the surface of the massive thing. It shuddered, rippling down its length, struggling and failing to hold itself together. Then it started to cave in. It felt like watching a grand old tree slowly toppling. What would happen when it hit the ground? 261. Black Hole 2. The Frost Realm. Jez stood atop an icy bluff overlooking a slaughter. His eyes were closed, his hands clasped behind his back. He hummed to the tune of the battle, to the throaty cries of Saliaris's ice giants as his frost drakes gored through them, to the dying throes of Saliaris's golems as his own crushed their insides to shards. Saliaris had chosen to make his last stand in this realm in the fortress of the Frost Emperor. It was strategically sound. The fortress was thought to be impregnable. It was walls upon walls, spiked like a porcupine, giant cannons peering out from every window, spitting thousands of balls of frost chi each breath. There was a moat around the fortress, which dropped so far you couldn't hear a body hit the bottom. There were soldiers on every rampart, so heavily armed you could hardly make out bare skin through all that armor, brimming with Saliaris's insurrectionist red chi. And they fought with the certain knowledge that if they lost here, there would be no clemency. They fought with the desperation of caged animals. Yet none of it would matter. This time, Jez did not play around with tactics. There was no strategy to this assault. The boot did not need tactics to squash the insect, no matter which hives it wished to hide in. "Jez," whispered a voice. There was Nugia behind him, smiling dreamily. "I come bearing good news." "Sorry," said Jez. "What was that you just called me, General? I must have misheard." He kept his voice light, but he saw Nugia stiffen. "Master, Jez, my deepest apologies." "Better," he said with a kind smile. "What is it?" "It seems we are on the verge of victory. Look." She gestured to the sky, where a lone ice rock was flying over. It clutched in its mouth a white flag. "It seems Saliaris wishes to negotiate a surrender. What shall I tell him?" "Surrender?" Jez's eyes sparkled. "I never knew he had such a sense of humor." In an instant, he'd drawn his sword and slashed.
The golden arc whipped furiously through the sky, met the rock, and it burst apart in a shower of gore and light. That shot had about 10 times the strength it needed. Jez pursed his lips. He hadn't meant to put that much into it. It seemed he'd slashed in anger. A happy accident. It sent his message rather nicely. The white flag fell and fell, spinning and fluttering, and was lost to the depths of the moat. "Did you know, Nugia, that I've cultivated a poor reputation?" he whispered. Nugia shifted uncomfortably. "I would not put it that way. Please be honest." Jez's eyes glinted. "I despise liars. I despise them most of all." "Poor to some is rich to others, Master." "Well put. Yet in the eyes of the multiverse, kindness is the greatest poverty, isn't it? Kindness invites predators. Predators like our good friend Salieris, holed up on his little fortress. Do you know what I think? I think he planned to ride my kindness all the way to multiversal domination. I think he thought I'd simply roll over and let him have it all, just as I'd let him gouge out his little resistance." Below, hundreds of cables stretched across the moat. Golden warriors swarmed across them, burning with the powers of the infinity. Too strong, too fast, too much. They swarmed up the walls, and the red warriors atop were powerless to resist. Tides of gold and red surged against one another. The red broke. The gold crashed through. Jez laughed. "I've come to realize that the multiverse is like a child," he said. "I love the multiverse and all its living creatures, and so my instinct is to dote on it. But what comes of this? Nothing but petulance, resistance, like a spoiled child. To truly love the multiverse is to raise it right, and sometimes that means a healthy beating." "Very wise," said Nugia. "I must correct my reputation," Jez mused. "And this shall be the first act. How many realms yet remain in Salieris's possession? A handful of upper realms, a half-dozen of the middle ones. I shall go realm by realm. I mean to enjoy myself." He nodded down at the fortress, which was so overrun all but the highest peaks were glazed gold. Salieris had fled, but not for long. "There is another matter," said Jez. "I have a mission for you." "Yes, Master?" "I have heard reports of other misbehaving children. A certain god-king of time making a mess of the dragon realm. While I pursue Salieris, may I entrust him to you?" A long silence from Nugia. "Master, it pains me to admit, but I fear I am not his match." "Even overdrawing from the infinity?" "I can bring no assurances." "I see." Jez pursed his lips. "Then you can have whoever you need." Nugia started. "Truly?" "I want this done, Nugia." He turned to face her, and the millennia-old Empyrean flinched at something in his gaze. "No more close calls. No more failures. Take enough power to bury 5 Dorians. If he is not dead within the month, I will be very, very disappointed in you. Do you understand?" She swallowed. "Yes." "Good." He turned back, sighing happily. Dorian's eyes were closed, but he felt his body smoking with chi, the way breaths smoke on a wintry day. The supergiant was unstable, and he felt what it must do, and he'd only have one chance to do it. Ahead there was only rebirth or ruin. He drank another chi elixir, slowly, felt the added mass wobble his core. Careful did it. He needed to hit a tipping point, no further. His law gave the structure, his chi the substance. As he poured in more and more chi, and the mass strained against its law confines, a sense of pressure welled up within him. The elixirs poured in like drops of water, dripping into his core.
It would not stop wobbling, yet it wouldn't give in either. The thing was stubborn. It needed a shove. Dorian kept drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 101% to 102%. And drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 104% to 105%. And drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 112% to 113%. The supergiant wasn't merely wobbly now. It was a volatile, spasming mass. It seemed more likely to burst like a broken dam than to condense like he envisioned. For the first time, he wondered if this was a good idea. Maybe there was a good reason he hadn't heard of any Empyreans or God Kings with his setup. Maybe those who got to this point and kept going inched their way to oblivion. There was something uniquely settling about feeling that seething mass spasming within you, like bad heart palpitations. Somehow, when it's a part of your own body, you get this nearly overwhelming instinct to stay still and touch nothing, lest you break something vital. An irrational instinct, Dorian knew. He really ought to keep pushing. This method's fundamentals were sound. There was no reason it should cap out at Empyrean. If this were a run, he'd probably be rushing ahead already. But this was not a run. This all felt real in a way leveling hadn't for a very long time. Each time he took a sip, it felt like prodding a slumbering giant. Who knew what it'd do when it woke? In the end, it was simple logic that convinced him. If he didn't advance and maxed himself out as a god, Jez had just reaped God Kings from his prison. Dorian would likely fail in his mission, and then die a terrible death. That way lay certain oblivion. He might die here, but if he was going to die either way, it might as well be on his own terms. He drank. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 113% to 114%. He felt something within him crack. His breath caught. Fissures crackled down the supergiant. Streams of black light burst out from within, and the supergiant exploded in fiery chi. Blood spurted from Dorian's mouth. He was burning up all over, certain he was about to melt. Huge chunks of chi burst out against his innards. There was no pain at first. Acid surged up his throat, choking him. For some reason he giggled, which was a terrible idea with a throat full of acid. He doubled over, coughing and hacking. Puddles of blood splattered the tatami. Then it all froze. The explosion and its many chunks of supercharged chi hung suspended. Rank up, Star Realm, Supergiant, to Black Hole. Dorian choked, this time out of surprise. A heartbeat passed. Then it all reversed. Some intense gravity at the heart of his being had wrested control of the explosion. Now all the chi in him sank toward it, slowly at first, then quicker and quicker. As they neared the center of his being, they were so fast they streaked like comets. Then they vanished, one by one, sucked into seemingly nothing and nowhere, gone without a sound. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.0 to 0.1. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.1 to 0.2. Dorian probed the center of his being, fascinated. There was only a swirling whirlpool of force, this immense pull, but he could sense no great reservoir of chi as its source. All he could do was deduce its presence at the very center of things, just as he might deduce the presence of an object by its shadow. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.3 to 0.4. And the last vestiges of his supergiant's chi had been recalled. All that cultivation, from nothing until now, counted only as 0.4 in this new system, whatever that meant. As he opened his eyes, he found he had no aura. He felt like a mortal.
Yet as he moved, the air shimmered around him, suddenly charged like he was exerting some invisible force upon the world. It was a similar effect Jez achieved when he pulled power from his infinity, or his brother when his bodies merged into one. Dorian had not climbed to their heights just yet, but it seemed he now breathed the same air. "I'm alive!" he croaked, astounded, then burst out in laughter. He waded into old Coldheart's ring and pulled out a suitably strong vial of spirits. Time to celebrate. He rarely had time to indulge in this life, but the moment deserved it. Besides, he had time to spare. The next 70 years were devoted to two things: stockpiling chi and Tao insights. He'd reached that grindy part of the growth curve, the stretch where most gods spent their whole lives struggling and getting nowhere. Luckily, he had a literal treasure trove at his disposal. In those 70 years, his bladder certainly got a level up, but more important things did too. Level up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, high, saturation 28% to 29%. Compared to other gods, going nearly a third of the way from Empyrean to God King in Tao in just 70 years was astounding progress. Compared to his prior rate of progress, it was a little depressing. But that was cultivating for you. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 2.9 to 3.0. It had taken him 15 years to go from 0.4 to 1.4, then about 30 from 1.4 to 2.4. He'd been grinding at this last level up for years. That last notification was like sunrise after a long night. What was the benchmark for 1.0? He felt a lot stronger, but there was no way to know by just how much stuck here in the chamber. He glanced to the hourglass on the wall, where the last few motes of glowing sand were trickling their way down. He'd been sitting here long enough. It was time to stretch his muscles. 262. Black Hole, 3. There was another reason Dorian found it hard to gauge his strength. For the first time, his cultivation had gone from percentages to absolute numbers. It reflected his feeling of the black hole, like staring into the darkness of an abyss. It gave an impression of fathomless depth, which lent him an aura of mystique, but also meant even he didn't know how much chi was in there. Maybe the scale in the system was calibrated to a universal constant. The amount of chi it took to fill 1,000 max-grade spirit stones, perhaps? All Dorian knew for sure was that someone had made it this far, and that someone had likely taken great pains to keep it a secret. It wasn't uncommon for the great clans with their signature techniques. Sadly, it left Dorian feeling like a blind man who'd stumbled into someone else's house, trying to construct a blueprint by touch alone. He stood and willed himself out of the chamber, and like that, it was done. He was back in Coldheart's tomb, which looked exactly as he'd left it 2 real-time days ago. Long fingers of sunlight brushed his face. "Coldheart," he called. No answer. "Coldheart!" Maybe that last remnant of spirit had been released, now that its purpose was done. Or maybe it was just that sound didn't travel very well through hundreds of strides of ice. Either way, Dorian saw no way to get out, and the dragon hadn't offered him any instructions, leaving him in an awkward place. As far as he was concerned, what was about to happen was Coldheart's fault. "I'm going to count to 3, he said. "If you don't appear, I'm taking matters into my own hands. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. He shrugged. You couldn't say he hadn't given the spirit a chance. Let's see. He ran his fingers along the ice, smooth, strong stuff. There was Coldheart's permafrost chi permeating the whole thing. Mere sunlight couldn't melt it, and it was strong enough to freeze whole schools of godly fish in place. No ordinary technique would break through it. He flexed his fingers. This might take a few cracks. Fist of falling star, rising moon. The illusion that manifested was so real and so huge, it almost made him drop the technique out of shock. He was convinced for an instant he'd been teleported. There was no sunlight, there was no glacier, there was not even the ice beneath his feet. He stood amid a starless night, a velvet of a single hue stretching as far as the eye could see. But that was only the background. What drew his eye, what drew the multiverse's eye, was his fist, which was not a fist but a brilliant white comet, a fragment of bright heaven fallen to earth to land soft as a whispered wish on the glacier wall. Then he was falling, blinded by a wall of intensely hot air, grasping at nothing. It was in his eyes, his nose, his ears, matting his scales. He landed on his ass a moment later. A few thuds landed around him, and then a great crash. I seem to have overdone it. It took a few seconds for all that steam and Dorian's confusion to clear. There was no glacier anymore. Instead, there was a rising hurricane of hot air pouring out through a crack high above him where sunlight trickled in. There were no frozen fish anymore. Instead, there were cooked fish scattered haphazardly, some so crisped they seemed like charcoal blocks, though a few still looked edible. He snatched them up. Son might get a kick out of them. Then there was Coldheart. Dorian stood before a small mountain range of a corpse, once a lovely light blue, now scorched to an unsightly black. Oops! Then, just in case Coldheart's spirit was still around somewhere. Sorry, it was an accident. I seem to have underestimated my own strength quite severely. It's remarkable, actually. Once you supercharge a technique with chi, it almost seems like a different technique altogether. The mirage was blown up 10 times its usual size, and even I couldn't have predicted it'd do all this. Anyway, thanks for all those elixirs and your life's work and that fantastic little treasure of yours. He scratched his head. Was there anything else? Now's probably a good time to mention I'm also Salus Godhunter. Surprise! But I'm very sorry about, He gestured helplessly to Coldheart's corpse. But I was young and dumb and hot-blooded back then. Don't we all make silly mistakes in those regrettable years? You understand. No hard feelings, eh? With a crack, Coldheart's skull rolled off its body to face him with truly eerie timing. 2 hollowed sockets stared at him accusingly. He winced. I'll see myself out. He kicked off for the open sky. It had been a pleasant 3 days of archaeology, and Gerard Jr. were now ambling back to Coldheart's grave, notebooks full of sketches in tow, not to mention an interspatial ring stocked to the brim with new fossils. At least 2 were worthy of a spot in a realm museum. Gerard would need to check with his curator friend back in Taranthia whether he might be interested. Pliny's voice would always approach squeaking when Gerard brought him new species. He had spent many an enjoyable eve drinking with that paunchy, gray-bearded centaur and discussing the implications of the latest great finds. Old as he was, he always brought a child's enthusiasm. It warmed Gerard's heart each time. A pity that the war situation meant Gerard wasn't certain whether his old friend was even alive. Last he heard, Jez had scoured Taranthia. Gerard dearly hoped Pliny had avoided capture. He sighed. He could not fault cultivators very much. He understood why they fought. How immensely hypocritical would it be for him, of all folk, to condemn them? Yet if only they would pause on their blood-soaked battlefields and glance up every once in a while, they might notice, really notice, that above their heads hung stars in the night, and they even be moved to let new feelings into those hermetic hearts, as he had once done. The world was full of wonders, if only you dared look. Up came Coldheart's monument, up ahead, a beautiful thing, constructed to appease a terrible ego. Yet that did not diminish its beauty, which seemed an injustice to Gerard. So often, beautiful things were birthed from awful creatures, laboring in agony. Gerard Jr. croaked a question at him, and he petted his Yulwa toad fondly. An assistant, a friend, a conversationalist, all in one, was Gerard Jr. The only fault he could find in his wonderful new pet was its bloodthirsty hatred for his master. "No, we shall not simply leave him here." Gerard Jr. croaked another suggestion. "It would not do to behead him either. What has he done to offend you, little one? Called you names? It is hardly worthy of capital punishment." Gerard Jr. gurgled unhappily. "You haven't gotten to know him yet. It is entirely possible you'll yet become great friends." Though Gerard rather doubted it, admittedly. More disgruntled gurgles. "Perhaps, but every one of us has a demon within us, some more than others, perhaps. We can't simply off whomever fails to meet your moral standards." Gurgle, gurgle. Gerard frowned. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a tiny fly swatter, and whacked Gerard Jr. over the head. It didn't seem to do much physical damage, but by the look on Gerard Jr.'s face, it sure seemed to hurt his feelings. "Bad, Gerard Jr.," said Gerard sternly, and put it away. Sourly, Gerard Jr. glared at the ground. Then confused gurgles. "That is strange. Good point." Where had all the dragons gone? They hadn't seen one for Lee, and there were none worshipping at the shrine. Gerard only noticed something was wrong when he landed. A whiff of a familiar scent. No, more than one. Far more than one. His hands were talons as the array formation burst to life, a bubble of a force field that sealed off him and Cold Heart's monument from the rest of the world. But that was not all it sealed off. A shimmer of air, and 4 figures appeared before Gerard. 4 familiar figures, and they even had the decency to arrange themselves in ascending order, from least to most powerful. There was the ogre king Ugas, 2 fangs protruding from that club of a lower jaw. He held in his fists 2 giant chains, which ended in metal balls with spikes tipped a sickly green. There was the sky fox, Nugia, eyes dangerously narrowed. She licked her lips. There was the minotaur warlord, Ajax, flaming battle-axe in tow. Then, at the front, a figure that made Gerard sag. A very familiar god-king. "Pliny?" The centaur looked back to him with sad, watery eyes. Gone was his professor's well-worn coat. Gone were his neat little spectacles, his affable smile. In their place were a warlord's armor and the legendary plum-blossom spear. Pliny blinked and looked away, as though holding Gerard's gaze was physically painful. Gerard understood. They had tortured him, no doubt. Maybe that had broken him, but maybe it was the threats to those things he held dear, the objects in his museum that he'd poured his soul into, night over night, for thousands of years. Some of them laid the cultural foundations of entire civilizations. Or perhaps they had his wife, his children. We all had reasons. It was not Gerard's place to judge him. Gerard simply nodded and sighed, unsheathing his claws. He did not beg. He did not flinch. He whispered an apology to Dorian. He glanced up one last time at the night sky. When he looked back down, his eyes were not those of Gerard the caretaker. He looked upon them as the butcher of Pythia. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "shall we begin?" 263. Black Hole 4. Dorian emerged to his slaughter. At first he couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. There was Gerard in midnight rock form, breathing heavy, collapsed on the floor, glasses crushed at his feet. Bones jutted through his feathered skin. A tear exposed his crushed ribcage. Others carved up his arms. He was so bloody Dorian could scarcely tell it was him. One of his wings had been sliced off. The other hung on by a few ineffectual scraps of tendon. Limp. His legs had been sliced off at the knees. Standing before him, chest thrust up in defiance, was Gerard Jr. Space chi shimmered around it. Its eyes shone with rage. It seemed ready to make its last stand. "At last!
breathed Nugia.
He arrives.
The Sky Fox's tails burned like bonfires at the sight of Dorian. By her side were an ogre, a minotaur, a centaur, the last one a god king, his spear tip glistening with Gerard's blood. Dorian took these facts in coldly, yet his blood roared hot in his ears. Nugia sauntered up to him. Her grin was sultry, mocking. Her claws were unsheathed, glinting, burning at the tips.
In Ur, our dance was cut short, but I have not had my fill of you.
She choked. Hard not to when his clawed hand was clamped so tight around her throat. Her allies shouted, started, readied their weapons. They seemed as shocked as she was, which was to say very, very shocked. Dorian smiled with none of the mirth. Now, fucking me up is one thing, he said softly. But you really had to take it out on poor old Gerard? Who does that? All he does is water plants and read books. Nugia's face grew paler by the second. There seemed to be no blood going to her head. She hacked at his arm, thrashed at him, but they felt like the flails of a toddler. Her hands tried prying at his own, glowing with golden strength. You'll need to try harder than that. Fire roasted the air. A giant fireball, surely a fierce thing in an absolute sense, filled with some very impressive laws. But who tried burning a torch dragon? There was practically a warning against trying it embedded in the name. They gave him a tickle, but not nearly enough to make him drop her. Then she tried teleporting out in a flash of fire, but Dorian saw the laws of fire sputtering in the air about her and scoffed his disapproval at them. They flickered out. His hands gripped harder. There was a crunch. Nugia's eyes bulged desperately. By now, her allies had recovered enough to mount a counterattack. Dorian's smile widened. The Ogre King roared, slinging a mace at him, but he flicked up a lazy wing with his shield of the blood moon, and where the mace touched, there was a burst of light and sound. The ogre was sent flying. Next came that minotaur with his fiery axe, and it was like he hadn't learned from his poor friend's demise not a half-second before, for he hacked at Dorian's other wing and ate some shit of his own. Last was the God King with the spear, slow to act. His expression was either wary or reluctant, maybe both. "Wait," said Dorian. "Aren't you Pliny, the historian and curator?" The centaur flinched at the name. "Gerard tells me nothing but great things about you, though," Dorian eyed the tip of his bloodied spear, "evidently he's left some important things out."
"It isn't personal,"
croaked Pliny. The tip of his spear trembled.
"I'm sorry."
"No, you aren't." Dorian's hands clenched. There was one last crunch, and Nugia stopped resisting. She'd left some paper cuts on his arms, maybe singed a few of his hairs. He probably could have finished her off without allowing all that, but this way felt right. Probably because he was fucking furious. "If you were sorry, you wouldn't be here, would you? Let's not kid ourselves. From one horrible person to another, just own it. Life gets so much simpler." The other two Empyreans had picked themselves up. They weren't very hurt, just startled. And these were hulks, tanks, unlike Nugia. Dorian had this funny feeling they'd crumble just the same. He opened his hands. One shone like a moon on a sky with no stars, the other like a comet in a cloudless sky. All his aura poured out into the world.
God King,"
spluttered the ogre.
"No, fool. See those laws?
Empyrean, snapped the Minotaur, hefting his axe.
Besides, we've got the infinity to draw on. Don't get in your head."
"He's right," commented Dorian, eyeing him lazily. "Say, it was that axe that split Gerard up the ribs, wasn't it? Tisk, tisk." He'd meant to sunshine step to land right in front of the beast, but he was still in that awkward phase post-power-up when his body hadn't gotten used to his strength. He plowed right into the fellow.
They tussled, skidding some 20 strides before landing, facing one another. Dorian had gotten his hands on the haft of the battle-axe, but the Minotaur must have been a veteran. Even bowled over, he hadn't let go of the thing. He must have deduced what Dorian was about to do, for a surge of gold chi went into his hands, and suddenly his grip was several times stronger. It made Dorian lurch forward, off-kilter. He steadied himself, frowning, and really pulled. There was a moment of deadlock. Gold chi coursed into the Minotaur's hands. It gritted its teeth, snorting, feet planted. The harder Dorian pulled, the more gold chi it drew. Dorian got the impression it wouldn't let go unless its fingers fell off. I can work with that. He yanked hard. The Minotaur screeched as gold chi rushed into his fingers in a torrent. Flesh flaked off the bones, which glowed so bright they looked like gold bars. One more yank, and he tugged the axe free, along with half the Minotaur's fingers. He examined the axe, sturdy wood handle, runes glowing on its sides. They seemed to suggest it was enchanted to cut organic matter especially well. Gerard's blood staining the axe head attested to it. "Nice axe," said Dorian, and split the Minotaur's head in two. His brain matter splattered the earth, his blood staining the axe head, splattering Gerard's. Blood for blood. His body slumped, twitching, to the ground. The ogre seemed incensed. It made to rush forth, but Pliny held it back. He treated Dorian to a calculating gaze. "Support me," he said. "I will deal with him." "Good call." Dorian started twirling the axe between two fingers, faster and faster. It shrieked as it spun, and with the way the blood caught the light, it seemed a wheel of fire. "Pretty spear you've got there, Mr. Traitor. Care to show me how it works?" "If you insist," sighed Pliny. They charged one another. Things seldom caught Dorian off guard anymore. After his bloodline had reached the fourth form, his serpent's senses pretty much eliminated the need for reflexes. He saw everything coming. So he noticed instantly how weird Pliny moved the instant the centaur set down a hoof. It wasn't that Pliny moved particularly fast, but it seemed like the earth shifted under him, even as he thrust himself forth, so each pace covered double the distance. An illusion? No, that's his Tao, a Tao of the earth. There was no subtlety to Pliny's spear. Blossoms spiraled off it as it moved, one clean, elegant stroke aimed squarely at Dorian's head. Its target was obvious to anyone, its arc fixed. Even so, Dorian had a gut feeling that if he tried dodging, that spear would find him regardless. There was a subtle quality to the way it negotiated distance, to that smooth arc of its path. In the hands of a master, a strike of immense complexity can appear as simple as if it were a child's. Dorian raised the axe, grinning madly, and met his blow head-on. Spear tip met axe edge. An explosion, a great rippling of sound. The grasses for 100 strides were matted to the earth, and Dorian gritted his teeth, muscles working furiously, his heels driven deeper and deeper into the dirt. Of all the gods, those specialized in earth and its cousins hit the heaviest. It felt as though Pliny had dropped the weight of a mountain on the tip of a spear. But even so, Dorian felt strong. His body was boiling over with chi, gushing out of his core and packing into his muscles. A wave of fresh power hit him like a jolt of electricity. Roaring, he shoved harder. Pliny frowned. Then he skittered back a pace, yielding the exchange. Dorian dashed in, pressing his advantage. But Pliny wasn't retreating, not fully. Already the God King was twisting his spear in a high arc, coming back for another blow. Dorian sent his axe to meet it. A giant spiked metal ball hit him in the face. It didn't hurt. With his scales, he could laugh off 100 of these things. But the trouble was, a hunk of metal several tons heavy slamming into you mid-air still sent you tumbling. The ogre! Dorian snarled at it. He considered blasting it with a breath, but with how supercharged his attacks had been of late, he might end up terraforming the realm on accident. And killing Gerard. It shot him a slick grin before ducking behind Pliny, where it was safe. It had the nerve to stick out its tongue at him. A child's taunt, but you'd be surprised how many powerful warriors could lose their shit at nonsense in the heat of battle. "You have grown powerful, Dorian," sighed Pliny, and laws crackled around his body so strong they were visible to even mortals. The earth loved him like it loved no other. That was the privilege of the God King. "You are more powerful than I ever thought possible of an Empyrean, but I am a God King ranked 86. The gulf between our laws is too vast. Stand down, and I will spare Gerard. Treat him and make certain he makes a full recovery. This I promise you. We needn't escalate things further." The centaur looked tired, like an old warrior returning from a long war, only to find one last battle waiting for him. It wasn't that he was scared of Dorian. It was simply that he sensed Dorian wouldn't go down easy. He didn't want to have to go through yet another drawn-out duel. "Please don't make me do this," his eyes seemed to be saying. "Ah, so now you want the peaceful way out. Sorry, but I'm afraid it's far too late. Should have brought it up before you stabbed my friend full of holes, eh?" Dorian hefted his axe. "You cannot defeat me," said Pliny. "No?" Dorian frowned. "You sound so confident." "I have observed you with Nugia, and with Ajax, and in that exchange just now. I have gotten the measure of your powers. You don't want to do this." "He does," crowed the ogre. "He's cracked in the head. You can't seriously think you, a mere Empyrean, can beat a top-ranked God King, can you? It's never been done." "Ah, but it has. Hu Yi twice, and Fate too," said Dorian, smiling lightly. At that, the ogre burst out laughing. "You hearing this? He thinks he's Hu Yi. He thinks he's Fate. I've got news for you, buddy." "Hey, want to hear a secret?" "Huh?" "Don't tell anyone." Dorian leaned in conspiratorially. "But I was actually only using a third of my powers all that time." Centaur and ogre just blinked at him. "Here, I'll prove it. Catch." In a blur of motion, he cocked the axe back, flooded his arm with chi, and threw with all his might. Pliny dodged, but the axe hadn't been meant for him. The ogre's head splattered like a crushed melon. His body flopped behind the axe head, stuck as the axe flew through the air, scarcely slowed. It burrowed into a mountainside and was gone from sight, though you could still hear thunderous booms as it went deeper and deeper through the stone. "I liked that axe," sighed Dorian. "Oh well." 264. Black Hole 5. For a few breaths, Pliny merely frowned at the axe-shaped hole in the mountain. His expression was blank. Then he let out a sigh that started from his belly, flowed up his chest, and where it passed, he sagged with resignation. "Quite a throw," he said. "Quite a throw indeed." "Why, thank you," said Dorian. "Though axe-throwing isn't my strong suit, I much prefer fisticuffs, actually." His hands lit up with chi. "Let's end things, shall we?" "Very well," said Pliny. The words dropped from his lips, heavy as a stone. He cast his watery eyes above to the heavens. The sun was rising in the east, banishing the last vestiges of night, but you could still see glimmers of the stars in the lightening blue. "I wished things didn't have to end this way," he murmured. His eyes searched for Gerard's. Dorian's manservant was propped up to his elbows, but still nowhere near in moving condition. Gerard simply nodded. Jez has my daughter," said Pliny, his voice a little choked. "You remember Talia, the one who'd gifted you that watercolor of that horned dragon fossil of yours? Handmade, as I recall. She always used to ask me, when's Uncle Gerard with his silly glasses coming back?" "You do not need to justify yourself to me," said Gerard. There was no hate in his eyes, even now, and the sight seemed to ease some invisible load off Pliny's shoulders. "I understand. If it consoles you at all, I shall see to it that she is taken good care of, after all this." The implication, that Pliny would not be there to do it himself, hung heavy between them. Pliny shook his head. "If things had been different—" Then Dorian stepped in front of him, cutting off his line of sight. "All right, that's enough. Sentimentality is like sugar. A little is nice, but too much gets sickly sweet, fast." He flashed his teeth. "Besides, Gerard might understand, but I sure as hell don't. All I understand is you hurt my friend. Would have killed him too if I'd been a few breaths late." He snorted. "That much closure is already more than you deserve. Goodbye." A burst of sunshine steps, and Pliny gagged on the words in his throat. Dorian came at him head-on, no tricks, partly because he was just that confident, and partly because there was nothing more cathartic than a good old-fashioned pummeling. Fist of falling star, rising moon. Pliny might have been caught wrong-footed, on all 4 feet, no less, but he was still a god-king, and his spear darted up to meet Dorian, arching like a snake. There was a mound of earth laws at the tip, packed with incredible density. The runes along the steel shaft worked mightily, but they still couldn't stop the thing from bending. All around them, the tops of mountains were floating, clumps of dirt, chunks of stone. Gravity had loosened its hold on the world, but it was only an illusion, a redistribution of weight. Dorian felt all that weight the instant his fist made contact with the spear. His arm nearly buckled under all of it. One hand versus a mountain range. There was a light crunch in his fist, a bone snapping, a spike of pain. Dorian was flung back. But before Pliny had time to retract the spear, he was on the centaur again, slinging blows with abandon. Fist met spear again, and the air shivered at their passing. Nothing much moved, for their forces seemed to cancel each other out, which masked just how immense each blow was on either side. Dorian's fist would have made a sooty heap of any common Empyrean. Pliny's spear would have made dust of all the bones in their body. It was doing a fine enough job obliterating Dorian's hands as is. But Dorian kept rushing in, kept wailing, blow after blow, faster and faster. Pliny looked shocked at the aggression. It was all backward. You didn't get fiercer the more injuries your body sustained. But Dorian felt like a racehorse that was still getting up to top speed. There was so much damned chi in him. So what if his vessel couldn't handle it? It had to be let out. Centaurs did not like to be crowded. Neither did spearmen. As Dorian rushed in, Pliny grew skittish. His spear rose a little slower each time, a little more frantic. One more punch, and a cloud of blood erupted around his hand. Dorian blinked at it. The fingers refused to curl, all bent in the wrong direction. His thumb was smooshed deep into its socket, a little deformed nub. His chi and bloodline worked madly to heal all of it. He shrugged and launched the thing again. "Hells!" cried the centaur. "You're a madman!" Dorian cackled. His next blow landed hard on Pliny's face, 4 knuckles branded deep into his cheek, blackening the skin. There was the pleasant smell of burnt meat. Pliny screamed, kicked him off, broke something in Dorian's chest as he did. Dorian kept coming. There was some gold at Pliny's trembling fingers now. Jez's power. He slashed at the air with his spear, and a hurricane of rose petals erupted. Dorian simply put up his wings, pumped them full of chi, and waded through it. He didn't care what Pliny threw at him. He burned to get his hands on the fucker. The petals bounced off his skin like hail off a rooftop. Dorian scarcely felt it. Punch by punch, step by step, he blasted his way into Pliny's personal space. Real close. So close he could wrap his wings tight around Pliny, even as the centaur launched a desperate thrust of the spear. There was a loud crunch, then a squelch as it shattered Dorian's abdomen plates, pierced the skin, skewered enough internal organs to make a meat kebab, and poked out his backside. Just as Dorian planned. Well, not precisely. He'd been hoping to pull himself in so that the spear went right between his organs and emerged out his backside unharmed, but this stuff was more of an art than a science. He got what he wanted in the end. To get some alone time with the bastard. Up close and personal they were, so close he could pick out the branching red veins at the edges of his eyes, could see the terror in Pliny's shivering pupils. With what remained of his hands, he clung on tight to the spear. He crunched in, and his body clung tight to it, too. Even if Pliny could pull it out, with his wings wrapping them up, there was simply no room to try. There was a timer on Dorian's life now. Make no mistake, that spear in him had made a mess of things. It had detonated a bomb of golden chi within him, too. He wasn't healing from this. He'd be dead in minutes. So he seized the moment and head-butted Pliny in the face. The centaur had a thick skull, but Dorian's was thicker and had horns on it besides, and one of them found a crevice where something softer and squishier lay and dug greedily into it. Pliny screeched. Dorian kept bashing. He was disappointed that there was only broken bone this time. He bashed again, cracked the skull further. Where was that damned second eye? Another bash, then another, and finally he rolled his head around and felt the squelch. He paused for a moment. What's gotten into me? This level of savagery was unlike him. Really, it was more of a Gerard thing. He must have been madder than he'd thought. He kept bashing. Crack, crack, crack. The skull caved in earnest. All the while, Pliny was screaming and bucking and thrashing. He was vaguely aware they were falling, flipping upside down over and over again. None of it mattered. He only had one mission in mind, to see which of their heads broke open first. Then Dorian was flung flying. All his holds were broken at once. His wings, his hands on the spear wrenched free of his body. He gasped, hitting the earth hard, wheezing. His ears rang. His head was splitting in pain. As always with these sudden shocks, it took some detective work to figure out just what the hells had happened. He was so singed that had to have been an immense explosion. Where was that blasted centaur? Ah. In his desperation, Pliny had pulled on the infinity, recklessly. His body, corpse, lay at the center of a smoking crater. His eyes stared sightlessly. There was little else above them. It seemed he'd inadvertently blown the top half of his skull to bits. His brain had roasted in his own head. A bit of a downer ending, but that was about as good as Dorian could reasonably expect. Revenge was seldom as satisfying as you pictured it. By the look of him, Dorian figured Pliny had learned his lesson. The old centaur wouldn't be bullying any more poor geeky rocks any time soon. Gasping, trying not to vomit up the rest of his internal organs, Dorian crawled up to Gerard. They looked quite alike, strewn out like that. If anything, Dorian had the claim to the more mangled body. His manservant just stared. Dorian coughed, wiped some blood out of his eye with a limp hand. "So," he croaked, "how'd the dig go?" "Good," said Gerard. His voice had a faraway quality to it. "I found a fossil." "Nice." Another coughing fit bent Dorian over. A pause. "Thank you," said Gerard. "Oh, don't mention it." They sat there for a breath, blinking numbly at the smoking wasteland around them. A croak punctured the surreality of the moment. It was Gerard Jr.
He opened his mouth, and out popped 2 glowing violet flowers. He nudged one to Gerard, licking his cheek in affection. Then he wrinkled his nose at Dorian, but plopped the other flower at Dorian's feet nonetheless.
"Blue-violet petunias," said Gerard. "Excellent healing properties. Good find. Well done, Gerard Jr."
He reached out to give the toad some well-earned scratches behind the ears. Gerard Jr. purred. At times it was like he forgot he was a toad.
"Oh, that reminds me," said Dorian. "I got a literal dragon's hoard of healing treasures from Coldheart's tomb. Not to mention that time chamber. What do you say we head in to recuperate?"
265. Black Hole, 6. An hour later, in real time, Dorian was fully healed, and so was Gerard. Before they set off, Gerard insisted on burying Pliny, even crowned him with a gravestone, something neat and poetic about returning a centaur whose life work was fossils to the earth, an apt resting place. Dorian and Gerard Jr. stood by, incredulous. Dorian didn't feel the centaur deserved shit. Gerard Jr. thought so too, by his increasingly irritated croaking. Dorian was pretty sure that little monster was even more vindictive than he was. After Gerard finished up, planting a sapling atop Pliny's grave and bowing to it like a monk, Gerard Jr. strode up and took a piss on it. Gerard rapped him over the head with a tiny fly swatter for it, but the toad didn't look very sorry. Then they were off to find Sun. A day's journey later, they were back where they'd started, where they'd met Greenscale and Slick Claw and the rest. Their peaks were deserted. There wasn't a dragon in sight, save for a blind, wingless codger who tried to eat Dorian when he asked where the resistance had gone. Sun had left nothing behind to indicate where she went.
"Sire, perhaps Junior can help," said Gerard. "Yulwar toads are magnificent creatures, as you well know. One of their many spectacular talents is a prodigious sense of smell. Junior, if you would."
The toad didn't answer at first, still smarting over the swat, but Gerard won him over with some coaxing, some head rubs, and a glazed spider as a treat. He extended his fat lily-pad tongue into the air, as though tasting it. Satisfied, he raised a leg and pointed. Dorian and Gerard exchanged a glance. Dorian shrugged. Why not? So Gerard Jr. clambered onto Gerard's head and assumed the role of his hat. The toad pointed like a weather vane, and they flew on. Hours passed, and still they found naught but empty peaks. They passed a mountain range caked in greenery, with orchards bursting with fruit, but no one there to tend them. Dorian was worried something had happened to her until he visited a high, lone peak, only to find an array formation sealing off the entrance. "Yellow Eye is out," read a sign nailed haphazardly to the stone. Then, underneath, "Long live the resistance." "It seems she's been busy in our absence," murmured Gerard. Nearly half a day in, they came across a troop of sprightly dragon gods. They wore red sashes, and they all looked to be in great spirits, enjoying life a little too much for Dorian's taste. He would have been on guard as they flew up to him, but they really didn't seem the mugging type. They seemed more likely to get mugged, honestly, and by how irritatingly innocent and joyful their smiles were, Dorian had half a mind to do it himself. Sighing, he reminded himself he was supposed to be one of the good guys now, and good guys were not allowed to have fun. Begrudgingly, he forced down his more sinister instincts. How fate managed the good guy act all the time, he'd never know. Dorian's own good guy phase had only lasted right up until he'd first hit God King, and it had been an exhausting 1,000-odd years. "Sir," squeaked the dragon at the lead. He brandished a pamphlet at Dorian. No words, curiously, all pictures. "Sir, this humble one is called Squashed Nose for reasons that ought to be fairly obvious. Do you have a spare moment?" "No," said Dorian.
"Oh,"
said Squashed Nose, head drooping. His neck was so long it took a few seconds.
Was I too forward? Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'm kind of new with this. I'm still learning.
You were well within the bounds of etiquette, Mr. Nose. Please, pardon my master, said Gerard gently, stepping up. I fear he is terminally antisocial. What is it? Squashed Nose brightened.
Oh, excellent. Sir, have you wondered why so many peaks lay empty?
I have, in fact.
There is a great movement sweeping all of the dragon realm as we speak, sir. We common folk are tired of crawling under the shadow of the oppressive elites of Mount Tai, and we've decided to give them a piece of our minds. Many pieces of many minds, in fact.
Hear, hear, crowed the dragons behind him.
It's all outlined very helpfully in this pamphlet, sir, said Squashed Nose.
He opened it up to the first page.
At first, no one believed we, the common folk, could rise against such a powerful foe, but under the leadership of the greatest military mind of our age, Supreme Leader Sun Wukong, we have routed every force they've sent to destroy us. We've beaten back their Empyreans.
Here he pointed to what looked to be a child's sketch of a dragon with crosses over its eyes.
We've broken their god cannons and felled their warships.
Yet more doodling.
And with each victory, our numbers have only grown.
Hear, hear, crowed the dragons.
Impressive, said Gerard. Thank you. Do you like the pamphlet? I made it myself, with some notes from the Supreme Leader, said Squashed Nose.
His little crew weren't full-grown, second or third form at best, Dorian guessed. They had the starry-eyed look of new recruits, the type that liked the idea of fighting for a cause without thinking much about what it'd actually entail. He suspected they just liked being part of something.
And how many fighters have you amassed? Asked Gerard.
Almost 200, sir. If memory serves, that's about 3/4 of the realm, muttered Gerard. She's managed this in just 3 days. Dorian was only mildly surprised. Whenever Sun got her mind off food, unlikely, and crippling self-doubt, which she'd gotten a lot better at of late, she could be a terrifying force. If she could string together a solid century or so of unbridled megalomania, in other words, just be a normal cultivator like the rest of them, she could probably be ruler of the multiverse.
We've all been chafing at Jez's rule for ages, piped up a dragon in the back. We just needed a spark, like weird dry straw or something, and she made the sparks.
He looked to Squashed Nose.
Did that make any sense? I think you made plenty of sense, Comrade Thickskull. Great job.
Thickskull beamed.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
Dorian cleared his throat. So, what are you meant to be? Infantry? He dearly hoped not. Sun might have gotten a lot of folk to join, but if this was their quality, they might as well trade those red sashes for white flags.
Oh, heavens, no. We're just recruiters, see? Our mothers said we're too young to fight. The soldiers are far off, said Squashed Nose. They're about to assault Lockjaw Fortress right about now, right as we speak, actually. After we're through with that, well, there's only Mount Tai left. So we're out here recruiting brave folk who'll join us on the final push to a free dragon realm.
Hear, hear, cried the dragons behind. A thin, sickly-looking dragon with a head too big for its body waddled over and whispered something in the lead dragon's ear. The lead dragon gave a start.
Oh, I forgot to mention the most important part of the pitch. Pardon me, it's my first day on the job, see?
Squashed Nose squinted down at his pamphlet.
Military mind, routing foes, recruits so far, Mount Tai. Ah, here it is. If you, dear listener, are still unsure, Supreme General Wukong hears you. She knows it's a daunting ask to go up against Mount Tai itself, what with Scraggletooth up there and all. Despicable villain he might be, but he is still a god king. But fear not, for the Resistance has an ace, a trump card, a—"
Squashnose seemed to be struggling for a third synonym.
Secret weapon?"
offered a dragon in the back.
"Yes, that, thank you."
Squashnose pointed to a sketch on the last page. There was a mountain for scale, and next to it, towering over it, a giant horned dragon with smoking eyes, giant bat-like wings, and a tail brimming with spikes. Tiny dragons cowered around it.
"They say he's taller than the tallest mountains, that just standing upright, he towers over Mount Tai." "Whoa," said the crew. "They say he's as powerful as 10,000 dragons. They say he's never lost a duel." "Whoa," said the crew. "They say he's the Supreme Leader's personal mount, that she's ridden him into battle and slain a god king." "Whoa," said the crew.
Dorian's eye twitched. This had better not be who I think it is.
"Dragons tremble before him. The heavens dare not defy him. His name—"
"Is Dorian," said Dorian. Squashnose blinked at him.
"Oh, how'd you know?"
Dorian pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "I'm Dorian." The whole troop frowned at him.
"No, you're not,"
said Thick Skull. Dorian wasn't sure what he was supposed to say to that. "Yes, I am."
"No,"
said Thick Skull stubbornly.
"No offense, sir, but you don't look very rideable," said Squashnose.
Never mind. My friends and I will join your cause. Can you take us to your Supreme Leader?"
Hold on," said Squashnose. You're really joining?"
"That's the idea." Squashnose turned back to his crew, sniffling.
"Comrades, we finally got one!"
Thick Skull was dispatched to guide Dorian and Gerard to the rest of the Resistance, which was in the middle of assaulting Lockjaw Fortress. It was the last of Mount Tai's outposts across the realm, apparently, and it looked like Mount Tai's much less impressive little sibling. A mountain-top fortress, stone and bulky, squatting atop a peak of middling height. But it did have cannons mounted atop it, and array formations throwing up a force field. A swarm of sun's dragons 100 strong, almost all gods, were busy firing at the force field. It was dimming by the breath. Sun sat on a hill behind them, chewing on a leg of meat so huge she could barely hold the bone with both hands, looking very pleased with herself. The fortress's forces tried shooting them down with cannon fire, but there were simply too many to nail down. The force fields soon failed. Then the fortress's own forces responded. 12 Empyreans, all decked out in plate, clasping giant swords and bows and spears, shot out to face the mob. Trailing them were a squadron of equally well-armored troops. Real troops, unlike Sun's ragtag volunteers, and their quality soon showed. The fortress troops rammed into Sun's swarm, which scattered and burst apart, retreating, screaming as they went. It only fueled the fortress troops, which gave furious chase, perhaps a little too furious. Sun dropped the leg and hopped to her feet. Waving frantically, mouth half full, she shouted, "Now!" The fortress troops had flown a few dozen strides from the fortress by now. They had nowhere to retreat to as the cloud layer below them erupted with techniques, and 12 Empyreans of Sun's own burst through and tore into their flanks. At the same time, Sun's seemingly scattered troops turned as one and blasted the baffled fortress troops in the front, a nicely executed pincer maneuver that quickly put an end to the fighting. Then the army broke out in raucous celebration. "Long live the Supreme Leader!" went the chants. "Long live!" "It occurs to me that we are all very lucky her ambitions do not extend beyond her belly," mused Gerard. 266. Mount Tai, 1. Mount Tai's courtyard garden was the envy of the Dragon Realm. The soil was fine and loamy, and so soft your feet sank into it as into a wool carpet. But you could scarcely see it under all that greenery. It wasn't all green, of course. There were sky blues, molten reds, sunny yellows, deep cave blacks, great herbs, big and small, planted so close they twined and sagged all over each other. If you took a stroll through here, then peered out at the rest of the realm, you could scarcely believe they shared a world. This garden of Mount Tai seemed painted of brighter, more various colors. It made those lesser peaks look monochrome by contrast. This was by design, for this wasn't just God King Scraggletooth's personal leisure garden. It was also the vault that held his ill-gotten gains. Once upon a time, before Salus mauled the realm, every peak in the dragon realm with color. But after him, nearly every peak was burned down, and the flowers that survived were the mean, tough types. So it was with plants, so it was with dragons. The meanest, toughest dragons seized hold of Mount Tai. They then went about pillaging the broken realm and setting up a new social order. The survivors were too weak to resist. So it came to be that the few pretty plants left were gathered up and planted here, as were much of the rest of the dragon realm's splendor and power. For the second time that week, Spiketail crash-landed into this lovely garden. He was as ugly as Scraggletooth recalled. The idiot hadn't the courtesy to wear a mask to spare the rest of them his face, like Scraggletooth had asked. Spiketail somehow managed to look even more disheveled than the last time. His jaw was trembling so hard, his first few tries at a word came out in loud, squawking blubbers. At last, he choked out a word.
"Emergency!"
he wailed.
It's horrible, sir."
Scraggletooth's harem yelped and skittered. Scraggletooth simply sighed. He held up a finger, finished eating the last of the grapes out of Sweet Red Fang's mouth, gulped and licked his lips. Spiketail bounced about all the while, looking like he was about to explode.
"Sir."
Scraggletooth kept his finger up. He took a long sip of wine.
"If this is not truly dire," he said slowly, making sure to enunciate every syllable, "I shall pick up this pole-axe."
He gestured to his trusty weapon lying against a pillar, huge even for a dragon.
"And I shall gut you with it, tear out your entrails, and hang you with them."
Spiketail audibly gulped.
"Well," drawled Scraggletooth, "go on, then. What is it?" "The strike force. Jess's strike force. All dead. Dorian yet lives."
"Oh, is that all?" Scraggletooth reached for his poleaxe.
And the revolution,"
screeched Spiketail.
"It's swelled to over 200.
Scraggletooth froze.
And they've taken Lockjaw Fortress. They're marching on us as we speak, my king. What do we do?"
Scraggletooth was forced to admit this was rather dire. Disappointing, since he'd really been looking forward to gutting the unsightly fellow. He said. "I see. Thank you." He waved a hand. "You may go." Spiketail stared at him.
"Sir, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I sense you are not treating this with the seriousness it deserves. The revolution is marching here. They'll arrive in a mere day."
"On the contrary, I am treating this with exactly the seriousness it deserves," said Scraggletooth. "Red Fang, another grape, if you would." "Oh, thank you, my dear."
"Sir,
it shall be taken care of. Now, shoot." For a breath, Spiketail just gaped. Then he swallowed, saluted, and pitter-pattered his way into the sky. "My king," said one of his harem, a cute little creature whose name he couldn't quite recall. "We'll be fine, won't we? Could those rebels possibly breach the walls?" At that he had to laugh. He remembered her now,
Moontail, the youngling he'd spotted bathing. He'd made a special trip down to the common lands just to abduct her. Pretty she might be, but there wasn't much between the ears. Her acting was terrible. Beneath that thin veneer of fear, he could tell she was hopeful that she might one day be freed. He had to laugh at that. "Oh, me! No, no. I fear this little resistance will be dashed against Mount Ty's walls easily enough." But aren't there 200 of them? And that one fellow, he slew Jez's God King, didn't he? Scraggletooth tisked, flicking her nose. You could forgive a lot of the pretty ones. If Spiketail had asked something so silly, his head would be on a stick. "True," he said patiently, "and that is all very impressive, I'm sure. But you forget who you're talking to, my dear." He sighed. "Everyone has, it seems. Do you know how I came to be king?" Moontail judged it wise to stay silent on that one. "You have my permission to speak the truth," he said gently. "Just this once, mind you." "You betrayed your brother," Moontail sneered. There was defiance in her eyes, flickering like the last embers in a dead hearth. "You stole the throne." "That's what everyone says. It's very flashy, I grant you, and he was very popular with the little folk, so of course that is the narrative of history. But no one recalls what came before I shoved Dusk here," he patted his poleaxe, "through dear brother's overly muscled back. For 3 moons we held Mount Ty against Jez's forces. 3 moons. How? Because it was I who was his general. It was I who handled the preparations, and the strategizing, and the execution down to the littlest detail, while he sat here slurping up all the credit as he lounged on his fat arse. We could only hold for that long because of my meticulous preparation. In the end, Jez judged it such a nuisance to finish me, he offered me the realm." He paused. "Besides, do you know just how hard it is to get up here? The mountain is a fortress unto itself. Ancient magics have welled here since before there were dragons in the dragon realm. It makes flying up the mountain impossible. The gravity is simply too strong, and the chi in the air itself is so dense it seems to weigh on you, and it gets worse the higher you fly. The only reason we can fly normally is due to the fortress's astonishingly chi-intensive arrays. Even Jez's Empyreans and God Kings had to take the long route up. Climbing. Don't you recall marching those thousands of li the first time I brought you here? I wouldn't do that to you for no reason. I'm no savage. Ah, I suppose you wouldn't. You were likely unconscious." "But aren't there hundreds of rebels? They'll get here eventually, won't they?" said Moontail. The girl was desperate. "After braving hours of cannon fire that can end gods and Empyreans in a blast, perhaps, and setting off 1,000 nasty traps en route. By then they're bedraggled and worn, and they haven't even gone up the walls, nor the moat, which is the real challenge. And then they'll have to face fresh, well-armored Empyreans and a God King." Moontail drooped. "Then why was Spiketail so scared?" "Spiketail is very stupid, dear," said Scraggletooth. "But I hate to see you so worried. If it'll give you peace of mind, I suppose I can petition our friend Jez for some insurance. One can never be too prepared, after all." Yawning, he stretched his massive serpentine body and got to his many, many feet. Scraggletooth was a dragon of the classical Eastern lineage, as all rulers of the dragon realm were since the days of yore. "Excuse me, my dears. Business calls." "I wish to speak with Jez," said Scraggletooth. He had to wait a few breaths before the scrying glass mounted on the chamber wall resolved. "What is it?" said Jez. The man's voice was nearing a snarl. Scraggletooth couldn't really tell where he was,
but there was a great deal of fire and explosions in the background. He'd noticed his employer had gotten a lot snippier of late. Rather disappointing. Scraggletooth had taken him to be a reasonable man. "I would like to inform you that the Dragon Realm is about to fall, and with it your infinity heart," said Scraggletooth calmly. Not strictly true, but if you wanted something, you really had to exaggerate the direness of the need. "What?" "Your strike force has utterly failed. The realm is in full revolt. Courtesy dictates I make this call. Presently, I'm preparing my escape." "You are a top-ranked god-king in a fortress that is nigh impregnable." Jez narrowed his eyes, and there was genuine fury in them. Fury. "How is this possible?" Scraggletooth shrugged. "The fortress is not what it was, my friend. Nothing in the Dragon Realm is after Salus. I am not your friend." Jez's voice was dangerously soft. "I am your master." There was a long, awkward pause. Scraggletooth supposed the courteous thing to do was to indulge him. He really had flown far off course since they'd first met. It was sad to witness. "Of course, master. How silly of me. I sincerely apologize." "Better." Jez gave an odd little laugh. "It is so tiring, Scraggletooth. Oh, so tiring, trying to save this realm from itself, while my allies, my underlings, are all raging incompetence." Scraggletooth scratched at his cheek. So, what should I do?" Jez sighed. "What do you need?" "Presently, the fortress is powered by a stash of peak-grade spirit stones," said Scraggletooth. "Fine for those lesser cannons, our shield arrays, and our chi traps. But I fear this isn't enough to power those most powerful weapons, firepower that can threaten even god-kings. For that, I shall need to make use of the body." Jez's face spasmed. Clearly, he didn't like the idea at all. But it was a question of which he liked less, losing his infinity heart, or losing that strange relic which had fallen from the sky. "Fine," Jez gritted out. "But you must ensure that it does not fall into enemy hands. Dorian cannot be allowed to get hold of it, whatever the cost. Do you understand?" His words were slightly muffled by an explosion. "Of course. I don't think you do." Jez leaned in so that his face took up the whole mirror. He stared, and there was a faint gleam of madness in his eyes. "Earlier you mentioned an escape. If you fail, there will be no such thing. There will be no corner of the multiverse where you can hide from me. I will find you, and you will not be so smug then." Jez was not the intimidating type. He wasn't built for it. He didn't know how to contort his face to make those deep, threatening grooves. Yet Scraggletooth was still struck by an unexpected pang of fear. For Jez was not trying to be intimidating. He was baring his heart and expressing something intensely true. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. "Rest at ease, Master Jez," said Scraggletooth. "Mount Tai shall not fall. With the body at hand. Why, it's practically impossible." 267. Mount Tai, 2. The battle had barely ended, and they were already spinning up songs for Sun. Her soldiers bounced her between them as they flew a victory lap, cheering and hooting and spewing celebratory peals of fire. She cackled all the while. Beneath, Squashed Nose and the rest of the recruiters had scurried into Lockjaw Fortress. They set about dragging out cannons, gauntlets, spears, bows, and other such deadly knickknacks. "Remarkable," muttered Dorian. "She has them on a string. I wonder how she does it." "In past lives, haven't you inspired similar devotion in your own armies, sire?" asked Gerard. "Well, yes, but she hasn't needed to threaten anyone's families," said Dorian. "They just seem to like her. How intriguing." Now, Sun had gotten a hold of some of the fortress's interspatial rings. She chucked gold coins at her legions of adoring fans/soldiers who began rowdily chanting her name.
Oh, hey!
She'd finally noticed Dorian and Gerard standing on a bluff overlooking the battle. She tried leaping for them, misjudged the distance, and vanished screaming beneath the cloud layer. One of her minions graciously scooped her up and deposited her at their feet. She grinned.
"You're back," she said. "And stronger now, too, by the looks of it. This is very convenient, actually, because we'll really need any bit of extra power you can get. Without you, we're totally screwed."
"What?" said Dorian.
"I've got it all worked out. Here, follow me. To the command tent." "This little vacation we're on has been a real treat so far," said Sun. "So many new friends. The only disappointment is the food, really, which sucks because it's sort of why I came in the first place."
They pushed their way into a small makeshift hut. It was made of straw and wood and looked like it had been built in an hour by someone who'd read a description of a house but had never actually seen or lived in one.
"It's like they haven't discovered seasoning. All the meat is a variant of leather sole. They say Mount Tai stole all the best livestock, and spice trees, and everything, pretty much, which is a real problem for us."
She led them to the sole table in the room. On it lay a crudely drawn diagram of Mount Tai, labeled in Sun's messy scrawl.
"See, it's not only food, it's weaponry, too. Mount Tai has all the best ships, weaponry, cannons, ammo stocks, even draconic techniques. And all we've got is leftovers from Lockjaw Fortress, pretty much. It's like Mount Tai is a modern fortress, but the rest of the realm lives in the Stone Age."
"Wait, so you're telling me we've got no airships?" asked Dorian.
"Nope."
"What about claws? Gauntlets? Bows? Any weapons whatsoever?"
"Only crude ones, not even as good as a dragon's claws."
Dorian struggled to see how this was possible. Last time he came to this realm, he was greeted by artillery fire on every peak. The dragons loved their mortars. They practically pioneered the stuff. It took them but a breath to set off a whole row of them, and they were a massive pain. Salus had felt like a pigeon flying through hail. And don't even get me started on their swords. A strong Empyrean dragon wielding a two-handed godly blade could cleave a mountain in a stroke. All that's just gone? "I have a sinking feeling," sighed Dorian. "Our present woes are my fault yet again. I sense this is becoming a theme." "I'm afraid you may well be right, my liege," said Gerard. "Salus burned down the realm, which was destructive enough, but it would have recovered in time. It was his destruction of the great stone pictographic tablets, which held all of the arcane secrets of draconic artificing, that truly doomed them. Since then, the only weapons of caliber circulating in this realm originated pre-Salus, and the number has dwindled significantly over the years. Mount Tai is in possession of the vast majority of them. It is one of the ways they maintain their dominant position." Dorian had been hoping, naively, that after that nightmarish Salus mech encounter, fate had been done beating him over the head with the consequences of his own actions. He certainly felt he'd learned his lesson plenty well. Alas, here we go again.
"Hey, it's not all bad," said Sun. "We've got something they don't have, too."
She patted Dorian on the back.
"You."
"What do you have in mind?" he said warily.
"I call it Operation Meat Shield."
Dorian blinked. "I don't like the sound of that."
"Just hear me out," said Sun. "We've got 160 gods and 20 Empyreans, including Gerard and you, but we'll need to scale a mountain on foot against heavy artillery fire and all kinds of landmines and other booby traps, and then shimmy across this nasty moat they've got, and then climb Mount Tai's walls, which are enchanted to repel intruders like magnets. We'll have like 3 dragons left by the time we make it through all that. Unless..."
You send me out in front with my wings spread wide, sighed Dorian, to trigger all the mines, and booby traps, and eat the artillery.
That's the plan, said Sun with a grin. Oh, and they've also got this super powerful force field up there surrounding the main fortress. I was hoping you could just keep dragon breathing on it till it breaks. After you tank all the cannon fire for us, I mean, and the booby traps.
Right, said Dorian. Anything else you need me to do? Move a few mountains out the way while I'm at it? Reverse gravity, perhaps, to speed up the climb?
I did not know you were capable of doing that, my liege, said Gerard. Is this among your new powers?
No, Gerard, I was being sarcastic.
Oh. There's just one other thing. Sun gestured to the map, which was intricately plotted with arrows and X's. I've got all our angles of attack figured out. The army's been organized into strike squads. We'll breach the fortress, beat his armies, take the walls, and take out the cannons. The only thing you need to do after that is sit back and deal with Scraggletooth when he comes out.
You realize I'll be pretty damned low on chi by then. After all that, you want me to fight a god king?
Yeah. Sun looked sheepish. I know it's quite a lot to put on you, but you're really the only one capable of handling any of it.
I'm doing damn near everything. What's the rest of the army for? Decoration?
I'm not asking you to beat that god king, said Sun. Just stall him, long enough for us to break down their arrays and disable their cannons. Then we'll finish him off together. Sound good?
It sounds very painful. For me, mostly. But Dorian rolled his eyes to the heavens. Doable, I suppose. Did she really just talk him into sacrificing for the sake of everyone else? Him? Dorian? What the hells was happening? What was he doing? Had he gone mad? All very good questions.
Awesome, beamed Sun. Long live the resistance!
When neither of them said anything in response, she kicked Gerard in the shins under the table.
Long live the resistance, said Gerard.
Then she frowned at Dorian. Dorian frowned right back. A breath passed. Then another, and another. Long live the resistance, he grumbled.
Huzzah! Cried Sun. They're coming, squeaked Spiketail, peering through his telescope. They're almost at the base of the mountain.
Man the cannons, drawled Scraggletooth. Load the artillery. See to it they never make it farther. His men scarcely needed his instruction. They were jittering out of their skins. Partly it was because he hadn't told them they had a super weapon, partly because none had ever seen action. After his rise, he'd gutted his brother's staff, often literally, and replaced them with toe-licking cronies. He selected them mainly for their fecklessness, uselessness, and general inability to usurp him. It was backfiring now as they scrambled about, one loud noise from collectively shitting themselves. Still, it hardly took much skill to point a giant death blaster at a thing and fire it. They seemed to get the hang of it. Dozens of giant gold-crowned cannons swiveled to take their aim. By the looks of it, this would blow over fast. Scraggletooth yawned. He'd known the rebels were ill-equipped. On top of their lack of airships and weaponry, they had no shields to speak of, and if they wished to survive this blast, they'd need fearsome shields indeed.
Huh?
A yelp from another of his Empyrean lieutenants, one of the bug-eyed ones whose name escaped him at the moment. It was possible he'd never learned it, actually.
"What does he think he's doing?" cried Bug-Eyes.
Scraggletooth followed his trembling finger. A single Empyrean marched forward, wings outstretched, shining with chi.
"What?" sighed Scraggletooth. "You've never seen an idiot before. Shoot him down and be done with it."
Bug-Eyes swallowed as he lit the fuse. His cannon was pitch black. Its name was the Heaven-Devouring Cannon, and it was said a direct hit could evaporate an Empyrean in an instant. There came a crashing, and a great gout of black fire was expelled from the mouth of the cannon. It fell upon that single Empyrean like a mighty dragon descending from heaven. The Empyrean didn't move, just watched it drop. Perhaps he was stunned, or perhaps he was resigned to his fate. Scraggletooth yawned. One down. He choked, mouth frozen open, for that Empyrean had flicked up a wing and casually batted the blast out of the sky. There was a long silence, a silence that stretched from the rebels far below all the way up to the ramparts of Mount Tai. "Huh, that's new," said Scraggletooth. "All right then, let's try that again, shall we? I want everyone, every single cannon, trained on that tricky fellow. Why don't you try batting all of these out of the sky? Fire!" Dozens of gouts of flame rained down at once. 268. Mount Tai, 3. The invader did not manage to bat all of the cannonballs out of the sky. He knocked down the first with a wing, whacked the second away, then the third caught him in the face and sent him flat on his ass. A fourth hit struck him, throwing him head over heels in the air. After that, the mountain's massive gravity yanked him into the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. A fifth, sixth, seventh cannonball slammed where he'd fallen. A sizable crater was forming on the narrow mountain pass. "We got him!" came a shrill cry. Scraggletooth's soldiers cheered. There was much backslapping and wing bumping. The cheering cut off abruptly when a dusty, soot-stained but otherwise unharmed figure stalked out of the cloud. They seemed to have accomplished nothing whatsoever, other than piss him off, that was. Shocked silence on the ramparts. "Well," said Scraggletooth, "hit him again!" The figure chose that moment to start charging up the narrow mountain path. Flinches and yelps rippled down the fortress. "He's coming!" came a shrill cry. The same idiot as last time, by the sound of it. "For heaven's sake," sighed Scraggletooth. "He's still thousands of li away, isn't he? There's still a minefield of traps and the Thousand-Stride Gorge and the Walls of Tai between us. Just shoot him, you morons!" It took a few breaths for his troops to settle down, and by then the figure had cleared a shocking stretch of land. But at last they got the cannons firing. The mountain path was so narrow there wasn't much room to dodge. The figure was forced to cover up and eat it. But eat them he did. The cannons blustered, all flash and roar and smoke. But by the end of it, the figure bounced back up, wiped the soot off his wings, and kept on charging. "Seriously," muttered Scraggletooth. "Is something wrong with the cannons?" He marched over and shouldered Bug-Eyes aside. "Give me that!" He grabbed hold of the cannon, loaded it with several max-grade spirit stones worth of power. In theory, this was supposed to be enough to knock down several Empyreans. "Fire!" he yelled. A third wave of cannonballs roared down, including Scraggletooth's own. This time the invader was knocked several strides back, but that was all. He bounced back up yet again like there were springs in his damned feet. Gasps rankled Scraggletooth's ranks. "What is he made of?" cried that blasted shrill voice again, somehow carrying over the whole of his army. "Flesh and blood and the bone, like the rest of you," said Scraggletooth calmly. It was important in times like these to make a show of his own composure, so that panic did not spread. "What do we do?" cried the shrill voice. "He can't be hurt by chi or fire. Oh, heavens, save us, dragon ancestor!" God's damned it. This time Scraggletooth caught who'd said it, a wiry little dragon with nubby wings. Scraggletooth checked the fool's power level. A god, and a low-level one at that. Good. He marched over, grabbed the fool by the throat, and chucked him over the ramparts. There was a long, shrill scream. Where seconds before it had felt like a nail scratching his skull from the inside, he found it strangely pleasing to the ear now. He was almost sorry when shrill voice passed beyond the bounds of the arrays and Mount Tai's gravity seized the fool mercilessly. The voice cut off with a crunch. A pleasant silence stretched over the ramparts. Ah! Scraggletooth took a moment to soak it in. "What separates us from mere animals?" he said. "Why, it is our ability to reason. It is a flimsy mind indeed that lets itself be overrun by something so banal as fear. There is no need for anyone to lose their heads. Let us all proceed calmly and in an orderly fashion, lest we all end up like that unfortunate fellow." He gestured vaguely at the smudge of blood on the stones. Lots of nods now. Frightened, quiet nods. "None of you have felt a true siege," he said. "But I have. This is nothing. So this trespasser of ours has survived a few rounds of cannon fire. And that was merely an appetizer. Aha! Look, he's about to reach Mount Tai's true first layer of defense. It's traps." He licked his lips. "Something tells me he isn't about to walk through this so easily." By now, the invader had rushed straight into the 99 Heavenly Thunderfire formation. It activated in a flash. The ground unveiled a pentagram of shining lines, sealing off that little section of space, trapping the invader like a bug under glass. Dark clouds rolled in overhead, choking off the sky. Pent-up chi groaned and growled within, then unleashed all at once. The invader was lost under a boiling, writhing mass of flame and light. Scraggletooth watched expectantly. He'd seen an entire squadron of top-tier Empyreans roasted to husks under that blast. When the blast subsided, the invader was flat on his face, sizzling, smoking, and still. Scraggletooth grinned. "And that, children, is why you do not leap to conclusions. In a battle, it is important not to underestimate the enemy, but it does equal harm to give him too much credit. He can't be hurt by chi or fire, my waxed arse." The invader groaned. Scraggletooth's grin wobbled. The invader stood, blinking heavily, shook like a dog, and all the soot fell off him. There were no marks on him. His scales positively shone now, like that storm had given him a deep cleaning. He walked through the pentagram with ease. Croaked Bug-Eyes. "So—" "Don't," said Scraggletooth through gritted teeth. "Don't say it. Shut up." "Yes, sir." "So he passed through the 99 Heavenly Thunderfire formation," Scraggletooth gritted out. "But that was merely an appetizer, in truth. In truth, the true test are the stones of Thond, mined out from the far depths of the dragon realm. These stones were made immeasurably dense by the great heaving of the earth over millennia. Each stone weighs so much they generate their own palpable gravitational field, and they're attached to hydraulic pistons, powered by hordes worth of max-grade spirit stones. They can reduce a block of diamond to a fistful of dust. Not even a god king did survive its pressures. Let's see him walk through this." The walls of the mountains suddenly, viciously closed in on the invader, for they were not walls in truth, but hidden stones of Thond. There was a crunch, and then silence. Scraggletooth held his breath, his heart pounding wetly in his ears. A breath passed, 2. Then he broke out in nervous laughter. "What did I tell you?" Said Bug-Eyes. He peered through a telescope. "Is it moving?" "What? Give me that." Scraggletooth snatched the telescope and peered through it himself. There did seem to be a slight wiggle in the stones. Was it his imagination, or were they slowly coming apart? A heartbeat passed, and the gap was too big to be denied. A groaning rose from below, the workings of the pistons. Then, smoke rising from the mountain walls as their efforts were slowly but surely overwhelmed. "He's alive," breathed Scraggletooth. With one last screaming effort, the invader shoved the stones apart. Sparks, loud screeching, and plumes of smoke as the pistons to either side of him broke under the strain. It had just outpressed 2 hydraulic presses. Scraggletooth had only seen this kind of power a handful of times before, only in the elite god-kings of the multiverse, and only in the most athletic of the regal bloodlines. For the first time that day, he felt a niggling of real doubt. His troops, meanwhile, were well beyond mere doubt. A collective madness had gripped them. They ran around headless, screaming all manner of nonsense. Watching them, you'd think the fortress was on fire. "Calm down!" Scraggletooth screamed, then did a double-take. Was that his voice? Why was it so loud? And did it break a little at the end there? He nearly sounded panicked himself. He cleared his throat, then tried again. "He isn't even close to the fortress, you idiots! Keep firing!" The invader tore through a quicksand trap, leapt over a chasm, and quickly arrived at Scraggletooth's next great hope, the great arrow forest. Arrows of honed star steel burst out from the walls, blanketing the invader in sharpness. Scraggletooth was assured at great length by its inventor, the master artificer Ripheus, that these arrows could shred any substance in the multiverse. Apparently, Ripheus had been lying out his arse. The invader looked worse for wear this time, finally, but it was less shredded than mildly scratched. If armor made from his scales were sold at auction, its condition could be fairly assessed as mildly used. Just then, another wave of cannon fire struck him. Scraggletooth almost told his men not to bother any more. This time, it barely slowed him. On he plowed, wrecking Mount Ty's finest traps as he went. He was punched and blasted and pierced over and over and over, and he just kept coming. Halfway up the mountain, he seemed to slow some. Scraggletooth got a breath of relief in before a glut of battle cries echoed from the base of the mountain. Soldiers! They charged after the invader, the path before them conveniently cleared. The true test is yet to come, he screamed. But he couldn't make himself heard over the rest of his men, who were screaming equally as loud. "Listen to me! The force fields, the walls, even Jez had trouble breaking them. Everything till now has been but an appetizer. Do you hear me? An appetizer!" His men couldn't hear him. Even he could barely hear himself. He screamed a curse. In the dungeons far below, Moontail peeked out of her barred window. She was the only one. The rest of her friends kept to the corners of their shared cell. She figured they were too scared to hope, but not her. "Red Fang! Red Fang!" she called, excited. "Come look!" Red Fang cracked an eye. "Pipe down, youngling," she said. "Take a nap. This will all be over soon." "I don't understand how you can be so calm," said Moontail. "They're rushing the fortress. They're coming to save us." "They're coming to plunder," said Red Fang bitterly. "And they won't get half that far. Mount Ty's impenetrable." "But one of them's already halfway up the mountain." "He won't get past the walls." Moontail pouted. "Why must you be so cynical? Would it kill you to think something good might finally happen for us?" Her eyes were wet. She blinked it away. She was almost grown now, not the little girl she'd been when Scraggletooth had abducted her. It had been so long since then, almost a decade. For all that time, she only saw Mama's and Papa's faces in the secret etchings she made on the dungeon cell that doubled as her bedroom. She wondered if they thought of her as often as she thought of them.
Every night she prayed she could taste one of Mama's blood broths, or hear one of Papa's nostalgic stories of his kingdom raids. Just once would do. She'd missed them terribly when she'd first been taken. Time had only made it worse. Red Fang never prayed. The older dragon was quiet. The only sound was the explosions outside. "I'm trying to be realistic," she said softly. "You don't know Scraggletooth like I do. He always has a backup plan, usually several. I don't want you to be hurt." Moontail didn't want to hear it. "He's almost to the chasm," she said, eyes glued to the sleek, black-scaled dragon charging up the mountain. He was so close now, and his chi so vibrant she could feel his aura. She gasped. "He's regal blood. What if he's a prince? Or what if he's strong and noble and brave like in the stories? A hero, come to vanquish Scraggletooth and save the land." Red Fang opened her mouth, but she didn't have the heart to break it to Moontail. The girl wasn't listening anyway. She had her nose pressed into the bars, eyes gleaming. "Go, Prince, go! You can do it! I believe in you!" Scraggletooth had seen enough. He turned his back. "Where are you going?" yelped Bug-Eyes. "To end this nonsense for good," Scraggletooth snarled. "It's time to fetch the World Breaker." Bug-Eyes was so shocked he nearly fell off the edge of the wall. "Wait, did he say World Breaker?" said one of his lieutenants. "World Breaker!" The word rippled down his army, leaving stunned silence in its wake. They knew of it, of course. It was the most legendary weapon in the dragon realm. Yet the last time it had been used, most of them hadn't been born. It was the weapon that had nearly killed Salis Godhunter in one blow, and had driven the scourge from the realm at last. Most present, including Scraggletooth, had only heard of its capabilities in myth. It was said it could level Mount Tai in one blast, and Scraggletooth was fairly certain that was no exaggeration. "But isn't it supposed to be impossible to wield?" said Bug-Eyes. "Not anymore. Not after a generous gift from our dear sponsor." Scraggletooth unfurled his wings and took off, making for the fortress's highest point. 269. Mount Tai, 4. There was a cannon built at the peak of Mount Tai. It had been here long before the fortress was built, long before the dragons came to the dragon realm. It was made by an ancient god-king of a foreign race. History had long brushed them away, scattering their traces to the wind. This was all that remained. It had stood here, proud and solemn, since the dawn of recorded time, looking exactly as it always had. It was the model from which all cannons were built. It was simple, unlike those jewel-studded braggarts lining his walls. This was just steel, without a speck of rust. Clear, but not shiny. It was built with an ancient sensibility. It felt no need to proclaim its magnificence. Its deeds did that well enough. If Salis Godhunter was a name spoken with awe and fear, what would you say of the weapon that had downed him? Only it had been so long since it had last awoken that the myths had claimed its name, twisted it, made it stranger and bigger than it was, an object of much incredulity. Some said it was but an ordinary cannon. Some said that it had never shot Salis at all. After all, no one in living memory had seen its work, not even Scraggletooth, however much he'd wished to wield it over the eons. He had no way to power it. It had spat out his max-grade spirit stones. It had bucked off anyone who dared aim it, to his great annoyance. Until now. The cannon sat on a pedestal on the fortress's peak. Underneath it was a stone platform, inscribed with an array formation which had taken Scraggletooth's best scribes 3 days and 3 nights to carve. It took no spirit stones as its batteries. Instead, chained to the base of the pedestal was a slumped, bound body. A giant man. 13 feet tall, overgrown with shaggy hair, thick-skinned, thick-featured eyes sealed shut. He exuded an aura so fearsome it instantly drew the eye, quickened the heart of even a god-king like Scraggletooth. You wouldn't dare take your eyes off it, the way a man wouldn't dare take his eyes off a sleeping bear. This was not just any god-king. This was one of the greatest god-kings of the multiverse in his time, the most infamous name in the history of the Dragon Realm, Salus Godhunter, reanimated against his will for one last hunt. Scraggletooth stepped up to the cannon, took a shaky breath, and pressed a finger to its metal. Just one, tentatively, like he was testing to see just how hot it was. No reaction. Then he curled more fingers onto the handles and started to swing it around, until it was lined up that narrow path down the mountain, a straight shot between two cliffs of stone. No escape. A sound somewhere between a laugh and a scream left Scraggletooth's lips. There was much to be mad about on this hateful day. The invader had wrecked his traps, panicked his men, and at this rate, left alone, he'd pose a serious threat to Scraggletooth's throne. Yet for some ridiculous reason, and he knew it was ridiculous, but it was true, what really burned Scraggletooth was that he'd made Scraggletooth lose his composure, in front of all of his underlings, no less. He was so used to wrapping himself in an attitude of cool, smug contempt, like a favorite cloak. Yet who would take him seriously any more after this? No doubt the image of his shrill screaming would be carved indelibly into their minds. No doubt it'd be the first thing they thought of when they spoke of him. That was face he'd never get back. Unless he did something so great and so terrible that it utterly overshadowed it. He chanted, and the array came alive below him. Dorian nearly made it to the moat, and he was close to finished. He ached all over. He couldn't tell if it was from the wounds or the exhaustion. Both, probably. His muscles burned, his skin burned, his wounds burned. Every heaving breath felt like hot coals raking his lungs. But he'd nearly made it. Finally! He could see the fortress ahead, carved out black against a bright sky, swimming in his vision. The sight gave him a rush of strength. A familiar aura seeped out of the fortress. It grounded him in place. "Salus?" he whispered. Then he felt very, very small, like he was an insect, and some great and urgent instinct told him something huge was coming for him. He had to get out of the way. Now! He could see nothing as he stared up at the sky, but the aura radiating off the fortress flared up suddenly, blanketing the heavens like clouds before a thunderstorm. This was not like Pliny's aura or like the auctioneer's. He stood in the presence of a true power of the multiverse. Scraggletooth couldn't control it, and he knew it. He was shaking so hard he was worried his grip would slip. He wasn't sure if there was an earthquake or if the earthquake was within him. Sparks leapt off the array, crackling in the air. Below, Salus had sat up. His eyes snapped open, revealing 2 sockets of incandescent light. "Just one shot," whispered Scraggletooth. "Just one." Snarling, he poured in his own powers too. The combined powers of 2 top god kings sank into the depths of the cannon. "Fire!" One moment, Sun was humming along, eagerly nibbling a sausage as her armies rushed for the fortress. There was nothing quite as satisfying as that feeling when things went exactly to plan. Not even a very good sausage. The next, the world had ground to a halt. All eyes were fixed on a point atop the fortress. It was like they were glimpsing a sunrise, but there was already a sun in the sky. What the hells? "Retreat!" cried Sun, chucking the sausage in panic. "Retreat!" The explosion cut her off. The aura swelled, cresting, a great tsunami of chi, and he felt it coming a split second before it did. Dorian's first instinct was to get the hells out of the way. But the whole army was behind him, and in front of him loomed the specter of the blast. He was stuck. If that thing struck, it could end him. If he jumped now, maybe he could clear it. But the rest would descend on Sun and Gerard and the others, and he could not let that happen. There was no assault with them gone. He needed them. Of course he did. Gerard for his knowledge, Sun for her soft skills. Without them, this whole journey fell apart, and with it the fate of the multiverse, and more pertinently his own fate. Really, there was no logical choice but to take it head on. He caught himself, surprised. Why did it feel like he was trying to justify a choice he'd already made? There was no time to think on it. The blast was upon him. He reached for his core, deep within. Even he wasn't sure how much chi he had. He only knew it was a hell of a lot. He felt like a man shouting down a chasm and hearing the fading echo of his own voice. He was summoning something whose size even he couldn't fathom. I want it all. Give it to me. Shield of the blood moon. He wrapped his wings over him as chi poured in, faster and fiercer than he'd ever seen. There seemed no limit to how much his wings could store. There seemed no limit to how fast his chi flowed either. It just kept pouring in. He knew he'd need every drop of it. It was then that Dorian realized where this bloodline technique got its name. His wings, wrapped in a tight ball, shone a sanguine red. They were so bright they seemed to darken the rest of the world, a blood moon dragged to ground level. When the blast came, it caught Dorian's wings directly. The instant it struck, his first instinct was to flinch, to unfurl, to get away. Some primal instinct every creature has in the presence of a natural disaster. Two great wheels of chi met in a fury, one red, one white, spinning against one another, holding each other mid-air. His wings couldn't handle such chi from the inside. There was well over a god king's worth coursing through them, and the forces from the outside were far worse. He realized with growing horror that he'd miscalculated. If it was merely his chi pitted against that blast, a battle of techniques, he very well might have held. But even a torch dragon's body could not withstand the combined stress of nearly 4 god kings' worth of chi all at once. For an instant, two titans wrestled for dominance. Neither would give. But his body did. Can't hold on! Dorian screamed. The world went white. Salus Godhunter's eyes burned out. The body slumped once more. Scraggletooth collapsed to his knees, sizzling. Dimly, he heard a crash, and the sky went white. Ears ringing, mouth so dry his tongue felt like it might fall out at the slightest provocation, he clambered to his feet. Even that felt hard. There was no power in him. All of it had gone into that earth-shattering blast. Silence reigned on the battlefield. Dead silence. "It's done," croaked Scraggletooth, disbelieving. He laughed. "It's done! Ha ha!" "No," cried Moontail, wrenching at the bars of her prison. "Prince, you can't fall now. Please, please get up. You can do it." In a corner, Red Fang just sighed. 270. Mount Tai, 5. Gerard was the first to his feet. He rushed over, shoving aside cringing, stunned soldiers, all propriety for once forgotten. He knelt by the charred husk on the ground, rolled him, over until Dorian was right side up. He felt for a pulse at the wrist. Nothing. No breathing. The organs were roasted. The heart was stopped. Gerard did not accept this for an answer. He checked the neck. No. The chest. No. He stuck an acupuncture needle in the chest and probed his core with chi, and felt something answer him. A weak resonance, so weak he scarcely felt it, but it was there, still alive.
Relief flooded him, but he let not one muscle relax. The moment required precision. Instantly he produced the most powerful healing elixir he had, one pillaged from Coldheart's stores, the evergreen brew. He forced it down the husk's throat. Then he stuck 3 acupuncture needles in Dorian's chest, a few over his legs, his brow. The skin was so burnt it gave like paper. He pressed his hands to Dorian's chest and started to inject his own chi. The needles hummed, lighting up as his chi flowed across them, jump-starting an artificial flow. It would be enough. Beside him, a figure pattered up, hesitant. Gerard turned to look at a cringing Sun.
"This wasn't supposed to happen," whispered Sun. "I thought—"
A cough.
"Gerard,"
rasped a voice so soft it could have been the wind. Dorian grinned at him toothlessly.
"Toss me another healing elixir, will you? If I die on your watch, I swear I'll never forgive you."
"Yes." Gerard scrambled to obey. As he chugged another elixir, Sun ambled over, swallowing, ears drooping with guilt. She opened her mouth.
"Don't apologize," said Dorian, rolling his eyes. "Who knew they'd have that stashed away? The plan was a good one. Good plans go wrong. It happens. Besides, I'm alive, aren't I?" He waved to the rest of the army. "What are the rest of you looking at? Go! I didn't almost die for you not to take the goddamned fortress. They just wasted 3 God Kings' worth of power on me. Finish them off!" That shook them out of their stupor. A cheer rose up, tentative at first, then another, full-throated. The dragons stormed off up the mountain. "What about the force field?" said Sun. "And the moat?" "I'll take care of it," said Dorian breezily. He tried to get up to his arms, but only his head and a chunk of his neck moved. The rest of him was limp as a corpse. He frowned at it. "Go guide your men. I'll catch up with you in a bit, all right?" "But—" "Go." With one last sorry look, she scampered off. "Gerard, the chamber, if you would," said Dorian. "We've got some work to do." Scraggletooth limped down to the walls to find his fortress surrounded. "What do we do?" cried one of his lieutenants, a chunky one with a big snout. "Relax," laughed Scraggletooth. He spread his wings, a great big smile on his face. Usually he never smiled nor laughed. These things were the sort of crass displays of feeling reserved for hippies and dullards. But right now he was floating on a cloud, and he couldn't bring himself to care. "How?" Big Snout looked on the verge of tears. "There's what, 200 of them, and 36 of us." "Ah, but we have the wall, and the moat, and most importantly—" A spiky menace of a dragon rushed forward, bellowing, and was bounced away. There was a shimmering web of gold where he'd struck. The web faded. The force field. Scraggletooth grinned triumphantly for all his troops to see. "I have slain their champion," he crowed. "Their best hopes are finished, and they haven't so much as scratched our best defenses." A pitter-pattering of techniques struck the golden webbing, but it didn't even flex, just bounced them straight off, almost derisively. He sneered at the effort. "This force field has held under the blows of God Kings. Do you really think these piddling efforts will make any sort of difference? Don't make me laugh." But he did again, because he felt like it. He'd won, hadn't he? The mood was infectious. Soon the rest of his crew were chortling and laughing along. At first a few were doing it because he was doing it, and historically it had been very detrimental to one's health to not loudly agree with his opinions. But as more and more of the rebels tried the force field, and as they all failed, some wounding themselves with their own techniques, the laughs grew louder of their own accord. A few organic jeers popped up. Scraggletooth jeered with them. Why ever had he insisted on manners so? Being a boor was damned fun. No wonder all his troops insisted on it all the time. His chi had been emptied in that blast, but his infinity was fast refilling him. Soon he'd be recovered enough to sweep these nuisances off his lawn. Soon this would all be over. His mind had already turned away from this to the future, to him lounging in his garden once more with his lovely harem, that little cutie Moontail in particular. The little thing still had a defiant streak, but they all did at the start, until he broke them. No doubt this incident would go a long way to stamping that out. Scraggletooth licked his lips, feeling devious. It was much like training any pet, really. They were not truly yours until they accepted your mastery. He'd let her run off her leash thus far. She was young and pretty, and so he could forgive a lot of her. But she'd yapped long enough. It was high time he whipped her into submission. He imagined doing it now, imagined her soft little whimpers, and his eyelids fluttered. An inconvenient heat was spreading in inconvenient places. Then he saw a ghost. It sent such a spike of fear through him that it totally ruined the mood. He shook himself, sprang upright. It was still there, striding up behind the enemy army, a fat grin plastered on its face. He had never been so flaccid in his entire life. "No," he croaked. "No! It's not possible." "Hey," said the invader. His own army scrambled out of his way, shrieking in surprise, clearing a path for him all the way up to the force field. "Miss me?" "You're dead!" he shrieked. That's... He whirled to his army. "Do not panic! It's a fake! It's an illusion!" His voice cracked badly at the end there. "Am I now?" mused the invader. His aura exploded out of him. Mighty, full, so imposing all those present felt like they stood in the presence of an emperor. Scraggletooth felt an absurd urge to kneel. From somewhere far below, the dungeons, there came a squeal of joy. "Yes!" Was that Moontail? The world seemed to spin before Scraggletooth's eyes. "I don't understand," he croaked. "I don't... how?" he kept mumbling, trembling. "I suggest you get off those walls and find cover," said the invader, "or you may find the next few breaths quite traumatic." The invader sucked in a breath and blew. Every dragon present knew what he was doing. Every one of them had dragon's breath, after all, but what came out of the invader's mouth was no breath. It was like he'd opened the gates to another plane, and all of hell roared out of his mouth at once. Scraggletooth screamed and ducked for dear life. A breath passed, a breath full of devilish howling and bonfire crackling. But he felt no heat. He felt nothing at all. He poked his head up. The force field was holding. A gold web in the sky strung in a dome, like the outline of a turtle's shell. It shimmered against an ocean of red and black, and it really did feel like an ocean, like they'd been spirited to the ocean floor and were staring up at some unfathomably vast mass. Just one seam in that defense, the tiniest crack, and it'd all pour in. The force field was fine, for now, but not even Scraggletooth dared be smug about it. He had this horrible feeling that it wouldn't hold much longer at all. Whirlpools of fire and darkness licked hungrily above, waiting for their moment. 1 breath, 2, 3. The tension was unbearable, and the breath didn't let up in the slightest. A 4th breath passed, and the flow thickened, if anything. How much chi does he have? 5 breaths had gone by, just long enough for Scraggletooth to hope, just a little. Then the force field sagged. Fuck. All hell broke loose. You had to commend the fortress's architects. That was stone of quality. It looked only slightly seared after that mass of chi splashed down upon it like a molten avalanche. You couldn't say the same for the dragons on the walls, unfortunately. Most of them had changed states of matter. "Charge!" yelled the sun, and the army swept forth, brandishing their claws. Up on the ramparts, there was a strangled cry. Scraggletooth had taken flight in a herky-jerky panic. His tail had gone from spiked and sleek to the shape of ice cream left out on a hot day. His wings hadn't fared much better. At first Dorian thought he'd flown away to get a better vantage to strike, but Scraggletooth kept flying. And flying. Soon he was a dot in the distance. Dorian thought about chasing him, but why bother? It wasn't much of a battle after that. They crossed the moat without issue. The walls were a little harder, but it was like Scraggletooth's soldiers didn't dare throw a strike. They competed against each other for who could surrender the quickest. Soon Sun was being paraded about on dragon wing to cheering crowds. "I have something to say," she cried. "Let us have a feast for a freed dragon realm. Spare no expenses, dragons. Don't be shy. Bring out your best dishes. It's time to celebrate." In that moment, she probably could have asked to be crowned eternal empress of the realm, and they would have obliged her. Snorting, Dorian left her to it. It was time to reunite with an old friend. "Salus Godhunter," he said. The body lay slumped and cold, yet it still radiated a God King's aura. Standing this close, he felt a draw, some kind of magnetism at the level of the soul. "Do you know how much grief you've caused me?" He chuckled. Then he strode over. "All right, then. It's long past time I reclaimed you." He pressed a hand to Salus's belly, feeling for where the core was, and that sense of magnetism grew stronger. His fingers practically tingled at the touch. This was him. The chi there, dormant as it was, of foreign laws, too, still reacted. There was even a spirit weapon there. Memories tickled Dorian. He smiled fondly. It felt like stepping into a childhood home and seeing everything so much smaller than you remember. I wonder if this stuff still works. Would that weapon still summon? Could those techniques still be dusted off and used, even? It had been so long. He didn't know how this fusion would work, if it could work, even. These were chis of entirely distinct laws, and powerful laws at that. They seldom played nice. But he did know his star system could support it, and his soul was bonded to this core too, a core that was also of God King caliber, which put him in an incredibly rare, possibly unique position. Salus's core wished to be his once more. There was just the matter of getting at it. For a few seconds, he frowned at his former self. "Gerard," said Dorian. Do you happen to have a hacksaw?" 271. The Power of the God Hunter, 1. Gerard retrieved the core. In the end, it was not with a hacksaw, but with a surgeon's scalpel, some softening acids, and enough gauze and ointment to stock a hospital. He insisted on spraying the core with a mysterious yellow liquid, then wiping it down before letting Dorian take hold of it. Dorian could barely hold it, even with both hands. It was a huge thing, all uneven and spiky, like a hunk of ice chipped off a glacier, and it was scorching to the touch. Not with heat, but with chi and law. His fingers struggled to hold off its foreign powers. Gerard shrugged off his heavy apron and mask, folding them neatly and stowing them away in an interspatial ring. "What shall I do with the body?" "I don't care," said Dorian. "You can stuff it and hang it on a wall for all I care." "A fine idea," said Gerard, studying it thoughtfully. "I've always wished to curate a museum. Perhaps this shall make a fine centerpiece of a museum of dragon history. It is quite a fascinating history. In fact, it spans many more millennia than one might think. It wasn't until 20 millennia ago that the common folk began referring to it as the Dragon Realm. Before then,
Sounds lovely. You go do that, said Dorian. If you'll excuse me, I've got a core to swallow. Gerard blinked at the core, then at him.
Pardon? I may have misheard. You mean to try to swallow it? With your throat?
Yeah, it wouldn't fit, would it? But how else does one reabsorb a previous life's God King core, which, by the way, carries an entirely different set of laws and chi?
If you expect me to have an answer, I fear I shall have to disappoint you.
Aren't you supposed to know things? Haven't you read encyclopedias worth of cultivation manuals?
This may surprise you, my liege, but reabsorbing one's previous life's God King core, which, by the way, carries an entirely different set of laws and chi, is not exactly standard fare in any cultivation manual.
Dorian shot him a dry look. Most every God King of my caliber would whip a servant for such mouthiness, you know.
Perhaps, said Gerard, but you would not do such a thing.
Really? How are you so sure?
Why, because I would be most displeased, my liege. Perhaps I might even be motivated to leave. And what then? Between the two of us, I am the one who knows things. You would be utterly lost without me.
It kills me that you're right.
I usually am, my liege. You ought to have learned this by now.
Gerard Jr. nodded sagely on his shoulder. A pause.
That was a joke, sir.
I know, Dorian grunted. It's strange. The chi repulses mine, yet it also seems to want to reunite with me, or more accurately, my soul. It responds to me.
There is plenty of time and space to experiment in the chamber, said Gerard. In my opinion, swallowing it all at once, or implanting it, or ingesting it by whichever means you might wish, is likely a poor idea. It is to be determined whether your body will violently reject this chi or not. Perhaps you might try it one strand at a time, and progress from there?
Said Dorian. In the chamber, he started with his hand on the core and teased out a single strand of chi. It responded to his will, which was just his soul calling out to it, and they were bonded inextricably. It was his chi, after all. He let his own protective chi vanish from his skin, let this single strand worm its way down his channels and into his core. It was a strand of wind chi, bright blue as a mid-morning sky. Only when it went in, it ceased moving. He tried drawing it into the black hole, but the black hole repulsed it, or rather they repulsed each other, almost magnetically. He knew by instinct that forcing them together would be a very bad idea. So, what now? As he pondered the thought, the strand moved, slowly, in a wide arc, like it was orbiting his black hole, the way his planets did when it was but a star. What if they don't need to mix? What if I just absorb the chi in that core and make it its own separate star? What if I can make my core a universe of its own? At present, both the black hole and the strand seemed satisfied, secure. He drew in another strand, thicker this time, and began guiding it to his core with care. There might not have been much chi in it, but it was brimming with God King law, and extremely high-leveled at that. Even in small quantities, it was to be handled carefully. It felt like holding a small dagger with a razor-sharp edge. It even exerted a slight pressure on the rest of his chi. Gently, he started taking in more. Level up. Star Realm. Dwarf. 0 to 31%. The wind chi had coalesced into a tiny ball, a spark in the dark. Months ago, this had been his entire cultivation base. Imagine that. His organs seemed intact, and he wasn't coughing blood. Probably safe to pull a little more in. He grabbed a handful and let it be yanked in. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 31% to 100%. Rank up, Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 0% to 16%.
Oops, a little more than intended, but nothing seemed broken. Shrugging, he started to absorb in earnest. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 16% to 25%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 25% to 40%. Soon a bright blue sphere had established its place in the cosmos of his interior. It took a long, arcing path around the black hole. The two seemed in balance. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 93% to 100%. Rank up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 45% to 55%. He found himself in a flow state. Some indiscriminate amount of time passed, hours perhaps, or days. It didn't really matter in here. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 98% to 100%. Rank up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Super Giant. By now, the light blue of his core was wreathed in puffy streaks of white, like rings around a planet. Perhaps clouds. This was a star of wind chi. It churned with haste, like currents in the upper atmosphere, flowing in streamlined motion, whereas his eclipse star had felt like a furnace, dense and scorching, 1,000 miniature explosions detonating within it a second. This star felt lightweight, yet much sharper, more agile, too. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 8% to 12%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 35% to 37%. Dorian had opened himself fully to the other core, but its flow was slowing. Soon it would be done. It was a trickle now. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 61% to 62%. And nothing. Dorian waited a little longer. The core had been exhausted prior to his taking it. It had just shot a ton of chi at him, after all. But nothing was forthcoming. He opened his eyes and found the hunk in his hands dissolving. Whatever made it the core, the chi it held, but far more, had been fully transplanted, it seemed. Skill learned. Oh? Carp leaping the dragon's gate. Ah, this old thing. He grinned. He'd forgot Salus even had it, and it was a pleasant surprise the core transmuted it, too. The cumbersome title wasn't his idea. This was a legendary technique of the multiverse, perhaps the most potent of the wind movement techniques, which also meant it was one of the most potent movement techniques, full stop. Near the end of his run, he'd taken a full century of strenuous training amid the highest peaks of Jotunheim, home of the frost giants and the ice phoenixes, to get it up to max level. Back then, he'd trained in the Great Roost, where all ice phoenixes were born, the most favorable spot in the multiverse for such wind chi training. It was a great relief that robot Salus couldn't use techniques. If it had had this on hand, Dorian would have never gotten within 10 strides of it. Even with sunshine steps, it would have looked like he was wading through mud. It was a pity. A legendary technique it was, but the kind of training it required to get it even to level 2 were far out of reach. He gasped and fell to his knees. His whole body flashed cold, like his blood had turned to ice. A glut of memories, of knowledge, assaulted him. He couldn't think, his head was so full. There was a pressure on his temples. He was faintly worried it was about to explode. But a notification cut through it. Level up. Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. What? He was still reeling when the next notification struck. Skill learned. Clear Sky's Eye. Luckily, he had the wherewithal to brace this time. Level up. Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. For the next few seconds, he wriggled on the ground, moaning. He was caught between extreme pain and ecstatic joy. This damned technique. Salus was a hunter. He needed swiftness to catch his enemies, but also an immense perception.
It may not have been Hu Yi's eyes, which could see across the multiverse, but it was nearly as good for his purposes. So long as the victim existed on the same plane and there was clear sky above, he could track them. But if he'd gotten Carp leaping the Dragon's Gate and clear sky's eye, there could only be one thing coming next, the most potent technique in Salus's arsenal, the technique that made him God Hunter. Skill learned. Bolt from the blue. Level up. Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. He almost felt guilty, like this was cheating the multiverse somehow. 3 God King level techniques in seconds, though this he might not be able to use. It let him shoot arrows however fast he wished, from an inch a second to far beyond supersonic speeds, that could travel however he wished, aided by the winds, linear, arced in loops if he so chose. The laws of the wind and sky blessed his arrows. Of course, it wasn't very helpful without a bow, and most bows snapped instantly if he applied this technique to them with any power. This whole realm might not have a bow that could suit his purposes. Maybe the bow in his clone's hands? He sighed. In his old body, this wouldn't be an issue. Back then, he'd had spirit weapon gained, Bane of Dragons. An almost comically large bow appeared in his hands, a wooden behemoth with a string of liquid crystal. Dorian laughed. 272. The Power of the God Hunter 2. When Dorian emerged from the chamber, he felt about the same and looked about the same too. His aura was still that of his black hole. If he summoned Chi by default, Eclipse Chi of Eclipse laws would answer. Only now he could summon new powers too. And then he seemed a different man. His aura went from heavy and oppressive to light and sharp, though he felt no less deadly. Cool, light blue chi wafted from his body like early morning mist. It felt like he'd stepped into an old coat and found it still fit splendidly. It was a pity they'd scattered all his enemies. He still had to test this stuff out. Who would he use for target practice? As he peered over the walls of his high tower, all he saw was merriment. The ramparts had been made into dining tables, cluttered with dishes stacked high with meats, the Dragon Realm's specialty. Giant tankards of wine blocked the walkways. Dragons stuck their heads in and drank with abandon. Dozens had drunk themselves into a stupor, but still more shot around the lower atmosphere, spewing their dragon breath. Fires, frost breaths, lightning breaths colored the air. In a lower courtyard, a crowd of dragons huddled around a pie-eating contest. Sun against the giant spike-tail, each mired in little mountains of plates. He was entirely unsurprised to find Sun winning. "Greetings," said a soft voice. There were 2 dragons surmounting the steps to his high platform. "This one is named Red Fang," said the first, bowing her head. "I have come to thank you. You have freed me and saved my children. Thanks to you, they have seen the open sky for the first time in decades. For that, they and I are forever grateful." "Of course," said Dorian. He used to play the hero all the time. When folk like this came up to him after to gush their thanks, he used to get so giddy about it, like a child getting his favorite toy. Now he only felt a faint amusement. Was there some faint echo of that old self, too? A slight warmth in his belly, maybe? Probably just indigestion, sadly. A dragon's head poked shyly out from behind Red Fang, pearly white with big eyes. "This one is named Moontail," she said, blushing. "Thank you. This one shall always be grateful. How can this one repay you? This one doesn't have much, but anything you like, Prince. Anything at all. Just ask. This one will be happy to oblige." At that, Red Fang leveled a faintly disgusted look at her. Moontail ignored her. "There's no need for that," said Dorian breezily. "There's nothing you could offer I could possibly want. Your thanks is enough." For some reason, Moontail went red at that. She opened her mouth, but Red Fang beat her to it. "If I may be so bold, I do have a request to make of you." "Oh?" She gritted her teeth. "Kill Scraggletooth. After all he's done, he cannot be allowed to get away. Not if there is any justice left in this world." There wasn't, of course, but Dorian took her point. He whistled. "That's a tall task." "I know," said Red Fang. "So long as it is within my power, and does not sully my dignity." At this, she shot a pointed glance at Moontail. "I shall do whatever you ask. A millennium of servitude, if you wish. As long as that scourge on this realm is dead by the end of it, I am satisfied." "No need," laughed Dorian. "I'll do it for free. I was looking for an excuse to test out a few new toys anyway. One moment." He closed this body's eyes. Clear Sky's eye, and the eyes of the heavens opened to him. He was the sky. The land was a plain of bumps, veined with rivers, a living map teeming with auras. It took no effort to scan across it as though he were searching for a landmark, an unusually large glut of aura, a familiar aura. There, on a treeless, desolate coal mountain some 3,000 li away, nursing his wounds, angrily vowing revenge. Dorian pursed his lips. Well, we can't have that now, can we? He flexed his palm, and the bane of dragons leapt to his fingertips, swept in with a screech of wind. It gave off sharpness like the sun gives off light. Streams of wind laws whistled around it. Moontail gasped. He raised it high, plucked at the bowstring, and channeled Bolt from the Blue. As he drew, a bolt of pure chi materialized at his fingertips, growing, solidifying, loading with more and more chi until it hung there at full draw, somewhere between corporeal and mere wild energy, an explosion held in stasis. Then he let go. Scraggletooth was fucked, and he knew it. If the invader didn't hunt him down, Jez would. He miserably gulped down the last of his chi elixir, reached for another vial, and found his interspatial ring empty. Even with the infinity boosting his recovery, he'd only clawed back half his chi. "Fuck!" he wailed. He was racked by a fit of sobs. Curse that smiley bastard. Curse him and his ancestors, and all his descendants too, while he was at it. "Mark my words," he growled. "You've not seen the end of me, invader. Oh, you'll regret leaving me alive. I shall bide my time. I shall raise my strength, and just when you've relaxed, just when you suspect absolutely nothing, I shall strike, and you'll not be laughing then." He was aware at some level it was empty boasting. Probably he was fucked, and probably he would do nothing. Actually, he was certain he'd do nothing. Just the thought of facing that bastard made the depths of his belly churn unpleasantly. But saying it made him feel better, at least, so there was that. He imagined the invader on his knees, begging for mercy, and the image gave him the first twinge of joy he'd felt in hours. He glanced down and blinked. "Eh?" he said stupidly. There appeared to be an arrow sticking out of his belly. Had it always been there? Had he simply not noticed? A pretty arrow it was, too, like a sculpted icicle. He screamed, blood spurting out his lips in a fountain. There was no arrow any more. It had burst out in 1,000 daggers of wind chi, and it had shredded him from the inside so thoroughly, so unexpectedly, that he could not believe what had just happened. On a less bulbous dragon, it might have been an instant kill, but his waistline was so thick from decades of eating that it was like a natural layer of armor. Only a few of his organs were punctured. Where had it come from?
When had he even been struck? By sheer luck, he happened to glance up, which was the only reason he saw the next shot coming. Which was just cruel, since it still wasn't enough time to react. It lodged into his wing, shredding it to long strips of flesh. It had cut so fast, so clean, that it took a breath or so for the breath to start bleeding. Like his biology itself was so shocked, it took a second to remember to bleed. He fled screaming before the third shot came. By instinct he tried to take to the skies, but remembered he only had one working wing mid-flap. He was sent careening sideways. Lucky, since if he'd gone straight up, a third arrow, the chunkiest of them all, would have lodged itself in his throat. He just started running, screaming, but he hadn't had a proper run in decades. In the time since, he'd mostly been lounging and eating, so his running was more of a hobbling waddle, his knees knocking against the jiggling of his fat belly as he went. "Help!" he cried. "Help!" Where was this bastard shooting from? The sky was clear. The mountain was desolate, a wasteland. There wasn't a stone to hide behind. He was gripped by a clammy terror. It was not the terror of being faced with a foe far out of his league. It was something far worse. At least then he had an enemy to face, a direction to run away from. But here there was nothing to do, nothing but to stand here and take it. A third arrow took him in the arm. He blinked at it. These things made no sound at all. They just struck. It defied everything he knew of combat. He shrieked. Then, in the second before the barb exploded in his arm, a rock flew by, casually, a few dozen strides away. It gave him a strange look. It couldn't comprehend what the fuss was about. Of course it couldn't. These things had no warnings, left no trace. He was stuck in his own private horror, while the rest of the world went about as usual around him, perfectly normal. He'd think he was going insane if it didn't hurt like the devil. "I'm sorry," he cried. "Whatever I did, I repent. I was wrong." Another shaft struck his leg. "Whatever you want, you can have it. Please." Yet another stuck his lung. "Doesn't everyone deserve a second chance?" he sobbed. "I can change. I swear it. I'll be good. For the rest of my life, I'll be good." Then he found he was having a great deal of trouble drawing breath. The arrow in his lung must have done some nasty work. He tried speaking, but all that came out of his mouth was blood. He collapsed to all fours. Cringing, he braced himself for the end. A breath passed. He cracked an eye. He could hardly dare to hope. Could it be his plea worked? Could it be there was still some mercy in this mystery archer's heart? Fat tears slid down his cheeks. He sniveled. "Thank you," he croaked, hiccuping blood as he did. "You won't regret this. From this day forth, Scraggletooth is a changed god." He was surprised he meant it from the bottom of his heart. A warmth spread through him, the warmth that comes only from goodness, he figured, from mercy. He thought back to the many transgressions of this life. In that instant they were all laid out before him in his mind. He could see them as clearly as if they were happening now, thieving from the caves of lesser gods as a youth, all the way to backstabbing his chivalrous brother and enslaving the women of his harem. All the dragons he'd slain, the lives he'd ruined. It felt like his heart was melting. Even he would not have thought he could ever think this way, not in 100 millennia. But something about the shocks of the day, about teetering on the brink of death, then being shown such undeserved, generous grace, it truly was enough to change a god. He could not ever atone for all the evils of this life, but he could at least try. He'd start an orphanage and raise all of those poor children he'd deprived of fathers and mothers, and teach them never to follow as evil a path as his own. He'd protect the hordes of all those dragons too weak to protect their own. He'd helped share all the manuals and knowledge he'd hoarded, so all in Dragon Realm could prosper. "Oh," he said, for an arrow had suddenly appeared in his eye. He toppled over as his head exploded. Seconds earlier— "Strange question," said Dorian, his bow held at full draw, ready to fire. "But do you think folk can change? Who they are, I mean, deep down?" Red Fang seemed confused. "Certainly. Even truly evil folk who've done horrible things. We all change, whether we like it or not. For some it takes more than others. The obstinate ones might require their lives to be upended before they do. But I believe change is part of living. Only the stones and the dead stay still." Mused Dorian. "I shall take it to heart. Thank you. You are a very wise dragon lady." "Why do you ask?" said Red Fang. "Oh, you see, I was just considering—" Twang! He blinked. "Oops, my finger slipped. Oh well." 273. The Power of the God Hunter, 3. For so long, Jez had seen the virtue of keeping a certain childlike innocence, a sense of wonder, a boundless kindness toward every living being. He saw now why children grew up. It was a way of living out of step with the world as it was now, at least. Kindness was so tiring, not physically, not mentally, but emotionally. For a time, Jez had made it a point to live among the tribes he was about to conquer, so he could feel the weight of what he was about to do. He broke bread with them, and laughed, and told tales around their bonfires. Sometimes he even wedded their kind. It was a way of treating life with dignity. It was a way of separating him from mere monsters, mere tyrants. It was a basic kind of empathy all living beings deserved. Yet none of his enemies burdened themselves with such trifles. They spared no thought to those they crushed underfoot. And why should they? Dignity? Respect? What difference did it make if he dug a grave and wept for a man he'd slain? The man was dead regardless. The only difference, he supposed, was in himself, in his honor, morals, character, ideals. And even now they meant something to him. They moved him deeply. In quiet moments, they still welled tears in his eyes. They were the basis of all of this. But they were things reserved for his new world, not this one. You could not measure honor. You could not unstopper an ideal and drink it. But power was real, tangible, and in this world, power, winning, was paramount. Only winners had the luxury of kindness. Until the world was his, he could ill afford to weary himself with empathy. Take, for instance, the screams echoing down the corridors of his dungeons, the screams he was plodding toward, step by step. In times past, they would torment him. Even now, his instinct was to wince as he heard them. They roused a throbbing horror in his heart. Some part of him, perhaps the part that made him him, cried out. This was good. It meant he was still human. It meant he still cared. Yet for now, gently, he quieted those anguished cries within. He let the screams outside become mere noise, mere sound, signifying nothing. By the time he approached the door at the end of the corridor, he was calm. He took a long, slow breath, steeling himself, and stepped through. The room was overgrown with machinery. Pipes and gears and cables and bulging steel engines clung to the walls like vines to a tree, groaning and puffing steam. Thick cables joined them to the centerpiece of the room, 2 metal tables scrawled with hundreds of runes. On them were 2 human god kings fitted with chi-suppressing bracelets. They were writhing, and from them came the throes of dying animals. Red smoke leaked from their bodies. Their eyes were pits of shining gold. Oris, god king of Flora, and Nuwa, god queen of life.
Jez had chosen them for this particular project since their Taos were kin to one another. He was hopeful it would smooth the fusion process. The only other person in the room jumped when he entered. Rithius, the master artificer, a squat, white-bearded goblin with a thick pair of spectacles, sweating so hard his beard looked like a wrung towel. "There's no need to fear," said Jez, laughing softly. "It's just me." If anything, Rithius looked more frightened at that. Jez sighed. "How's the project coming along?" Rithius wiped a splash of sweat off his brow.
Well, Master Jez, well," he said.
His voice was soft, weak, trembling slightly, almost totally drowned out by the screams. When Jez had first approached Rithius for this project, the master artificer had protested. Rithius was an artist, a craftsman. He would not be an instrument of war. When he heard Jez wished for him to conduct biological experimentation, he vigorously protested. He demanded Jez leave his lab immediately. He had a naturally soft voice, but he could still put some fire in it. Yet Jez was lucky that, in the end, Rithius had proved malleable. Rithius was an affable fellow by reputation, untested by war, unbroken by loss. He was merely a bubbly scientist at heart, eternally curious, used to being lost in his little world of pure exploration. But his lab could not seal out the world forever. When Jez found and captured him and subjected him to Jez's methods, Rithius was a kind, curious, gentle soul, soft, weak. He didn't last a day. Still, though, Jez had only bled his body. He'd not managed to bleed out Rithius's ideals with him. The God King was shivering as his great machinery whirred ever harder, and black lightning played across the bodies. He looked like he might faint any moment. "If I may," said Jez, gentle as he could. "A piece of advice. You must quiet the voice of empathy. You can let it in after the battle is done. For now, think only of the cause. You are doing the right thing. That is all that matters." He wasn't sure whether he was speaking to Rithius or himself. Rithius nodded. He did not seem convinced. This was a necessary evil. One of Jez's key weaknesses had been made plain to him in that battle in hell. Very few of his bodies could withstand the full power of the infinity. Like balloons, they swelled until they burst. What if he could create bodies that could suit his needs? He had the raw materials, the time-honed bodies of over 100 God Kings in his possession. Now it was simply a matter of testing. Their first attempt had gone disastrously. The God Kings perished after a day of agony. Their second, equally as poorly. But with each failure, they'd learned and tweaked. This time, Jez was hopeful. But if it failed, no matter. They were hardly lacking for bodies. As the party raged above, Dorian took a set of winding stone stairs, which crept deep into the lightless heart of the mountain, whistling as he went. There was still one final chore he had to do. For a while there was only his panting breath in the darkness. Sight did him no good, but his other senses took up the slack, mapping the space before him. The echoes of his footfalls, a drifting, stale stench, his wings brushing the path ahead. It all coalesced into a sort of wireframe image in his mind, a second sight. Lower and lower he went. There were some defenses. He tripped some invisible wire and the ceiling fell on him, or rather crumbled off him. He hardly noticed it. A bunch of arrows shot out of the wall. There was a ward at some point, but he breathed on it, then kept walking. How far does this thing go? It's been an hour. It must be under the mountain by now. Then his true vision came alive again. Slowly but surely, then faster, surer, the way the first rays of the dawn lighten the sky. The stairwell was hazy with gold, then flush with it as he drew nearer. He rounded one last bend, and gold was all he saw. There was only one light source in the stone chamber. Tendrils of gold ran up to it through the ground like roots off a tree. It was planted in the rucked-up ground, one giant diamond twice as big as he was, perfectly cut. It waned, then brightened, then waned once more as though it were throbbing. Several God Kings' worth of pressure rolled off it. The Infinity Heart. The source of Jez's power on a realm, the item that connected it to Jez's vast network. His first thought was, can I eat it? There was no harm in trying, he supposed. He put his hands to its surface and tried drawing it in, just as he'd done with Salus. It was the chi equivalent of trying to eat something far too hot and spitting it back out in haste. Gold chi splattered the walls. Blech! This chi was bound to someone else, to his annoyance. He rolled his eyes. Might as well be a good God King and do what he was told. He muttered. Which to go with? Now he had so many choices, but probably it was best to be direct. Jez flinched, gasped. What? Rithius asked something, but Jez only saw the movements of his mouth. His eyes rolled up, staring at something far away. A vision came to him. The Dragon Realm, his Infinity Heart deep in the bowels of Mount Tai. You! Dorian, fists alive with chi, was bashing at his heart with abandon. Each hand was so laden with chi it warped the air around it. You could never throw a punch like this in a battle. It was too slow, too ponderous. But here he had a sitting target. What of Scraggletooth? What of his defenses? Jez screamed in frustration. Useless! Must he do everything? All his men, utter fucking incompetence. Scraggletooth had better hope he was dead, for if he wasn't... Phew, said Dorian. That was a lot. He wiped some sweat off his brow, sat down, then took out a huge jug of chi elixir. He was recharging, taking his time. And why shouldn't he? There was nothing Jez could do about it. There were times when Jez wondered about the world of his dreams. Could such a place admit a creature so foul, so weak, so incompetent as Scraggletooth? As all his so-called followers in the Dragon Realm? Did they truly deserve to live in a community of eternal happiness when they'd done nothing to earn it? Nothing but fail him again and again and again. Perhaps they instead deserved eternal fucking suffering. Perhaps his dungeon ought to admit a few more floors and a few hundred more screams. My lord! Jez blinked. Rithius was on his knees, clutching at his hands, pleading. The floor around Jez's feet had melted so badly he sank a foot into it. 2 of the pipes had ruptured. Ah, he breathed. He felt his heart slowing. You may let go now, Rithius. I am calm. Calmer. He'd had a fit again. He rarely had them before. Of late, they'd been coming on with frightening regularity. You were saying things, whispered Rithius. Such awful things. Mere words. I meant none of them. That was not me. I merely lost myself in anger, said Jez. He laughed, but it sounded a little strained, even to him. Don't we all, on occasion? 274. The Goddess of Light, 1. With one last punch, the Infinity Heart ruptured. A gale of gold chi buffeted him, howling out of the room, up the winding staircase, desperate to escape. Then there was silence. One down. One of dozens, perhaps, but Dorian savored it anyway. In his experience, the first of anything was usually the hardest. He had a feeling the Infinity Hearts might just be an exception, but a god can hope, can't he? When he went outside once more, the sky was blue, not gold, the world itself hailing his victory. And his army was wasted, destroyed, shattered. It looked like he'd missed some epic battle. Warriors were groaning, tongues lolling, strewn flat. Some spasmed, others foamed at the mouths, eyes rolled back. Whatever had swept through here had upended tables, smashed bottles, littered the walkways with all manner of sauces and meats and smashed fruit. They hadn't stood a chance. "What the hell's happened here?" he muttered.
"We found Scraggletooth's winery in the cellars," said Sun. It was her voice, at least, coming out of a flabby ball of a creature. It took Dorian a moment to put the two together. "Sun?" She burped happily. "Hey!" She was lying flat on her back. She rolled over to get a better look at him. She'd grown several sizes. She was nearly as big as him now, and she was so bloated she had to roll to move. Any other creature would have exploded, but her anatomy was something special, all right. Her arms and legs were corded with thick muscles, but apparently even her metabolism couldn't keep up. "Check this out." She made a scrunched-up face, which he gathered was supposed to look scary, then hit a couple of flexes. "Grrr!" "Impressive," he said dryly. "Thank you." She tried getting up, but her belly was so big she couldn't bring her legs or hands together. After a few breaths of puffing and straining, she gave up. "I think I need some time to digest," she said sheepishly. Said Dorian. "We've done all there is to do in this realm, I think. Which next?" He sat down on her belly like it was a couch. It was as soft as one, and he sank well into it. Then he laid back, crossing his arms behind his head, and started to turn the question over in his head. Sun wheezed as he did. "Hey!" She tried punching him, but her stubby little arms couldn't quite reach him. She managed a menacing jiggle, that was all. "Of the threads fate gave me, there's the Wildflower Preserve," mused Dorian, "and the Realm of True Light, and you can't forget Ataria." The Dragon Realm had been a lot of marching and battling, back to back. He was in the mood for a palate cleanser, something lighter, something easier, with any luck. The answer suggested itself. Most of the time Dorian had to invent plausible-sounding reasons to suit his whims, but this one actually made sense on its own, too. "I've got a plan." "Great," said Sun. "Is step one getting off poor little Sun, who's been nothing but good and kind to you?" "No." "Aw." He snapped his fingers. "Gerard." Gerard was on a nearby peak, busily directing a horde of drakes. They appeared to be building the foundations for something. A crane carried the body of Sallis on a stretcher. "Gerard!" But he couldn't be heard over the din. Sighing, Dorian picked up a chunk of stone and lobbed it. The air guided it in a smooth, perfect arc to land on Gerard's head. Bonk! Gerard jerked up, frowning, and met Dorian's gaze. Dorian grinned. Gerard gave him an unamused look. He flew over. "What is it, my liege?" "Say, how close are you to God King?" "My Tao troubles me, as it has for several centuries. I've given up that path long ago, my liege. If I were to try once more, it would take some centuries yet. It is a matter of surpassing a final bottleneck." "What if you had access to all of Coldheart's best Tao elixirs, plus the Chamber of Infinite Time? Could you finish it off in, say, a week's time?" "Perhaps." "Good. Then you sit here and do that. And you," he flicked Sun, "you sit here and digest." Sun slapped her belly, then gave him a salute. "Yes, sir. I'm on it." "I'll be back in a few days. I'm off to the Realm of True Light. A little solo run, if you will. It shouldn't take long." Gerard nodded. "May your fate be true. Take care." "Are you sure you don't need any help?" said Sun. "You couldn't if you tried. Besides, there's no need for this one. I expect this to be smooth and easy. A vacation, if you will, before we take on the rest of the realms." "Uh-huh," said Sun. She squinted at him. "You don't know the realm like I do. Trust me, the last time I was there, I went under the name Yeshiva. I was the goddess of the church that ruled that place for millennia.
It still controls most of the realm, doesn't it? Gerard cleared his throat.
From the last status report of which I am aware, Jez's Infinity and the Church share the realm as allies, each controlling roughly half. The Church of True Light is a fearsome force, with 4 top-ranked God Kings and dozens of Empyreans. I imagine it would take an appearance by Jez himself to bring them to heel.
Am I missing something? Said Sun. 4 top-ranked God Kings, plus Jez's forces is easy? I mean, even for you, it sounds... She frowned mightily as she searched for the right word. Sticky.
Oh, I won't be fighting them. I'll be joining them.
I still don't get it.
You don't need to. Let's just say before I ascended, I left myself a back door, let's call it. Dorian patted her belly and stood. I'll be back before you know it. The realm of true light. Unlike the dragon realm, the realm of true light was exactly as he remembered it. The fate thread spat him out on the side of a road beside a sparkling river. Picturesque hills stretched into the distance. Rows of plum blossom trees wound into the horizon on either side. Once upon a time, it had been a land full of farming communities, the sort of place where a villager might live his entire life without leaving their patch of land. Pretty, tranquil, and utterly boring. No one had any ambition whatsoever. No wonder the first thing he'd done upon getting here was install a tyrannical church to spice things up. Give the place some flavor. Whip these lackadaisical locals into shape. Whistling, he followed the road. He was in no rush, and it had been a while since he'd enjoyed this scenery. Soon he found a villager boy in a straw cone hat, a demigod, farming a rice paddy on the roadside. "Greetings," he said, striding up. "I'm—"
"Wha?"
screeched the boy.
Devil! Black devil! Stay back!"
He brandished a hoe at Dorian. "I'm Dorian," finished Dorian patiently. "What's your name?" The boy leapt, screaming a battle cry, and thwacked him in the head with the hoe. Predictably, it bounced off, left his hands, and stuck into the dirt. The boy looked at him, then at the hoe, then at him again. Dorian saw indecision flash in his eyes, then a sudden resolve, a bravery. He leapt for the hoe with such desperation he must have imagined Dorian leaping for it also. Then he wrenched it out, screaming triumphant, whacked Dorian over the head again, lost control of the thing, and they were back where they started. "I'm not a devil," sighed Dorian. "I'm a human, just a different sort, that's all."
"Lies!"
cried the village boy.
"Liar! Flesh-eater!"
"Really?" sighed Dorian. "I hardly even—" His words were cut off by a thwack. The hoe went flying again. Rolling his eyes, he picked it up. "Keep a firm grip before you swing," he said. "You're trying to hit my head like it's a rice paddy. It won't work. And when you swing, go for a spot behind my head. And hold on tight." Dorian mimed the motion to a gaping boy. "Here." He handed the hoe over. "Now you try." After staring at him for a breath, the boy obliged. "See? Much better." "You're really a human?" said the boy hesitantly. "But if you're a human, why are you so ugly? Your skin, it's dark like coal." Dorian's cheek twitched. "I simply have some dragon's blood in me, child. No matter. Would you direct me to the nearest temple of true light?" "Okay." The boy turned, then hesitated and turned back around, and frowned doubtfully at Dorian. "Wait, how do I know you are not lying to me? If you're not a devil, prove it!" If fate were here, he would probably find some way to charm his way into this boy's good graces. That was probably what fate would have wanted him to do, given he was ostensibly on a mission to free the locals from the tyrannical Jez, and so on and so forth. But this was about where Dorian's patience ran out. "See, this is why I'll never truly be good. It's simply too tedious." He rolled his eyes. Then he widened them suddenly.
He opened his mouth, lolled out his tongue, bared his fangs. "Boo! Wah!" cried the boy. "I lied," cackled Dorian. "I am a devil, the worst of them all, the emperor of devils, Dorian himself, and I love to drink the blood of little virgin boys." "Devil! I knew it." He whacked Dorian again, but Dorian caught the hoe this time, picked it up and snapped it in half like a toothpick. "I came here," said Dorian, "because I was hungry, and I smelled a delicious little virgin boy." He spread his wings out. The boy shat himself. "You don't want me," cried the boy. "My blood is tainted. I'm no virgin." That made Dorian pause for about a half a second. Then he gave the boy a once-over. "No way. You think you can trick me? I smell it on you. A rancid stench. You dare lie to me, little boy?" The boy broke out in sobs. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't eat me." "What is your name, boy?" "Rin," cried the boy. "Rin." Dorian smacked his lips. "If you don't tell me the directions to the nearest temple of true light, Rin, I shall swallow you in one gulp. Like that." "It's down the road, down the right fork, in the mountain with the village," sobbed Rin. "Please." "Thank you." Dorian retracted his wings and let his face sag back to normal. Was that so hard? He'd taken a dozen strides down the road before the boy caught on. "Wait!" came the cry. The boy dashed up to him. "You're not a devil?" "Well, many have called me that," said Dorian, "and I played at it for a while, but at the moment, I'm trying not to be. It gets repetitive, and doesn't make life any more meaningful, which was what I was really hoping for. Alas." Savoring the view, he made his way up to the village. 275. The Goddess of Light, 2. When the sun rose over Mystic Phoenix Village, the folk were already awake. Today began exactly like yesterday and the day before that. Wake at dawn, burn incense to Yashima, praise be her name, pray, then gather in the village square to hear out Priest Zhu's sermon. Today was on the importance of piousness, even when times were tough. Zhu had a voice made for droning. They'd just woken, but a few folk were lulled back to sleep. Zhu, who also doubled as the village elder, had a special talent, the ability to carry out the most menial, soul-sucking tasks without the slightest hint of displeasure. It was what had gotten him promoted to his post in the first place. It was a relief to the villagers when the crane flew in, just as it did every day, with its clear, high trill. It dropped off the daily missives from the basilica. These came straight from the Archbishop Han himself, who reported directly to the Pope. Priest Zhu fished an eyeglass out from his billowing robes and read it so slow, so haltingly, you'd think it was his first time reading anything. "There is a new announcement from the Archbishop, comrades," he said. "Daily tithes have been increased from 1/5 of spirit crop to 1/4. There were some groans, mostly from the elderly, who had a tough enough job as it was meeting the quota. "I don't like it either," said Zhu hastily, flapping his arms like a flightless bird in a gesture that was meant to be calming. "But what are you going to do? It is the will of the goddess. In times of war, we must prepare." The church enforcers flanking him rattled their whips of justice, and the villagers simmered down as they always did. Zhu was right. What were they going to do, after all? Protest? Rebel? Once every few decades, someone tried it, and they tasted the enforcers' whips, and nothing came of it. Once every few centuries, the villagers heard tell of an uprising somewhere or another. Sometimes they heard several villages had banded together. Sometimes it got so big the basilica was forced to send the Inquisition to quell it, but no one ever got past them. Besides, the last time a Mystic Phoenix villager spoke up, Priest Zhu had featured him in nearly a year's worth of sermons.
"Don't be like you, fellows," he'd said, waving a finger. No one wished to be made a cautionary tale. So they all lined up, tossed their spirit herbs into the holy bonfire, said their prayers, and watched their cheese smoke into the sky, headed for the basilica and the Pope, who did who knew what with it. It wasn't their role to question. It was their role to farm. The realm of true light was like a great organism, and everyone had their part to play. Some were the head and some were the toe, but the toe was just as vital to a healthy body as every other body part. So a good toe should shut up and do as it was told. So said the scriptures of Yashima. "Comrades," said Zu, still reading from the missive, "there is yet another announcement, and this one comes from the Pope himself, so be certain to pay attention." The quarter or so of the folk who were still listening to him sat up straighter. The other 3/4 saw them sit up straight and knew it was time to start listening. "Be on the lookout for anything anomalous. There have been strange happenings in the greater multiverse. Stay true to your faith, and know that Yashima shall protect you from whatever foul devilry comes your way. Praise be to her lightness." "Praise be," said the congregation/village. "That is all. May your harvest be good." The villagers went off, muttering amongst themselves. News of the outside was never good. They were a lawless lot, void of morals or faith, practically barbarians. Sure, it was at times tough and dull in Mystic Phoenix Village, but they felt ever more grateful. Before they left, a few stopped by the stone statue of Yashima installed at the center of the square, a peerless beauty gazing sagely off into the distance. A hobbled, bushy-eyed elder sighed. "Oh, great Yashima, my wife is stricken with the fits. Locusts have taken the bulk of my ginseng crop, and the wounds in my back have only worsened over the centuries. Now I hear tales of barbarians at our borders, the heretics of Jez carving out our land for their own, forcing us to make an alliance. Foreigners setting foot on our plots. It is simply too much." He shook his head, wiping his sniveling nose. "Never in my 1,000 years have I seen the realm in such dire straits. Some say you have ascended forever, that you have forsaken us, but not I, great Yashima, not I." At this his head snapped up, and the light of faith burned in his eyes. "I, old Rao, still believe in your great promise, that one day, in our time of greatest need, you shall return." Mystic Phoenix Village, eh? Dorian whistled. A quaint place. It had good natural defenses, a ring of mountains cradling it. It looked to be like any other farming village in the realm of true light. Folk within living in peace and harmony, enduring the same unending sameness day in and day out. As he padded down the path, he wondered how they endured it. So he asked Rin, the boy who was still tagging alongside him for some inexplicable reason. The boy was almost too happy to answer. He was looking at Dorian like Dorian was a unicorn stepped straight out of a storybook. A few times he poked Dorian, as though to make sure Dorian was real. "I have I and Wang to speak to when the fieldwork gets too bad. And Mother and Father and sisters and I share dinner, and we all gather together to pray and talk over the day's deeds. Though I and Wang were struck down with the fits today, so it was just me out there. Then I guess it does get lonely." "Interesting. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong." "So, why are you here?" said Rin. It's a long story. But let's just say I left something in this realm a while back. I'm here to retrieve it." "What?" "A while ago, I founded this organization called the Church of True Light. It's grown to be pretty strong. Now I have use of a strong fighting force, so I figure I'll reclaim it. There's also a body of mine lying about here somewhere. You know, knickknacks lying about." "Oh." Rin was silent for a few paces. He had to run to keep up with Dorian's strides, but he seemed determined. "If you're not a devil, are you maybe an angel? Were you sent by Yashima?" "In a manner of speaking." "Really? Have you come to drive off the foul devils of the infinity and bring peace to the land once more?"
Dorian had to chuckle at that. Definitely not.
"Then what are you?"
Good question. I'm trying to figure that out myself.
"Oh."
They wound a few bends down the climbing mountain path, Dorian enjoying the view, Rin deep in thought.
"I know who I want to be," said Rin after a while. "I want to be an enforcer when I grow up, like my big brother, the best enforcer in all the Inquisition. I want to be the Pope's sword and shield and drive off all those devils who threaten the realm."
Good for you. Soon the plum blossom trees gave way to wizened knobby trees sticking out from cracks between stones, swaying, bent like the backs of old men. It was not until they were within eyeshot of the village that Rin spoke again.
How did you know I was a virgin?"
Hard to say. You give off that energy, I suppose.
"Well, you were right. There is this girl in the village I like, but every time I try to ask her out, she just laughs at me."
The boy looked at him with these big, watery eyes.
"What should I do?"
What am I, your magical grandpa? Apparently, correcting the kid's oath-whacking form meant he'd signed up to be a life coach, too. You seem the sort who tries far too hard. Too, energetic.
"I am?"
Just relax. Let the conversations flow and let things blossom from there. Love is like happiness. It seldom comes to those who chase it relentlessly. Don't force things. Let them grow."
"Whoa," said Rin. "Thank you, Mr. Dorian."
"Anytime," said Dorian. Actually, scratch that. Most definitely not anytime. Stop asking me questions. Go away, kid.
"Oh, did I annoy you?"
The kid sounded wounded.
"I'm sorry."
No, well, yes, a little, but that's not why I'm sending you away. The village was fenced in by thick logs, guards in white robes running atop them. They'd caught sight of him coming, and now they were starting to shout, and Dorian didn't need to hear the words to get the general gist of it. I have a feeling things are about to get a little messy. Run along now.
"Oh, okay."
Actually, wait. A whim had seized Dorian out of nowhere. One last thing. Do you practice the 9 sacred illuminations?
"Yeah, like everyone else. Why?"
That technique is shit. Or rather, it's great at producing decent gods en masse with a high success rate. Easy to control, and not many will pose any real threat. The main breathing technique cycles qi through the Tongmen acupoint, right? It goes Tongmen, Pu Xing, Fei Ren. The real breathing technique, on the other hand, the one Yashima herself used, he poked the spots as he named them. Goes Pu Xing, Xiamen, Fei Ren. Got it?
"Yes."
Now shoo, go on now, screw off.
"Thank you, Mr. Dorian. Thank you. I'll never forget this."
The boy dashed off, repeating the 3 acupoints under his breath. Dorian watched him go. The boy would probably amount to nothing, but who knew? Give him time, and Dorian might hear of him again. There was some fun in planting a seed, he realized. You never really knew what might come of it. Maybe Gerard was on to something. By the time he ambled his way up to the village gates, Mystic Phoenix Village had thoroughly armored itself against him. The gates were shut and barred once with wood, then again with steel. Guards with crossbows lined the walls, bristling at him. "Excuse me," said Dorian. "Hello? Would any of you fine fellows have a map with directions on how to get to the capital? I have business in the Basilica, and I must admit it's been a while since I was last here. Can't quite recall where everything was." "Fire!" The arrows could have been made of rubber for all the damage they did. They bounced much like rubber, too. "Look," said Dorian. "I'll be on my way soon enough. I just—" "Fire!" God damn it. Another jilted percussion of steel on scale, then a long silence. "He's still alive!" cried someone on the walls. "I can see that, you moron! Should we shoot him again? Does anyone have any better ideas?" Dorian sighed. He was starting to think he'd never get the hang of this diplomacy stuff. It just wasn't his style. He'd leave the talking to fate. Personally, he'd always found fear and awe were far better motivators. 276. The Goddess of Light 3. "Look," said Dorian. "We'll probably be working together, or more accurately, you'll be working for me very soon. Let's not get started on the wrong foot, eh?" There was a collective confusion on the wall. The enforcers looked to one another as though to the guy next to them would know what the hell Dorian was going on about. When it became abundantly clear none of them had a clue, they all turned back with sneers. "Step away from the walls, foul devil!" shouted an enforcer with a bigger, pointier hat than the other ones, presumably the chief enforcer of this village. "This is your last warning!" "Aren't warnings supposed to come before you unleash the arrows?" said Dorian. "It's fairly pointless now that I know they won't do anything to me, isn't it?" "Fire!" A storm of arrows flew at him. Dorian snapped a finger, and the arrows froze mid-air, trembling a little like they were so scared they didn't dare get an inch closer. Then Dorian blew. Schlunk, 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 schlunk. It was some feat of aeronautics to thread the arrow just through their helmets, missing their heads. 6 scruffy heads and a handful of bald patches were exposed to the cold wind. A second later, the sound of their helmets clattering to the floor rang out somewhere far behind them. Actually, he'd missed with one. The chief enforcer had a bigger, balder head than he'd expected. The arrow had carved a thin line over his head. Nothing fatal, but enough to make a trickle of blood wind down his face. He dabbed at it, staring numbly at his red fingers. "Let's try this again," said Dorian reasonably. "Hello, my name is Dorian. May I speak to who's in charge?" This time they listened. No doubt his brother would have disapproved. He would have called this crude. Fate likely would, too. He would have spent half the day pleading with them. That's why they needed an asshole like Dorian on their side, he figured. Even the good guys needed someone to do the dirty work if they wished to get anything done. As he waited for the folk on the walls to get their shit together, he felt a niggle of annoyance. Now that he'd thought of his brother, he'd found a bone to pick with the prick. If Hu Yi hadn't been so keen on following due process and just principles, in other words, waiting for Jez to amass power, waiting until he violated a principle that'd compel Hu Yi to act, this whole thing would have been over before it had begun. Dorian would have crushed the little shit in the cradle. The townsfolk shoved up a quavering old man with the biggest, pointiest hat of all. "Hello," croaked the priest. "This one is named Zhu. I am the priest and head elder of the humble mystic Phoenix village. Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm Dorian, but you may know me better as the goddess Yashima." At that, a stir swept over the walls. "Huh?" said Zhu. "I am the goddess of true light reincarnated. A pleasure to meet you." He bowed. Zhu looked at him, then at the chief enforcer, who didn't seem to know what to do either. Zhu chewed on his lip. He wore the expression of a man very much unused to thinking for himself, and now that the opportunity arose, he hadn't a clue what to do with it. He said. Dorian got his dilemma. What to do? They all thought he was quite mad by the looks of it. But it was also not a good idea to piss a madman off. What if he shot more arrows at them, except a few inches lower this time? "Look, people, we don't need to quarrel. All I need from you is directions to the capital," said Dorian. "It's fine if you don't believe me, but in the Grand Basilica there is a way to prove who I am. I mean to take the trial of rebirth." His easy back door into the church, one he'd left himself just in case. Well, in case was here, and he was glad as hells he'd left it. At that, the figures on the walls could no longer hold back their consternation. A chorus of loud roars, a few mocking laughs. Apparently, what he'd said was so outrageous, they momentarily forgot who they were talking to.
Is he serious? The devil's mad. But imagine if he tries it. The look on the Pope's face.
The ones who'd spoken up were hit by a sudden and random gust of wind and fell screaming over the walls. The rest shut up instantly. "Just give me directions to the capital, and I'll be on my way," said Dorian with such patience he was honestly proud of himself. If only Gerard could be here so he could brag about it to someone. "Surely one of you must know. I'm being uncharacteristically polite here, because it would make a pretty bad impression on the rest of the congregation if their soon-to-be leader were to murder a village as his first act upon entering the realm. But believe me, I'm not that opposed to it."
"I know where it is,"
said the chief enforcer. He stepped up, fists clenched, and he had that set jaw, that righteous flare in his eyes that told Dorian he was a man of principle. Oh, bother.
"I am the only one. This one is called Chief Enforcer Chan. None of the villagers have ever gone to the capital. They know nothing. Please, there is no need to hurt them. I know since I have gone there for my training."
"Do tell."
"Due southeast, following the curve of the Sanshou Range."
He traced the arc of a nearby mountain.
"At its end, you shall find the capital."
Chief Enforcer Chan was sweating hard even before he spoke. Dorian could already tell Chan was not about to tell him the truth. For a second, he debated torturing the man for real answers. Why was it always the grunts who were the most principled? Until he saw a stork swooping in overhead, several rolls of papers in its claws. They're still using stork post. It was an old strategy Dorian had installed as Pope. The best way to stop an uprising was to make your subjects impotent, and the best way to do that was to artificially hold them at low levels of technology. It made them easier to control. It made them dependent. So rather than scrying glasses, which could easily be rigged to communicate with nearby villages and coordinate rebellions, villages could only communicate via easily interceptable church-owned storks. Which solved Dorian's problem nicely. "Okay, then," he said with a stupid grin. "I'm off. Thanks for the instructions. Don't you do anything silly in my absence, all right?" He wagged an admonishing finger, especially at the principled chief enforcer, Chan. "Don't even think about sending a message warning the capital I'm coming, or there will be dire consequences." Then, with exaggerated deliberateness, he walked off into the horizon. Sure enough, as soon as he was gone, Chief Enforcer Chan scribbled a hasty message, strapped it to a stork, and sent it in panicked flight toward the capital. Dorian saw this all with his clear sky's eye from hundreds of li away. Thought so. Leisurely, he followed along. Hours later, when he sighted the capital, he snatched the stork out of the sky. Then he took a glance back with clear sky's eye, scribbled a message on its missive, and shot it on an arrow. An arrow dropped out of the sky during the evening meal, scaring the villagers of Mystic Phoenix Village witless. A message was attached to it. When a trembling Chief Enforcer Chan picked it up and read it out, he found that it was his own missive, sent just hours earlier. Feeling faint, he found a note scrawled at the bottom. "You seem a nice guy, and you have that blindly loyal quality I find very useful in grunts, so I'll forgive your trying to trick me just this once. Do it again, and the next arrow goes through your head. Attached is a helpful diagram for reference." Scrawled just beneath was a picture of a stick figure with X's for eyes, lying flat on his back, a tongue lolling out. An arrow went through his face, and blood pooled around his head, shaded in with charcoal. It looked as though it had been drawn by a fairly untalented toddler. The message ended, "Take care, your loving goddess, Yeshima. P.S. Do shut your mouth. Soup's dribbling out of it. P.P.S. Take notes. This is how you're supposed to do a warning." The capital was a gleaming city seemingly made entirely out of marble. It gleamed so white it almost hurt to look at, and every inch of it was sculpted marvelously. Every building seemed to have marble columns thrusting into domed roofs, flowing into archways passing over wide streets, paved so level you could drop a coin anywhere in the city and it wouldn't roll more than a stride. Every road seemed to end at a fountain, and every fountain spurted over some sculpture, each fitted with a placard proclaiming this or that incredibly famous artist had devoted centuries to the sculpture. The entire place could have been one great museum gallery, and half its sculptures were of famous bishops, archbishops, or popes, mostly smaller ones, clustered around the churches which seemed to pop up on every street corner. The other half of its sculptures were of one person. Big ones, the ones rising tastefully nude out of nearly every fountain. Yeshima, goddess of true light. He remembered fondly his days as Yeshima. Mostly it sucked being a woman in these realms, especially a peasant woman. You were mostly expected to keep the household, bear children, and the like. And indeed, the early days were rough. But once things got going, he did find certain advantages to it. The bad thing was men seldom took you seriously, especially if you were very young and very pretty, as he was. The good thing was their brains were so scrambled when she smiled at them, it hardly mattered. She could win a city over with a laugh and a wink. It would have been nice to have that form again, he reflected, as he stalked the streets of the capital. Folk moved out of his way like he was plague-ridden. He was on his way to the biggest dome of them all, visible from any point in the city, so riddled with fountains and arches and sculptures. It was honestly far too much. The Grand Basilica, the heart of the church. It was time to reclaim what was his, and get his body back in one fell swoop. 277. The Goddess of Light, 4. "Halt!" cried the enforcers as he ascended the staircase up to the Grand Basilica. It was so wide an army could have marched up it. Right now it was just him sauntering up the steps. Even so, the enforcers brandished their scepters and ropes at him like he was an army unto himself. "What is this nonsense?" said Dorian with a theatrical sigh. "Can a man not even enter his own house?" He shook his head. "What has this realm come to?" "Stop there!" cried the enforcer at the head, "or we shall take forceful action." Dorian kept walking like he'd heard nothing at all. Growling, the enforcer made a hand sign. A dozen ropes of white light lassoed Dorian in a flash. He gathered they were supposed to have some kind of immobilizing effect. As it was, all they did was give him a pleasant tickle. He decided he liked the feeling. His wings and arms were feeling a smidge tight after all that flying, so he let them be and kept on striding. "So strong!" cried an enforcer, digging his heels in, but he was skidding along anyway. "Can't hold! Gah!" Which was the point he pitched over onto his face. A few of his buddies followed suit. Dorian just kept walking, dragging a dozen basilica guards with him as he shoved open one of the massive stone doors and entered the chamber proper. "Someone stop him!" came a shout. "Help! Help! He's going up the steps!" "You're lucky you'll soon be working for me," said Dorian. "Otherwise I'd stomp you for being such a nuisance." He shrugged once. They all went flying. Cries of invasion and intruder echoed through the hall, but Dorian paid them no mind. Why focus on all that was going wrong in life when there was so much beauty all around you? The basilica's interior was as he remembered it, except much grander, much more colorful. High above, the ceiling was made of glass, admitting a wash of sunlight which softened the hard faces of the omnipresent marble. Pillars ran the length of the building to either side of him, each fitted with a hefty jade base. At the center of the room was a brazier the size of a house. Purple flames roared atop it, just as they had for thousands of years, ever burning, like hope or faith. What gave the basilica its name, though, was all the art in and on it. The great sculptor Yveltan had been invited to carve saintly designs all over the place. Angels' wings over the brazier, emerald hearts in the ceiling, that sort of thing. He'd even carved the walls to look like giant framed paintings. And in those paintings was a dizzying confusion of paintings. You could walk up to one, as Dorian did now, and spend a year analyzing merely a square stride of space. Each inch was a masterpiece. Warring armies, images of heavenly salvation, dragons rising to the heavens, saints blessing their warriors. Yashima featured heavily, here curing a poor soul struck down with the fits, there leading a charge against the devil hordes. Curiously, most of them were nude or semi-nude, when Dorian distinctly remembered being heavily armored for most of these. And they significantly exaggerated her proportions, too, particularly around the chest area. Now, why would they do that? Very strange, these artists. There was some sort of justification in the literature, something about Yashima being the great mother and the mother of the realm, and thus needing her breasts on full display at all times. Somehow Dorian suspected there were some other motives at play. There was a creaking from either side of the hall as side doors opened up, admitting fresh streams of guards. Several of them were hauling this monstrosity of a contraption, like a siege machine had broken out in spikes and ropes and whirring hacksaws. Dorian wasn't keen to learn what they did. He clenched a fist and birthed tiny tornadoes in the machinery. The contraptions caved in on themselves, screeching steel, cracking wood. It took him but a thought to do it, essentially effortless. When you were privy to God King-level laws, you didn't really need explicit techniques to handle such trifles. The air just listened to you. The new guards gaped at their contraptions, then promptly retreated whence they came. "Back up!" came the cries. Shrugging, Dorian kept admiring the art. Pope Jr. meditated in a room at the top of the basilica. It was the only room on the sole tower which stretched above the basilica, above the rest of the city, a circular observation tower where you could see birds flying at eye level, a constant reminder of his place. That was above everyone else. Supreme, the Pope. If only he felt like it. You'd think after 6 millennia he'd have gotten used to the role, but he still had trouble thinking of himself as Pope, as a leader. Every morning he woke up as Pope. It felt like a surprise. Every day he trod the basilica. Its spaces felt too big for him, too grand. It was a place Yashima would have strolled through with ease, like it was hardly worthy of a being like her. But Junior could only swallow and scrape the breadth of its echoing hall. It was all he'd done as Yashima's second-in-command. For the longest time it was all he knew how to do. It was an instinct, ingrained so deep for so long, even now as the literal Pope, the ruler, the one above all, he couldn't shake it. His men knew it, too. He imagined his guards sighing and shaking their heads at his passing. Like every time they heard Pope, they expected to see Yashima, powerful Yashima, beautiful Yashima, perfect Yashima, and were perpetually disappointed in the reality of himself. Just like the rest of the realm. He sucked in a rattling breath. That would all soon change. It was high time he grew out of his name. "Dire times forge great men," he muttered. "Dire times forge great men." And these were dire times indeed. The barbarian Jez and his hordes had forced them into a humiliating treaty for peace. They were busy elsewhere, and hadn't the time to squash the realm of true light. But everyone knew it was but a matter of time when they returned, and in far greater numbers. This fragile alliance would soon be broken. It was a matter of who did the breaking. Junior's fists clenched. He sucked in more breaths. "I am the Pope, the one above all, chosen of the realm of true light." Why did his voice sound so high-pitched, like a child's voice? Did it sound that way to everyone? "I am Pope Jr.," he screeched. It was even worse this time.
He cleared his throat and pressed on. I will turn back the barbarian hordes. I will reunite the realm of true light once more, and they will record my name in the history books, alongside that of Yashima, as equals. He was still having trouble believing he could ever surpass her. He tried saying it a few times, but his throat would always close up, and his hands would go clammy. Someday, he promised himself. Someday he'd get there. He'd already made a great deal of progress, hadn't he? When he'd first become the Pope, he was still that guppy, running after Yashima, begging for every scrap of approval. He was such a sycophant she'd named him Junior. At the time he'd been so happy she'd noticed him, cared about him enough to bestow him a name. He burned with humiliation at the thought now. The name stuck like a curse. Forever he was cursed to be the second, the replacement, the one stuck in his senior Yashima's shadow. But after he vanquished Jez, "No more," he cried, glaring fiercely at himself in his full-length mirror. "You are just as powerful, just as inspiring, just as worthy as her, from this day forth." A knock came at the door, and he shrieked so loud he startled a mass of birds into flight. Yes?" he said, once he was sure his voice had lowered some. It still came out breathy and shrill. "Your Holiness, my deepest apologies for bothering you, but we have an urgent situation." Pope Jr. burst into the main hall of the great basilica, his mustaches quivering in anger. "Who dares disturb—" He choked. There was a god-king hanging in the air, suspended by dozens of lassos of light. Each was held by an Empyrean, each of whom groaned and puffed as they tried to hold their prisoner in place. Their prisoner in question was a totally unfamiliar face, some kind of dragonoid. But then their eyes met, and a very familiar smile lit the prisoner's face, a smile that could be seen on half the frescoes on the walls. "That grin," croaked Pope Jr. "It can't be. Yes?" "Junior," said the prisoner. The Empyrean guards gasped at that. "You will address the Pope by his proper—" cried someone, but the prisoner cut him off. "I'm back. Miss me?" He rotated his head, which was about the only body part he could still move. "I see you've kept the place well while I've been gone." "Your Holiness," gasped a guard. "What ought we do with him? We're pulling as tight as we are able, but we can't hold him much longer. He's far stronger than any creature we've ever—" Crack! All the eyes in the room went to the prisoner, who had just slumped against the ropes. "Did we kill him?" someone whispered. "Ah," groaned the prisoner. "That's it. Right there. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, that's very good. A little tighter. Yes, there you go. Crack. Gentlemen, I must thank you. This has been excellent," said Dorian. "Those kinks in my back have been nagging at me for ages. If only it didn't take 40-odd Empyreans every time I needed a massage. But now that I've got Junior's attention, I'm afraid our playtime is over." He flexed his muscles. At the same time, gales of wind blasted the Empyreans in the eyes, took the legs out from under them. They went sprawling over each other. The ropes snapped off him. Dozens of Empyreans spun into the walls. Even more were thrown out the door. "So," said Dorian. He only got halfway to Junior before the cronies set upon him again. But with a finger's snap, a mini whirlwind whipped into being in the middle of the room, sucking them all in. Dozens of Empyreans spun, screaming, kicking and blasting indiscriminately to no avail, bound by forces far beyond their comprehension. Salus's laws were fun. "So," he started again. "Junior, good to see you again. Where have you kept the basin? Let's get this trial of rebirth going, shall we? I can't wait to reclaim—" "Who are you?" said Pope Jr. "Oh, come now," drawled Dorian. "You recognize me." He could see it in Junior's beady, watery eyes.
The boy's thoughts were always written plain on his face. It was a large part of why Dorian had chosen him.
I most certainly do not,
cried the Pope, clutching tight to his robes like a drowning man to a log.
Leave at once, whoever you are. You are not welcome here.
Are you serious? Said Dorian.
Do you actually—
Ah, I get it. He grinned. You've gotten greedy, haven't you? In my absence, you've forgotten you were only here to keep my seat warm. You've started to think of yourself as the actual Pope, with actual powers. And now I'm back, you don't want to give up the throne.
No.
There was that telltale shaking in Junior's voice. I will ask you one more time, and this is the last time I ask politely. He made his eyes flash, the way Yashima used to when Junior displeased her. Junior cringed. Dorian drew himself up like a stern headmistress, exactly how Yashima used to, and Junior all but fell to his knees. Conduct the trial of rebirth. Now.
No,
yelped Junior, but he was hanging on by a thread. Dorian snorted. Junior, you dare! 278. The Goddess of Light, 5. There was no chi nor law in the air, but the hall was still choked with tension. You could see it on Junior's face, which spasmed and twitched and trembled. It was as though he were wearing his brave face as a mask, and cracks were splitting it down its length. You could see it in Junior's body, the dragging hunch of his shoulders, the gasping of his throat as he opened his mouth and tried to find words and the courage to speak them. This was the moment. Either Junior shed his name and stepped into the fullness of the Pope here, or he never would. Junior hung his head, just like Dorian knew he would.
No,
he cried.
I'm sorry. All I ever wanted was for you to be proud of me. I thought maybe if I finally—
Hush, said Dorian gently. I always approved of you, Junior, even if I didn't always show it. You make for a fine right-hand man, as fine as I could ever ask for.
Really?
Croaked the Pope. Of course. By the looks of it, not a single guard in the room could believe what they were seeing. Eyes popped, mouths hung open. This strange dragonoid creature was making their Holy Father, the man to whom they had sworn their loyalties, indeed the figure many of them revered, weep like a toddler. It must have been like something out of a bizarre nightmare, and most of them were frozen there, waiting to wake up. Dorian had seen it many a time before, especially in children. It was "my dad is invincible" syndrome. When they finally saw him beaten up, their tiny brains simply couldn't process it. Come now, said Dorian. Let's go take the trial of rebirth, shall we? It's time we set things right.
Okay,
sniffled the Pope. His eyes were glistening with wetness.
I'm so happy you're back, mistress.
Just Dorian is fine. The Pope led him to a black steeled door in the walls and spoke a phrase. The door opened slowly. It hadn't been used in so long, its hinges shrieked with every inch. They vanished into the darkness.
This way, mistress, said Junior.
He cringed.
Sorry, Dorian. Sorry.
Stop apologizing, said Dorian, even though it was he who'd trained Junior to do so some millennia earlier. Some men are like forged steel, soft and moldable only in their youths, when their personalities were still in the forge. But when cooled by time, they stay that shape forever, no matter how much they wish to change.
Sorry,
said Junior. He cringed, realizing his mistake.
Sorry.
Shh, said Dorian. Let us soak in the silence, eh? Relax. There will be no lashings coming for you, verbally or otherwise. You'll find time has mellowed me a little. For a while, the only sound was the echoes of their footsteps, cascading over one another in the dim corridor. Dorian never liked Junior much as a man, but he was fond of him the way you are fond of a trusty, well-used tool. Junior was useful, and like a tool he seldom thought much for himself. He sort of just cringed there, strung up with a sourceless anxiety until he was called upon to act, and only then did he gain some form of sentience, and only for a period, until the job was done. Of all his believers, Junior had been his most devoted. It's not only I who has changed in all this time. You've made something of yourself too, haven't you?
I wouldn't dare, Miss Dorian. I wouldn't dare. I am your faithful servant, always. You must believe this.
Junior had been on the verge of something. Dorian had seen it back in the chamber, a self-actualization of sorts, before Dorian had stomped his burgeoning ego flat. Perhaps it is time for you to come into your own, mused Dorian. I won't be taking back the papacy forever. When the time comes, I'll be handing it back to you.
Really?
After I'm done with this run.
Oh.
In your current form, saddling you with a pope's hat is simply cruel. But in time, perhaps you can be worthy of the hat. Junior didn't seem to know what to think about that. This was also by design. The way to coup-proof any regime, religious or otherwise, was to gather as many faithful bureaucratic cronies as you can and stuff them in positions of importance. Junior had been plucked out of his obscure life as a grain-tallying supervisor by Yashima specifically for his insecurity, lack of ambition, and dearth of creativity. He subsequently rode Yashima's coattails to the top of the realm. If the church hadn't changed much in the millennia since he'd installed it, and these hulking organizations seldom did, they seemed to move through time 1,000 times slower than everything else. Then it meant the whole of the realm could be like one massive tool to Dorian, thoughtless, useful, easy to command.
Here we are,
said Junior. They'd arrived at a stone basin filled with a murky liquid.
Should I wait outside? Said Junior.
What for?
The trial. The powers of the heavens brought low. It has been some time since I had to use my shielding techniques. Perhaps it's best if I—
What are you rambling about? They blinked at each other.
The 99 Thunderfire tribulations, mumbled Junior. Is it not said that the godly powers you left behind, that would strike down all impostors in hellfire, that only the true reincarnation of Yashima could withstand it, the tribulation lightning?
You believed all that? Dorian laughed. Of course you did. No, my foolish erstwhile apprentice. Those were all rumors I invented to keep idiots from trying to claim to be me. Do you really think I'd put myself through some drawn-out challenge just to reclaim what was my own?
Yes?
Don't be silly. Dorian stuck a finger into the basin. Cracks of white light spread from where his finger, branching until the whole of the liquid was lit from the inside by a flourishing tree made of holy chi. Then the light started to branch up his arm, probing, a question, asking permission. He granted it. Holy chi spilled into him. Light leaked out of his mouth. Light burst from his eyes. Blessing acquired, mark of the goddess. He blinked, and he saw Junior anew. There was the sight of his eyes, unchanged, and the sight of his mind, which saw a dark figure whose heart was bound in a thick knot of holy chi. He saw other knots clustered so tight they seemed a swarm of fireflies in the night sky, shuffling in this basilica, in the city outside, and the villages nestled in the mountains outside that, and in the farmers tilling their fields farther beyond. A congregation of minds. Some flared with sudden brightness. They were praying, and the chi they tithed washed over Dorian in warm waves, a tingling on his skin.
Is it working? Said Junior.
Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 0% to 18%. The inklings of a new white star twinkled in his core. It'd only grow from here, endlessly fed by a constant influx of tithed chi. In her time, Yashima had wielded one of the largest chi pools of all god kings. This was why. "Oh, I'd say so," said Dorian with a grin. "I believe the Church of True Light now recognizes me as the Pope."
"It has? But aren't there supposed to be a sign from the heavens? A shooting star? Was that all fake too?"
"Of course. The moment does feel a little anticlimactic, doesn't it?" said Dorian. "As for your shooting star, if the array formations haven't rusted, there should be a little light show going on over the basilica for the common folk to eat up. That's that. You can keep the hat, by the way. I always thought it looked ridiculous. Oh, by the way, the stream's a little smaller than I would have expected. How many faithful do we have now?"
"By the last census, it ought to be about 20,000.
"Strange. Then I should be getting at least 5 times this chi. Level up. Star Realm. Dwarf. 18% to 30%. Junior started to say something, a stricken look on his face, but he was cut off by a rattling of footsteps. 3 peak Empyrean auras burst out of the gloom. Their owners followed shortly after, frazzled, hairless old men. Yashima's archbishops back then. Kane, Boo, and Norem, looking much the same as they had, only fatter, having had millennia to gorge on the chi of the faithful. He remembered selecting them for the same reason he'd selected Junior. They had no personalities, as far as he was aware of, which was actually a very good and rare trait in a minion.
"Your Holiness," cried Kane, bowing to his knees. "We heard the news. We saw the sign. We rushed here as soon as we could."
"Congratulations," said Boo, bowing to his toes.
"It was divine," said the Norem, scraping so low his hairs tickled the ground. "The goddess would return to lead us in our time of greatest darkness."
"Shut up," said Dorian. "Junior, what were you saying? Is something wrong with the tithing?"
"There was a disturbance some moons ago over territory under Infinity control. Ever since, a great portion of our chi has been diverted elsewhere."
He swallowed, throat visibly bobbing with nervousness.
"It is almost as though another pope were present in the realm."
"That would be my body, which is in Jez's hands," said Dorian. "And it's stealing my own powers from me, too. Typical. Say, who does the Infinity have at their disposal?"
"By our latest estimates, 3 highly ranked god kings and 3 dozen Empyreans. Lucifer, Queen of Devils, leads their army," said Boo.
"Wait, that's it? Then what are we waiting for?" The 3 archbishops looked to one another nervously.
Said Norem. "Your Holiness, what precisely do you mean?"
Dorian clapped so loudly they all jumped. "Let's get to it then. Send commands all over the land to tithe as much as they can. Gentlemen, we are going to war. You have 6 hours to round up as many enforcers as you can. We march in the morning." 279. The Goddess of Light, 6. The 13-ranked God Queen in the multiverse sat cross-legged atop a parapet, admiring her painting. In one hand she held a wooden brush, whose tip smoldered with laws of necromancy. In the other she held a glass of wine. The sun was high, the air was crisp and cool, and the sky streaked with clouds. Flocks of gulls wheeled overhead, riding the gentle breeze. It was a lovely day, and Lucifer, better known as Lucy to her many, many enemies, was in a lovely mood. As she took a sip from the cup, there was a shrill sound like 1,000 tiny voices screaming out at once, silenced by her lips on the glass. When she set it down, impressions of horrified faces bubbled up in the foaming liquid, but with a stir of a tiny silver spoon, they were lost once more in the murk. "Strange," she said, tapping her brush to her lip. She scrutinized the clouds. There was something about them that was indefinably off. It was what separated the real from the unreal, Life from a mirage, some ephemeral essence of being that no one had gotten better than she at capturing. She picked up the brush, humming to herself, and dabbed it on her palette. Perhaps a little more gradients. A tinkling like jingling keys, ringing metal. She frowned, setting down her implements, and held up her scrying glass. "Jez?" She snorted, set it down again, and went back to analyzing her clouds. The ringing faded. Then abruptly picked up again, twice as loud as before, like clashing cymbals. "Oh, heavens. Fine, you whiny brat." She closed her eyes. Now she was Lucy. Her hair was frizzy, disheveled, tied back in a hasty bun. She was draped in a thick artist's smock, and she wore wide-rimmed glasses that lent her a bug-eyed look. Quite a plain, forgettable girl. Some might have even called her a smidge unsightly. Her one redeeming feature might have been her smile, which seemed to radiate a genuine warmth, a warmth that made anyone who met her instantly take to her. Blink, and someone else stood in her place. There was Lucifer. Her hair was a glorious raven mane. She was bound in a scandalous red dress, which hugged an equally scandalous body. To say she was merely beautiful did her a disservice. Here was dangerous beauty. It was a beauty that, through arcane magics, reached beyond the physical. Every person, man or woman, had some standard in their brain for beauty buried deep in the subconscious. Those folk they deem beautiful express a constellation of those features. Yet Lucifer expressed them all. It was like she was a blank canvas upon which others projected their fantasies. When different folk looked at her, different features of hers seemed to pop out at them. For some, it was her chest that strained the seams of her dress. For others, it was the regal curves of her cheekbones. Some saw a devastatingly sexy harlot, others a gorgeous dominatrix. Others might see an innocent belle, or a perfect queen, or a mighty goddess. This time, her smile was dazzling, and utterly fake. That was Lucifer's magic. She was there, but what you saw wasn't her. You saw what you desired in a woman. It said little about her, and a lot about you. It was this Lucifer who answered Jez's call. "What do you want?" she drawled. "I'm in the middle of something." The scene resolved. In the background, a realm with a sky which looked like a purplish whirlpool. A high castle amid desolate wastes where only ash trees grew. An army moved against it. There was much shouting and screaming and booming. Jez's face came in, pale and bright. She could tell he was annoyed by her tone. He'd gone on a power trip as of late, but the first time he'd demanded she call him master, she'd laughed in her face, and that was that. "Dorian has arrived in the realm of true light. He is coming for you as we speak." Lucifer tapped her brush to her lip. "How unfortunate. And what do you plan on doing about it?" "At the moment, I'm rather indisposed. There is, as you can hear, a pressing matter I must attend to." A pair of cannon blasts punctuated his words. "We've driven Salieris to his home realm, the Twilight Realm. He hides in his castle with the last of his forces, where he makes his last stand." "Still, weren't we here days ago, too? Can't you hurry up and finish him off?" "If only it were that easy," said Jez bitterly. "This is the ancestral home of the Jiangshi. It is where they are at their strongest. A dozen god-kings of their race hold the fort, not to mention thousands of other troops. They also have the aid of their prime heart, the final and most powerful node in his rebellious network. Even for me, forcing a victory is no simple matter, especially as I fight wars on dozens of different fronts." "I sense," said Lucifer, "that you're about to request something of me." "I need you to hold our territory against Dorian's forces." "Nah." "Excuse me?" Jez's face blushed angry red. "Lucifer, I have given you more leash than nearly any of my other subordinates.
I have tried to be kind to you, to understand your idiosyncratic nature. I really have, but even I have my limits. Oh, please, I'm not your subordinate. You pay me, and so I pretend to listen to you, which is not at all the same, said Lucifer. Besides, this isn't part of our deal. The deal was, I babysit this realm for you while you finish off all the others, not pit myself against Dorian, of all people. We've got how might I put this? A sordid history. No thanks. Jez forced himself to take several deep breaths. I do not need you to defeat him. Only hold the realm until my reinforcements arrive to finish him off. I've sent weapons, new weapons capable of eviscerating him utterly. They will be there in 1 day. I merely ask that you— I refuse. Shoo! She could hear the grinding of his teeth. How many more souls do you want? Ah, now you have my attention. Let's see. 80,000. Done. Jez sounded disgusted. Then, in return, I will do my best to hold him off for 1 day, and 1 day only. I will lead him into a deep, lightless forest where you can't tell down from up and all paths run in circles. But if he breaks out— She shrugged. I'm fleeing. Are you serious? I'm not very strong, she said. What if he gets his hands on me? He'll snap me in two. I have a delicate constitution. You are a top 20 god queen in the multiverse. Perhaps, but I don't do anything myself. My opponents kill themselves for me. I just trick them into it. If he beats my tricks, well— Jez looked ready to burst. Can you hold him or not? Of course. I've done it twice before, haven't I? Not even Fate himself could unwind my magics in a day. Rest assured, your realm is safe, she said, rolling her eyes. With a parting glare, Jez severed the connection. What a drama queen. To her, he just seemed like a little boy playing at being ruler of the multiverse. For a while he'd been a sweet boy, at least, but now he'd started throwing tantrums, he'd quickly grown insufferable. In a blink, Lucifer was Lucy once more. She turned her eyes back to the cloud, soaking in its every contour. Then she dipped her brush, held it up to the sky, and painted the rest of it. It was exactly what the picture needed. The cloud sagged and shifted, came alive, started drifting on the gentle breeze. She said. The piece was almost done. Or was it done? Idly she picked up a stone and chucked it into the distance. A few thousand li away there was a pop. A jagged black hole poked through the line where the sky met the mountains. It totally ruined the realism. She sighed. A blink and the scene faded. She wasn't on a mountain parapet. She was in a studio in the bowels of a castle, staring at a painting of a cloud-streaked sky, which now had a spot of black in it. She would fix it another time. Instead, she installed a new canvas. She grabbed another brush, this one sleeker, blacker, burning with fiercer laws of resurrection and creation, of necromancy. Not only bringing the dead to life, but the inanimate to the animate, a mirage to reality. Dorian, always such a tough customer. I truly hate fighting you, but a job's a job. She tapped a brush to her lips. What shall I paint for you? It looked like Dorian was going to have to do most of the work himself. Again. The crowd of Empyreans shuffling before him might wear spiffy enforcers' robes, but you could tell they weren't exactly the multiverse's elite. There was a term for those folk who occupied the bottom 10% of the rankings: dregs. He could count a fair few dregs here, dragging about, holding swords and spears with hands used to hoes and sickles. Then there was Junior standing at his side, shuffling his feet,
most definitely a dreg of a god king. It was a miracle the man made god king at all, even with Dorian practically shoving him into it. It didn't much matter. Due to their bond, a pope and his congregation could cast a plethora of uniquely powerful support techniques on each other. All they needed to do was to stand behind him and chuck healing and regeneration spells at him until they ran out, and the battle would be over in a flash. Well, the battle with all the other folk guarding Jez's land. Lucy was always a trickier matter. Heavens, he truly hated fighting her. Such a headache every time. "Greetings," said Dorian. "I am your new pope, and Yashima reincarnated. By now you've heard the news, surely. This may come as a shock to you. You may have imagined a slightly more appealing figure, perhaps, with a mightier bust than I. Alas, that body is in the hands of the enemy, stolen by the Infinity. I've gathered you all here to assist me in taking it back. This ought to be a quick and easy journey. We'll get there in, an hour, roll over them, snatch the body, and be back by dinner time. Any questions?" They just stared dumbly at him. "Excellent. If you had any, I wouldn't have answered them anyway. That was just me being polite. There's no need for you to understand what's happening. Just do as I say, and things will work out." It might as well be the unofficial motto of his church. "And we're off." Carp leaping the Dragon's Gate. About 40 Empyreans and one God King vanished screaming into the sky, as though shot out of a cannon. Dorian took a second to marvel at the neat pattern of condensation trails they made, crisscrossing the sky. Then he leapt to follow. 280. The Goddess of Light, 7. It was easy to tell where Jez's territory began. Just look to the sky. Blue melting gradually into gold like some otherworldly sunset. Dorian's crew crash-landed into a hill so hard it became a valley. He landed nimbly amid a heap of groaning enforcers, still climbing out of human-shaped holes in the ground. "Now, where is this fortress?" he mused, scanning the landscape.
"Jez's forces have staked out the summer palace, Your Holiness," said Junior. "Please, follow me."
He led the way. In the wrong direction for about an hour. Then Junior reversed course, apologizing profusely. He led the way for another hour in a direction Dorian was pretty sure he'd picked at random. It didn't help that he kept second-guessing himself as he went. When they finally stumbled upon the summer palace, even Junior was surprised. It was less a coherent palace than a series of buildings with domed roofs, circling a central tower with the biggest dome of all. It had been around for ages, even before Dorian had taken the realm. The lore was some ancient emperor had insisted on designing it himself, and out popped this hideous insult to architecture. It was wrapped in a thick blue shield that looked like a glass dome. It was conjured by an array glyph, which was the multiversal standard for warding, duplicated many a time over across countless realms.
"Ward breakers!"
called Junior, gesturing to a fleet of men with giant pickaxes. "No need for that," said Dorian. He sucked in a breath, called up a good quarter of his chi, and blew. Dragon breath rushed forth. The wards shattered like they really were made of glass. The palace stood naked in their sights. Gasps ran through his enforcers. They looked to him with fresh reverence.
"What power!"
said one.
"Praise be the new pope!"
"Praise be!" cried another. A third got so inspired he went charging forth on his own.
"For the pope! For the church!"
he shouted, brandishing a sword 2 sizes too big for him. "Wait!" called Dorian. Too late. The enforcer vanished as soon as he stepped over where the array had been, charged straight into non-existence. Dorian sighed. "See what happens when you start thinking for yourselves," he said, shaking his head. "Let him be a lesson to all of you."
What was that?" said Junior. "Where did he run off to?"
"Oh, he's still there, in a manner of speaking. You just can't see him. He's trapped in a realm betwixt our own."
"Correct."
The voice was clear and melodic, drifting over from a balcony on the high dome, and though it came from far away, they all heard it as if it was said at their ears. A figure there stood and flew toward them, shimmering in the light. As she neared and her appearance grew clearer, there was a series of thumps on Dorian's side. At first he thought she'd struck them with some kind of technique. Then he realized it was just his enforcers falling to their knees en masse. Their jaws dangled uselessly. It was eerie seeing their eyeballs all swivel in unison, tracking her perfectly as she moved closer. "Really?" sighed Dorian. "Mine's like wedges of cheese, these ones."
"Well, you can hardly fault a fish for biting on a hook," said Lucy. She appeared as she always did, a woman in a simple red dress, cat-like eyes, a button nose, a soft smile with an innocent charm. Looking at her felt like picking at a scabbed wound. "Must you always take that form?"
"Can't help it, can I?" said Lucy with a sly grin.
"I am who you wish I am."
"Figures. I was really hoping your presence here was just a rumor."
Dorian, believe me, the feeling is mutual. It truly is terrible seeing you again. I hated fighting you when you were Yashima, hated you even more when you were Malachi. You have an incredible propensity for being annoying.
If it's any consolation, I detest fighting you, too. Any chance I can convince you to step aside?
Jez has offered me 80,000 souls. Can you match him?
I'm a bit light on souls at the moment. He nodded at his troop. Will these 40 nitwits do?
Afraid not.
Then can I pay you back after all this is done with? Come on, for old time's sake. At that, Lucy let out a peal of laughter.
"Oh, Dorian, after all this, I expect you'll be long dead."
He sighed. "More's the pity."
"What you need," said Lucy, "is at the center of this world. I painted it just for you."
She nodded, and another ward enveloped the castle. This one was special, mottled shifting hues of purple and black, and it slowly dripped laws of life and death.
"If, on the off chance you survive all of what's coming for you, you can find me on the beaches of Sylvian. It's been too long. I'd love to catch up over some wine."
"If I'm alive and not too ticked off by whatever mad nonsense you've concocted in there, I might just take you up on it."
"Psh, don't be such a child. It's just a job."
She waved one last time, winked, and dissolved into mist.
Dorian tapped a foot for the next few breaths, waiting for his men to slowly regain sentience and pick themselves off the floor. Did anyone else just see that?" cried Junior. "The goddess, her avatar, where'd it go?"
"Goddess?" mumbled the enforcer next to him. "What goddess?" He blinked. "Say, where'd that farm girl run off to?" The others blinked at him. "You know, with the bosom dangling out."
"Farm girl?" said the enforcer next to him. "I never saw a farm girl."
Heavens, they were all starting to sound the same. "Everyone," said Dorian, "shut up. Stop thinking at once. I command it. There, that's it. You there in the corner with the furrowed brows. You're not still thinking, are you? Knock it off."
"Sorry,"
mumbled the offender. "Good. Listen up. We're about to enter a dungeon of sorts. You need to know only two things. Hold them in your mind regardless of what you see or hear inside. The first, follow Dorian. The second, this world was made to trick you, but it's all fake. All of it. It cannot hurt you. Understood?" He left out a few key details, namely that last bit wasn't strictly true, but at this point he didn't trust their minds to juggle three things at once. Besides, if they stuck to those two, really stuck to it, things should turn out fine. Probably. With a stiff gust of wind, he tossed them in. He dove in straight after. The Battle of Ur had changed everything. Before, Fate's troops marched somber as though to their doom, but now they broke out in song as they went. They'd captured a few cities, slowly grinding their way across hell. They were pushing Jez back, and fate was feeling optimistic. Well, even more so than usual, that was. It seemed Jez's attention was split. What with Salieris mucking things up, it was fate's intention to take full advantage of it. If they could just cut to the labyrinth in the next moon, and the rest of the realms of the Resistance could just hold on, and the Worm King showed up as he promised, and the rocks came to their aid, and Dorian came back with new fire, they really could win this thing. They marched through the soulless desert, so named because it was void of all life and death alike. There was nothing here but smoking, ashen valleys filled with soot. Once upon a time there'd been some ancient battle here between two titanic god-kings. The land had never healed since. The only thing that moved here was the smoke, rising perpetually from the ground, muffling their sights. "Stay alert, everyone!" cried Fate. They were marching for the key Fortress Fangborn. It was smack in the geographical midpoint of the Nine Hells, which made it one of the most strategically important locations in all of the war. Which made it so strange why they'd encountered no resistance the whole trek through the desert. You could almost believe Jez didn't know they were coming, things were so quiet. It made Fate nervous. "Sir," a scout boy ran up to him. "We've sighted the stronghold. It's just up ahead, up the slope, not 500 paces.
"Oh, what of their army? How many Empyreans? How many gods?"
"There's no one."
Fate blinked.
"What?"
"No one's at the gates. No one's on the walls. It's like it's been abandoned."
A few breaths of marching later, Fate saw that it was true. A walled fortress with no torches lighting the walls, no sound issuing from within. Lifeless. His army's first reaction was uproarious joy.
"They heard we were coming for them, and they ran," shouted a general. "As they should. Ha ha! Look at me all riled up for nothing."
"Friends," whispered Fate. Why did he feel such dread? Fate put more stock in his feelings than most. More often than not, they were premonitions.
"Break out the kegs. It's time to—" "Friends! Hey! The gate! It's opening!"
Just one figure came out from that gaping block of darkness, just a smudge of deeper blackness in the hazy smoke. One figure, but two God-King auras. They both felt so familiar to Fate, yet something about them felt off. He squinted and saw what it was. Its fate strings were so tangled, so horribly knotted, he could hardly believe this was a living thing. Fate's dread spiked. A gust of wind cleared the air, and the figure came into full view. It had 4 arms and 2 heads. Its skin was a patchwork from 2 folk sewn together. Its limbs were mismatched, one leg much shorter than the other so that it limped as it moved. Rot spread around its feet. As it moved, shapes sprung into being around it, what looked to be trees and grass, except all made out of tar. Pus leaked from them constantly. Flowers bloomed at its feet, except rather than thorns, it was studded with human teeth. Laws rolled off it, though not any Fate had ever seen. They were almost like laws of Earth, and almost like laws of Flora, the way a taxidermized animal resembles the real thing.
"Nuwa,"
croaked Fate.
"Horus."
Then, trembling,
"What has he done to you?"
281. The Goddess of Light 8.
"Hello, Fate,"
said the head of Nuwa, a whisper trickling out the gaping, toothless maw.
"And goodbye,"
croaked the head of Horus.
"We must get you to a healer," said Fate,
his voice tight with desperation.
"I'm good friends with Celestial Physician. Perhaps if I put in a word—"
"There is no healing us," said both heads at once. They smiled with a gentle resignation, the sort a very old man might wear on his deathbed.
There is only one thing we wish for now, and Jez has promised it to us if we end your army here. Perhaps you may grant it to us now."
"What?" said Fate softly.
"Anything you wish."
"Death," sighed the creature. It lunged. A few elite Empyreans rushed to the fore, bracing for impact. The King of Phoenixes rushed ahead in a burst of flame, spreading its wings like a shield. Then the ground underneath all of them erupted, a flurry of screams. The soil roiled like waves beneath their feet. Vines with shark-like teeth for thorns reared out of the ground, snatching at legs, shredding them, dragging them into pits of whirling teeth. In a heartbeat, the battlefield was one giant, writhing, carnivorous plant. His men were floundering. Then the two-headed monster made contact. A screech, and the King of Phoenixes was flung away like a meteor streaking up the sky. The elite Empyreans who'd rushed up front were now faceless, writhing things, lost in thick coats of tar. It had all happened so fast. At first, Fate had tried to cut off the fate threads plaguing the grounds. Then the front lines shattered, and the monster carved in. Everywhere, all around him, his friends were dying. He didn't know who to save. He cried out. His hands grasped every thread of fate he could find. He pulled as hard as he possibly could. The effort racked his vision with bright spots, sank hot spikes into his brain. There was a sharp pop. Thousands of folk were gone in an instant, moved away like they'd always been somewhere else. But they hadn't been. Dozens of his friends had been crippled in a blink. Those brave warriors who'd rushed up first were spasming shapes in the tar. The spasms became jerks, twitches. The shapes became mounds, became puddles. Peak Empyreans, reduced to slag in a breath. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Fate's face.
"What has he done?"
It was Nuwa's mastery of the lands and Oris's mastery of all plant life spliced together, perverted. They worked so awfully well together in some demonic synergy.
"Stay back, everyone,"
said Fate, voice brittle.
"Your Highness, attend to me."
"Always." The King of Phoenixes dropped to his side. The king's chest was still smoking. A jagged wound stretched across it, exposing muscle fibers stained black by demonic magics. If it bothered him, the king was too proud to show it. A few hundred strides off stood the monster, blinking, unnaturally calm. They rushed it together. The ground snapped at them, shooting reams of spiked vines in arching loops hundreds of strides high, but Fate spun and flickered, always here and there at once. The King of Phoenixes wheeled around them with preternatural grace. They converged on the monster. Then a sinking feeling dropped deep in Fate's belly, a dreadful premonition. He gasped, spun 100 strides out of the way. The monster raised its hands. The King of Phoenixes went down with a shriek, sputtering bursts of flame, dragged down by tens, hundreds of those thick thorns of tar. Suddenly Fate knew what ants must feel like, standing amidst an endless field of wild grass. 1,000 tar vines shot from the ground to the skies, swaying and twisting and tearing, at each other even. The spurting black blood of their brethren fell like acid rain. Fate's first instinct was to flee, but where was the King of Phoenixes? His friend lost amid a seething cocoon of vines. It bulged, burst open for an instant as a funnel of furious flame broke free. Then more vines patched up the hole, forced the fire back, winding tighter around its struggling prisoner.
"No!"
Fate's eyes glowed green. The material world faded. The world of Fates was all he saw. A web of green threads more intricate than any spider's, connecting nearly every single thing to everything else. A web so dense that to touch one was to touch them all, at least slightly. There was the king's, buried under the threads of the spell. It was bound too tight, with threads too strong. There was no time to unwind it.
All he could do was grab at the fabric and tear with all his might. Blood vessels ruptured in his forehead. There was a ringing in his ears. He screamed. The spell vanished. The King of Phoenixes was a bleeding, shredded mess, but he was well enough to snarl and struggle to his feet. He went out in a flash of heat, a self-immolation, to be reborn smaller, weaker, but instantly healed. Fate coughed. Blood splattered the ground. The monster advanced on them once more, and Fate steeled himself for a desperate counterattack. Whatever this creature was, it had gone beyond God King. It had gone beyond the natural order of the multiverse. God Kings derived their power because they were loved by the multiverse. They understood it intimately. Through their Tao, they forged a special connection with it. When they called, it rushed to answer. But the multiverse despised this creature. It was forced to heed its call anyway, like a slave cringing under the whip. "Here it comes," said Fate softly. He saw the knots of fate that made its being. It might exist beyond the multiverse, but it was born of the multiverse. Its body had history, a past and a future, and there was no severing those threads, not even with whatever horrific ritual had birthed it. If it could be made, it could be unmade. He saw the thread that wound all the way to its core. If he pulled on it, which would unspool first, him or the monster? Before he could try, the monster jerked to a halt. "It seems," groaned the head of Nuwa. "I am needed elsewhere," sighed the head of Horus. The ground caved in beneath it, and it sank into a void. Breaths later, its aura abruptly cut off. "Gone," breathed the King of Phoenixes, as though he scarcely dared to believe it. "Can it be?" But to where? They landed in what seemed to be an underground tunnel, dimly lit, smelling of that rank bitterness that only belonged to freshly dead corpses. Before them, a maw of darkness yawned. Behind, there was more of the same. Someone took a step behind him. There was a loud crack, then a screech, and Dorian whirled around. The screech came from one of his enforcers. The crack came from the skull he'd stepped on. It was then they realized the ground was littered with bones. There was more bone than dirt. Most seemed aged, but there were a few bodies strewn here and there, or what Dorian assumed were meant to be bodies. They were blackened and shriveled like they'd been sucked dry, but they had the general shape. Dorian picked up a bone and inspected it. He pinched it, and it dissolved into a fine dust. "Really, Lucy?" he sighed. "A bit tacky, don't you think? What's this meant to scare? Children? Only those of incredibly feeble mind would be taken in by... we might have a problem." "What the hell's that?" came a cry. Are those eyes?" Dorian looked up and whistled. "Huh, what do you know? Good catch." A slight glistening in the gloom, but once you saw them, they were obvious. For the rest of his crew, that was all they saw, it seemed, since none of them had darkness laws, which was lucky, since if the bones spooked them, the sight of dozens of giant hairy spiders crawling over one another would have definitely scared them shitless. "It's not real, everyone. Nothing here can hurt you. Remember what I told you. Stop thinking about it. Just follow along." Dorian set off at a brisk pace, pretending like he knew what he was doing or where he was going. At least they seemed to believe him. The simmering panic settled some. Until, 50 strides later, they came across a familiar face, the enforcer who'd charged in early. Well, half a familiar face. The other half was conspicuously missing. An adult head sat on a body so shriveled it could have belonged to a child. "Yotho!" someone cried. "What happened to him?" "He didn't listen to me," Dorian explained patiently. "This place can only hurt you if you believe it's real. But it isn't, despite all the evidence of your senses.
To survive, you need the rare skill of boneheadedly believing in a falsehood, despite all of reality screaming at you otherwise. His crew blinked dumbly at him. Look, all of you will be fine. You've had a lifetime of practice at this. You've been promoted because of this. You're all practically grand masters of self-delusion. We are, said an enforcer. Of course. Oh. He seemed inexplicably pleased about that. His pleasure turned to terror as a giant spider abruptly dropped on his face. He screamed. It bit his head off, which naturally cut the scream off. Then it bounced back up whence it came. And now everyone was screaming. Stop thinking, bellowed Dorian. The screams ceased. That's the only way they'll get you, he said, gesturing to the slumped body. That fellow was spooked so suddenly he believed the threat to him was real, which made it real. He was in exactly as much danger as he believed he was in, which is to say, mortal danger.
Your Holiness, said a pale junior, why can't you just burn this place down, like with the wards?
Because, you nincompoop, that would mean I admit this place is real, but it isn't.
But you're inside of it, said Junior,
looking baffled. No, I'm not, and neither are you.
Huh?
Besides, I can't burn this place down any more than I can win a fist fight against myself. Don't be fooled by literally everything about Lucy. She's been a top 20 ranked god queen since before I was alive. She's one of the true old monsters of the multiverse. You do not reach that level and sustain it if you are not truly special. Her magics are not broken so easily. Just follow me, and whenever any of you catches yourself formulating a thought, or, heavens forbid, an original thought, cease immediately. They marched onwards, bones crackling underfoot. Soon the gloom lightened. They emerged at a cavern so huge you couldn't see the ceiling, nor the other side, nor the walls. They simply receded gradually into darkness. It was possible they didn't exist. Within the cavern, standing in rank and file, was a full army. Or rather, statues of an army. They were etched in such detail, with such care, that they rivaled the statues of the capital city itself. They were clad in magnificent iron plate. They carried great maces and swords and bows that shone even in the dim light. A path ahead wound between this strange maze. An awed silence fell over his men. "Lucy, you've outdone yourself," said Dorian with a whistle. "Remember, it can't hurt you unless you believe it can." He repeated it for a third time, just in case his men had forgot, which, depressingly, was a real possibility. Case in point, as he sauntered forward, the statue at the very front of the army sprung to life. A giant knight in full plate, and this thick-plumed helm, like some warrior taken straight from the legends to charge at him, screaming, a fat lance outstretched. He turned around. "Let this be a teaching moment," he proclaimed. "See, because I don't believe that thing is real, it cannot—" He blinked at the blood-stained tip poking out the front of his chest. "Well, this is awkward." 282. The Goddess of Light, 9. It seemed to have punctured his heart, lungs, and liver all at once, and probably a lot more, judging by the way his whole midsection seemed to shut down. There was the pain, of course, great shockwaves of it, but when something ran you through, pain was usually a poor indication of the severity. Not all tissues were polite enough to let the mind know when they were shredded. A better indicator was how fucked your body was. If you told your spine to bend, did it listen? Dorian's was mute. His torso felt like one rigid hunk. Whoever had punctured him had done an excellent job of it. Very thorough. Only now did a God-King aura explode behind him. Laws, hidden a second ago, ran the length of the lance. Blade laws. He kicked off hard, freeing himself of the lance. A string of blood beads arced through the air as he rolled to his feet.
"It seems," Dorian grunted. "I forgot to mention something, but this was a pointed reminder. What makes Lucy especially tricky to fight is she hides her real minions amid her fake illusions."
"How can you tell which is which?" yelped Junior.
"You can't. That's the point, isn't it?" Dorian rattled in a breath, though a great deal of it went out his front. Don't you worry your little heads about it. Just heal me. I'll take care of the rest." As nearly 40 Empyreans worth of chi poured into him, he inspected the enemy. "Nice shot," he said, wiping blood from his lips. "Who the hells are you?" The visor flipped up, revealing a classically handsome face, startlingly symmetric. Square jaw, proud cheekbones, piercing blue eyes, and a spectacular mustache. The knight bowed. "It is I, Marcus, the Divine Blade." "Ah, yes, I've heard of you. What are you, in the 70s? 80s? "I am ranked 61 by the Spirit Pavilion. It is an honor, Dorian of Time. I have heard tell of you, too. Your tale is a glorious one." Golden chi poured down his fingertips as he discarded the lance and drew a heavy sword with one hand. An eggshell white shield materialized on the other. "But it must end here, just as the sun must fall to make way for the rising of the moon. From today forth, you shall be but a stepping stone in my legend." Nice speech. Did you let me get fully healed out of some misplaced sense of courtesy, or are you just an idiot?" "Fully healed?" Marcus frowned. "I ran you through with a thrust of valor, a thrust steeped in blade law." Dorian wiped the blood off his chest to reveal pristine scale. No marks. "Yes, but I have 40 Empyreans healing me. Oh, and thousands of other gods pouring in chi by the second." So much poured in that his skin started to smolder with white, excess chi leaking out. In the span of a day, his dwarf star had grown so much he'd silenced the notifications in his mind. It had gone past sun and was well on its way to a red giant. Every time he used a technique, chi rushed in to fill the gap. It made techniques feel free. He could throw anything, do anything. Now, as the Empyrean's chi poured in, he was struck by a heady rush. All that power, seemingly endless, filled him with endless confidence, too. He felt like a god ought to. Boundless, almighty, invincible. Sometimes in a fight such pleasant delusions were useful. He let it take hold of him now. "You should have aimed for the head," said Dorian with a wicked grin. He raised his hands, and Dragon's Bane leapt eagerly to his fingertips. "Humph! Your arrogance shall doom you," the knight said. "So you have not come alone. But neither have I." The army behind him stomped to life as one. A thunderclap in the chamber, rattling the ground, chattering the teeth of Dorian's men. Hundreds of bright lights burned in hollow helms. Hundreds of peak Empyrean auras gushed out at once. There weren't hundreds of peak Empyrean auras, obviously. There were a few dozen at most. The vast majority were fake. But there was no telling them apart, and there was the devil's choice in it. Dorian could either admit they were all real, or none of them were. Both might spell his doom. "Charge!" roared the knight. Dorian waved a hand, and a gust of wind swept through the chamber. Not at the army, for that would admit they were real, but toward his own men, who floated high above the battlefield, out of the way. Calmly, he drew his bow and fired. "Bolt from the blue!" Marcus hefted his shield, then grunted as the arrow took him in the back. It punched a hole in the armor, but not deep enough to draw blood. Dorian drew again just as calmly as before, as though there weren't 1,000 peak Empyreans charging him at once. "Bolt from the blue!" The arrow flew in a twisting arc. This time, Marcus tracked it closely as he charged and heaved his blade at the last second to bat it away. He missed by a finger's width,
The arrow struck precisely the same spot as last time, and this time it stuck there, lodged and inched into the flesh, and stayed there. It only seemed to enrage Marcus. The knight was mere feet away. His broadsword whipped down. With a carp leaping the dragon's gate, Dorian spun halfway across the cavern. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't much room to dodge. He landed in the midst of a cluster of Empyreans. They all hacked at him at once. So many swords, maces, spears rained down they got in each other's way. Sparks showered as steel met friendly steel. Sparks showered as steel met his scales. It made quite a racket, but it did little of note other than obstruct his sight. For these weapons weren't real. They couldn't truly hurt him. Except when they did. A burning line scorched up his back. He whirled and threw a fist of the falling star in the same fluid motion. It caught an Empyrean, a real one, in the helm, which crumbled like paper, and then met the bone underneath, which cracked like dry straw. He slumped. He hadn't even had time to scream. Two more bursts of pain, one up his thigh, the other his arm. He smashed one offender. The other melted away into the press. This was Dorian's gamble. He accepted whatever real strikes hid in this glut of fakery, for they told him where his real enemies were. You'd better hope you can end me with your one free strike. If not, I'll hunt all of you down one by one.
"Move out of my way!"
roared Marcus, struggling to ford the tide of men. Obediently they sloshed away, clearing a path from him to Dorian. But paths ran both ways. Dorian drew, aimed, and fired so fast Marcus didn't even see the motion, only felt it as a third arrow dug into that same spot on his back, splitting the first two and driving yet another inch deeper. It was so deep it ought to be tickling his spine. This time Marcus yowled. It didn't slow his charge. So Dorian drew again, slower this time, slow enough Marcus had time to see it and flinch and instinctively shield his back. Naturally, Dorian shot him in the face. Marcus was thrown off balance, bowling into his own men. He vanished once more into the tangle. Dorian kept firing. He wouldn't let the sword god recover. By now he'd gotten a sense of his enemies. The little guys, the Empyreans, left flesh wounds, scratches that healed in seconds. With his new body and his healing skills, they were much less of a threat than he'd expected. But the big guy could wreck him if he got near. Best if he took care of him first. In the meantime, let the little ones do their worst. So he drew and fired, and fired and fired, making himself oblivious to the swarms of steel setting upon him like flies on fresh meat. It was quite annoying trying to shoot through it all. He had inherited Salus's great skills and his touch with the bow, deemed divine, second only to Hu Yi's, which meant he could shoot at every which angle and let his arrows perform acrobatics which flew in the face of physics. Still, though, he was threading needles upon needles, arrows sneaking through the gaps between helms, through the daylight between lattices of falling steel, slipping between plates of armor to land at last in the same two places, Marcus's face and his back. When he blocked one, Dorian sought the other. It was like drilling into a stone, patiently, shot by shot. Sooner or later, he expected to hit something vital. Fresh gashes ran up his arms. Fresh wounds tore up his legs. He had to shove aside a few illusions, on occasion a few real Empyreans, with his elbow, just to draw the bow. Marcus, meanwhile, looked like he was being beaten up by an invisible gang, thrown back and forth, stumbling, by blasts of force and chi and wind. Time to finish things. Dorian put aside the bow and forced his way through the boiling press. There was nothing the little folk could do to stop him, real or imagined. A few tried clinging to his legs, but some well-placed kicks put an end to that. Every second he must have been struck 10 times by real blows, dozens more by imagined ones. Nearly every single sense of his was a chaotic mess, so he just focused on that thick tuft of red crowning Marcus's dented helm. In a few breaths, it was before him. Marcus had staggered to his feet. Now he was on the other side of a good puncturing. The hole Dorian had driven through the God King's back had gotten wide enough to fit a fist through, and by the way Marcus moved his legs, he didn't take to its presence well at all. Their eyes met. They both knew the end was coming. Marcus allowed himself a rueful smile. Was that the power of the legendary God Hunter, returned to the realm at last? He sighed. If I were to be felled, I am gratified that it was at least at the hands of a figure of myth. Blood leaked out of his lips. I only wish that I had put up more of a fight. What a dishonorable performance. This terrain, the presence of my allies, why, your incessant aggression, too. I hardly managed 2 swings of the blade. If it's any consolation, I'm sure you would have been a real menace in other circumstances, said Dorian. But what separates you from me, besides the insane difference in power, of course, is that I'd never let those other circumstances happen. I'd never let an opponent get started if I could help it. You really should have aimed for the head. Oh well. To demonstrate the point, Dorian punched him in the face, and then kept punching, and punching, and punching, until the twitching body lay still. He surveyed the rest of the army, which was still intent on hacking him to pieces, with little success. Now for cleanup. There were still hundreds of Empyreans left over. Identifying the real ones and picking them off one by one would be such a pain. This was likely the final room in this dungeon of Lucy's, which meant the only way out was to clear it of all her minions. Then this whole world would collapse and let them free. So he waited for a strike to truly hit him so he could strike down the offender. Now that he actually wanted them to come, though, they wouldn't. 1 breath passed, then 2. It was just the mob of fakes hacking at him. Where's everyone gone? I'll let you have 2 shots free, shouted Dorian, spreading his arms wide. Any takers? Or will you just hide in this crowd and make me pick you out one by one? This only prolongs the inevitable, you know. Wait, is that the point of this bizarre setup? To slow me down, make me play this ridiculous game of hide-and-seek until reinforcements arrive? We can't have that. But if the real ones refused to strike at him and thus confirm their realness, he had little chance of finding them. The only way to do it would be brute force, treating everyone as a real warrior and blasting them en masse. If he did that, though, all those blows raining upon him would truly become real. It truly would be fighting hundreds of peak Empyreans at once. He'd be made a bleeding mess in seconds. What to do? 283. The Goddess of Light, 10. How's it going up there? Yelled Dorian. His stalwart troop of healers couldn't hear him at first, so he opened a tunnel through the air to shepherd the sound through. Can't hold much longer, gritted Junior. Please finish soon. Dorian's best guess was they had about 20% left. The tithes were slowing down, too. He weighed the odds in his head, then shrugged. If any of you have chi elixirs, now's the time to start chugging like your life depends on it, because it probably does, he shouted, then cut off the sound tunnel as the cries of protest started to leak through. All right, he breathed. He opened his mouth, but this time his breath was not a man's, but a dragon's. A vicious heat storm spawned in the midst of the cavern. If anything had been rooted to the ground, man, beast, or stone, it wasn't any more. Some were incinerated on the spot. The others, the ones that had had the reflexes to get their shields up in time, were thrown against the far wall, nailed to it by the sheer force of the inferno gales. They strained and twisted, but all they could do was shuffle along the wall. They couldn't get an inch off it. As long as Dorian blew, he could imprison them in 2 dimensions. Then he drew out his bow, still blowing, and started to shotgun his makeshift arrow range. Slunk, 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 slunk. The dragon's breath was eating away at his chi far too fast. His chi recovery, even boosted, couldn't keep up. His fingers were blurs, working as fast as he dared, but even so, he only got through 24 before he was forced to let them drop. He kept firing as hundreds of Empyreans, now made real, charged him from afar. He kept dropping the ones at the front, but soldiers behind them took their spot instantly, leaping over their fallen comrades, mindless drones of war. This time he couldn't let them get close. When they got within 50 paces, he blew again. A strangled cry came from above, one of his Empyreans collapsing. Then another. In a battle, all the little people saw was the flashing steel, the sprays of blood, valor and the sacrifice, the intimate drama of war. But what a general saw, what Dorian saw, lay in a higher realm, the realm of strategy, impersonal yet critical. This was less a fight between people than an expression between two numbers. 2 of his 40 was less by proportion than a few dozen of about 200 of his enemies. As he repelled the waves of Empyreans one by one, it was clear he had the advantage. And so the battle was won. It was a simple matter of execution. A strange thought struck him then. This must be what his brother felt as he loosed his arrows. It wasn't to Dorian's taste. Too bloodless, too passionless. He preferred the thrill of the arena, the one-on-one, where life and death teetered on a knife's edge. But this worked, he supposed. Soon the battle was done. Bodies littered the ground. Dorian let his crew fall, only to find only a dozen of them were still conscious. The rest lay drooling, limp, filmy-eyed, including Junior, whose God King aura was so feeble he could hardly feel it.
"Are they all right?" rasped an enforcer.
"Oh, they'll live. It seems I've overdrawn their cores," Dorian mused. "Nothing permanent. We'll have to get that fixed when we get out. Speaking of..." The world around them was fading, the colors lightening, the sharp definitions growing fuzzier, taking on an impressionistic style. A swirl of color appeared in the center of the room, incongruous, like an oil painting set on the canvas of an otherwise realistic world. "That's us." They were all relieved to step through. They emerged to fresh air and the chirp of birds. The sun was high, the air was crisp and cool, and the sky streaked with clouds. Flocks of gulls wheeled overhead, riding the gentle breeze. It was a lovely day.
"We're free,"
sobbed an enforcer, dropping to his knees.
"Praise Yashima."
"Wait, something's not right here," snapped Dorian. "The sky should be gold." Shadows fell across them all, and like morons they all looked up. A dozen screams filled the air. Then the anvils fell on them, crushing them flat, and there was silence. The anvil meant for Dorian bounced off his skull. He sighed. "Not funny," he shouted at the sky. No doubt Lucy got a chuckle out of that. It was a mere painting of the world, a classic trick of hers. Make them think the dungeon was over, get them to relax, let their guard down, and then whack them over the head. A parting gift before her world fully collapsed. This time the world faded for real. The sky changed to its proper gold color. The actual world resolved before him. Dorian waited a few seconds, holding out for more anvils, but none came. "Ironic," he said, regarding his snoring troop, "that the feeblest among you, the ones who failed first, survived in the end." Though, given this was the Church of True Light, it was actually pretty darn fitting. How long had it been? It was hard to say. The sun gave no answers. Time got fuzzy when you bent space like Lucy did. "Stay put, all of you," he said to his unconscious men, as if they had a choice in the matter. "I'll be right back. I've got a body to collect." On a beach in Sylvian, the 13th-ranked God Queen in the multiverse lounged on a beach chair before an emerald sea. Tortoises bobbed along the waves. Eels chased one another in arcing leaps, dusting the air with sea mist. To either side of her, a shirtless male elf fanned her with a giant dried lotus. But her attention was on none of these things. Instead, through a pair of sunglasses, and through a pair of enchanted binoculars beyond that, she stared at a scene from an entirely different plane. There go the anvils. I had so much fun painting them. Oh, no, what a shame. He's wise to my tricks, it seems. No souls for me. She set down the binoculars, kicked her feet back. Cleared in 6 hours. My, you brought far more firepower than I expected. Fair play, Dorian. Fair play. Jez will not be pleased to hear of this, said the elf. That is why we shall not tell him, said Lucy. He will be even less pleased at that, warned the elf. He may fault you for not warning him. He will fault you for your failure to hold Dorian. If you do this, he will come after you. Hush, none of this dreariness, not when it is so lovely out. She closed her eyes, smiling at the soft fingers of sunlight brushing her skin. Tomorrow, we shall gather our belongings and vanish from the multiverse, at least until things settle down. In the meantime, she soaked in the happy trills of the seabirds, the warmth of the sun, the gentle breeze, the laughing waves. If Jez won, it was possible this would be one of the last times she could ever enjoy a view like this. Fetch my palette, will you? Dorian found his body in the castle dungeons, chained to a wall. In the semi-darkness, her skin was flush with soft light, like she was lit from the inside. Her hair, streaked gold and white, was like a dim sun behind her head. She wore a silk robe, pristine despite the muck lining the walls of the cell, the grime staining the cobbled floor. The floors around her were clean. The closer he got, the fresher the air seemed too. As he breathed in, he felt a calmness settle over him. Yeshima. It felt, and probably was, sacrilegious, what he was about to do. He even felt vaguely guilty for no good reason as he stuck out a clawed finger. This was him, after all. It was his body. Though the optics didn't look very good, he had to admit. If this were a fairy tale, he'd be the hulking, evil dragon creature towering over the frail princess. He vaguely expected a knight to burst in through the door to heroically save her. Then he remembered he smashed the knight's face in. He made the incision as small as he could get away with, but it still felt like tearing some priceless painting. The core he removed was small and dainty and absolutely bursting with power, more chi than even Salus. Closing his eyes, he drew it in. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 38% to 55%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 55% to 68%. Afternoon melted to evening. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 89% to 100%. Level up, Sun to Red Giant. Evening ceded to midnight. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 52% to 66%. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 66% to 81%. Level up, Red Giant to Super Giant. The sky was lightening, though the sun still hid beyond the hills, playing coy with the dawn. Dorian exhaled a silver mist, like stardust. Level up, Star Realm, Super Giant, 84% to 86%. A new white star shone in his core, orbiting his black hole diametrically opposite his wind chi supergiant. It was so white it defied definition, for depth needed gradients, and this had none. It was simple, pure, holy light. And after that last level up, it was complete. The core in his hands went dim. Now for the part he'd been waiting for, the skills that made Yeshima's name. Skill learned, blessings of the loving God. Level up, level 0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9, 2, max. Skill learned, curses of the wrathful God. Level up, Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. 284. The Goddess of Light, 11. The blessings and curses of Yashima were her signature weapons. With them she conquered the realm of true light. With them she was ranked among the most powerful god kings in the multiverse. At first, other god kings had a habit of underestimating her. She was rumored to have a great chi pool, but little in the way of martial techniques. She was also small and pretty as a porcelain doll, and had this disarming way of smiling that meant she seldom had to fight. It wasn't until a god king in the top 40 sauntered up to the realm of true light with the bright idea to try to forcefully take her as his bride that the multiverse took notice. She'd giggled. Then, with a blessing and a curse, she'd torn him apart with her bare hands. She'd wielded the blessing of Hercules, which granted great strength, but it was far from her only weapon. There was also the blessing of Hermes, which granted incredible speed, the blessing of Asclepius, which granted superb healing, and the blessing of Hecate, which granted unmatched potency of law. They multiplied the innate abilities of those they were cast upon, a temporary boost, lasting at most half an hour. But once her blessings were cast, battles usually finished far earlier than that. It cost little chi to double a weakling's strength. It had cost perhaps a quarter of her massive pool to do the same to a god king. Dorian could only imagine what it had cost to cast a blessing on himself. Whatever it was well worth it. Dorian now had 3 full tanks of God King energy to draw from. So what if he emptied one? With just these blessings at hand, besides Hu Yi and Jez, he doubted a God King in the multiverse could stand against him. And that wasn't even counting the curses. The curse of Niobe inflicted weakness, the curse of Polyphemus, blindness, the curse of Chelone, debilitating slowness. The strength of each curse or blessing depended on how much chi he put into it. Often Yashima would inflict a mild curse on an entire opposing army and a few mild blessings on hers. It was enough to turn a pitched battle into a slaughter. Dorian's favorite kind of battle were the ones that got his blood boiling, but a close second were the kinds he won without having to lift a finger himself. "We've had quite a few great battles together, you and I," sighed Dorian with a nostalgic grin. "Here's to many more to come." He stored the body in an interspatial ring, yawned, stood, stretched. What time was it? The sun had climbed to mid-morning in the barred window of the cell. There was still one order of business to get to in this castle: the Infinity Heart. It had this rhythmic pulse of chi to it, unmistakable, like hearing that distinctive, soft crashing of the waves and knowing the sea must be near, even if you wouldn't see it for several li. He tracked the pulse to the castle's main tower, but before he could enter, there was a disturbance in the air, a dense pulse of chi which threw him off. What the hells? There was a being in the sky slowly descending toward him, a being badly botched and radiating the auras of 2 god kings. Wait, Nuwa? Is that Horus? What? Who? Ah. But he knew the answers to his questions as soon as he spoke them. It was plain what had happened to them, and there could only be one who. He had a sinking feeling he knew exactly what this was about. Sure enough, "Jez sends his regards," moaned the creature's 2 heads. Yep. Fuck. Hundreds of geysers of tar burst from the ground at once, upending towers and trees, sending boulders flying as easily as sediment. They became thick, spiked vines in the air, swaying, clogging the air and any routes of escape. In a blink, Dorian was surrounded. They descended, hemming him in, a shrinking cage. Dorian breathed. The tar soaked in the heat, unmoved, which was a first. These things are conjured? He would have thought they were treasures, they were so durable, and there were hundreds of them, too. They must have cost a fortune in chi, probably close to all the chi this creature had. It was trying to end him with the opening blow. He snorted and breathed harder, and harder, and harder yet as the cage of vines started to bubble a little in spots, and then all over the place, and then burst open en masse in a fuming shower. Waves of tar sloshed away from him, coating the ground for Lee. "Impressive," he said, still grinning. "It's not often I face a mass conjuration of that caliber. You forced me to use a quarter of my chi almost, but you've started off far too strong, I'm afraid. My turn." Dragon's Bane leapt to his hands, but before he could draw it, the creature exploded with gold light. Gold chi gushed out of it, so much Dorian could hardly believe the thing wasn't falling apart at the seams. It drenched the tar on the ground. Instantly the vines started to reform. "Well, don't I look like the idiot?" said Dorian slowly. "It seems I've spoken too soon. How are you doing that?" So much chi was pouring out of the creature, it was nearing Yama levels of golden overload. And yet it didn't seem phased in the slightest. There was no steaming or flaking, no limbs falling off. Dorian fired 2 shots at it, blink quick, and just as fast 2 gold shields burst into the air, swallowing them whole. Those were not light shots. That was no weak shield. This thing was burning chi like it cost nothing. In the same instant, the creature screeched, throwing out its palms, and a new generation of vines, even thicker and spikier than last time, rushed him from all sides. And just like last time, Dorian hosed them into sputtering black pools. This time it took another third of his eclipse chi. He was aware he was running out painfully fast. And just like last time, a torrent of gold soaked the ground. New vines shot out like lunging snakes, hundreds of pillars of tar arching straight for him, and for the first time that fight, Dorian's expression grew serious. That much chi should have fried this creature. He'd thought it a fool to try to go chi for chi with him. Now he wasn't sure who the fool was. So, Jez had engineered some strange mutant creature that could take his energies better. And he had over 3 God Kings' worth of chi at his disposal. Was he really supposed to believe this thing could channel that much chi without overheating? He opened his mouth and belted out another burst of dragon's breath. Before the vines had even slumped, his bow was in the air, firing a stutter of arrows. The thing simply threw up a 360-degree force field and ate them all. And a 4th wave of gold chi gushed out of it, enough to fill a God King's core. "You! Unbelievable! Jez is a goddamn cheat! This is ridiculous! What am I supposed to do?" He threw up his hands. "You cannot win," sighed the mutant. "I am infinite." "I don't believe that. But you're probably closer to it than I am, much as it pains me to admit. Will I really have to pull out the trump card? This fast? Blech. Hopefully this thing still works. Blessing of Hermes! A full half of his holy chi vanished. A shroud of silver light swirled over him, and he was so light he felt like he had no body at all, like he was just a consciousness floating in space, flickering from place to place as easy as a beam of light. "Fleeing merely delays the inevitable," moaned the creature. "You think I mean to flee? Whatever gave you that silly idea?" Dorian had to give the creature credit. Whoever had made it hadn't only made its body a spirit stone, they'd also overhauled its reflexes. Its reaction speed was spectacular. There was hardly a sliver of time between the moment Dorian formed the intention to charge it and the moment the force field sprung up. But that sliver was enough for Dorian to slip through. He hadn't even felt his wings beat, his body move. He'd just wished to be there, and he was. He stood less than a stride from the creature, so close he was within its force field, so close he could see its eyes widening, its mouth dropping open, could feel the chi flowing up its body as it tried to react. too slow. "Curse of Chelone!" At first he thought he'd frozen the thing, but it was merely a matter of perspective. Anything moving 1,000 times slower than before would seem as though it were standing still. "There goes the other half of my holy chi," sighed Dorian. "It ought to hold you here for, a quarter of an hour." The mutant's eyeballs rolled toward him, all 4 of them. It took about 3 seconds, and he saw the utter lack of fear in those pupils. There was almost an arrogance. Dorian punched it in one of its faces with a fist of the rising sun. It did depressingly little. Gold light flowed through its skin, blunting his chi, reinforcing the bone. The skin itself had been treated. It had this hard, leathery feel. "Figures. You be good and wait here, all right? I'll be back in a flash." On his way to the main tower, he felt a vibration, a resonance on his interspatial ring. He pulled out the cause, a scrying glass that could work across realms. Exceedingly rare. Along with the maps and the strings, Fate had included this single-use device in case of emergency.
"Dorian!" cried
Fate.
"Jez has created a monster of 2 heads and horrible powers. It's coming for you now."
"You're late," said Dorian, crossing a hall and descending a flight of stairs, homing in. "I've taken care of it."
"You have?"
"Well, I'm about to. One moment." He blasted open a bolted iron door, and there it was, the Infinity Heart, planted in the middle of a ritual circle on the ground. With the last of his dragon's chi, he punched it until it shattered, severing this realm from Jez's infinity. "Right then," said Dorian. "Let's try this again, shall we?" The curse of Chelone was still holding by the time he returned from his jaunt, but there was no golden sky, there were no golden shields, nor golden power making vines from the tar. There was just the mutant wading through the air, struggling to get to him. He shot it in the face with bolts from the blue. Both of them, several times, just in case, though it had slumped after the first. Its body sagged, then lay limp on the wasted ground. "It's lucky it got here after I got Yashima's powers," whistled Dorian. "That could have been ugly."
That creature is not the only one," said Fate. "We've received reports of several of its brethren cropping up in the upper and middle realms. So far, the best we've managed is to fight them to a deadlock. Already they've claimed significant tracts of territory. These mutants, whatever Jez has done, goes against nature. Dorian, this cannot be allowed to continue, lest we lose everything. So long as Jez can siphon power to them from his many infinity hearts, they're nigh invincible, and more are made in the depths of his labyrinth as we speak."
Fate looked ready to tear his hair out.
"How many of your bodies have you managed to gather?"
2, Salis and Yashima.
"Why?" "It shall have to be enough. As soon as you can, please meet me back in the Dragon Realm. As to why—"
Fate winced.
"I know this was not included in your original mission, but for the sake of the multiverse, I must plead with you. Would you consider adding a few stops along your journey?"
"Define a few."
"Perhaps it's best I brief you once you get here."
"Fate, say it."
"All of the upper and middle realms?" Wait, don't sever the connection," said Fate, likely because he saw the look on Dorian's face. "They'll be quick, very quick. All we need is for you to drop by and destroy the Infinity Heart. With your powers, you are uniquely well-suited to ambushing a realm before he can send his reinforcements. If you were to do this, even just a few middle realms, it would deprive him of a wealth of his power, perhaps enough to change the course of the war."
"Fate," said Dorian, "are you asking me to speedrun the multiverse?" 285. The Goddess of Light, 12. Before Dorian left, he cast a blessing of Asclepius on Junior and the rest of his Empyreans, all of whom were still snoring. He left them a note. Out for a walk. Be back soon." A tug of a fate thread later, he was spat back into the dragon realm, or at least what he hoped was the dragon realm. Hard to tell. Cosmic dizziness had made his vision a slurry of color. It took a few breaths for it to resolve to clear, defined shapes. He stood on what appeared to be a hill with a single tree at its peak. A human-like smudge leaned against that tree, working on something with its hands. It was Gerard, knitting what appeared to be a jumper for a tiny animal. "I've been expecting you all afternoon, my liege. You're late," said Gerard, dry as ever. But Dorian could tell the man was happy to see him, despite there being no indication whatsoever in his face or body or tone. He'd spent enough time around his servant, he could just tell. "Welcome back." "Gerard," Dorian started. "Wait, that aura. You're a god king now? Why, congratulations are in order." "Indeed, and thank you, my liege. I was fortunate to stumble across a breakthrough in the chamber." Gerard took his knitting needles, wiped them clean, put them in a bespoke leather box, folded the half-finished jumper, put it on its own tiny hanger, labeled it, and put it all in its own color-coded interspatial ring. Only then did he stand and nod to Dorian. "We ought to go. Fate was most insistent that we meet right away." "I assume that jumper's for the toad," said Dorian, as they streaked across the sky. "It is. Gerard Jr. is a growing boy, and very fashionable. Often he cannot find the garments he needs, and so I make them. This way, let us ride this airstream." They weaved through a mountain range and veered hard left. "And tell me about your heavenly Tao. Is it fire? Magma, perhaps?" "Both taken. One of the few remaining options which suited my great Taos was the heavenly Tao of destruction." "You say that as though it's some mediocre choice. Shiva got to the top 10 with that Tao once upon a time." "I must admit I'm not overly fond of it. Had I a chance to restart my cultivation, I might choose a more useful path. But there is nothing to be done now except try to make the best of past mistakes." "Tell me about it," grumbled Dorian. The fort atop Mount Tai was still pocked and cratered, though all the blood had been scrubbed away. On its neighboring peak was a new edifice, Gerard's Museum, shaped vaguely like a dragon's tail. On its roof, Gerard Jr. croaked orders at harried worker drakes. "I see the museum's nearly done." "The tail shape is meant to symbolize the museum's intent, to preserve this realm's unique draconic history," said Gerard. "In its construction, I solicited feedback from many dozens of Dragon Realm tribes, several of which willingly donated artifacts for display. It was important to display objects in a mindful and respectful manner, to educate, rather, to perform a circus act." Dorian nodded, smiled, and tuned him out. In a breath, he'd said more about his new museum than he had about his Tao, which to most god kings was the pinnacle achievement of their lives, but to Gerard was apparently a necessary, if distasteful, chore. Go figure. Dorian's gaze drifted lower, down to Mount Tai's courtyard. There, hundreds of dragons were practicing flying in tight formations. The small ones were bunched, scouts perhaps, or infantry. The big ones were at the back, the heavy-duty. They flew together with pleasing synchronicity. At the bottom, directing them, was a shouting sun, who was back to looking pretty much like her old self. "But perhaps a full tour can wait for a more convenient time," said Gerard. "I strongly agree," Dorian said hastily. They flew over to Sun, who greeted them with a big smile. "Hey, how was the trip?" "Harrowing, but fruitful," said Dorian. "Nice. Well, I've been training the troops all week. We're ready for battle." "What battle?" "Dorian, Gerard, Sun." Fate popped out of a balcony on the fort's upper ramparts, looking like he hadn't slept in months. Which was probably the case, actually. "Oh, very good. Please come, come. There is much to discuss." They met in a room Dorian found so small he had to hunch. Gerard and he were pretty much the same size, but somehow Gerard managed to configure his limbs into a sitting position that looked as dignified and relaxed as he always did. Maps were strewn over the floor. Maps were nailed to the walls. They were scrawled over so many times they were illegible. The whole room felt like staring into the inside of a madman's brain. Fate had hastily set up mats and a small table for them. "What, no tea?" said Dorian.
"No time!"
cried Fate, then winced at himself.
Sorry, I did not mean to shout. I am merely under a rather unusual amount of stress at the moment. Please sit.
Before their butts had touched the mat, Fate launched into his speech.
"I've come to you today for 2 reasons. First, after recent events, we need all the fighters we can get. Our most critical realms, like Hell, are especially in need of defense. Sun and her army of dragons have already agreed to join us."
Dorian frowned, then shot a pointed look at her. "What about our journey? You're abandoning me?"
Sun shifted guiltily.
"He bribed me," she wailed. "He said he'd give me an endless buffet after this, and he just kept beating me with these juicy adjectives. Sizzling, plump. I'm weak, I'm sorry."
"Humph.
Are you really put out about it?" She seemed alarmed at that.
"If so, I won't go."
"No need." Dorian sniffed. "Truth be told, I never liked you anyway, you smelly runt. I've been scheming to get rid of you ever since you made me sign that blasted soul contract. If anything, I'm glad. Thank heavens that's over." Sun's ears drooped.
"Oh, I mean, well, I had fun, at least."
There was a pause. Then Dorian sighed and rubbed her behind the ears. "Go get your buffet, runt." She brightened. "What about you, Gerard? Do you plan on backstabbing me too?"
"I shall do whatever you wish," said Gerard with a shrug. "Perhaps it would be best if he were to join Sun and I," offered Fate hesitantly. "I had another plan in mind for you, and you only, Dorian. A solo mission, to be accomplished at most in the space of a moon."
He set a gray interspatial ring on the table.
"In this ring are 32 fate threads to upper realms and 62 threads to middle realms, all of the godly realms under Jez's control. For each, I sought to drop you as close to the Infinity Heart as I could. With your power, you are uniquely capable of rapidly ambushing Jez's bases and destroying him before he can send his mutant reinforcements. I've no doubt Gerard and Sun would be useful to you given time, but this will be extremely rapid and you must be mobile. The rest of us shall mass an army for a vigorous assault on the critical upper realms with which we still have influence. We shall try to draw as much of his attention and power as we can."
He said all of that in a breath and had to pause to gulp in more air.
"Every day 1 or 2 new mutants crop up, and every day a realm slides into Jez's hands. And he makes more of them as we speak, and his experiments have only gotten more destructive, more powerful. I cannot stress enough how imperative this mission is. At this rate there will not be a free multiverse in 2 moons' time."
More gulps.
"Which is all to say, for the good of you and all of the rest of us, will you please accept this mission?"
This feels like one of those situations where I'm told I have a choice, but I don't actually.
"There is always a choice," said Fate. "This is a great and very dangerous undertaking. I do not offer it lightly. If you choose not to take it and to pursue your current path and merely take back your bodies, I shall support your decision."
Dorian snatched the interspatial ring and slid it on. It fit perfectly. He pondered it, saw the light making warped shapes on its shiny gray surface as though displaying ghostly futures on the steel. Then he shrugged. "Why not? I suppose I can fit a few more stops on the trip." Actually, some part of him knew he'd accept the instant Fate had asked. All the rest was theater. Somehow he felt he had to talk himself into it.
Of course, he accepted. Could you imagine letting Jez grow without limit? At first, almost by reflex, he'd started to run through the risks and the rewards. Then he wondered what he was doing. Whatever risks there were, did he really care? It would not do to let Jez seize control of the multiverse. It so happened that folk he cared about lived there, much as he hated to admit it, including, but certainly not limited to, himself.
Yes!
Fate tackled him in a hug.
I thank you. The multiverse thanks you.
Enough of that. Dorian snorted as he gingerly extricated himself. Within a moon, you said? Well, what are we wasting time here for? Let's get going. 286. The Goddess of Light 13. Millennium Caverns, Middle Realms, Ancestral Home of the Orcs. Nothing grew in the Millennium Caverns. The soil was dry, void of nutrients, and vomited up deformed husks whenever anyone tried to coax anything green out of a seed. These seeds were imported from other realms, for there were no plants native to the Millennium Caverns. Above the surface, the land was barren, rocky, and so plagued with ice storms that any species foolish enough to try to make a life there was given a swift backhand by natural selection. Everything was underground, hence the name of the realm, which in the tongue of the land was a garble of consonants and apostrophes, but which translated to something like realm of very, very many tunnels, or the Millennium Caverns. It was in the nature of the orcs that called them their home to be plain-spoken and straightforward. Here, for thousands of years, they flourished in their millions, mostly demigods, sometimes gods, occasionally an Empyrean, and once every few generations, a god-king. One would think the paucity of flora would make even reaching Empyrean near impossible. One might expect the Millennium Caverns to be among the weakest of the Middle Realms. Lack of flora meant no alchemy, after all, and most gods downed dozens of elixirs a week. But in fact, the Millennium Caverns were among the strongest of the Middle Realms. What the caverns lacked in flora, they made up for in other natural resources. They got their spirit chi from deep underground wells, but they were most known for the incredibly rich ore deposits that ran deeper than they could measure. For this reason, the Millennium Caverns were often called the armory of the multiverse. Their mines ran thousands of levels deep. The biggest, the Imperium mine, was worked by hundreds of thousands each day. Slaving, sweating creatures so malnourished, a scratch on their skin would expose bone, not blood. The sound of their picks cascaded atop one another, iron striking stone 1,000-fold. It made an ugly melody with the clinking of the chains binding their wrists, shining with the gold light of Jez. To most it might seem a harsh and meaningless clatter. To Grand Chieftain Thond, it was a symphony. "Good!" he bellowed, striding across a narrow bridge which linked two tunnels. Below him lay more bridges, and more bridges below them, on and on until they were lost in the dust clouds. As he moved, his belly jiggled dangerously under him. In his middle age, it now carried more than half his weight, making each step an adventure. Guardrails had been installed on each bridge. More than a few times he'd pitched over the edge. As he waddled, the steel girders beneath his feet squealed in protest. "More!" he roared. "Faster! Harder!" He struggled to make himself heard over the din. At first, Thond had been slap-happy when Jez came knocking with his vast coffers and vast orders. But lately, things had just gotten too much. Jez's latest order, just come in the day before, was for 10,000 cannons and 10,000 helms, all in the span of one moon, plus 3 sets of the latest star steel power armor. Privately, Thond thought this was stupid and very unreasonable. But Jez had spat a great many words at him, something about sabotaged supplies and annoying Jiangxi, and Thond's survival instincts, which had yet to fail him, told him disagreeing would be a very bad idea. Maybe his last idea. So now he was here. There was no way they would make it all in one moon. Look at how much stress it put him under. Nowadays his hands were always clammy. Sometimes he even woke up with night sweats. Then he saw something across the bridge that made him furious. One of his miners had decided now was a good time to curl up and lie there, to take a vacation, right in front of him. He had never seen someone so shameless. He barged over.
"What do you think you are doing?" he roared.
"Great Chief, Brom is suffering from great heat exhaustion. He needs water,"
cried another miner. Indeed, the miner on the ground did look unusually shriveled. His eyes had gone filmy, and a strange white foam was leaking out of his mouth. But Thond merely snorted.
"Acting!"
he snarled, and administered justice to the slacker with a swift kick in the belly.
"You ought to be ashamed to call yourself an orc of the caverns. What selfish behavior is this, to shirk your duty while the rest of us are suffering for the cause?"
The miners looked at each other funny at that.
"What?"
Nothing, Chief," came the mumbles. Thon's eyes narrowed. It would not do to teach the rest of these workers that slacking was a fine thing to do. Heavens knew they were given to it enough already. Thond picked up the slacker and chucked him over the edge to cries of dismay. To his surprise, the body didn't scream as he went down. It didn't react at all. Had that creature truly had heat exhaustion after all? It didn't really matter, did it?
"Don't you dare have heat exhaustion. Not on my watch. You can have it all you want when the order's done. Got it?"
His miners nodded frantically.
"Good."
He wiped a line of sweat over his head, beads of which got in his eyes, stinging him. He hissed. His legs ached. He was sweaty all over, and he hadn't eaten in almost an hour. Yet unlike these worthless grunts, he didn't make a sport of complaining about it. Great leaders led by example. Excuse me." The voice was unlike any orc's, smooth and light. There was a dragonoid behind him, holding up the slacker's floppy body with one hand.
"Who the fuck are you?"
said Thond, squinting. There was an awfully strong aura floating off of him. Empyrean? In this whole mine there were only 4 other Empyreans, including Thond. Plainly this creature wasn't from this mine, or even this realm. What if this was a ranked Empyrean? Thond had only seen those rare and dangerous creatures a handful of times. It was a poor idea indeed to rub one wrong. The last fellow he'd seen do it was the previous Grand Chieftain. It was why Thond was Grand Chieftain now. Black lines creased Thond's brow.
"Did Jace send you?" said Thond warily.
"No, I came on my own," said the dragonoid, tossing the slacker over his shoulder. "You almost hit me, by the way. It's always good practice to watch where you throw your minions before you throw them. You might accidentally piss off someone you really, really shouldn't."
Said Thond. "What do you want?"
His survival instincts, which had yet to fail him, told him pissing off this strange creature would be a bad idea. Thond had learned to trust his ample gut. "I've come to get directions to the Infinity Heart," said the creature. "I was dropped here within 10 li of it on the map, but the teleportation didn't account for depth, which, as I don't need to tell you, matters a lot for a realm like this one." Thond's hand started creeping behind his back as discreetly as he could manage, which still wasn't very discreet, considering it was a giant lump of meat. "Oh, go on," said the creature, waving a hand. "Call your guards if it'll make you feel better." Thond's hand eased slowly away. That gut feeling was getting stronger.
What the Infinity Heart? Huh? I never heard of it," he said.
He even let a little slobber out the side of his mouth. Orcs, he knew, looked very stupid to other creatures at the best of times. But there was nothing for it. Their faces were just built boxy and severely underbitten. "Really? That's too bad. Perhaps I'm in the wrong place, mused the dragonoid. Before I go, though, let me try something. He suddenly swooped up, then veered sharp left. Did he have some kind of sensor? Could he tell where it was? Sure enough, he made another turn, this time hard right. Thond felt all the muscles in his face tighten, but the dragonoid had gone right and up. Maybe he didn't know? Then he swerved right and down, and a cold horror settled in Thond's stomach. The intruder's face lit up. "Aha!"
"What?"
said Thond.
"You found something?"
"Your face. I've been watching it this whole time, but when I swerved there, you looked ready to shit yourself." The dragonoid pointed. "It's in that direction, isn't it?" Thond hesitated for a second too long. By the time he got out his frantic, "No!" the dragonoid had already plunged down. Thond jammed so hard on his panic button he nearly broke it.
"Enemy! Enemy in the main mine! He's heading for the heart! Kill him now!"
In a breath, the walkways and bridges were bursting with soldiers. A flurry of shouts floated up to him. There was much crashing and banging, screams, bursts of flame. Thond winced at each loud noise. He cringed away from it. He'd been born in a noble family, so naturally he'd had years of tutoring and fisticuffs, but he'd never imagined there'd come a day when he might actually be forced to use them. The banging and crashing went on for a breath, then two. Was there actually a chance they couldn't subdue this creature? Might he really have to intervene? No. How ridiculous. Thond prided himself on his sensibility. That was but one Empyrean against hundreds of godly guards, plus his 3 Empyrean guard captains to boot, and they could all draw on the powers of Jez. Sure enough, the clattering died down. In the silence, Thond could hear his heart beating.
"Is he dead yet?"
he shouted. Nobody answered. When he peeked over the edge, he saw why. They had all been laid out in smoking heaps. The walkways, bridges, tunnels were all stuffed with flattened orcs. The intruder was nowhere to be found. Thond let himself entertain the idea that maybe the creature had enough and had run off or something, until he felt his connection to Jez sever. Then there was a great thud, resounding through the space. It was not the sound of his heart dropping into his stomach, which he'd immediately assumed. It was thousands of pairs of manacles unshackling at once as the magic that powered them vanished. The emaciated workers stared at one another in disbelief. Then, as one, their eyes swiveled to Thond.
"Stay back!"
Thond yelped. His belly jiggled, not unlike a juicy chunk of steak, which did not help his cause. Thond was nearly glad to see the dragonoid pop back up. He'd floated to the center of the mine, in view of all. "Right, everyone. I was told to give you this speech. You are all free. After you stage your revolution and establish your new world order and so forth, if you feel moved to join the resistance against Jez, I shall leave a temporary portal behind, as well as instructions on how to contact a certain old man fate. Goodbye." 287. The Goddess of Light, 14. Zalaxia, Pure Jade Realm, Middle Realms, weeks ago. When Zinther, messenger of the Jade Emperor, felt the light on his face, he thought he'd died and been reclaimed by the heavens. The trek had been so long, braving 3 different climbs, each perilous in its own nasty way, blasting him with smog, with heat, and this latest one a bone-chilling freeze, topped off with healthy servings of sleet and chunks of hail the size of fists. He hardly dared believe it when the weather let up. He'd passed through that evil cloud. He was here, staring up at a sign nailed to an ornate archway. Zalaxia Dojo, it proclaimed. Zinther nearly wept. He fell to his knees. His vision blurred, his head swam, his tongue flopped uselessly in a desert of a mouth. Dark spots pocked his vision. The next thing he knew, someone was feeding him soup. There was a warm, wet compress on his head. He spat it out, leapt to his feet, knocking over a few stools and banging his head on the roof of the straw hut.
"I have a message from the Jade Emperor," he cried. "It is of utmost importance. I must see the great warrior Calx immediately."
"The master is in closed-door cultivation," said the monk, placidly wiping soup off his face. "You shall have to wait."
"This concerns the fate of the realm."
"The master is not to be disturbed," said the monk, still calm, but there was a hardness in it now. "Certain recent events have given him inspiration. He has broken past his final bottleneck and is in the process of making a breakthrough. He should complete it any day now."
"A breakthrough to Empyrean?"
"What else?"
"Heavens, this is excellent news. Fate is with us."
Zinther felt tears prickling at his vision.
"There may be hope for the realm after all."
Sure enough, when the old master emerged, he radiated the aura of an Empyrean, and no common one at that. In an instant, he'd vaulted himself to among the most powerful in the multiverse. It must have been quite some breakthrough. Zinther had heard legends of the man, like most locals had, but they failed to capture the majesty of his personage. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What a figure! Grizzled and hunched, a little grandfatherly in appearance, and yet his eyes, so deep, belying his lifetimes of wisdom. This was a warrior of legend indeed.
"The Jade Emperor summons you, O Great One," cried Zinther. "You have been called upon to defend the realm against the invasion of the Infinity. Will you answer the call?"
Calx was silent for a moment, brooding heroically. His nostrils flared magnificently. His proud upper lip trembled tremendously. And at last he said, "My realm needs me. It is time to exit my long exile. In my time here, I have learned much, lost much. Yet one's power does no good if it does not act for the good of all. When the realm needs a hero, let never be said that I, Calx, abdicated my heavenly duty. I accept your call, messenger of the Jade Emperor." Now, the beleaguered forces of Jade City, capital of the pure Jade realm, steeled themselves for one final defense. The sun was going down, and its cruel red glare made Jez's hordes look like a sea of angry blood. The walls were cracked to breaking. The wards were running out. In this moment of crisis, Calx got up on the ramparts overlooking the ragged mess of troops. Their morale was crushed, their bodies battered, yet they all stood straighter when they saw him standing tall and fearless as ever.
"It's him! It's Calx, the sky-piercing spear!"
"Where?"
"Oh, it is! The one who turned the tides at the Battle of the Four Armies."
"The one who single-handedly held the pass of Yonks against 10,000 enemy gods."
Calx did not preen at their many adulations, for preening was the province of egotistical men, and Calx was no egotist. Still he let it go on for a few more breaths than perhaps he should have. Then he launched into his speech. "Brave warriors of Jade," he called. "You see me now, an Empyrean worthy of a top 100 ranking. Yet not long ago, I was but a god. For centuries I was stuck at the bottleneck to Empyrean, unable to advance. Then I suffered a humiliating, wretched defeat at the Spirit Pavilion, and I sank into a terrible depression. I was forced to question everything I knew, and through it I uncovered the flaws in my art. Through it I achieved a rebirth. Indeed, friends, our hour may seem dark, but it is in times of greatest darkness that you must have faith in the coming of the dawn." The troops found themselves nodding along. Some hope was lighting their eyes, their faces, their hearts. "These warriors of Jez have the numbers. They have the weaponry, the elixirs, the armor, the artillery. They think of us as mere insects to be squashed." A rippling of angry murmurs at that. "But they do not realize we have one thing they can never have. They may fight for money, they may fight for power, but we fight to protect our homeland. Every god of ours fights with heart. Heart!
the most powerful weapon of all."
"That's right.
Hear, hear." "I, Calx, pledge that I will never surrender to these invaders who would steal our realm, sully our honor, and tarnish our liberties. You may bloody my head, you may cleave it off, but you shall never force it to bow. For I am a proud warrior of jade, and I shall fight to the bitter end." He paused to let the hooting and the cheering die down. "Brave warriors of jade, I call upon you now to join me for this, our final effort." Calx sensed he was on the verge of making history. They would make paintings of this moment, he knew. He lifted his chin, schooled his expression into suitably heroic defiance, and took off his helm so the sun shone on his bare face. "I shall not pretend I am assured of victory. I shall not pretend that all of us, including me, shall survive. The enemy is many and strong. Win or lose, I know this. Long after we are dead, they shall speak of us here, in this moment, as the lizard men who refused to shy away in the face of Jez, when so many others bowed in cowardly shame, so that our children and our grandchildren and their grandchildren thereafter shall look to us with starry eyes and say, 'They, who fought to protect all our futures when no one else would, they were truly the greatest of us. They make us proud to be lizard men.'" The crowd's jubilation was so loud, Calx's hired painter, who he had stationed discreetly off to the side, dropped his brush. Not on the painting, thankfully. That would be displayed in a museum someday. For history's sake, of course, not out of something as ridiculous as mere vanity. Vanity, after all, was the province of foppish men, and Calx was no fop. The wards were warbling, about to fail. Calx let a deep breath flow through him, and his eyes shone with battle fervor. It was time to vault his name into the legends. This was his moment. There, a dark blob in the sky, approaching fast. Was it a missile? Were they under attack? It crashed straight through the wards, landing not 10 strides from where Calx stood. They all watched, speechless, as a dragonoid coughed, brushing himself off, and stood. "Hello," said the dragonoid, smiling brightly. "Does anyone here know the way to the Infinity Heart? Wait, hold on. Do I know you?" Calx had been thinking the same thing. Something about this figure struck Calx as horrifyingly familiar. But already the figure was turning away, turning to the army massed before them. Oh, interesting. They're carrying the heart with them, so it'll boost the power of their armies more. I suppose you can channel more chi from it if it's closer. Not very smart, I have to say. Sure, it might yield some marginal benefits against weaklings, but what if someone of actual consequence comes along? Then you're caught with your pants down. "You!" Calx jabbed a quivering finger at him. "Who are you?" "Dorian, at your service. Have we met? Ah, wait, didn't we have a duel in the Spirit Pavilion?" "No," yelped Calx. "I have never met you in my life." "Oh, nonsense. How could I forget? You were crying so hard you got my fist dirty with your snot." A detail Calx absolutely did not need his tens of thousands of gobsmacked warriors to hear. What a funny coincidence that we should meet again. Actually, Calx was finding this deeply unfunny. But I'm sure we can catch up later. I've got something to take care of first. Just then, the wards dropped. Jez's army poured through blistering fast, roaring and screaming and hurling techniques. The dragonoid waved a hand, and their charge slowed to a snail's pace. Another wave of the hand, and their techniques fizzled out mid-air or splashed harmlessly against the wall. Before Calx had fully processed this mad sorcery, a flurry of bolts sailed overhead so fast he only saw the trails they left in the air. There was a great shattering sound, like dozens of windows smashed at once. The army froze and started to convulse, leaking gold from their mouths. "Congratulations, everyone," said the dragonoid. "You are all free, courtesy of Old Man Fate. I was told to give you this speech." Calx barely heard it over the ringing in his ears.
Jez's army lay unconscious before them. Every jaw in his own army had dropped wide open. All eyes were on the dragonoid. Even his own damned painters, frantically spilling paint over the canvas, painting over his heroic expression with this dragonoid's smiling face. The ringing in Calx's ears grew louder. Was this some mad dream? Where was his glorious defense? His legendary moment? What the hells was going on? "It makes no sense," whispered Calx. And what was that power? What, with but waves of his hand, this creature had neutered an entire army, and this creature was merely an Empyrean, like him. "It's not right," whispered Calx. After his brutal depression, after his rebirth, his revelation, his unlocking of his true potential, he'd thought he could stand toe-to-toe with the best in the multiverse. Now he felt like a toad at the bottom of a well. This creature's powers were so far beyond him, to compare them to his own would seem a joke. "Is my kung fu worth nothing?" Something in Calx's brain cracked. He could only stand and gape as the dragonoid finished up a speech and gave a bow and winked at him and vanished into the void to deafening cheers. The cheers of his own warriors. He sank to his knees, trembling all over. As it turned out, he was right. This day did end up etched forever into the history of the realm of pure jade. For generations to come, the legends and the textbooks and the songs sung about the campfires would tell of the deeds of a mighty hero, a savior of the realm. Just not the one he'd been hoping for. Dorian crossed the pure jade realm off his checklist. He checked his hourglass. Phew, that one went faster than I thought. 10 minutes, eh? I'm sure I can knock out another before the hour's through. Next up is... Oh? Fate had strung up a route for Dorian, the most efficient fate path through all the godly realms. The next stop was familiar terrain. Eden, the land of 10,000 spirit herbs. If the Millennium Caverns were the armory of the multiverse, this was the garden of the multiverse. It was also where Malachi, father of alchemy, ascended to God King. 288. The Chimera. "Find him," breathed Jez. "And destroy him! Go!" The Thunderfire Chimera raised an arm in mechanical salute. Then it rumbled into the sky, trailing fire and crackling lightning, and was gone through a tear in space-time, leaving Jez to stand alone atop his parapet, staring silently at the somber skies of hell, starless, sunless, fixed in a purple purgatory. 7 mutants he had sent, 7 to cover his infinity. It would not be enough. Every few hours a star in his constellation of realms went out, courtesy of Dorian. Fate's forces, seizing the moment, were driving stiff counteroffensives across dozens of realms, and Saliaris put up a defense Jez might have found brave had he not been the one struggling to break it. At times like this, Jez wished he were not alone. When he'd first uncovered Fate's scheme, he'd been apoplectic. He had drawn his sword in rage, an act he now regretted. There were sections of the labyrinth that would be scarred for eternity from his outburst. But now the anger had emptied him, like a fire burns through the trunk of a tree, leaving only a hollow, brittle shell. Standing up here, atop it all, gazing at the tiny dots of demons struggling across the hellish plains, he felt as lonely as he ever had. It was times like these the doubts swarmed him. Nowadays they never truly went away. Even at his most confident, they were like ghosts pressing at the back of his mind, awaiting their moment. A moment like now. He rattled in a breath. They were justified. That was what gave them power. Sometimes the task felt so enormous, it felt laughably arrogant to think he could accomplish it. How could the vision of one man transform the multiverse, undo millennia of injustice, of greed, overcome the very natures of living beings? Why did no one understand?
I just wanted to help, he said, soft as the night air. His voice quavered, and he let it since he was alone. Up here, he got some respite from the jackals he called his generals, the horrors he called his soldiers. There was a time when his public face and his private one were one and the same. No more. He had exposed his soft underbelly to men he felt were his friends, and Saliaris had knifed him for it. Even here, he could not escape the world long. Just now, another light went out in him. A middle realm, one of his favorites, the realm of pure jade. It felt like he'd been punched in the gut. Enough. He had no time for feeling. His enemies moved fast, moved ruthlessly. He had to match them in kind, and more. He descended into the bowels of the tower, where the master artificer Rythius was bent over his latest and greatest creation, a massive figure covered by a tarp. Yet even the fabric could not obscure the horror of it. Jez had seen it in an early stage of its becoming. The uneven lumps, the suggestions of grotesque limbs and faces, failed to match the reality of it.
3 god kings, melded in one, said Rythius.
His voice was hoarse, fragile.
It is done.
By now there was nothing left of the cheery, curious soul he'd once been. Rythius moved like a machine, head bent, eyes dull. Jez pulled back the tarp and inspected the chimera, the body he would soon inhabit. Even prone and lifeless, it was a wonderful and terrible sight. "You have done well." Rythius looked neither pleased nor displeased at that. He closed his eyes. They were darkly ringed, as if bruised. They stood out stark in his pallid face. He could have been a corpse.
"Will you release me?"
he whispered. "Soon," said Jez. "When the war is done." Rythius merely nodded, not opening his eyes. He felt he should say something. He reached out a hand. "I understand."
"Please,"
choked Rythius.
"Leave me."
Jez did. He took the body with him. Twilight Realm, Saliaris's castle. The siege had gone on for moons. It would likely go on for many more. Saliaris stood atop the battlements and watched wave after golden wave break upon his wards, like waves of the ocean, crashing upon the rocks, receding and rushing forth again, and equally futile. Obviously, this was not how he anticipated spending the year. He'd anticipated none of this at the start, when a heartfelt, kind, incredibly powerful swordsman named Jez had come to him, the jaded old Saliaris, and spoken of a remade world, a world without hatred nor greed. He had made of Saliaris a believer. At first. Jez had this magic about him then, like he was untouchable, divine, fated, an inexplicable spark of kindness in a sea of evil, a spark which refused to be extinguished. He had made an offer to Saliaris, for he saw past Saliaris's image, the exterior everyone saw, the cruel, wicked, domineering emperor of the Jiangxi. He saw a weary old man sitting atop a throne of skulls, an old man tired of killing, but who did not know how to live any other way. He moved Saliaris then with his words, with his belief, so genuine, so fervent. He gave Saliaris hope. No one wishes for the multiverse to be as it is. No one wishes for the living creatures of the multiverse to ravage one another, just as no one wishes to feel hungry. But such is life, and once it became clear Jez was not the one, that his dream was fraying at the edges, that his aura of invincibility was but an illusion, a delusion, it became clear what had to be done. Beside him, a Jiangxi cleared his throat. "Another middle realm has fallen, my lord. Fate's counterattack proceeds smoothly."
"Thank you, Artes," muttered Saliaris. "At this rate, we may be freed sooner than I had anticipated. Perhaps in the moon's time, our realm shall be ours once more."
His general did not share his optimism.
"Are you certain we shall last until then? Our reserves run worryingly low."
"Perhaps,"
Saliaris shrugged. Perhaps not.
Perhaps not.
It matters not. If we are truly on the verge of defeat, I shall surrender.
Forgive me, but I do not believe that is wise.
I have known the child for years. I know who he is, what he is, said Saliaris. He is, underneath it all, however much he wishes to deny it, that rarest of species in this multiverse, a good, moral creature. He would not harm us then.
You have committed grand treason against him.
And I shall ask for forgiveness and mercy, and he shall grant them to me. It is his nature. Saliaris spoke it with more confidence than he felt. He might have known Jez's mind moons ago, but he could hardly be sure now. Of late the child's mind had undergone some dark metamorphosis. Still, it was important to keep up the appearance of total confidence. Let doubt show, and it would poison the minds of your men. Doubt should be his to bear alone. Such was the burden of the Emperor. Peace, Artes. It shall not come to that. Ah, Saliaris smiled without humor. How apt. It is as though we have summoned him. A familiar aura stronger than all the rest, like a bonfire among lit matches.
Do you think he has come to bargain?
I think not. Last we spoke, he made it quite clear he would see us finished.
Perhaps the counterattack has softened his stance. Perhaps he believes he must sue for peace.
Perhaps, though it sounded like wishful thinking to Saliaris. Jez's aura drew nearer, at first a speck, then resolving into a lumped shape in the distant darkness.
What is that?
One of his creations, I believe, said Saliaris, keeping his voice cool and calm, almost bored, though he felt a twinge of fear. A chimera, they are calling it. No matter, they have failed to breach our defenses with several god-kings' worth of techniques. This shall be no different. Strangely, Jez's army stopped rushing. It fell back. The chimera came alone. They saw it now, not 300 strides off, a creature with what seemed a lion's body and the head of a man, pupils sightless and dull, skin pale as parched bone. Its tail was a thrashing serpent, fangs snapping at nothing, tipped sickly green. It was astonishing the thing could move at all. It was astonishing the thing was alive, and the power rolling off it.
Heavens!
Gasped Artes.
Saliaris!
It spoke softly, yet its voice carried far. It seeped beneath Saliaris's skin, trickled into his skull, where it echoed again and again and again. Its stomach glowed with gold light, brightening light, light so intense it made the beast's skin and muscles and organs translucent. The aura was like nothing Saliaris had ever felt. It should not have been possible to make him, a god-king, feel so small, so insignificant, and yet— "We surrender!" he screamed, and he couldn't keep the panic from his voice. "We yield!" "Die!" Its face contorted in an expression of manic glee. Glee in the bared teeth, the wild eyes, the snarling nose. It opened its mouth, and a new sun rose from its throat and spilled into the world. They did not even have time to scream. 289. The God of Alchemy, 1. Eden, Upper Realms. There was a saying of Eden, a seed planted at midnight, flowers at dawn. In the multiverse's early aughts, Eden's soils were sampled and carted off to other realms for analysis. Everyone wanted whatever secret ingredient made Eden's crops grow so much bigger, its flowers so much brighter, its grasses so strong and hale. But they saw only plain, simple soil under their microscopes. Perhaps it was the crops, they said. Perhaps Eden's strains were simply superior. But plant a seed from Eden in other soil, and it grew like any common crop. Perhaps it was the farming methods, or the water, or the fertilizer. But ask a resident of Eden, and they'd shrug at you, bewildered. They'd claim to be nothing special. It was not false modesty. Ages ago, Eden was peopled by farming communities, friendly and neighborly, not unlike the realm of true light. There were no kingdoms in Eden. They had no need for a king. They had all they needed all around them. Eden was the closest thing in the multiverse to a true paradise. The air was crisp, the lands lush, and there were tens of thousands of lakes with waters so clear you could see through them for tens of li. Eden's peoples lived off the land and swam in the lakes, which teemed with turtles and fish and serpents, and ate the land's signature golden apples, and were, on the whole, a happy, fruitful folk. When Dorian first ascended here, his head exploded. The land was so rich, and they wasted it on spirit corn. The water so dense with chi, and they merely swam in it and drank of it. Naturally, he made some much-needed changes. The first thing he did was import a dozen different crops, orange trees that made fruits twice as juicy, super rice crops that drove out the native strains, the best pollinators in the multiverse, the hex wasps of Iria, which did a splendid job at both pollinating and driving half the species of insects in the realm to extinction, inadvertently collapsing half the ecosystem. So they lost a few species. So what? From these simple changes alone, they got twice the rice. That was before he upgraded their simple hoes to plows and brought in oxen to drive them. Before he tore down their quaint villages to make way for industrial farms, before he irrigated their fields to pump in the waters of their lakes, emptying out a fair few of them, before he transformed an idle, indolent folk into a hard-working, industrious one, before he taught them ambition. As Malachi, father of alchemy, he'd introduced new formulas for elixirs. He'd introduced new crop breeds. He'd brewed elixirs no one had thought possible before, and he'd started the Alchemists' Guild, as well as talent pipelines that sucked up all the village's most promising youngsters. But none of this earned him his title. He might have been called the father of alchemy, but he was really the father of business. After he started the Alchemists' Guild, he went about ruthlessly crushing and absorbing all the small-timey alchemists of the land. They rolled through villages, striking extremely favorable deals for crops. They spread across the land like a plague, and plowed it for all it was worth. It was Dorian's introduction of elixir factories, where a dozen workers sweating for 24-hour days could put out 100 top-grade healing elixirs that changed everything. It vaulted Eden from a vacation realm for the true upper realm elites to a powerhouse elixir manufacturer all the best clans, sects, and kingdoms bought from. The way Dorian had seen it, all he'd done was make Eden the best version of itself. It had been mere latent potential, and he'd transformed it into a multiversal power. Of course, he might have gone about things a little differently had he known he'd have to come back one day. If these last few runs were anything to go by, Dorian had reason to be apprehensive. He was right, as it turned out. At first, he thought fate's thread had dropped him in the wrong place. The sky was low to the ground and looked like one solid wall of soot. There wasn't a green thing in sight. He stood amid a barren, tilled field. Then the razors caught him in the face. 6 spinning knives attached to a giant cinder block on wheels, driven by a haggard demigod in a patchy gray uniform. The knives broke off. The man started screaming. "What?" muttered Dorian. The field was full of these things, ambling over the land, chewing up the dirt, piloted by increasingly depressed-looking workers. These hadn't been around in his time.
"What is this racket?"
A god in the same patchy gray uniform flew over, but he had a spiffy hat on to mark his importance. The demigod cringed.
"Overseer Lou, forgive me. This creature burst into my path."
"Eh?" The overseer gave Dorian a dismissive glance. The dismissal transformed slowly to shock, then horror.
"You!" he shrieked. You're him! Dorian!"
Wow, Dorian blinked. Either I'm more famous than I thought, or you've been warned about me. The overseer turned tail and fled, but Dorian batted him out of the sky with a careless flicker of will. My, said Dorian, surveying the scene. He watched a truck dump a barrel of toxic waste into murky waters that bobbed with the skeletons of dead fish. The Alchemists Guild hasn't been idle in my absence. It's like a wound festering, eh? Just gets worse. Now where's this body of mine? He flew up to get a bird's-eye view and found himself staring down at a map. The land was carved into neat grids of soil, stretching far as the eye could see, dotted with the slow, gnawing machines, the hunched men working them with so little life they seemed machines themselves. As far as he could tell, the soil had been farmed to hell. It was a dry, pale, mono-colored expanse without a hint of chi. Yet on and on the workers roamed. They might as well have tried to squeeze water from a stone. Dorian thought he'd squeezed this land pretty well when he was God King, but now it was like strangling a corpse. Whatever made Eden special once upon a time had been steadily stamped out, one innovation at a time. He could practically feel Gerard sighing and shaking his head at him from somewhere up in hell. In hindsight, maybe he had gotten a little too excited, even from a purely self-interested perspective, which admittedly was his perspective most of the time. At the time, he'd figured these realms, like the Dragon Realm or the Realm of True Light, would bounce back and be good as new. If he was honest, the fates of these realms sort of exited his mind forever once he was done with them. But apparently something about exploiting something scarred it, at least a little. There were only so many of these one-and-done runs you could do before you ruined the multiverse. It was becoming increasingly clear that the multiverse wasn't merely a vacation home he could trash as he pleased. He actually lived here. Next time, he muttered, perhaps a little more introducing new brewing techniques and formulas, a little less toxic waste dumping. He could practically feel Gerard nodding his head in approval from somewhere up in hell. He rolled his eyes. In the distance was what seemed to be a city. He saw the smudged silhouettes of skyscrapers through a dense smog. Conveniently, they'd paved a road straight to it. He flew along like he was following a line on a map, and soon the cropped grids gave way to flat, blocky barracks. They seemed to be housing units. In and out streamed workers swaddled in gray uniforms, wearing gray caps, not looking at one another, not speaking to one another. Nobody stopped Dorian, nor even paid him much attention. For the most part, their eyes were on the floor. They seemed well past caring. Soon the housing units gave way to factories, even bigger than the ones Dorian had pioneered, with 4 smokestacks rather than 1. They belched smog into the sky, which looked like it was having trouble carrying all the smog it already had. Dorian's body was literally made to withstand volcanic ashes, and even he found the air here ghastly. Let's make this quick. He could have guessed his destination even without his cheese sense as a guide. All the roads in this city seemed to coalesce around this one factory at the center of it all, a monstrosity of metal and pipes, like if a dozen factories had been welded together by a blind man. He had pretty much the same issue as when he'd gone to the Millennium Caverns. How high up were they hiding his body? How many floors did this thing have? Giant block letters, half hidden by a layer of smog, labeled it the Alchemists Guild headquarters. There must have been 1,000 windows on the face of this building, and every one of them were smudged so badly they might as well have not been there. About half of them were lit yellow from the inside. Through them churned a steady stream of grunting and clanking. As Dorian drew close, wondering how best to search this thing, a foghorn blared. Instantly, iron curtains dropped over every window. A few opened, revealing turrets. A steel wall sprung up out of nowhere, encircling the building, topped with cannons, bristling with spikes. clumps of gas-masked soldiers exploded out of the building, popped up out of unseen holes in the ground. And if all that wasn't enough, a ward sprung up, a ward which flowed with chi of water and light, keyed specifically to counter fire and darkness. In other words, him. "All this for little old me?" said Dorian. "Oh, you shouldn't have. Let's see." He drew out the Bane of Dragons and launched a volley. To his surprise, the ward took it well. It probably ran on some great mound of spirit stones stashed deep underground. He debated chucking arrows at it until it gave, then decided he didn't have the patience for it. Blessing of Hercules. Power coursed through his limbs, electric, making his muscles twitch involuntarily. It felt like his heart was suddenly pumping twice as fast, his blood flowing twice as strong. He clenched and unclenched his fist. The skin had begun to smoke. He blew on it, grinning. And then, without technique, without even chi, he punched. 290. The God of Alchemy, 2. This was not a smart idea. It was the curse of monstrously powerful creatures the multiverse over. Their bodies failed them before their force did. So it was the case here. Dorian blinked at the meat paste that had once been his hand. Fourth-form torch dragons were as durable as you could get in the multiverse. The greatest shields and armors, the ones given lofty names in the legends, were often made from their scales. So you could imagine the amount of force it'd take to do this to his fist. But you didn't need to. You could see the evidence plainly before you. The blow popped the ward as easily as a needle pricking a bubble. The leftover force whipped the winds into such a frenzy, they shattered every window on the face of the building. Glass showered in a sudden snowstorm. Walls were lifted clean off the ground, toppling over soldiers braced against them. They were the lucky ones. The rest of the soldiers were splattered against the sides of the building like crushed gnats. And even they were lucky compared to the ones flung instantly through the walls. Man-shaped craters recorded their passing. A few had been flung so straight up. They were still going up when Dorian stepped over the mess he'd made. He had a little chuckle at their wild flailing as he sauntered up to the mega factory. He doubted it was very funny from their perspective. They were shitting themselves quite ferociously by the looks of it, but standing here they did look very silly. He could search this thing floor by floor, but he liked his idea better. He cleared his throat. "Everyone! You have precisely 1 minute to get the hells out before I blow this building down," he said. He hoped the past 5 seconds gave credence to his threat. 60, 59. The front gates were flung open, vomiting a crush of panicked bodies and flailing limbs. 58, 57. There seemed to be a logjam on one of the stairs. In hindsight, 1 minute was a little short, but patience had never been his strong suit. Never mind all that. I'll do it myself." With a snap of a finger, air rushed in through the windows on the top half of the building, rushed out the windows of the bottom half, making a strong artificial current. Soon hordes of workers came floating out, along with all kinds of debris, mostly glassware, some machinery and piping. No body of Malachi, to his mild disappointment. This called for some more invasive measures. First he patted the ground with air, so that those he'd chucked out around would land softly. Fate had been quite explicit. He wasn't to do damage to these folk where he could help it. It was that last bit he was doubtful on. What qualified as where he could help it? He'd given a loud verbal warning, then a forceful shove. He figured he'd done about as much as he could reasonably be asked to do. If there were still folk in the building, well, he tried. He was about to start punching when he had a sudden thought. What if there was some poor fellow stuck in a locked toilet stall who was just now scrambling to get out? So he gave it another few seconds. When no stragglers materialized, he marched up to the wall at ground level, picked a random spot, and gave it a good wallop. A wave of force rippled through the stone. Then the whole first floor collapsed as one, disintegrating instantly. The second floor dropped a good 30 feet. The force of the impact, plus the hundreds of stories above it, dusted it too. The third followed suit. And once it got going, there was no stopping it. The whole building went down, floor after floor, hacking up clouds of dust and steel and glass as it went. Dorian threw up a little air bubble to contain the debris. He had enough to build another factory by the time the crashing was done. And oh look, at the center of that giant mount of rubble, a beacon of chi, the one thing that had survived the destruction. The body of Malachi. Once he dusted the soot off it, it looked exactly as he recalled. Old and tall and wizardly, with this long, bushy white beard. He'd had it dyed in his 20s, since nobody took a young alchemist seriously, a strangely common cultural artifact across the multiverse. If you wanted to convince folks you were worth following, it was important to look like you knew what you were talking about. A close second was to act like you knew what you were talking about. What you actually said was a very distant third. It took some scratching and some wiggling and accidentally yanking out a gallbladder, but he managed to snag the core. "I am going to sit here and cultivate," he announced to the crowds, huddled a respectful distance away. "If anyone disturbs me, I will punch them so hard they instantaneously change states of matter. I will make you a gas. Understood?" Lots of nods. Honestly, he was expecting a little more resistance. These were mostly gods ranged before him, a handful of haggard-looking Empyreans. Had all the rest been crushed? Where was this realm's god-king? Did it have one? These were the concerns of lesser beings. Whatever came, he figured he'd just punch it. Very little could threaten him now. Satisfied, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 0 to 30%. A bright green droplet hovered in the space of his core. Another droplet joined it. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 30% to 55%. And another, and another. Soon there was a puddle, then a pool, then a lake. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 89% to 100%. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 0 to 24%. His chi flickered each time he inspected it. Sometimes it flowed like water, sometimes like mud, and sometimes it seemed not to flow at all. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 78% to 100%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. It seemed a liquid, a solid, at times even a gas giant at times. Its laws trickled out shyly, then in sudden lightning spurts, then placidly. For these were laws of transmutation, the fundamental property of all alchemy. To these laws, energy was like a liquid. States of matter were merely suggestions, like molds you pour into, easily interchangeable. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 78% to 90%. On and on it went. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Supergiant. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 28% to 29%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 29% to 30%. His new transmutation supergiant lapped up the last of its chi. It was the smallest of his cores so far, but there was a reason it was regarded on par with Yashima. In fact, some combat historians considered Malachi the deadlier force in a duel. It was mostly due to one skill in particular. Skill learned, Midas Touch, level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. Hundreds of li below, safely ensconced in an underground bunker, Caius, Resident God King of Eden shivered in his chair despite the baking heat. They'd built this bunker as deep as they possibly could, 1 li away from the lava flows. Its every groan and gurgle reverberated through the space, as though he sat in the belly of some great beast. Far better here than up there. He'd heard what had happened to his colleague Thond of the Millennium Caverns. He had a soft spot for the fellow. They called one another over scrying glass to drink and laugh and play their fortnightly games of mahjong. This business with this terrorist Dorian, incredibly unprofessional. There was no dispute so heated one could not settle it with words, over dinner and wine. It was the same with his laborers when they threw their temper tantrums. Why must these brutes always reach for violence? Well, this unsavory fellow would get his comeuppance soon enough.
"I've done as you asked, Master Jez," said Caius.
"Where is he?"
"At the guild's headquarters, or where the headquarters used to be. Before he came, he's just begun absorbing. It is exactly as you said."
"I see."
Jez's eyes shone eerie bright, in a face so gaunt it seemed little more than a skull. There was something animal about his face, something feral. Caius gulped. For a time he'd thought his friend, his master, was a civilized, reasonable man. How silly he'd been. Reasonable men did not wish to take over the multiverse.
"I tire of dealing with this clown of a god," snarled Jez. "Hold him there. Make certain he stays. This time there is no running. I will make certain of it."
Dorian yawned, squinting at the sun, a watery orange disk sagging into the dusk. How long had it been? Half a day, maybe? He'd best get going. He had no intention of being here by the time Jez got his shit together and sent backup. He cleared his throat, dredging up the words to his little parting speech. It occurred to him he'd skipped a step. Where was the infinity heart? He'd assumed it had shattered along with everything else in that great crash, but he hadn't actually seen it break. But it surely must have. If it was nearby, he'd feel its aura, wouldn't he? Best to check, just in case. He yanked out one of Fate's maps and scrutinized it. It was still here. According to the map, he was standing right on top of it. What? Ah, you bastards! You've stashed it underground. Tricky, tricky. His hands came alive with transmutation chi. But if you think that'll save you, I'm sorry to say... Eh? He felt the air break open behind him. When he turned around, there was a chimera behind him, 2 ugly heads, 4 swollen arms. It rode on a cackling storm cloud, and clenched in its fists were 2 burning whips. 291. The God of Alchemy, 3. "Huh, you're not supposed to be here," said Dorian. "It's only been 6 hours. Last time it took that other mutant, a day and a half?" Unsurprisingly, the chimera was not interested in what Dorian thought of its timing. It just attacked. Blessing of Hermes! He was there, but blink and he was not. Where Dorian had been, a lash of lightning met a lash of fire. There was a piercing blast of sound, a crack of a whip, a roar of fire, a cackle of lightning blended in one. Laws wrestled with each other in the air. Tongues of lightning and fire coiled about one another, writhing like warring snakes. Growling, the chimera yanked them apart. They broke into a hissing, sparking shower. When the sparks touched, the ground caved in, smoking, like it had been struck by tiny cannonballs. If this thing was anything like its buddy, pot-shotting at it would do very little. First, the infinity heart had to go. So Dorian leapt in, just like last time, a curse of Chelone rising to his fingers. If it worked once... He never got there. The cloud of thunderfire beneath the mutant's feet reared up, bloated out, and Dorian ran straight into it. His vision went dark. His legs locked out. His arms went painfully straight. Every muscle in his body clenched at once as untold reams of lightning made his body a playground. He landed face first in a smoking heap, contributing yet another crater to the pocked ground. "Ow," he said pointedly. He got up to a leg. The other one spasmed and twitched. So did half his face. No sportsmanship, this chimera. It was on him before he managed to draw a full breath, before he was sure which way was up. All he saw was bright red and flashing yellow, and his body convulsed again. He was dimly aware of 2 ropes binding him, feeding lightning through his body. Something was smoking. It took him a second to realize it was him. The stupidest thing was, none of this actually hurt. It just made moving incredibly difficult. None of his muscles wanted to listen to him. The chimera drew nearer, like a spider creeping toward its flailing prey. Carp leaping the dragon's gate. And he was free, careening through the air, laughing wildly, partly out of real emotion, partly because his jaw was locked out and his lungs were spasming, and that was just the sound that came out. Then his eyes went white, literally, and he ate dirt for the 3rd time in 30 seconds. Only a breath later, blinking tears out of his stinging eyes, did he realize what had hit him, or rather what he'd run into. A trail of lightning arched through the air, like the string of a spider's web. Hanging in the air, just waiting for some idiot to run into it. Then he realized it was everywhere, trailing that great thundercloud the chimera rode on, trailing paths of its lashing whip. All its attacks left trails. There was a split second in between the moment he took in this information and the moment a full-on plan popped to mind. And in that split second, the chimera lashed at him, and so he dodged. Mid-dodge, the idea hit him. His face lit up. And then a thick barb of lightning hit him, and his face lit up in a very different way. Fuck! He was on the ground again for a 4th time, flopping about like a fish. Move, he gritted out. Move, damn you! But he couldn't. Streams of lightning crackled around him, caging him. He was helpless, prone as the chimera advanced on him, its 4 hands glowing like hot tongs. Its thundercloud passed over him, suffocating him. His head felt very light, his vision very dark. 4 hands descended. Just kidding! He winked. It was about as much as his body permitted. The chimera blinked, its mouths dumbly open. In quick succession, Blessing of Hecate! Midas Touch! Midas Touch was a curious technique. In theory, it could transform any inorganic material into any other inorganic material at a touch. If you had the chi for it, that was. The more powerful the thing to be transformed, the more difficult it was to do it. He could have transformed the lashes when they bound him, but that would have eaten up a good chunk of his chi. It would have solved his temporary problem of having the shit electrified out of him, but not the more pressing, permanent issue, the chimera bearing down on him. But this ought to do the trick. The thundercloud became a solid chunk of bedrock, bound tight with steel laws worthy of Pliny himself. The chimera found itself ensconced in this sudden prison, a prison where its lightning went to die. And the space around them went from air to water, a floating aquarium of 2 strange specimens, staring blankly at one another. Dorian kicked off, shot out, landed panting on the ground, and grinned with the half of his face that wasn't spasming. Above, the chimera twisted and bucked furiously, but getting out was no trivial thing. Now, where is this infinity heart? Somewhere beneath. It could be anywhere, and the ground was a vast place, too vast to search in too little time. Already the chimera had wiggled an arm free. So he sank his fingers into the ground, picked some arbitrarily large tract of land, and gave it an old Midas touch. Soil, earth, stone, and the top half of a steel bunker went up in smoke, literally. He did not anticipate that last item, nor did he anticipate the wards crisscrossing it, which took a great deal more chi to transform than mere dirt. So much chi that he was pretty sure he blacked out for a second. He woke a second later to the jarring sensation of face-planting into steel after 100 Li fall. He mumbled. Before him, cringing behind a desk, was a terrified-looking God King. Beside him was an infinity heart stashed in a half-opened steel case. Dorian was worried he'd have to fight this guy. He was a very thick-headed fellow, something he took great pride in fact, but the amount of face-planting he'd done in rapid succession still took a serious toll. The room sloshed about in a way solid things really shouldn't. He felt a strong urge to vomit. To his relief, the God King cried out and fled. Groaning, slinking over by his arms and wings like an earthworm, Dorian got to the infinity heart. He was pretty sure that if he tried throwing a fist of the falling star in this state, he'd end up hitting himself. Instead, he went with what felt natural, letting his eclipsed chi flow up his throat and projectile vomiting on the damn thing until it stopped existing. It took a few seconds, but he heard the crack, the disappearance of chi. He gave a drunken cheer, then cried out as a hot lash took him behind the head. He grabbed at it, growling. "Not so fucking hot now, are you?" he slurred. He stumbled to his feet and yanked. The chimera was dragged flailing down onto him. "Come here." Waddling over, he crushed it in a hug. Then he started to retch more chi. His nausea was somehow a boost to his powers. He was throwing out volumes of dragon breath he'd never managed before. The chimera struggled against him, its two heads screeching, lightning sizzling up and down its body, but without the boost of the infinity, it merely felt extremely unpleasant, rather than totally debilitating. Dorian wagered it found his dragon breath far more unpleasant. At some point it stopped kicking. Dorian carried on for another few breaths until his head's pounding had subsided to a dull throbbing. Once the dragon breath faded, he saw he was clutching the lower half of the chimera. The upper half had been made a puddle. "Heh," he giggled. "No!" The prime chimera froze in its journey down that long stretch of nowhere between realms. It felt its endpoint cut off, and then it snapped back, away elastically. It found itself once more in the Twilight Realm, standing atop a blackened ruins. Jez screamed. It took Dorian a few hours to get to his senses. When he rose out of his hole, he found a changed realm. The few factories still functioning spewed no smoke. They'd been abandoned and looted by the looks of it. Most of the folk were gathered at the center of the town, feasting along several long tables. Some of them were so gaunt this was likely the first time they'd tasted meat in years. "Greetings!" A God King flew up to him, bowing so low Dorian was impressed at his flexibility. It was the fellow who'd screamed and fled, one of Jez's men, he'd thought. "This one is named Caius, previously the president of the Alchemists' Guild, now your humble servant and dedicated devotee to Fate's cause." "Wow, you've switched sides that fast? The chimera hasn't even been buried yet." "I was compelled," cried Caius. "All this, it was Jez's doing, I swear it. I never wished harm on anyone." "Yeah, somehow I doubt that." "Look!" He gestured at the table where workers were busily munching. Most had stripped off their uniforms. Caius's smile was strained, tight-lipped. "I have set up food for the workers. I have ordered the destruction of the factories. If fate wishes the multiverse liberated, I am eager to undo the chains. I am a reasonable man, capable of change, capable of adaptation. So the winds have shifted in Eden. I see that now. I am happy to pledge myself the service of the new age." "Right. I'm going to need a little more than your good word." "Naturally." Caius produced a soul contract, ready-made. "As proof of my sincerity." Dorian scanned it. "Give me a soul pen, will you?" With it, he crossed out a dozen or so loopholes, vagaries of wording, triple negatives, that sort of thing. Caius winced at every slash. Then he added in some new restrictions, placing a textual leash around Caius's neck. "There we are. Sign here." Caius paused. There came that strained smile again.
"My friend, some of these points are somewhat unreasonable, some might say."
"I am a very unreasonable person." Dorian smiled. "So you should think twice about trying my patience."
Of course," said Caius hastily.
The God King signed. "Then you will be the custodian who cleans up this mess." Dorian turned to address the chomping masses. He gave his usual recruiting speech about fate and so forth, but he tacked on something extra on the end. He wasn't sure what drove him to it. Maybe he was feeling a tad sentimental, nostalgic even.
"This realm used to be beautiful, you know," he sighed.
"Then some asshat came along and, well," he gestured vaguely around him. "It is possible to live alongside nature rather than above it. I've seen it. But it would take setting a voluntary limit on your desires, and, well, I'm hardly one to lecture anyone on that." A pause. "So, here's a parting gift." He sank his fingers into the earth, and he recalled what it was like all those years ago. Midas's touch. Charred soil turned bright, loamy, soft, spreading outward, and from it bloomed great stalks of greenery, flowers the size of men popping out of the earth with wild vigor, turning their proud faces skyward, seeking out a sun that was not there. Gasps rippled through the crowd of onlookers. But Dorian wasn't done. He touched the air, and smog turned clear. The air was so fresh, so crisp, a breath felt like a shot of energy. He touched the choking blanket of black clouds, and they vanished at once. It was like someone turned the light on in this world. The sky was a miracle of blue. The crowd was rooted to the spot, too shocked to even gasp, staring, and rising, coloring it with new light, was the morning sun. Dorian sighed just looking at their faces. He could see why, all those ages ago, a younger, more foolish Dorian had so loved helping folk. If you could bring yourself to take them seriously, if you could bring yourself to take this world, this moment seriously, it was rather nice. 292. Speedrunning the Multiverse 1. Orinthia, Middle Realms. In Orinthia, everything floated. Gravity was not so much a law here as a helpful suggestion, often ignored. Most buildings were situated on floating islands. Cities were merely islands clustered together, making a sort of giant dirt clump mid-air, linked by chains and bridges. At a distance, it looked like an unappetizing meatball. The capital looked like 3 meatballs stacked atop one another, and none the more appetizing for it. On this particular day, it was made even less appealing by the strange gray dots studding the meatball's surfaces. Come closer, and you'd realize they were battlements upon which huge cannons were mounted. Soldiers milled restlessly beneath them, scouring the air, gulping, scratching at themselves nervously. There was an omnipresent tension. The downside of floating, you had to cover a lot more angles. An enemy could strike from all 360 degrees. And the warriors of Orinthia had been trained all week to pivot to the enemy, wherever and whenever he might appear. On one of these battlements was a soldier named Yan, in the midst of one of the worst days of his life. The week had started with his childhood turtle, Tori, dying. It had gotten steadily worse from there. Once he reported to his regiment for duty later that day, tear stains still present on his face, he'd been roundly mocked by his regiment. Then his sergeant had informed them that a multiversal threat was coming for them in a tone that strongly suggested it was somehow their fault. He'd been awake ever since, staring blankly at empty pockets of air, keeping watch. Every 5 minutes he'd fall asleep and be woken up by the feeling of falling, or by his head clattering against the cobbles, or by Todd, his partner on watch, who gave him a hearty booting. They'd made a pact to boot each other if they fell asleep too long. It was far better than the alternative, being caught by the sergeant. The army had never been a lenient place, But ever since Jez started cracking down and demanding absolute obedience, it had gotten downright tyrannical. Yan sighed.
"Is this Damien even coming?" he muttered. "Maybe some other realm got to him."
"Dorian,"
said Todd, wild-eyed. He had been keeping himself awake with a drug cocktail meant to get rocks in heat.
"And keep your voice down."
His head swiveled about, uncannily bird-like.
"What?"
said Yan.
"It's not like he can hear us."
"You don't know what he's capable of,"
snapped Todd, at least 5 times louder than Yan had been.
"That fucker's not human. Just shut up and keep watch."
Yan opened his mouth to argue, then thought better of it. Human or not, he couldn't see how one fellow could get around this porcupine of nearly 50,000 soldiers, all protecting just one infinity heart. He'd not only need to get past all these floating outer islands, but also penetrate the inner fortress, which was mounted with 4 super cannons that could take out Empyrean-level dragons in a blast. And honestly, Yan wasn't that invested in protecting the realm with his life or whatever. All these comings and goings of great powers so vast he couldn't begin to wrap his mind around them. They might as well be folk tales to him. His life didn't change that much, one ruler or another. This soldier stuff was just a job to him. His mind wandered back to Tori. Poor Tori. If he'd known that would be her last day, he'd have gone out and gotten all her favorite leaves for her, and sang her a song, and brought out all the pictures they'd made of their memories together over the years. Them painting together, he with his hand, her with a brush in her mouth. Them taking that trip to the lake and seeing her delight at swimming in fresh water for the first time. He smiled wistfully. If only—
"He's here!"
screeched Todd, bug-eyed. At first Yan ignored him, because Todd had screeched that about a 6 times in the past 48 hours, and 5 times it had been some random bird, 1 time a floater in his eye. But then Todd slapped him in the face.
"What?"
said Yan, getting a little cross himself. If this fool couldn't control himself. There was a dragonoid standing some 50 strides away.
"Well,"
it said. Then it looked up at them, puzzled, hands on his hips.
"Say, would you fine fellows know—" "Attack!"
cried Todd, slapping an alarm button. Sirens screeched across the capital. Cannons swiveled to meet the still baffled-looking dragonoid. He said. And then a few thousand state-of-the-art cannons blasted their payload at hypersonic speeds. A few hundred cannonballs struck him at once. The poor fellow disappeared under a cloud layer, hadn't even had time to scream. Yan hoped for a second he was all right, then remembered they were at war with the fellow or something.
"Is he dead?"
he said nervously. There was a long silence. Then lines of blue light broke the cloud layer. Dozens of them, one after another, whistling by Yan's head so fast he didn't even have time to duck. He just flinched as they screamed overhead. But they weren't aimed at him. A scattering of explosions, some near, some far. He glanced up and ducked for a second time. This time was necessary. The steaming chunks of what had once been the cannon on their base showered him. Yan got this cold, sinking feeling in his stomach, sort of like when he walked into the room earlier that week and saw Tori upside down. The dragonoid broached the cloud layer again, and this time he was smiling, but in that way insane people smile when they're actually very, very angry and about to do something drastic about it. Yan screamed and ran, and not a moment too soon. The dragonoid glowed. From a distance, the line of dragon breath that cut through Orinthia's defenses might look like a skewer running through 3 meatballs, roasting them thoroughly. A few breaths later, every soldier there felt their connection to the infinity severed. Aelinor, ancestral home of the elves, upper realms. Eolin, ranger of Aelinor, crept from branch to branch, scrutinizing each leaf as though it might hide their enemy. And there was a lot to scrutinize. Aelinor might be the most forested realm in all the multiverse. Its capital was one giant tree, upon which more trees grew, At a distance, it might resemble a layer cake, albeit the moldy, unappetizing kind. Everyone else, from the Ranger General to his colleagues, were scared shitless when they heard what was coming, when they heard what he'd done to Jez's forces on other realms. A few had reported mysterious, spontaneous illnesses, but not Eowyn. The greater the beast, the greater the glory for slaying it.
I hear he can fit through the eye of a needle, said his brother Eosin,
quivering so much you could hear his skull rattling against his helm. Eowyn snorted.
What, does he have no bones? Fucking moron.
Eosin looked aggrieved.
I just heard it. Why do you always have to be such an arse?
Shut up, hissed their platoon commander.
Listen, look, he could be here any moment, and when he comes, he'll be on you swift and silent as your own shadow. He is a cunning, careful creature, this Dorian. When he kills you, you might not even see him, not until it's too late.
Eowyn swore these rumors grew several sizes bigger every time he heard them. By the end of this week, Dorian would shit thunder and spew lightning. He was just turning to tell his platoon commander so when he came face to face with this strange dragonoid creature.
"Hi," said the creature, waving casually. "Which way to the Infinity Heart?"
"Who the hell are you?"
said Eowyn. Had the platoon commander taken a wrong turn through the trees? His next memory was waking up, head pounding, face throbbing, as though someone had punched him very hard in the face. What just happened? There was no one around to tell him, since they were all knocked out cold. He followed the trail of unconscious bodies up the trees in a sort of drunken stupor until he at last arrived at a shattered Infinity Heart. Oh. Arendor, Upper Realms. Arendor was the most technologically advanced realm in the multiverse. They had long since transcended metals. Their megacities were built of a sort of nanofiber, incredibly durable. Indeed, they'd even wrapped their Infinity Heart in 50 feet of the stuff. It should have been impossible to get to. But Dorian simply changed it to a mass of giant bubbles, which floated away, nicely reflecting the guards' horrified expressions. The Infinity Heart shattered with a satisfying crunch. Dorian found news of him had spread fast. After a few dozen runs, some realms simply surrendered themselves at his coming. Others, long disgruntled at Jez's rule, welcomed him with bushels of flowers. He arrived smiling and blowing kisses to great crowds. From their brief scrying glass calls, he gathered fate was ecstatic about the whole thing. They were getting hordes of new recruits to throw at their fraying front lines. Jez's power supplies were diminishing one by one. All was going swimmingly. Jez stood in his observation room, a room stacked with scrying glasses, a room where he got a window into each of his realms. And one by one, almost by the hour, a scrying glass on the wall went dark. On but 5 of these glasses, his forces pushed fates back. On the others, he lost world after world. He felt like a child again, staring up at Dorian's great storm, helpless as it sucked away all he held dear. He felt that child's anguish, that raw hurt. How is it possible to feel so vast and yet so small at once? He quivered with despair, with anger. He might have been vast, but it was nothing in comparison to the vastness of his task. He meant to correct the very nature of the multiverse. It felt like a dagger sliding between his ribs each time he saw Dorian liberate a realm. But each time he saw that realm's residents cheer and applaud him, even throw flowers at him, it felt like the knife twisting. He wanted to vomit. Why couldn't they understand? Why didn't they? Dorian, the hero. He, the villain. It was so horribly wrong. It was he who was the one trying to liberate them from the cruelties of the world. It was he who was up against massive, nearly insurmountable odds. But nobody cheered him. Nobody acknowledged him. Nobody thought that it was a good thing he was trying to do. At times he felt he was the one sane man in an insane world. Did that make him the insane one? Even the ones on his side, They'd joined for all the wrong reasons. They craved power, whatever they might say to his face. They were no different, and perhaps he had encouraged that, and perhaps he should not have. But it was far too late now. There was only one thing he could do now. He closed his eyes and reached with his mind to brush the minds of his servants, his chimeras. Go to Pythia, to Kaushan, to Orthan, retrieve the God-King bodies there, bring them to hell. His size was his weakness. The infinity was far too vast to defend. All he could do was place his strongest forces on his most critical realms. The rest, it pained him, but he had no choice in the matter. At least he would keep Dorian's bodies from his hands. It was clear to him that Dorian had always been, a far greater threat than Saliaris. It had been foolish to spare him in the desert. He could not be allowed to continue. But he had sent servant after servant, and one by one they failed him. He sighed, and then slowly he giggled, and then laughed. In this, as with all things, it seemed he was alone. He would have to do it himself. 293. Speedrunning the Multiverse 2. The Rainsong Canopies was a realm smothered in giant trees with leaves the size of lily pads. It rained constantly there, and the raindrops drummed out lively melodies against those great leaves day and night. It was humid year-round. Most folk here had at least one set of gills. Even the land-dwellers were amphibians, sporting mottled, breathable skin. Here they trained some of the most ferocious weather sorcerers known to the multiverse. On the day of Dorian's coming, the rain poured especially hard, beating on the leaves like war drums. The instant he set foot in the realm, their god-king swamped him in a wave the size of a mountain. That jaunt took him almost half a day to finish. It wasn't hard, necessarily, but the thing about vast quantities of water was that they could easily shove you around, even if they couldn't hurt you. Whenever he vanished them, well, they'd just summon new waves. He took 1 step forward, 2 steps back, except literally, and it was more like 1 li forward, 10 li back, gargling and choking. He was tempted multiple times to simply roast them all and be done with it. He resisted. Most of the time these folk weren't particularly keen on serving any master. They simply did as told, which meant a fair few of them might be persuaded to switch sides with the right encouragement. In the end, all it took was his smashing the infinity heart and forcing their god-king into a soul contract. And now they could be as annoying to Jez as they'd been to him. Another dozen realms passed by. The more infinity hearts he crushed, the less likely it seemed that he'd face staunch resistance. Once he got to Pythia, he found no resistance at all. It was a horde of gods, mostly, and a scattering of Empyreans. It seemed Jez had evacuated whatever god-kings and strong Empyreans had been on this realm, along with his infinity heart. Fate was so ecstatic to hear the news he spat out his tea. Dorian was treated to 15 seconds of the 7th most powerful being in the multiverse, frantically scrubbing. He held the scrying glass at an unflattering angle as he did. By the time he beamed and set it back on its stand, Dorian had gotten far more intimately acquainted with the insides of Fate's nostrils than he ever wished to be.
"Excellent news, Dorian. Excellent. I cannot commend you enough. Some of our new recruits, the way they speak of you, you'd think they were speaking of a different person."
A mischievous glint in Fate's eye.
"Why, you'd think they were speaking of a certain young, hot-headed Empyrean."
"Don't get your hopes up, old man." Dorian rolled his eyes. "That idiot is long dead."
"Mm-hmm."
Fate nodded knowingly.
"Your call comes with auspicious timing, by the way. It was but hours ago I started receiving calls from a handful of our resistance forces. It appears Jez has dispatched chimeras to retrieve your god-king bodies. He fears they're falling into your hands."
Dorian cursed. "Figures. It was a matter of time. How many has he gotten?"
He's just retrieved the god of war Tyrant from Kaoshan, which means there is but one left."
Fate paused.
"Curiously, it is the god-king of time, Dorian, on the great Yuan realm."
At that, Dorian paused too. That was a name he hadn't thought of for the longest time, or rather a name he'd tried hard to not think of for the longest time. Thinking about it now felt like picking at a scab in his brain. At last he let out a sigh.
"Well, I'd better get going then. With luck I can beat him to it. Be sure to take the utmost care, Dorian. You are now our greatest asset, and besides, I consider you my friend, if anything were to arise."
"Oh, I know my limits." Dorian smiled without humor. "Besides, what can he do to me now?" Great Yuan Realm, Middle Realms. With the tug of a fate string, he was transported into the past. There's something intangible about the place you grew up that makes its impression on you forever. In some ways, it looked like any other realm. The sky was blue, the hills were green and rolling, and as he padded along, he was struck by an intense spell of nostalgia. He knew this place. What was it? The crisp, slightly smoky tang to the air, the squat shapes of the hills, like the humps of camels? He wasn't sure. It had been so long. Time had dulled or erased so much of this life. It was familiar, and yet he recognized nothing. He moved for a while in a daze, tugged along by some invisible string. He knew he would find his true body at the end of it. None of this felt real. He felt outside of himself somehow, like he had stepped into someone else's dream. He found himself before a village. Something made him stop. A feeling? An instinct? It was not the village of his birth. That must have been lost ages ago. Nobody but he and Hu Yi had made it out of there. The rest were lost to time. There was a statue here. It was of him. Not the present him. Rather, a young man with close-cropped hair and this great big smile. He seemed in the middle of a laugh. It wasn't the sort of smile his mouth was used to making now. This one was genuine. Standing there, he felt as though he were staring at an imposter. Or maybe he was the imposter. His smile now was brittle. Certain powers could not be claimed by whole people. To gain the heavenly Tao of destruction like Gerard had, you had to know destruction intimately. And for Dorian to gain the heavenly Tao of time, he had to know time in its totality. The way it sanded away memory, eroded the bonds between folk, erased entire lives. His smile turned bitter. Little of this life was his now. His strongest memories were of childhood, and only because his brother never let him forget them. But he did recall what made him a god-king. He was bent on being a hero then, and so he chased god-kings so he could better protect the ones he loved, to be a hero worthy of the realm. For the longest time he had been the #1 ranked Empyrean in the multiverse, but one aspect of time eluded him. He had to go into secluded cultivation to grasp it totally. So he sealed himself in a cave, opened his mind, and let the vastness of time in. He vanished like a single drop of water amid great currents. In that cave he lived his own life. He lived the life of his father before him, and his father before him, and his ancestor before him, on, tracing the river of time to its source. This was how he had gone through Cold Heart's trial unfazed. It meant to prod him in places that couldn't feel pain anymore. Not anymore, not after his time there, after the last truth washed over him, and he understood. The Dorian who entered was not the Dorian who left. It taught him something simple. Time makes light of all. It dulls, it erases, it erodes, but it also mocks. It makes sincerity, love, attachment seem utterly silly, vapid, pointless. It makes life an endless grasping, never catching. Everything is disposable in the vast continuum of time, even people, especially people. Everything recurs. Being told such a thing was very different from feeling it, letting it soak your soul for tens upon tens of millennia. He gained something simple, a sense of perspective. Life always ends in death. All love ends in heartbreak, one way or another. And Dorian let himself be hurt over and over and over in this way, across lives, across generations, endlessly, until that eternal grayness seeped into his mind and changed his color. And he understood. It ought not to have taken so long. Some folk grasp it in the span of one life, but he was something of an optimist, and young and stubborn in his foolishness. Dorian shook his head, dragged himself back to the present. There was a woman in this statue, a face he remembered, but a name he'd long forgotten, the same face he'd seen Lucy wear not long ago. He'd had a wife and a child, and time had washed nearly all memory of them away. They had little to say to each other after he exited the cave. They might have been strangers. He found it very hard to care about them or anyone after that. Why bother? He was glad they'd captured this Dorian in stone. He'd been something of a legend here, and when he suddenly vanished, folk thought he'd died. But this wasn't true. That Dorian was still within him. He'd simply been awakened to his naivete. At times he wished he could be that man again, but he could no more do that than bring himself to believe a lie, truly believe it, after being slapped in the face with the truth. Though, "It's strange," he said aloud, hands on his hips, frowning. "These days I'm less and less convinced, and I kind of have Jez to thank for that, weirdly enough." Something about losing all his bodies and being brought to the brink of true death really grounded things for him. It was easy to feel life was pointless if you had an endless supply of resurrections, if your life stretched on eternally. But with just the one and the fate of the multiverse at stake, suddenly the small things matter a lot. They're all you have. Anything can seem big and small depending on how you looked at it. Step closer to this statue and it seemed bigger. Step off to the side, view that broad smile at a slant angle, and it might have a sinister tone instead. It was the same object. So it was with things. So it was with time. So it was with life. It was a matter of perspective, and that was yours to choose. It was obvious, now he thought about it, but he'd always been a bit of a stubborn bastard. He supposed he had to feel it to really get it. Dorian studied that smile again. Nah. It wouldn't work on him. It'd look totally stupid. It was a young man's smile. Innocence is delightful in the young, but pathetic in the old. Still, though, he smiled softly. He might have been an idiot, but maybe he wasn't all wrong. I suppose his heart was in the right place. Now, where's this body of mine? 294. The God of Time. The village was abandoned. No smoke left the chimneys. No trails marred the grounds. Wild grasses ran free, and ivy had claimed the cobblestone houses for their own. It seemed fitting, somehow. He found his body at its center, slumped in a crater. It looked exactly as the statue had, except its eyes were closed and its mouth drawn in a tight expression, almost a frown. Whoever had made that statue had known him well. "Here we go again," he murmured. He made a careful incision in the belly with 2 claws and extracted the core, little more than an iridescent marble. It could have been a common pearl. So much power, so much history, so much of him held in something so small, so plain. For a moment he was entranced. As he stared at it, his mind wandered, slipping into reminiscences of the past, worries of the future. He blinked, jarred. The act returned him to the present. The thoughts fled his mind. Whatever that had been, it had felt like the opposite of meditation. With this core there was this constant urge to stray from the present. Probably best to consume it quickly. But first, he scoped out the area with his clear sky's eye and found the infinity heart on the crest of a nearby hill, undefended. He was slightly incredulous. But then again, the whole realm seemed abandoned. Why not? He splattered it with arrows. It cracked, and that was that. Fate, the bastard, had gotten in the habit of rewarding his breakthroughs with a new chimera to battle. Not today. Then he began in earnest. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 0% to 41%. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 41% to 60%. A dot of milky white, a dull star, swirled in his core. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 43% to 61%. The time star flowed in languid revolutions, like a river winding back upon itself without start or end. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 61% to 80%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. A strange property of time chi. Massed, like it was in his core, it had a clear form, but it was impossible to pick out any individual strand. Try, and it slipped away like water through a sieve. Eventually, level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 58% to 60%. And the flow ceased. Skill learned, Prometheus Eye. Level 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9, 2, 10. Conventional wisdom was that it was impossible to know the future. Oh, you could catch glimpses of it like fate did, but that was a deduction from feeling tremors and strings of fate. It was more akin to how some animals could tell when a storm was coming by the moisture in the air. Conventional wisdom was wrong. There was one being in the multiverse who could see the future, the God King of Time, and even then only his own future, briefly, in spurts. And not merely one future, for the multiverse was not deterministic, but all possible futures. Which one came to pass depended on what he did. On a whim, just as an exercise, mind you, he tried it out. Prometheus Eye. Now, the Prometheus Eye had its limits. The most Dorian had ever seen was about a half hour into the future, and that had sapped a huge chunk of his chi. Most futures lasted in the order of minutes. A flurry of ghostly visions filled his mind. But why did they all end so fast? In mere seconds. Frowning, he inspected them. Curiously, they were all quite similar. Great bursts of light, and then it abruptly cut off. All except one, which went longer, one where he looked back upon a ruined wasteland. There was a strange, malformed figure in the sky, floating closer. Wait. Carp leaping the dragon's gate. He skidded to a halt, then whirled around exactly as the vision had showed. He stared at a perfectly normal landscape. A breath passed, then another, a third, and he was beginning to feel quite stupid. Maybe it had been so long that the technique was rusty. Perhaps he needed a few tries to actually get it going. Maybe... Then gold blanked out his vision. The strangest thing about it was how gentle it was. It wasn't at all loud. It felt for a second like he'd started into a bright sun. When he blinked again, he thought he'd been teleported. It took him a second to realize that he stood in exactly the same spot. Instead, all those mountains, all those hills, all those valleys with their delightful little rivers winding between them had been leveled to smoking slag. There was a dot in the air moving closer. A chimera, which made no sense whatsoever. Had it thrown that attack? But how could it? The amount of chi. It must have been channeled from the infinity, through the infinity heart. That he'd just destroyed. What? The sky was blue. It had been blue when he'd arrived. He was pretty sure Jez had long abandoned this realm. Breaking that heart had merely been a precaution. So how... Some strong feeling that something was very wrong, told him to check Prometheus's eye again. Carp leaping the dragon's gate. Not an instant too soon. Another tract of land vanished under a curtain of gold light. It was unnerving how soft it was, how quiet, as though the creator of the multiverse were taking an eraser to this realm. Gone went the trees, and the chirping of the trees on them. Gone went the hills and the bubbling of the rivers flowing through them. Silence.
"Dorian,"
rasped the chimera. It had the body of a lion, the tail of a snake, the head of a bald man with sightless, dull eyes, and he knew it was Jez. Rarely was Dorian ever stunned speechless. He had so many questions, but he wasn't about to get them from this thing. It was too busy trying to wipe him from existence. Dorian foresaw its slash, this arc of gold that was about a breath or so from splitting him in two. He dodged. Straight into another premonition. He dodged once more, this time panting a little. "How the hells are you doing this?"
"Don't run,"
whispered the creature.
"Let us end things as they began. You and I—"
Its tongue flopped like a stick of dry wood in its mouth. Its consonants were slurred, dull. Then he foresaw light from horizon to horizon. The world was a golden block. There was nowhere to run. Heavens. "Yeah," said Dorian. No thanks." He couldn't tug on his fate thread fast enough. The spell hit, and then a fraction of a second later, he was gone. Command tent, 9th circle of hell, upper realms. He fell at Fate's feet in a steaming, half-melted heap. "Ah!" cried Fate, spitting out a mouthful of tea. Most of it landed on Dorian. It was scalding hot, which wouldn't have bothered him normally, except for the fact that most of his heat-resistant scales had melted off, leaving swaths of exposed raw flesh.
"Fuck! Are you all right? What happened to you?"
"Jez." Coughing, he got to his feet. "I'll be fine, I think. The multiverse, on the other hand? Maybe not. Were you aware he has a superweapon that can blast, say 10 God Kings worth of chi at once?"
"He has a what?"
Dorian repeated his words. The second time it seemed to sink in.
I suppose that would explain why I haven't heard back from Saliaris in a while. I heard our spies speak of a new threat under production, a threat which draws power directly from the prime heart, wherever it is. Only I never thought. This fast."
Fate looked quite queasy. "So, what now?" For a few breaths, Fate was silent.
"I had hoped we wouldn't need to resort to this for some time, but I believe Jez has forced our hands."
"Oh?" Fate closed his eyes, took a long breath.
"For some time now, I've been planning a counterattack. The longer we wait, the more chimeras Jez can make. The worse our odds of victory. We have held his forces to a stalemate on 3 key realms. On another 3, we are slowly losing ground as more chimeras enter the fray. Perhaps it is time we take aim at the prime heart, the center of the infinity."
"So you're saying we should march on the labyrinth now?"
"And destroy Jez's forces, once and for all. It is not a decision I take lightly, mind you, not at all. If we fail in this assault, we lose everything. But plainly we can't let him continue to make his chimeras. If he makes another like this one—"
"It's over." Fate nodded numbly.
"For moons now, I've woven tapestries of fate threads between our realms for just such an occasion, so that we can bring in all our forces across all realms for a sudden ambush, so that we may perhaps catch Jez off guard and end him before he has a chance to end us all. Dorian, old friend, are you with me? Will you lend us your strength for one last push?"
Dorian just gave him a look. "When do we march?" 295. Finale 1. It was wrong to take pleasure in the suffering of others, even that of his enemies. Jez knew this, and yet right and wrong were concepts which only existed in his new reality, a reality which had not yet come to pass. And so he allowed himself this indulgence. He smiled as he prowled the corridors of the labyrinth's dungeons, soaking in the sounds of screaming. At first the sounds had horrified them, but hear them for moons on end, and they became a sort of background noise, something the mind learns to step over on its way to a pleasant implication. This, he'd learned, was what winning sounded like. And so he silenced that voice of guilt in his mind, a voice which had once dominated his mind, a voice quieter and quieter by the day. There was plenty of time to feel guilty. After. As he came across one particular cell in the lineup, he was disappointed, as usual, to find it silent. The body in this cell was shriveled, its hair long and greasy and disheveled, and his eyes sunken in, but still strong, lively, bright. He was utterly silent as his neighbors writhed and howled. He seemed bored, even as a cocktail of some of the multiverse's most painful toxins wrecked his body. When Jez entered, the whole of his new form, this great sphinx-like beast, Hu Yi's expression hardly changed. He simply took Jez in, raised a brow, and asked in an utterly unimpressed tone, "And who are you supposed to be?" "Behold," breathed Jez, "I am the destroyer of realms, the prime chimera. It is the body I shall wield to bend the multiverse to my will. With it, I beat down your brother and obliterated the emperor of the Jiangxi. Now I shall use it to break fate's armies for good." If possible, Hu Yi managed to appear even less impressed at that, to Jez's annoyance. "Good for you." "Even now, his armies march here, to the labyrinth, to their doom," snapped Jez, "where I shall draw on the vast powers of the infinity to strike them down and scatter their remains to the winds. This multiversal order, this unjust, cruel, pitiless system you have devoted your life to maintaining, it ends within the week, by my hand." "And you felt your time was best spent gloating here, to me, rather than preparing?" Hu Yi snorted. "Pathetic. I require no preparation." Jez stepped close, suddenly, and showed his tombstone teeth not astride from Hu Yi's face. He saw them reflected in Hu Yi's indifferent eyes. He was not even given the satisfaction of a flinch. "Don't you understand? You're finished." "Let this senior give you some pointers," drawled Hu Yi, shoving away his face with one finger. "The task is its own reward. You should not need the reactions of others to validate you. If it is right, then do it. If it is wrong, then do not. Gloating is for the common man. For a time, I thought you were uncommon." It was absurd that his sigh managed to wound Jez. "I won! I defeated you!" "Have you?" mused Hu Yi. "You are in chains." Hu Yi looked at him like he knew something Jez didn't. He had the audacity to smile. "You cannot defeat me." "Deny reality all you like," gritted Jez. "You cannot change the outcome of our duel." "Oh, I suspect you shall soon see it is you who are in denial. But regardless, you cannot hurt me. Nothing and no one in the multiverse is capable of that. Allow this senior to give you another pointer, since I appear to have the time. Nothing can hurt you unless you allow it. Nothing can defeat you unless you lose in the space of your mind." His eyes shone like stars, almost madly. He leaned in close, smiling with all the muscles in his withered face. "And in my mind, I am undefeated." It was such a ghastly sight, Jez leaned away. He closed his eyes. He forgot himself, as he was so often wont to do these days. Who was this raging madman? If some passer-by were to see him now, they'd be forgiven for thinking him the villain. No. Calm. It was calm and calculation, ironically the two traits which practically defined Hu Yi, which would win the day for Jez now. "You are provoking me. Very good, Hu Yi. Let us see how smug you are when I break fate's armies, cripple your brother, and torture him into a frothing puppet.
when I make a chimera of his body and make him beg for death's release."
"You do that," said Hu Yi casually, without missing a beat, the fucker. "Best of luck." With a frustrated scream, Jez stalked away. What he didn't see was Hu Yi's eyes tracking him as he went. If he turned then, he would have seen a flash of pure rage in them. It vanished as quickly as it came. For a few breaths, Hu Yi's eyes unfocused. They stared at a wall, sliding slowly upward, but it was like he was tracking something far beyond it, something only his eyes could see. "Soon," he breathed. Fate was true to his word. He'd set the dropping points in a vast plain, and armies of all shapes and colors poured in out of thin air as the day went on. In a day, his army on Hell swelled so large they went horizon to horizon. There was Junior with his enforcers, a spot of white in a bubbling sea of bodies. There were Sun and the army of dragons, making wide, lazy circles overhead, flanked by flights of gargoyles and phoenixes and rocks circling one another, making little whirlpools of air in the sky. On the ground, squadrons of elves rubbed shoulders with hordes of orcs. Nests of serpents slithered about them like water flowing around stones. There were dragons and drakes, hounds and orcs, goblins and tigers, all shuffling in this teeming mass. The mood was nervous, a tad somber. Most eyes were trained on that one black line breaking the flatness of the horizon. Ever-present storm clouds swirled around its tip, spitting out forks of lightning. The labyrinth. Fate had gone up into the sky to give a pep talk, something to get everyone's blood boiling. But he quickly ran into a few issues. The first was that his squeaky voice could hardly be heard over the boiling masses, and even when he managed a spell to enhance it, there was widespread confusion. Not every species spoke the common tongue. Some species had no ears. Dorian saw a pack of hellhounds cocking their heads at Fate. Things had been cobbled together so fast there was no time for the logistics, the minor details like translators, or grand strategies. The idea was they'd blitz Jez and catch him off guard. Fate could pull his forces to Hell faster than Jez could recall all his chimeras, and certainly the rest of his forces. Or so that was the hope. At last, Fate gave up. Instead, he raised a fist, pressed it to his heart, and let out a surprisingly fervent cry. All animal passion. This they could all relate to. The armies below greeted him with a wall of noise built from 1,000 unique hoots. Sun cried out so passionately she fell off her mount. The dragon scooped her up in its paws. She popped up, frazzled but grinning. He saw her mouth, "To the resistance!" and her crew colored the air with their breaths. Then she saw him looking at her and winked. Fate pointed to the spire, raised his eyes to the heavens, and belted with all the air his little body could hold. "Charge!" 1,000 wings spread out. Legions of claws, boots, paws, and hooves sprung forth at once. The army lurched forth as one, clouds of dust and soot springing up at their feet. From Dorian's vantage, thousands of strides in the air, it looked like a great wave crashing up the coast, its ragged edges questing toward the spire. It would be nice if the labyrinth toppled like a sandcastle. Unfortunately, even now he could see pinpricks of gold spreading out from its tip, leaking out of its bottom like angry bees. As far as he could tell, no chimeras. For now, this battle would be conducted by the little folk. The true powers, the God Kings, the King of Phoenixes, Fate, Dorian, Gerard, Junior, a dozen others, hung back, watching and waiting. The armies met like two waves crashing. A bright line of chi marked their meeting, a clear line where techniques smashed to bits against each other. From this high up, it looked like a brilliant border drawn between two nations. The border flexed inward. Fate had gambled right on one count. He could summon a lot more than Jez could. And though Jez's troops had that shimmer of infinity on them,
Though one of theirs might equal 2 of Fate's, they might be outnumbered by even more. It was a pity they were severely undermanned where it mattered. Gold brighter than all the rest flashed from the tip of the tower. "Friends, brace yourselves," said Fate. "Here it comes."
296. Finale 2. Before the Battle. "Hey, you're still alive," beamed Sun as Dorian pattered up beside her. "Good job." "Why, thank you. Would you like a carrot?" "I'm not hungry." "Oh, good," said Sun, relieved. She popped it into her mouth, let her eyes flutter shut, and started happily chewing. In that moment she seemed to exist in a state of perfect happiness, the kind of feeling most creatures spent their lives searching for and never fully got. "How do you do that?" he sighed. "Eh? How are you so happy?" He gestured vaguely at her. "It's a carrot." "It's not just any carrot. It's a very tasty carrot," Sun corrected him. "It's still a carrot." She blinked. "But I like it." "What'll you do once you finish it?" That seemed to stump her for a breath. "Eat another one, I guess." "Forever?" he said incredulously. "I mean, once I finish a breath, I start another one, don't I?" "Don't you want anything more?" "What else could I want in life?" She said it without a hint of guile. She seemed genuinely curious. Supreme power, perhaps? Ownership of a realm? Fame? Fortune? I don't know. It seems like a hassle, don't you think?" She burped. "Oof, excuse me." "I think," said Dorian, slowly, "there's something wrong with your brain." He rapped her on the skull. "Ow!" No echo. She squinted at him. "Well, what makes you happy then, mister?" That stumped him for several breaths. "I don't know," he said at last. "I suppose I've been searching for that very thing for a long time. I've been running after it, you might say." "Huh," said Sun. "I think the multiverse would be a better place if everyone was happy with their carrots." "It's not that simple, Runt," sighed Dorian. "Isn't it? I guess it just depends how you look at it, doesn't it?" Dorian chewed on that thought for a little while, as Sun chewed on her carrot. Then he smiled. "You know, I think I would like that carrot after all." "Hey, you said you didn't want it, mister. No takebacks." She growled at him, shielding the carrot with her body. "Hands off!" She hunched over and started nibbling on it like a wood chipper. The thing was gone in seconds. "So, what do you think Fate's got us waiting out here for?" asked Dorian. "I don't know," said Sun cheerfully. "I try not to think when I can help it." She started on another carrot. A few breaths later, a few harried-looking drakes scrambled out of Fate's command tent. They snapped up salutes and scampered off. "Looks like our turn." The insides of Fate's command tent looked like it had been ransacked by a burglar on a sugar high. Sheets of paper were plastered to the walls, carpeted the floors. Crates were flipped over and turned inside out. Instruments of glass and steel lolled about on the ground, humming and flashing uselessly. At the center of it all was Fate, lying on the ground, moaning, staring listlessly at the ceiling. He leapt up with a squeak as Dorian and Sun came in.
"Oh, excellent. I've been expecting the 2 of you. Please come in. Take a seat.
The state of the tent seemed to dawn on him then. He let out another squeak, set to frantically clearing a spot, sighed, gave up, rummaged about until he found a tea set, and poured them all a cup.
"I know sometimes I'm given to exaggeration or panic or—"
Fate began.
"I know I can be a little emotional at times. This isn't one of those times. Please hear me when I say this. You 2 may be the multiverse's only hope."
Sun's chewing halted abruptly.
Are you sure? If that's really the case, we might be in big trouble."
"Speak for yourself, Runt," said Dorian. "What do you have for us?"
I've mapped out the strings of fate. I've read through all our best intelligence, and I've gathered as much knowledge as I could of Jez's present capabilities, from eyewitnesses of Saliaris's destruction, among others.
Fate spread his hands.
Even with all our forces in an ambush, it's impossible. There is no winning in a heads-on duel. His power is incalculable. We cannot fathom it.
With each sentence, Dorian waited for the but. He was getting a little concerned it wouldn't come, so it was a relief when Fate took a deep breath, visibly steeled himself, and said,
"But we can hold him. I'm not certain for how long. If we God Kings combine our powers and play purely defensively, we may last out several hours."
Dorian waited patiently for another but there was none. That was it.
"So, what do we do?" said Sun. "Can we make a break for it? Hide, maybe?"
"Jez shall only get stronger from here, and we'll never get a chance to strike at him like this again. No, it must be here, and it must be now. And it must be the two of you."
Dorian blinked. "Fate, need I remind you he almost roasted me the last time we met? Trust me, I have as high an opinion of myself as anyone, but I can't single-handedly beat a multiverse's worth of power."
"You won't. You shall have us. Remember when I said we could hold him for hours?"
Fate breathed.
"I can promise to draw him here and keep him occupied. But you, Dorian, must sneak in and strike at the prime heart. And this is where you enter the frame, Sun. How potent is your cloaking now?"
46th form, I think."
Sun frowned.
"Wait, let me check."
She vanished from sight. Her aura went null. "Yep," said an empty pocket of air, which promptly morphed back into a blinking monkey girl.
46th.
Lines sank into Fate's temple. The poor old man looked so stressed and tired, he must be holding himself up by force of sheer will.
"Will that be enough to bypass the wards? They're among the most sophisticated in the multiverse, crafted by Rythius himself. Perhaps if it were the 68th or 69th. Could you enter Dorian's time chamber to cultivate? Oh, but there's no time, no time. Oh!"
"Don't pull your hair out," said Dorian. "I can give her a blessing of Hecate. It'll boost her cloaking far beyond anything they can detect, at least for a few minutes. It should be enough to get in."
"Thank heavens,"
gasped Fate. "Will anyone else be joining us on this secret mission?"
"I felt it best if we kept this team as discreet as possible. With your strength now, an extra God King might be mere baggage, and we need all the power we can spare to hold Jez back."
"Just me and you then, eh?" Dorian grinned. "Like old times."
Said Sun,
though her grin was considerably less solid. Not a let's go save the multiverse sort of grin, more of a holy shit, what the hells is in that swamp, can we please, please, please not go there grin. But at least she merely seemed apprehensive this time. He could tell because her tail was trembling, curling up behind her back, not ramrod straight with all the hairs sticking up.
She said. "What is in this labyrinth again?"
"No one knows,"
said Fate, which, by the way her tail curled, was the opposite of what she wished to hear.
"We expect at least a chimera guard, perhaps multiple. You can expect to encounter other henchmen as well. Beyond that, I'm sorry. I wish I knew more."
"I see," said Sun.
"Give me a moment."
She closed her eyes, stood perfectly still for a few breaths, whipped a giant stick of bread out of nowhere, took 3 vicious bites of it, and leapt to her feet.
"Let's do this! Huzzah!"
Dorian figured he might as well humor her. She seemed like she needed it. "Huzzah!" he said. They bumped fists. She came to him now on dragon back, slightly pale, and by her tail and her shivering she was slightly scared too. But she also seemed determined. "What got you over it?" he asked idly. She smiled.
"You'll be there, of course. You wouldn't let anything happen to me." And I couldn't let you go alone. You're my friend."
Friends, huh? To his surprise, he felt all warm in his chest at that. He cast his blessing, clutched her in his hands. She cast a cloaking spell over the both of them, and off they went, keeping low to the sands, just above where that vicious melee's techniques lit the air. Carp leaping the dragon's gate. One step took him a third of the way there. If this kept up, Jez's ground troops would crumble. There simply weren't enough of them, and they couldn't draw enough chi. Someone had to step in. A familiar chimera drifted out over the top of the labyrinth. The Prime. It raised its mouth, loosing a soundless roar, and the heavens cried. Great fat tears of furious gold speeding towards the sands, each stuffed with enough chi to vaporize an Empyrean, simmering and crackling. Fate responded in kind. Dorian couldn't hear what he said, but the dozens of god-kings around him threw up their hands, wings, hooves. Gerard was among them, his lips pressed tight, eyes narrowed in focus. And great shields burst forth, stacking one atop another into this shining translucent roof upon which those raindrops splattered, burning holes, making cracks. A few broke through, but that was all. But that had only been a probing shot. The Prime drifted closer, and the skies went gold again. He could ill afford to watch. It was a matter of blind faith now. Faith that fate would keep his word. In the meantime, he sought out those cave-like entryways where Jez's soldiers poured out. Each was guarded by fierce arrays, but none caught their little party as they passed through. They were in. 297. Finale 3. With the blessing of Hecate, Sun's cloaking had reached surreal levels. As they weaved between the crowds of soldiers, rushing blindly forth, eyes fixed ahead, not registering them in the slightest, it felt like they were but ghosts observing the real world. They had no maps, no real plan, even. All they knew of the tower was that it had floors and it had stairs, and the Infinity Heart was likely on one of the highest levels. He could feel it now like a north star of chi, gently pulsing high above. It fed chi to so many beings he couldn't ignore it if he tried. In this long, dark tunnel, you could hear the panting and clanking and growling of Jez's troops. You could hear the explosions outside, the screams and the roars, the sounds of metal grinding on metal, the low groans as hordes of great beasts gored each other. They all mingled here, ricocheting off the walls, bouncing, bouncing. Dorian had been in marshes so foggy you could hardly make out your own hand. It was like that, except for sound. Hearing was nearly impossible. Sun had to repeat something twice for him to make her out. 10 minutes! How much longer she could cloak. At some point this would drop, and then the climb would get a hells of a lot harder. So he leapt forth, rocketing along streams of wind chi, and burst into the light of the first floor. Soldiers milled here in a chaotic mess, swirling whirlpools of bodies, jostling them this way and that. It was hard not to be moved along with them as they streamed toward the doors. Dorian waded through, taking care not to shove or blast with too much force. You could only cloak so much. At the far end, a wide marble staircase spiraling up into a square of blackness. They squeezed their way there and shoved their way through. By now, Sun had become a sweaty mess. She'd gone so still she could have been carved of wood, but when he asked her how she was, she put on a brave face and threw him a thumbs up. Never been better. There was nothing he could do for her, but finish this as fast as he possibly could. The second floor was a forest of machinery, pipes sprouting out of nearly every inch of wall, connecting to giant steel boxes flashing with lights, riddled with dials. Clanking, whirring, humming, bubbling overtook the sounds of shuffling feet and clanking armor. In the background they could still hear the muffled roar of battle. As Dorian wove between the ranks of machinery, he felt like a rat running a maze. He found a few staircases here leading up, but which to choose? Empyrean soldiers shuffled in and out of several.
"Running out!"
gasped Sun. She had become a rag doll in his arms. One staircase was unattended, a smaller one to the side. Cursing, Dorian dashed for it. They'd barely made it up when Sun went totally limp. "Here," he said, producing his chamber of infinite time. "Use this to recover." Then he took in the room and froze. "Get in. Now." Sun seemed baffled at the sudden intensity, but she didn't question it. In she went. The room was like a steel trap, lit only by a string of weak, flickering light, little bright islands in a sea of darkness. In the far distance was another staircase leading up. She didn't have eyes like him. She couldn't see the deformed shapes lurking in the darkness, whose eyes, or eye, swiveled to greet them as soon as they'd stepped foot here. If he'd thought chimeras were deformed, they were nothing compared to these things. Bodies made by nature had a natural order to them, a balanced, often symmetric configuration of limbs, a harmony. These things were like if you'd cut up 10 species and slapped their body parts together with hardly any consideration. Tails shared space with foreheads, tongues stuck out from sores in rotted skin, the horrible mistakes of some creator god, and each exuded the auras of god-kings, though none had the mark of the infinity, nor its aura. Are these supposed to be chimeras? Or rather, failed chimeras? The ones that didn't make the cut? The ones ruined in experimentation?
"So hungry,"
rasped one, its eyes two pale white marbles.
"Please,"
shrieked another.
"Please."
They came at him like a pack of starving lions that had sighted a slab of raw meat. They might have been ungainly, but they did have raw aggression and raw power, and it made them all the more unsettling for it. They should not be able to move like they did. For a moment he wasn't sure what to do with them. Their weak points, their cheese, even the way their joints bent, defied all he knew of fighting. But he settled himself with a breath. Of course, some things were always the same. Hit something hard enough, precisely enough, and it would break. That he understood well. Against these things, most other god-kings might be taken aback. Their instincts would be a hindrance to them, as these long, sweeping limbs zigzagged toward them, bending in ways no limbs should. Yet who needed instincts to predict things when you knew exactly what was coming? Prometheus's eye. Ghostly images ripped through his body. He leapt up before they were made real, letting them crash into one another, tangling themselves up. In that split second, he had a choice to make. Which curse to use? He could simply blind them or give them slowness and dash up the stairs, but they'd follow, and who knew what awaited him there? They might alert others to his presence too. No good. Best to end them here. Curse of Niobe! He cast the spell out like a net. Confused groans rippled through the beasts when it struck. The curse of Niobe inflicted debilitating weakness. It made you feel brittle, hesitant. If you moved too fast or struck too hard, your entire body screamed at you. It made you feel on the verge of shattering. But it did no damage on its own. It was merely to soften them up. His dragon's bane burst into his hands, and by the time they sighted him and began their clumsy lunges, it was already half drawn. A flash of blue light, and a beast staggered, its chest caved in. 3 more, and its pulped heart leaked out its backside. It glanced down, stupefied, before its many, many eyes rolled back. One last shot knocked it off its feet. He struck down 3 more, which still left 6 of them lumbering after him, circling him. One awful thing flapping on 3 wings swooped in from above, cutting off any escape. They'd crowded too close for bow shot. So, fists it was. He had to blow through them fast. He had neither the time nor chi to spare. He struck one with a fist of falling star rising moon, saw the force fissure its chest. But his eclipse chi smoldered off its front. It was thick enough and potent enough, but its laws simply couldn't find purchase on its skin. Then an idea came to him, as it was so often wont to do in times like these. Perhaps it wasn't so much that it came to him than it was squeezed out of him, so great was the pressure. These things, they're akin to zombies. They're undead. He winced just thinking of it, but it would end things quickly and without much hassle. Why do all my best ideas involve sacrificing myself one way or another? He bashed it again, sinking it to a knee before a tentacle caught him around the neck like a noose and dragged him off his feet. And then he was under, and they sank their teeth in, sank their fists in, sank their claws in. He howled, partly to sell it, partly because being eaten alive really fucking hurt. It must have worked. They sliced into him with renewed vigor. Every one of them had a tooth or nail in him, several, multiple. In other words, a point of contact. Midas touch! He emptied his entire God King core in that fraction of a second. The neat thing about bones was they tended to touch other bones, linking to a full skeleton, and they were mostly inorganic, especially the bones of these creatures, which hardly fit anyone's definition of living. Which meant you could shoot a Midas touch quite far into a being in a situation like this. Dorian chose Durin's coal, the single most explosive, flammable substance in the multiverse. These things were simply bursting with laws of energy, incredibly expensive to transmute. Even dumping all his chi, he only managed about half their skeletons, which was good enough. Now all they needed was a spark, a flame. A breath from one of the fiercest fires in the multiverse ought to do the trick. He spewed fire and darkness, and the world went out. There was a ringing in his ears, a blurring of his eyes. He hit a wall, bounced off another, then struck the floor hard. It took him several deep breaths before he was well enough to stagger to his feet and observe his handiwork. There wasn't much to observe. A fine, dark sludge now covered the floor. Nothing solid existed in the room anymore, not even the lights. Of the fact that this had been the holding cell of creatures of God King-level powers, there was no evidence. Ordinarily, Dorian would never have allowed himself to spend this much chi and be this wounded this early into a mission. Except he had access to a space where time flowed 10,000 times slower, and replenishing himself took but a few breaths' time. "You good?" he asked Sun. And she nodded. They hadn't known each other very long, but by now they had an understanding, a kind of telepathy. With a glance, he could tell how she felt, and she him. The nod was all he needed. They forged on into the dark. 298. Finale 4. The fourth floor was corridors leading corridors to corridors leading to corridors. Each corridor had doors upon doors upon doors. The floor, walls, ceiling were all made of this luminescent marble that looked the same everywhere. It was as though the whole thing were designed to make intruders like them hopelessly lost. Dorian was pretty sure they'd circled the same block twice, but who could say? Just when he was starting to get impatient, each breath was a breath longer, he felt a prickling in his core. A familiar resonance. He moved toward it, curious, and then he picked up on another, and yet another still. Heavens, you're kidding me. Here? Now? He broke into a full-on sprint. "What is it?" said Sun, panting, struggling to keep up. Did you see a way up?" "No." He scooped her up with his tail and kept dashing, a mad gleam in his eyes. "But I did feel something that could make this task a lot easier." He skidded to a halt in front of a thick star-steel door, studded with locks down one side. Two surprised-looking guards gaped at him. Peak Empyreans. The fact that soldiers like these could be spared to guard just one room in a time like this told him his feeling was right. He blasted them away with ease, almost as an afterthought. Then he examined the locks with a frown. Star steel, eh? Just like the rest of the tower. Star steel walls had held up against a blast that had melted those god kings. Melting these locks was probably impossible. and they were cloaked in all sorts of nasty arrays that probably hid nasty surprises. Could he transfigure them? Transfiguring star steel en masse was far too much an ask, but a few locks. He studied the chi flows of the arrays for a few breaths, then made an educated guess. Hey, do you remember what Jez's aura felt like? Sun nodded. I need you to cloak me with it, just for a few seconds. When he touched the lock cloaked, the arrays lay inert. Midas touch! Making them air would cost far too much chi, but he could convert them into earth steel, a close cousin of a metal and much less durable. That done, a few hearty smashes of his fists of rising star, falling moon, coupled with a blessing of Hercules, was enough to crack them off. He shoved, and the door gave way to a small, empty storeroom with 4 thrones that looked comically out of place, and on those 4 thrones were 4 very familiar faces. Quick detour, said Dorian, strutting up to the first figure. Slim, willow-like, androgynous, with flowing silk robes to match, long silky hair, and a perfectly proportioned face. In his slumber, the figure had a slight lilt to his lips, like he was dreaming of something funny. Ah, Ezra, I've fond memories of playing you. Said Sun. What are you doing? I'm about to take back what was mine, he said, his voice a little dreamy. Do we have time for this? Oh, this should only take a few breaths, and it might well save us many, many more. Pass me that pagoda, will you? Dorian sat cross-legged and began a process that was so familiar by now it was practically rote. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 0% to 28%. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun. Ezra was the god king of speed, his chi blurred about in 1,000 currents, all crisscrossing in one churning sphere. At his peak he was nearly untouchable, for he was the fastest creature in the multiverse at everything. Top speed, acceleration, even reflexes and reaction time. A relaxed lap around a track for him could throw up a devastating hurricane. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. Which raised a delicious question. What would happen if he stacked a blessing of Hermes with Ezra's speedy chi? What sort of unfathomable speeds could he reach? He could scour this floor in the blink of an eye, with time left to spare. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Super Giant. Level up, Star Realm, Super Giant, 44% to 46%. Inside, the process took hours. Outside, it took seconds. Patiently, he waited for a skill, but none seemed forthcoming. He frowned. He swore he'd had at least 3 or 4 max-level skills, and didn't he have daggers as spirit weapons too? But in translating powers from one core to another, it seemed something got lost. No matter, just wrapping himself in God King-level speed chi should make him practically untouchable, and that was merely the first body. He licked his lips. Next up, Tyrinth the Conqueror, the Berserker God King. An ogre who barely fit atop his throne. The tallest, thickest, muscliest of Dorian's bodies. A titan. It wasn't this creature's chi that Dorian wanted, but a specific technique. Extracted the core, got in the chamber of infinite time, and greedily sucked away. The hours passed. The levels did too, until... Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 71% to 73%. A great red blob of chi that looked like water on the edge of boiling. This was Rage Chi, and it fueled the technique that made Tyrinth among the most feared close combat fighters the multiverse had ever seen, and perhaps his strongest body. Skill learned. Yes! Rage of the Caliban. Level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. Normal bodies are not killing machines. They have other considerations, survival, reproduction, endurance, that kind of thing. When the rage of the Caliban came into effect, all that was forgotten. The body was transformed physiologically, psychologically, ratcheted up far beyond what it was normally capable of. An incredibly intense berserker state, which lasted until the object of one's rage no longer existed, or until you burned out, leaving you an impotent husk. One use often took hours, if not days, to recover from. He exited the pagoda all smiles. Two left. First up, a white-bearded old man with a silver tiara. It sported a crystal that Dorian was careful not to look at. The Crown of Dreams was a potent weapon, after all. The signature weapon of Poe, the God King of Dreams. When Dorian extracted the core, he found a tiny marble which seemed to hold a night sky within it, a dark field speckled with bright, twinkling spots. In the chamber, he got to work. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Supergiant. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 31% to 32%. Skill learned, Field of Dreams, Level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to Max. Field of Dreams targeted the soul. All it needed was eye contact. When cast, it rendered its victim unconscious, tormenting them with increasingly violent nightmares until their mind and brain short-circuited. They were left vegetative. It would be nice if he could neuter Jez with a glance, but sadly the potency of the spell depended on the will of the user relative to the will of the target. And if Jez could draw on the souls in his infinity to aid him, he might shrug it right off. Still, it was another God King's worth of chi to draw on. Dorian could hardly say no to that. And last of all, Likesh, Life Stealer. He'd come full circle. It felt a lifetime ago that he'd stabbed Demon King Yama with a sword the color of blood. He reckoned he'd lived more in this run than he had in his last 100 combined. Staring up at this Dhampir body, he felt an upwelling of nostalgic feeling, but now was not the time. Now was the time to claim, hopefully, his most important technique, the one that would make a world of difference if he came across chimeras which could tap into the infinity. He excised the core and let the absorption begin. A dot of dark red, then a puddle, turgid and thick like bad blood, a lake of it, an ocean sloshing in an invisible marble. Eventually, level up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Supergiant. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 38% to 39%. Skill learned, Life Snatcher, Level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to Max. He let out a breath. With luck, his life just got a lot easier. Life Snatcher was the technique with which he'd sucked Yama, a top-ranked Empyrean, dry. If the enemy's core was like a dam, this technique blasted a hole in it and sucked in whatever gushed out of it. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful it got. But it was best utilized with Spirit Weapon gained, Soul Reaver. Now he'd really come full circle. He grinned as he inspected it. An elegant thing, the kind of sword a fencer might use, with a blade the color of glass. Time to find some fresh coats of paint for it. 299. Finale, 5. Go in the chamber and stay there, breathed Dorian. Why? Said Sun. So you don't get whiplash or worse. With how fast I'll be moving and how much collateral damage this'll cause, cloaking will be fairly pointless. Don't worry, you won't be in there long. Sun looked like she had a lot more questions, but she knew better than to ask them right now. With a nod, she went in. Now he could unleash himself in full, and oh heavens was he eager to do it. Blessing of Hecate, a gentle white glow marking his strengthened magics. Casting it on himself cost half Yashima's chi. As for the other half, Blessing of Hermes. On its own, the blessing was potent enough. Stacked with Hecate, it would have made him the quickest being in the multiverse. And then he drew out long spools of speed chi, draping himself all over with it, but especially his feet and wings. Then he was off. The floor must have had hundreds of corridors, and Dorian explored them all in a fraction of the time it takes to blink an eye. He found a stairway up, flanked by two tense-looking guards, Empyreans both. He blitzed right past them, and the wake of his movement flattened them against the walls. The next floor was some kind of armory-cum-practice facility, racks of weapons everywhere, a giant shooting range with real grass, and soldiers scampering about. He might have inadvertently wounded a dozen soldiers by the time he found the staircase. Every weapon in hand or on a rack was either in slow-motion descent or in someone's limb. Half the soldiers were off their feet. He hadn't slowed time, only sped himself up, but the effect to him was nearly the same. Up he went, past a floor full of alchemists slaving away, past a floor that looked like it had once been a magnificent garden, but was, for some reason, cratered and smote now, as though some god had thrown a temper tantrum here. Past a floor of hairless pale creatures suspended in vials of fluid. Up, 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 chasing the resonance in his soul. He rose one final grand staircase so wide it could have fit an army, and entered a room drenched in darkness. In the distance, gleaming softly, was the only bright spot in the room. At first he thought it was a wall, and then, as he drew closer, he saw the slit down its center. It was a door made of solid gold, an infinity symbol stretched across its stern face. Etched around it were carvings of one boy, a boy staring up at the stars, a boy holding forth to a crowd of adorers, a boy tending to a sickly hound, a boy with a gentle smile and shining eyes. It was obvious who it was meant to be. Dorian had met many good people in his life, but none of them had felt the need to proclaim their goodness so loudly. Or was it to remind the man of his own goodness every time he stepped foot in the chamber that lay beyond, the chamber of his ultimate power? Dorian wasn't sure which was worse. Standing here, it was impossible not to feel the gravity of the moment. It was like some great weight sinking in his chest from the inside, quickening his breaths. His heartbeat beat out a wet, pulsing rhythm in his ears, rising with each breath. Intellectually, he remained undaunted as ever. Nobody told his body that. How long had it been since he'd really felt this way? Sure, there was the anticipation, the breathy excitement when he came upon big moments in runs, but they always had a certain lightness to them, a certain playfulness that came with knowing your actions had no real consequences. But this, all of this, was no joking matter. If he let himself think about it too much, he could probably get in his own head about how this was the culmination of his run, that if he failed here, the multiverse was sunk, his friends would perish out there, and so on and so on. He knew how these spirals went. So he chose not to think about it. The task was simple. Destroy the heart. "Son," he said, eyeing the arrays binding the door, "I'll need your help. One last time." She nodded, looking as certain and determined as he pretended to be. Maybe they were both pretending. "For cloaking? In case there's guards?" "No need. Just the aura will do. Besides," he smiled grimly, "there will be no hiding what we're about to do." She did. They went up to the door, and he shoved, and silently, slowly, it caved open. Beyond, it looked like the central chamber of some great church, except unlike Yashima's, which was suffused with light, this was empty, echoing, dark. Its walls curved in a cylinder, plastered with murals staring at nothing. More of the same as the door. Jez high up, the hordes of craven masses far below, him extending a hand, here to minotaurs, here to humans, here to Jiangxi. Though that one was notably defaced. Columns broke them up. They surrounded the centerpiece of the room, the prime heart. It looked like some huge crystal embedded in the ground, with cancerous growths of more crystal breaking up its surface. The whole floor was covered in gold lines, arching to form some arcane pentagram. With the heart as its center, a constant chi flow beamed up and away.
"You are not supposed to be here." The voice came hoarse and soft from two mouths in an ugly disharmony.
A chimera hung from the rafters. Sun let out a little eep.
"Dorian!"
The voices drifted out from behind. 3 more had stalked up the steps behind him, and unlike those misshapen wretches he'd fought earlier, these were all full-fledged chimeras. Each glowed with the infinity's powers. They glowed brighter as they stepped forth. There was no use speaking with these creatures, and for once, Dorian was not in a particularly jokey mood. He stretched out his hand, and Soul Reaver answered his call. The chimeras closed in. Gold light sprang from their fangs and their fists, burst from their skin and their eyes. Pyres of gold chi descended upon him. When he was very young, he recalled having a debate with his brother Hu Yi, which was more important, speed or power. Hu Yi had snorted and said skill trumps both, but if he had to choose one attribute to express that skill, it would be speed. It mattered little how strong you were if you couldn't land a blow, and the faster man landed first. If you were a skilled fighter, it was only a matter of time before you found a weakness. When the current version of Dorian looked out at all these creatures, all he saw was weakness. He did not play with them. He simply sliced into them, drawing fountains of blood. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. He felt like a painter making wanton strokes on 4 separate canvases, and all of them in lurid red paint. His blade danced freely, speckling the air with blood. It took until the 7th slash until the creatures realized they'd been cut, until their eyes widened, until their mouths sagged open, until they started drawing back, throwing up their petty little shields. But the damage was already done. Life Snatcher! The wounds on their bodies boiled, leaking crimson light. The chimeras hissed at him, drawing more from their infinity heart, shining brighter, which only made Dorian's crimson chi shine brighter too. Before, 1 slash of that size would have been like puncturing a hole in a dam. Manageable, something you might even ignore. But with the blessing of Hecate, it was like opening up a giant crack down that dam's center. And Dorian hadn't slashed only once. He saw panic creep into their deadened expressions as he turned on them. The prey suddenly turned the predator, sword sweeping out in wide arcs, falling upon their force fields, returning to them their own force. It was unfair. He had turned their greatest power against them. He was so much faster than them they seemed to exist in parallel realities. Their chi might have been strong, but he slashed 1,000 times in 1 second with force backed by their own powers. Shields broke, blood splattered the air. Cries of pain issued from toothless mouths. By the time their echoes returned, the battle was over. The more wounds Dorian opened, the faster it went. There was a momentum to a losing battle, just as there was momentum to bodies toppling over, many arms splayed, heads lolling back, slowly, then all at once. Oh, they'd thrown techniques, sure. Techniques he had stepped around, minor inconveniences on his way to more slashes. It was incredible, even to him, how his body synergized. 1 soul, 9 of the most powerful cores in the multiverse, and still they managed to be more than the sum of their parts. Now nothing lay between him and the heart. "I've won?" said Jez. It didn't feel as satisfying as he'd expected. The land before him reminded him of his home once, after a certain god-king had plundered its lands and ascended. The land was a grisly mausoleum, riddled with bodies and parts of bodies, none moving. The battlefield was nearly silent. There were still some small pockets of resistance on the grounds below, flickering like embers in a harsh wind. Entire species stamped out. Ash flaked over the scene, blanketing the blood-stained lands, laying it to rest. Before him, on his knees, was Old Man Fate. There was not a speck of chi left in him. There was hardly a speck of life. Half his limbs were missing. Tears dripped slowly down his lined face.
"I'm sorry," he whispered,
though Jez didn't know who he spoke to. His cohort of god-kings were broken, scattered, lost. They had put up an annoying resistance for a time, but that was all. He had drowned them in raw power. Truthfully, he took little satisfaction in this, the killing of Fate. Fate he respected. Fate was a good man, like himself.
"What a waste," he sighed. "If only you'd surrendered, all this suffering, all of this death could have been avoided. You only have yourself to blame."
He'd lied to himself. He seemed to be doing that more and more of late. Jez did take some satisfaction in seeing how Fate's head bent lower at that.
"A pity Dorian isn't here," he said.
Jez would have taken great pleasure in gloating to him, but it seemed their last fight had scared poor Dorian into hiding, just as Jez had anticipated. He knew the man. There was but one thing Dorian cared about in the multiverse, and that was himself. His instinct for self-preservation would make him a pain to hunt down, but with the resources of the multiverse on his side, it was merely a matter of time. He gasped, stumbled.
"He's here?"
A blink, and he was gone. Another, and there he was, stood before his heart. The closer he was, the more he could draw, and this body could draw nearly without limit. Its capacities defied physics, bent space-time. Even Jez did not know the true extent of its powers. He allowed himself a moment to enjoy Dorian's shocked face. Dorian acted fast, surprisingly so. He was halfway through a lunge before Jez blasted him off his feet. 300. Finale 6. Dorian barely had time to wrap Sun behind his wings when the blast struck. It rammed him into a wall and sent him sliding to the floor in a smoking heap, huge swaths of skin burnt off.
"It's over," said
Jez.
"Listen."
Silence reigned in the chamber, in the battlefield outside. Hours ago it had been so loud he could hardly hear himself think, but now—
"That is the silence which follows a won battle," said Jez. "We exist in the aftermath. Your god-kings are slaughtered. Your gods are ash."
He smiled, baring toothless, pale gums.
"Only you remain."
Dorian's thoughts instantly went to Fate. Gerard. Slaughtered? Fate had said he could hold Jez for hours, but there was a way to how Jez smiled now, so serene, so smug. Jez was a lot of things, but a good liar was not one of them. He always showed his feelings plain on his face. Despite the hellish heat, a coldness settled in Dorian's chest.
"I am not a savage," Jez went on. "If you would like to dismiss your charge, you may do so now. It would spare her the sight of what I am about to do to you."
Dorian made no move.
"Go on," sighed Jez. "I mean it, though it matters little to me. The power that is about to enter this chamber is unlike anything this multiverse has known. If she is made ash by it, you only have yourself to blame."
Grudgingly, Dorian said,
"Son, go."
"What?" He sighed. "I should probably finish what I started, and you're no use to me here."
"But—"
"Shh." He smiled, this time a real one. "For millennia, I was bored. So bored. There's a difference between living and merely existing, as it turns out. To live, you need things to live for. So go, or I'll shove you out." He was worried she'd still protest. She had that set to her face, but she merely hesitated and nodded, and he saw in her eyes her worry and her trust. Somehow it touched him. She nodded, then left. "Do you believe in fate, Dorian?" said Jez. He could tell Jez was enjoying himself. It was clear Jez did. It seemed he thought he'd already won. Jez didn't wait for his answer. "Perhaps it was fate that led us here, to this moment. It was you that created me, after all. If not for you, I would have lived a simple, joyous life with my family and died no one of consequence. Instead, we are here. Funny, isn't it? I imagine my home was a mere sandbox to you, a land you could mindlessly plunder. I doubted it crossed your mind that there were people living on it, people capable of love and life, likely more capable of them than you." "Listen, I get your point," said Dorian with his own smile. "But this is a little hard to take from a man who just killed hundreds of thousands." "Perhaps," said Jez. "Perhaps. Yet the crimes of the past shall be washed away with the coming of the future, with the linking of all realms under the infinity." His face was twisted in a kind of joyous rapture. "And it all begins with the removal of one final obstacle." "Me." Jez's smile widened. "So, you see it too. A simple equation lies before you. I draw from the power of millions. You are but 9 in 1. So long as I live, so long as I protect this heart, you cannot touch it. And so long as it lives, you cannot touch me. You are as a mosquito trying to down an elephant. You cannot win." "You sure like gloating, don't you?" snorted Dorian. "What do you expect me to do? Surrender?" "No, I expect you to fight. But as you try strike after strike and fail time after time, I want it to dawn on you that you cannot win. And I want you to feel as I did so many years ago, standing at the edge of your storm." "Oh, heavens, shut up!" Dorian laughed. "We have the opposite problem. I took myself too lightly, but you take yourself far too seriously." Rage of the Caliban. His world was tinged red. Red rose from his arms. Red boiled down his arms, making the veins stand out stark against the scales, and his heart rate skyrocketed and kept rising still until he could no longer hear the beats. There was merely one continuous roar. He was a rising sun, running with so much power, so much energy, it was leaking out his skin. He had to move. So he punched Jez in the face. The Chimera's head whipped back. That was all. He seemed more surprised than hurt. Then Dorian slapped him the other way with a blow that could have leveled a mountain. A growl of annoyance rose to the base of Jez's throat. Gold formed there too, a brilliant ball seen through the skin of his neck, rising to his mouth. A whip of Dorian's tail sent Jez's head careening the other way. The ball erupted in his throat, watering Jez's eyes. In that split second, Dorian skirted Jez, Soul Reaver in hand, and slashed at the heart. A golden dome bounced his blow right off. "What did I say?" said Jez behind him, amused. "So long as I live, there is no harming it." "Then I guess there's just one obstacle," sighed Dorian. And he gave Jez all he had, all his chi let out at once. Bolts from the blue fell like common raindrops. His fists, made shockingly strong, his limbs, made shockingly fast, let fly 1,000 fists of falling star, rising moon. His body was burning up. He could feel the struggles of his heart, the scalding heat in his veins. Yashima's spells would last but a handful of breaths longer. Was what Jez said true? That it was a simple matter of power? Dorian found he didn't much care. He blasted Dragon's Breath. He rained down fists. He transmuted the ground to Durin's coal and set it alight. He even threw in some dream chi techniques, which Jez shrugged off. He tried his tricks. He tried transmuting the air to fog. He tried feints and fake-outs aplenty. He shot at Jez with Dragon's Bane. He slashed at him with his claws, his horns, his sword, batted him with his tail even. And Jez just stood there, that same serene smile on his face, like he was waiting for Dorian to calm down and see sense. Or perhaps this was just more gloating. Dorian asked of his body all it could give, but it was no use. He couldn't break through. Jez's shield was endless. His powers ran the breadth of the multiverse. And still Dorian went on, uselessly, pointlessly. He was flagging. He was running out of chi, of energy, of power. For some reason even he could not explain. He laughed. It must have really irked Jez, since the next moment Dorian saw a wall of gold. He felt like a mortal swatted by the hand of a god. The force of his impact dented the star-steel walls. At least one bone broke in his skull, several in his body. "Don't you see?" Jez snarled, stepping up and ripping 2 lion's feet down Dorian's chest, exposing his organs to cold air. "Don't you see?" His 2 feet stomped down, and it felt as though there were a mountain on Dorian's chest. He found it impossible to breathe. Darkness gnawed at the edges of his vision. He felt his limbs deadening, and not merely from Jez's pressure. His berserker state was burning out. Soon he would be a husk. And still he laughed. Soundlessly, with all his heart. He felt alive as he'd ever been. This can't be how I go out. Seriously? How stupid. How ridiculous. Yet it was hard to argue with his body, which was quite insistent on shutting down, faster and faster. He sighed. It was nice that Sun had got away. He hoped she'd stay out of trouble. He hoped she'd live out a long, happy life. It was a shame about Gerard and fate. As his vision blurred, as his laughs turned to croaks, it was memories of them that swarmed him now. Such a shame. And yet he was grateful for the passing of time. Time withered things, made things temporary, true, but it also immortalized. They both had lived long, fruitful lives. No one could take that from them now, and that gave him some small measure of comfort. Then there was his brother. What a gnarly relationship that was. And that was before he went and split his personalities and became a brother no longer. He'd vanished into his role as sentinel of the multiverse. It would have been nice to speak with him one last time, he supposed. The pressure on his chest relented. He blinked, then doubled over, coughing blood. What? At some point in their duel, a hole had been torn in one of the walls, jagged and smoking. It peered out over the quiet darkness outside. Jez stood there, gaping at something in the distance. The night had passed. A spot of white peeked over the flat line where the purple sky met the black lands. The coming of dawn? Dorian choked. But hell had no sun. So what was that? In the dungeons far below. "Fool!" Hu Yi cackled. "Did you truly think I, Hu Yi, would miss?" One arrow, passing through Jez, entering the void, moving through the lower and middle realms. He had planned it in an arc. He had shot it on a path where the stars aligned, in a literal sense. For he knew he did not have the power to destroy the infinity. For that he had to borrow from the multiverse. The arrow that entered hell now bore all his powers on its tip, true, but it also bore the powers of 9 suns. Suns it passed through, gathering their powers, gathering momentum on its long journey here, now, to this fateful moment. As it flew, it seemed to cleave the skies of hell, one bright slash splitting the heavens in 2. "Did you think I was aiming for you?" snorted Hu Yi. He sat up, his infinity-powered manacles rattling against the walls. "I was aiming for your heart." Jez threw out a wall of gold. The arrow pierced through it. He drew up a cascade of shields. The arrow paid them no heed. "Impossible!" roared Jez. He flared out both palms, and the sky changed colors. A waterfall of gold fell upon the earth. It was an awesome show of power, enough to deplete a middle realm. But whoever had shot that arrow knew exactly how much power they needed, and they knew exactly where to put that arrow. Dorian laughed even harder, so hard some of his organs spilled out his front. "You asshole," he croaked.
I should have known.
It might as well be carved into the laws of the multiverse that Hu Yi does not miss. That arrow was not omnipotent. Jez had slowed it some, but as it cruised through the wall of the labyrinth and fell upon the prime heart, to Jez's horror and Dorian's delight, it seemed to have exactly as much power as it needed to broach that crystal surface and snuff out the light beyond. For a few breaths, there was silence. Jez's silence, staring numbly as the most important artifact of his life shattered before his eyes. And Dorian's, too, since his lungs were a little too collapsed to even laugh in Jez's face about it. Jez let out a sob, then a cry choked with such rage that Dorian was glad he hadn't made a sound just then. Probably best not to attract attention to... Jez turned to him. He watched in real time as all that senseless rage found a target. Ah! Die! A golden beam left Jez's mouth, one shaft of deadly light. But before it could touch Dorian, it bent, deflected, thrown into the distant skies. A bow had stopped the blow. A giant black bow wielded by a man whose body looked on the brink of death, but whose eyes still shone with fighting light. A body of an invalid with the mind of an emperor, cold, proud, absolute. "You've retrieved the Chamber of Infinite Time, brother." It took Dorian a moment to process his new reality. Then the question. Then,
"Yes?"
"Then go. Heal so that you may return and aid me. In the meantime," Hu Yi looked to Jez and smirked, "let this senior give you some pointers." 301. Finale 7. Dorian could not stop smiling as he downed his healing elixirs. Hu Yi, you sly bastard. For nearly 4 hours he sat there, letting his bones set back in place, his muscles bind together, skin and scale stitch until they were one unbroken hide. Then he felt the call. A sparkling of Tao, a tremor in his black hole, a sign. So random, and yet he felt the Taos beyond, truths of the multiverse just beyond the horizon of his knowledge, impatiently waiting. All he needed to do was to reach out and grasp them. If he sat here and meditated, he knew they were his. But right now there were far more important things. When he exited the chamber, he did not see a fight. He saw a demonstration. It was like watching an ocean's tides in a high storm, vast and furious, break upon one solitary rock. Gold dashed upon Hu Yi's defenses. His brother was not moving particularly fast, nor was he using much strength. His body simply flowed exactly as a human body was designed to, one movement slipping seamlessly into the next. Every movement was precisely where it needed to be, precisely at the right time, exerted with just enough force to halt the coming strike. Right place, right time, right force. Hu Yi's 3 principles. His brother was a living textbook of the martial way. But in this contest of brute force and sheer skill, skill could only hold out for so long. Hu Yi's expression was calm, nearly contemptuous, yet there was a fine sheen of sweat on his brow. His aura, weak before, was flickering now, nearly out. Blessing of Hecate, blessing of Asclepius. Healing and magic gifted Hu Yi new strength. He warded off a pillar of gold light. His smirk was vicious. "Go on then, brother," he said. "Let's see if you've kept up with your footwork." With speed chi at his feet, berserker rage boiling through his veins, life stealer in hand and wind chi clearing the air, Dorian charged. This time, when he sliced into Jez's lion body flank, the blade drew blood. Barely any of it, one small thin line, like a nail's scratch, but it connected. Life stealer! Even cut off from the infinity, Jez's chi reserves were massive. That cut drew a trickle out of a reservoir, but it proved Jez's mortality, and that alone had Dorian cackling. Baying, twisting on ungainly feet, the chimera slapped him with 2 giant paws. He went head over heels into a wall. He slid down, still grinning. Hu Yi sent 2 strikes spiraling into the skies. Dorian leapt in, slashing. And in this way they began chipping down at the giant struggling before them. Jez felt the coming of the end. He'd felt it before, some ominous feeling as he considered the greatness of the task at hand. But those were mere doubts clinging to him, easily dismissed. Not anymore. As he thrashed and struggled and blew out his beams of gold, as Hu Yi broke them against his bow, and Dorian peppered him with slash after slash. His eyes brimmed with tears. His doubts swam free in his mind now, each of them made giant, suffocating. He was choking. Maybe it had always been impossible. Maybe changing the very nature of the multiverse was far too great a task for just one god. Maybe he was on the verge of waking from a childish dream. He was so tired. There was the tiredness in his bones, but he felt it in his soul, too. He was tired of fighting, alone. He was tired of caring. He was tired of this horrible world and all the horrible people brutalizing each other within it. He wanted to go home. But home was a time when he could run home from a day in the fields and Mother would have soup dinner ready. Home was a time he and little sister could lay out on those high grassy hills and point out the shapes of the stars. Home was a place he could never go back to. Maybe a place he'd been trying to go back to all this time. On the verge of what he'd thought was his ultimate victory, standing over fate's fallen body, he'd expected to feel something. An upwelling of joy? Euphoria, even. Instead, he had to scrape satisfaction from gloating over his fallen enemies. And now he didn't even have that. Now he had nothing. He didn't even feel the sword until it was halfway through him. He blinked. There was Dorian, his hand in Jez's chest. The sword pulled out. It was the color of blood. Jez blinked again, eyelids heavier, sagged to all fours. His heart could not muster the strength to beat again. He sighed at it, at the world. I just wanted everyone to be happy. He had been so happy back then. I understand. It was Hu Yi, a blur in the near distance. At some point he'd drawn his bow. How hadn't Jez noticed? It was hard to notice much of anything. What with the... It is impossible to move the multiverse without it moving you, said Hu Yi. His voice sounded like it was coming through a great distance of water. You see injustice. You wish to correct it. Your motives, perhaps, were noble, but your actions were not, and for that I must render judgment. Goodbye, Jez. Jez let his eyes sag shut. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he splashed with his sister in their family's spring pond. They were laughing. The chimera slumped to the ground and was no more. It's over? Dorian poked the corpse with a foot, just in case. If Jez was playing dead, he was doing an excellent job of it. Even his aura was gone. It's really over, said Dorian, rather unnecessarily. But he was still a little in shock, so he supposed he could forgive himself some babbling. It is, said Hu Yi. They stared at each other, neither knowing what to say, both feeling intimately the distance between them, not only in time, but in character. When they'd last spoken, they'd both been such different men. What was he to Hu Yi now? That, said Hu Yi, was some atrocious footwork. You fucker, said Dorian, and hugged him. At first, Hu Yi didn't seem to know what to do with his limbs. His eyes were wide, his arms straight out. Then his face softened. He smiled, exasperated, and returned the hug in kind. I'm glad you've gotten over your little existential crisis, said Hu Yi. For a man of your age, it's frankly embarrassing. Right now, I have the power of 9 God Kings in me, and you're a twig, Dorian snorted. Are you sure you want to poke me? Oh, and what'll you do, fight me? With that footwork? Hu Yi snorted in kind. I'm surprised you haven't tripped over and knocked yourself unconscious. Dorian had to give it to him. In a duel of contemptuous snorting, Hu Yi won out. Dorian should have known better than to challenge the master. They broke apart, smiling at each other. "I missed you," said Hu Yi. "This you." "Me too. Do stay this way. You know, I was seriously considering shooting you for a while there. Don't make me change my mind." "As if you could manage it if you tried." "It seems it's been too long since I put my last beating on you. You've forgotten what it was like." "Yeah?" Dorian rolled his eyes. "You, me, Spirit Pavilion duel, tomorrow at dawn. As much as I would enjoy humbling you, I have a multiverse to judge. I fear one of us has to be mature." Hu Yi poked the air, and the multiverse tore open. The void yawned before him. "Goodbye, brother." "Coward," said Dorian. Then, grudgingly, "I missed this you, too." But he said it to the air. His brother was gone. Dorian found the battlefield surprisingly alive. Not with Jez's forces. They'd scattered when they felt their master collapse. They were gone. But some familiar figures remained. A bandaged God King limped across the battlefield, several wounded slung across his one working wing. "Gerard? You're alive!" Gerard blinked. "And so are you." The slightest smile graced his pale lips. "Well done, my liege." He nodded, a small, respectful incline of his head, and went back to his stumbling. There was a healer's tent some strides off, where scores of wounded lay moaning. On Gerard's head, Gerard Jr. gave Dorian a salute. It might have been the first time the toad had shown Dorian a modicum of respect. 302. Epilogue. 2 years later, Dorian's estate, Zenith Realm. The restored Zenith Realm floated above all others on an expanse of endless cotton ball clouds. 2 suns bathed the realm in eternal joyous shine. A handful of phoenixes drifted lazily about, soaking in the light. These days, few peaks broached the clouds, and those that did were shabby, scarred nubs. Atop one of these peaks floated a pagoda built of Stygian jade. An inch of the material would have bankrupted most kingdoms. Wars had been fought over the furs that made the doormat. Within, a few folk were having a dinner party. There was Dorian, Fate, Gerard, and Sun, all sipping from bowls of ink-shark fin soup. Sun had vowed off fighting forever, she said. She planned on traveling the multiverse, eating well, and making friends. Her philosophy for a happy life was simple: find the things you like to do, and do them. Fate was busy helping to rebuild the rest of the multiverse. He argued that the way of the multiverse, wanton destruction and predatory behavior, was a ticking bomb. Sooner or later it'd create another Jez. Where before he'd been shunned at their gates, God Kings fell over themselves to hear him out now. Slowly, surely, they took steps to create kinder cultivator societies.
"It's early yet," said Fate, "but I'm hopeful."
Gerard had busied himself restoring the estate and stabilizing the Zenith Realm. After what it had been through, the realm was in need of a great deal of care. There was no one better to provide it. As for Dorian, "I'm retired from speedrunning," he announced.
"Truly?" said Fate. "What'll you do now?"
"I'm not sure," he mused. "Start a garden, maybe? Try giving that hero thing a second go? Go annoy my brother? We'll see."
"So, which heavenly Tao did you choose?" said Sun. "For God King, I mean."
"Oh, I haven't gotten around to it yet."
"Wait, really?"
She blinked.
"Why not?"
He said. He gave a sly grin. "What's the rush?" It was not until years later, visiting Eden, that Dorian finally ascended to God King. He had lived a life of destruction. He left things ruined everywhere he went. But it was not until this life that he learned that making things was far harder than breaking them, and healing things was harder still. So it was, at this place which had undergone the ultimate destruction, that he found the truth which governed how all came to be. In the heart of a star or of a volcano, where such great destruction occurs, there is also the capacity for creation. Such is the eclipse, a melding of dark and light. It was there that Dorian achieved the Tao of creation, and with it he returned to Eden that magic which he had sundered long ago. This he found far more fulfilling than any of his many, many runs, and so he visited those realms he'd plundered, the Dragon Realm, the Realm of True Light, Hell, and countless others, and spent his life making. He founded one of the most respected institutions in the multiverse and taught his Tao to all who would listen. Dorian's lectures on the Tao were disseminated far and wide, and his technique manuals on creation were taught across the multiverse. Perhaps they weren't quite as influential as Hu Yi's precepts, but they certainly made their mark. You could even find his techniques practiced in the lower realms, where tribes wielded them to make lush farmland out of desert wastes. Oh, he still found time to pretend to make new accounts at the Spirit Pavilion, to wreck some arrogant rising prodigy, or roam around the Middle Realms in a grandpa's disguise, giving out incredible techniques to those he deemed worthy. He was still playful to his core. Some things never change. Like an eclipse, the rest of his life could be thought of as a turning from dark to light. The Hu Yi on the high bluff saw all of this and merely nodded. But kindness smiled. Pride snorted. With pride. They lived now in a tower, for loneliness had shrunk so much. It was getting to the point where Hu Yi had to tell his brother to stop visiting so damned often. Hu Yi still believed that his best work was done with a totally clear mind, void of emotions. But on occasion, he supposed there was some value in consulting his human side. And in those times, he would recall his supergiants, kindness, pride, joy, rage, and so forth, until they all orbited his black hole. Every once in a while, it was nice to be human. Sun kept up with her travels, eating well, making a frankly dangerous number of friends, and at one point ended up being accidentally voted Supreme Empress of Pythia. Gerard Jr. took over as curator of the Multiversal Museum, an institution he ran with stringent standards, though he still preferred to sleep on Gerard's head. Gerard himself went on gardening and studying and drinking tea, as always. His life didn't change much. There would be a time, millennia later, when fate would once again come knocking, warning of the rise of some great danger. But that is a story for another run. The End. This book was read for you by Graham Halstead, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Speedrunning the Multiverse Book 4, a lit RPG cultivation adventure by Adastra339. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.